Well, Angel, she must think I'm pretty as a picture, because she's certainly out to frame me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Careless Client. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the careless client.
It's early afternoon in New York, and a short, dumpy little man with lacquered hair walks down the second-floor corridor of the Gordon building until he comes to a door marked Daniel Russell, Private Investigations. Obviously, our unknown friend has been here before, for without any hesitation, he eases himself into Mr. Russell's office, and ease is the proper word. For Mr. Russell, with his back to the door and his ear glued tightly to the phone, doesn't even hear him.
Now, look, Harris, you got to give me a break. You know I'm good for the money.
Sorry, Russell, it's no dice.
That's the gratitude I get, and after all the dough I've lost to you. All I ask is that you let me go in the cuff for another 20. I got a sure thing going on the 5th at Detroit.
Now, where have I heard that before? Listen, Danny, why don't you do both of us a favor and stay away from the horses?
Okay, Harris. You don't want to take my bets? I'll find a bookie who will.
Yeah, name one.
I beg your pardon.
Harris, a client just walked in. I'll have to call you back later.
I'm sorry if I interrupt, Mr. Russell.
There's nothing important, Mr. Giuliano. Just one of my men checking in.
I see.
Sit down, won't you?
You have something for me?
Yes, indeed. I located your boy.
Larry Stratton?
Yep. Stratton's in New York, all right. Got here last week from Washington. First thing he did was to get himself a room under the name of Leonard Simons. Funny how they always keep the same initials.
And where does my friend Mr. Stratton live?
1423 Carroll Place. It's a small rooming house. I pumped the superintendent, but he couldn't tell me much. And incidentally, that little talk cost me an extra 50.
I got no complaints, Mr. Russell. You do fine. $50, you say.
That's right. Hey, that's quite a wad you're carrying, Giuliano. Must be at least 15 to 20 grand there.
So?
So you want to be careful.
I am. How much do I owe you altogether?
$150.
You like to double it?
I'd like nothing better.
It's easy. I need some information from this Mr. Stratton. You got it for me.
How?
Oh, now, come on, Russell. You must have some idea. All you've got to do is work on him a little bit.
Work on him?
Yeah. You look like a boy who knows how to use his fists.
Get out.
You make a big mistake.
Go on, Giuliano. Beat it.
Okay, no harm's done. Just suppose we forget this little talk, huh?
I'll think about it.
You do that, Russell. You'll find it a lot healthier than talking. I'll be seeing you, fella.
Hello?
Hello, is this Larry Stratton?
Oh, no, you've got the wrong number.
Now, look, Stratton, I haven't got time to horse around. I assure you I'm risking a lot more than you are.
Who is this?
My name's Russell, Danny Russell. I'm a private detective. Up till a half hour ago, I was working for a man named Caesar Giuliano.
Giuliano?
That's right. He's probably on his way over to see you.
I don't believe you.
Now, look, don't be a sap. I told him where you were. He even offered me an extra $150 to take care of you. Now, the smart thing for you to do is to beat it.
What kind of a fool do you take me for? Don't you think I know a trap when I see one?
You gotta believe me, Stratton.
Why should I? How do I know you're not working with Giuliano?
I can tell you, Larry.
Giuliano.
Hello, Stratton.
Hang up.
Hello, Stratton.
That's fine, Larry. Shut the door, Coslow.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Now listen, Giuliano.
Good. You're going to tell me what I want to hear?
You're wasting your time.
Come here, Coslow.
You want me, Mr. Giuliano?
Yes. Coslow, this is Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Coslow is a wrestler fellow, Larry. I meet him today in gymnasium. They say he can break your neck just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
But I think he's how you call little punchy. Too many beatings in the head. You understand?
What do you want me to do, Mr. Giuliano?
Get him out of here.
Oh, you think I bring him here to be lesson for you? Strictly between us, Larry, I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
Larry? Larry? Larry, where are...
Hey, what's the matter, lady?
Look!
Holy smoke.
Oh, Larry.
He's still breathing. We better get a doctor.
Where can I find one?
Well, if you go down to the corner, you'll see... Oh, no, never mind. I'll get him myself.
Oh, please.
Sure. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Oh, Larry, darling, what happened?
No, never mind, Eve.
We're getting a doctor.
I don't want one.
What?
I said I don't want one.
But, Larry...
Shut the door, huh?
All right.
Now lock it. Now listen to me, Eve.
Can't it wait?
No, in that medicine chest over the basin, there's a roll of adhesive tape. Will you get it for me?
Yes. Is this what you want?
No, there should be a roll of half-inch tape.
There's none here.
Are you sure?
Oh, no, I've got it.
All right, bring it here. Take off the cover. All right, now open up the roll.
What? Well, there are numbers written on this.
And I didn't tell him.
You didn't tell him what?
I was afraid they beat it out of me, but they didn't.
Darling, what is this all about?
Honey, don't ask me any questions, huh?
Someone tried to kill you.
You don't have to worry. Giuliano wouldn't dare while he hasn't got this.
Giuliano?
Caesar Giuliano.
Who is he, Larry? What does he want of you?
Please, don't ask me. Don't ask me. I shouldn't have even told you that. I'm in trouble, Eve. I'm in real trouble.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I can't.
But why not?
I can't tell you.
Well, then, hire a private detective.
What good would that do?
Oh, darling, obviously you need protection.
I can take care of myself.
Larry, you've got to. Now, he wouldn't have to be told anything. I could make up some sort of story. Now, there's a man named Mike Waring. I've heard about him.
That the one they call the Falcon?
Yes. He's supposed to be very competent.
You're not being fair to him, Eve. If this Waring doesn't know what he's up against, he's liable to get himself killed.
Darling, believe me, it's the only way. I'm sure nothing will happen to Mr. Waring, and if he does, well, he's paid to take the risk.
Just a second.
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I'm Eve Lowry. I spoke to you a little while ago on the telephone.
Oh, so you did. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, really, I haven't much time.
Will it take any less if you stand?
Well, I guess you're right.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Waring.
What do you call trouble?
Someone's trying to kill me.
Well, that's a good enough definition.
He's made several attempts on my life already.
Who's he?
A man named Caesar Giuliano.
Why?
Why?
Well, I assume that making attempts on your life is more than a hobby with Mr. Giuliano. Does he have a reason?
Well, you see, my father and Mr. Giuliano were partners.
In what business?
Importing.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, Giuliano thought my father swindled him.
Did he?
Oh, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Giuliano swore to get even, but Dad died before he could.
So Giuliano transferred his affections to you.
Yes.
Well, what would you like me to do about it?
Well, what would you suggest?
Oh, there are several possibilities. We could make out a complaint to the DA's office.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want any publicity.
I see. Do you know where this Giuliano is staying?
Well, I think it's at the Carlton Hotel. Why?
Suppose I go up there and have a talk with him.
Oh, no. Please don't do that.
You don't seem to like any of my ideas. What's wrong with this one?
Well, I don't see where it'll accomplish anything. Giuliano will probably deny knowing me.
Look, Miss Lowry, if we're both going to worry about this, you're throwing your money away. I suppose you leave Mr. Giuliano to me and let me earn my fee.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring went to work for Eve Lowry, who claimed her life was being threatened by a man named Cesar Giuliano. That's all Mike needed. Being a man of action, he goes right to the seat of the trouble.
Who is it?
Room service.
I didn't order anything.
Your name Giuliano?
Yes?
Well, that's what the order blank says.
Just a second.
Hello.
You're no waiter?
No.
The oldest trick in the world.
Apparently it still works.
What's your name, mister?
Mike Waring.
You're not the private detective fella I hear about.
Why not?
Why you play games?
I want you to stop annoying my client.
Your client?
Mm-hmm.
What did he tell you?
He?
Well, sure, you... Just who you working for, Waring?
Eve Lowry.
Eve Lowry?
I suppose you'll deny knowing her.
And suppose I do.
Well, it won't wash, Giuliano. What have you got against the girl?
Well, it's a long story, Waring. I'd like to show you something.
Get away from that desk, Giuliano.
But I just want to show you this.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Oh, come, Waring. A big boy like you, he's not scared of a little gun like this.
No, but I've got a lot of respect for it.
I don't blame you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear more about your client.
Client?
This Eve Lowry you mentioned.
Never heard of her.
Oh, you're going to play it like that, eh?
What else can I do?
Let go, you fool! Let go!
Come on, Giuliano, drop it.
You stupid fool! How many times must I tell you, let go?
Yeah?
I'm looking for a private dick named Danny Russell.
What can I do for you? Hey, you're hurt. Sit down.
Thanks.
Call you a doctor.
No, don't bother. Just saw one. Say, you wouldn't have a drink in this place, would you?
Yeah, right in this desk. I'll get you a glass.
No, never mind.
Hey, go easy, mister. That stuff's been aged in the wood.
You mean that desk drawer?
Feel any better?
Yeah.
What happened to your hand?
I got it caught in a cash register.
Who are you kidding?
Never mind. You come pretty highly recommended, Russell.
Yeah, by whom?
A man named Caesar Giuliano. Did you do some work for him?
Get out.
What's the matter?
Get out of here. You're a friend of Giuliano's?
Now, take it easy. I never said I was.
Well, I thought...
He shot me up and then beat it. When I came to, I went through some of his papers and found your name. What did he hire you for?
Let's see your buzzer, mister.
I'm not a cop. My name is Mike Waring.
Waring? The Falcon, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a pleasure. You know, you're almost a legend in town.
Yeah, me and the Giants.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like a little information. What kind of a job did you do for Giuliano?
Routine skip tracing. Wanted me to locate a guy named Larry Stratton.
Larry Stratton, huh? Why?
Well, first he told me Stratton skipped out of Mexico owing him some dough on a business deal. Then he offered me $150 to beat some information out of him.
This on the level?
I don't joke about things as sacred as money. He had a roll on him that could choke a horse.
Did Giuliano mention a girl named Eve Lowry?
No. How's she fit in?
I wish I knew. Look, Russell, I've got a proposition. How about the two of us joining forces? I'll see you don't suffer by it.
You just got yourself a boy, Waring. What do you want me to do?
Know where I can locate Giuliano?
You tried the Carlton Hotel?
Where do you think I picked up this slug?
Wait a minute, I got an idea. When Giuliano first approached me, I met him at a furnished room in Brooklyn.
Well, what do you say we drive out to Brooklyn? Maybe worth the trip.
I think this is the place, Mike.
Doesn't speak well for Brooklyn.
Got a rod on you?
Don't believe in him.
I do. I guess nobody's home.
Got a gimmick?
You're not thinking of forcing the lock, are you?
No, I leave that to you.
And now look, Mike.
Now, don't worry. If you get into trouble, I'll go halfies with you.
Okay.
How you coming?
There, got it now. Don't look like anybody's home.
No. Well, as long as we're here, we might...
Mike.
Huh?
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Someone really poured a lot of lead into this boy. You recognize him?
Sure. It's Giuliano. What are you doing?
Going through his pockets.
Find anything?
No, nothing but this scrap of paper. Larry Stratton, 14.
Hey, that's the character Giuliano hired me to find.
Well, now it looks as though he found Giuliano.
If you ask me...
No, you're not imagining things. I heard it, too. Gesundheit.
Coming from that closet.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right, come on out.
Stay away from me.
Well, if it isn't Miss Lowry.
You know her?
Sure, this is my client, Eve Lowry. Where'd you get that gun, Angel?
Never mind. The important thing is that I know how to use it. If you try to stop me...
You'll what?
Oh!
All right, Russell, get it.
Got it.
You hit me.
What did you expect me to do? Applaud while you gave a demonstration on the use of firearms? What are you doing here? Come on, Eve. In case you hadn't noticed, there's a dead body in this room.
All right, open up there. Come on, open up.
Mike.
Who is it?
Police.
Uh-oh.
You can open up, or do I have to break down this door?
Just a minute. Listen, Russell. I want you to take Eve out of here.
What?
You heard me through the fire escape.
What about you?
I'll stall them. Now, you drive back to Manhattan, see what you can learn about this Larry Stratton.
No.
Keep quiet.
You know what you're getting into, Mike.
I'll take my chances. Worst comes to worst, you can bring Eve down to local headquarters and we can straighten it all out.
Okay, come on, honey.
No.
Well, make up your mind, Angel. Do you go with him or do you stay here and face a murder act?
Hey, what's going on in there? Open up.
I'll go with him.
Well, hurry it up.
Lots of luck, Mike.
Same to you.
Well, what's going on here, wise guy? Why don't you open that door?
I was busy.
Hey, who's that?
Man named Caesar Giuliano.
Huh? Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Did you gun him?
What do you think?
I think yes. Come on, Waring, I want you to try out our local jail. I think you'll love it.
Hey, let me out. Let me out. You can't hold me here.
Yeah, but we are, aren't we?
Well, there must be an answer to that.
So when you think of it, let me know.
Now, just a minute. I didn't kill Giuliano.
And who did?
I tell you, I don't know.
We're right back where we started.
Not quite. Giuliano died around 6 o'clock, didn't he?
How'd you know that?
I heard the coroner talking. Well, I didn't get to that room till after 9.
Suppose I told you a witness just turned up who says differently.
Then you'd be lying.
Okay. Hey, Bruce.
What is it, Mike?
Show the party in, will you?
Eve.
You recognize him, Miss Lowry?
Yes. He's a private detective named Mike Waring. I hired him this afternoon to handle a matter for me with Cesar Giuliano. I never dreamt he'd go as far as he did.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Waring. You killed Giuliano.
I what?
Now, don't try to deny it. I saw you do it. And let's see you get around that.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
A couple of hours have passed since Eve Lowry identified Mike Waring as the man who killed Cesar Giuliano. Now, once again, the cell door opened.
Okay, Waring.
What do you want now?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to give you your freedom.
What?
Yeah? You can go whenever you like.
Is this your idea of a rib?
No. On the level.
No, I don't get it.
Hello, Mike.
Russell.
Sorry I'm late.
What happened?
Your client made a sucker out of me. When I got her into the car, she heisted my gun. I never figured on her doubling back here.
Did you let her go, officer?
Yeah, we had nothing on her. We figured you to be the killer.
Well, what convinced you otherwise?
Your friend Russell here. Now, why didn't you tell me that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, you and him were having a couple of beers at a joint?
Russell and
You remember, Mike. It was right before we went over to see Harriet and Nora.
Oh, Harriet and Nora. Yeah. You didn't involve them.
I couldn't help myself.
No, I guess not. But the girls aren't going to like this.
No hard feelings, Waring?
No. None at all, officer. Let's go, Russell.
So long, Mike.
So long.
Well, that was quick thinking, chum.
Forget it. It was nothing.
That's no way to talk about my neck. If you'll pardon the pun, I'm awfully attached to it.
What do you intend to do now, Mike?
Go back to Manhattan and find Eve Lowry.
Any idea where?
Yeah. There are 2 parties involved in this mess. Eve Lowry and Larry Stratton. Now, wouldn't it be strange if they were connected?
What makes you think so?
Just a hunch. And when I'm in a spot like this, I play 'em. Because, brother, I've got no other choice.
Where's your grip, Larry?
It's under the bed here.
Want me to pack all your suits?
Well, I don't think you'll have room. I'll wear the chalk stripe. You can...
Larry?
Take it easy, honey. Who is it? Who is it?
Just us.
Mr. Waring.
Well, that hunch was right, Mike.
What hunch?
I had an idea you 2 went together like ham and eggs.
Listen, Waring, I don't know what you want. But if you think Eve killed Giuliano, you're out of your mind. She didn't even know the man.
And why did she come to me with that cock and bull story?
She was trying to protect me.
Against what?
Look, I'm head cashier in a Washington bank. Giuliano's been after me to turn over to him the dates of large currency movements.
What was it, blackmail?
No.
Now, don't give me that. Otherwise, you would have gone to the police. What did he have on you?
Don't tell him, Larry.
What can I lose now, Eve? Giuliano found out that 10 years ago I served a term for manslaughter. I was drunk one night and I killed a man with my car. I served 2 years under another name.
And if the bank ever learned about you being an ex-con, you'd be minus a career, huh?
That's right.
Is that why she killed Giuliano?
I tell you she didn't.
Then who did?
I did.
Oh, you mustn't believe him, Mr. Waring. He's trying to protect me. I killed Giuliano.
She's lying.
It's no use, Larry. They're bound to find out sooner or
But
later.
you couldn't have done it because I did.
What do you think, Russell?
To cinch one of them's lying.
Ah, but which one?
She is.
I don't
Oh,
believe
wait. Just a minute. As far as Giuliano is concerned, it's no great loss. He was a crook. But there's no reason why this has to go any further than this room.
What do you mean?
Well, Russell and I are fond of eating regularly. So, for $5,000, we walk out of here, forget we ever knew you. That okay with you, Denny?
I don't like it.
Oh, come on, give him a break. And $2,500 apiece isn't to be sneezed at.
Well, there's only one trouble with that, Waring.
Trouble?
I haven't got 5,000.
Oh. How about you, Eve?
I gave you my last $50.
Well, how much can you dig up?
Not more than a couple of hundred.
Oh, well, that puts a different complexion on things. What do you think, Russell?
I say we turn him over to the cops.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Every killer likes a fall guy handy.
What are you getting at?
Just what it sounded like, Russell. Didn't anyone ever tell you you can't get away with murder?
Really, Mr. Waring, I don't know how to thank you enough.
Well, maybe you'll let me give the little bride away.
You're not angry at me for involving you?
Nah. Now, after all, Eve, you're a woman in love, and they're not very rational creatures.
Well, tell me, Mr. Waring, how did you figure out it was Danny Russell who killed Giuliano?
Oh, there were several things, Larry. First of all, Russell told me that Giuliano had a roll on him big enough to choke a horse. And when I went through Giuliano's pockets, all I found was a scrap of paper with your name on it. So, what happened to the money?
Well, obviously it was stolen.
That's right. So that opened up a new field. Suppose this was a plain, everyday murder for money.
But Larry or I might have taken it.
No, not very likely, Angel. That's why I offered to accept the bribe. I figured that if you two were willing to risk the chair for each other, a little thing like $5,000 wouldn't stop you. If you had it.
And when you heard the best we could scare up was a couple of hundred.
Then I knew I had to look elsewhere.
Well, what made you think of Russell?
Well, he got me out of jail by inventing an alibi for me. Something about a double date with a couple of girls named Harriet and Nora.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, by giving me an alibi, he also gave himself one at the same time, and he really needed it.
Oh.
Now, the truth of the matter is that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, I was still out cold in his apartment after he plugged me.
No wonder Russell made it so easy for me to escape from him.
Mm-hmm. But you know what gets me, Angel, is what you were doing in the closet where we found you.
Oh. Well, I drove out to see Giuliano, hoping that if I'd pleaded with him, he wouldn't bother Larry anymore. When I got there, he was dead. Then when I heard you outside, I got panicky.
Mm-hmm. And down at headquarters when you accused me of the murder?
Well, that was for the same reason. I wanted to protect Larry.
Sure, I should have known. Well, good night, Larry. Take care of yourself, Angel.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Waring. Why rush off?
Well, this is all okay for you lovebirds, but I've got a lot of work to do.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm. I've got a date with one of the most luscious redheads in New York.
You call that work?
And you've got to explain why you're 24 hours late, brother. It's nothing else but. Good night, folks.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the shopkeeper's gun.
It's Sunday night in New York, and in a midtown hotel room, an ugly smile that is almost a sneer twists the thin lips of stocky Ed Taylor as he looks with bored and sleepy eyes at the young man who is pacing the floor in front of him.
Sit down, Conrad. Give your feet a rest.
You haven't given me your answer yet. Do I get my money back or don't I?
I'll think about it.
What's to think? You gave me a rookin'. Either you make good on it or...
Oh, what?
Do I get my money?
Come here, Conrad.
What do you want?
tell you something?
What? Hey, let go. What's the idea? What are you trying to do?
Just taking precaution. Yeah. Here we are. So you brought a gun with you, huh?
I wasn't going to use it unless I had to.
Had to?
To protect myself.
Well, now that you don't have any protection, don't you think it's a little dangerous to hang around here?
I'll get a lawyer.
If a lawyer could do you any good, you wouldn't have come up here throwing your weight around. Now, I hate to keep you because I know you must have things to do. Shall I show you out or throw you out?
All right, Taylor. You win this round.
I win them all, pal, so you might as well throw in the towel. Unless you want to see what it feels like to get counted out.
We'll see about that. Goodbye, Taylor.
You're an old meanie, Taylor. That was no way to treat the fellow.
Dumb jerk. He had a gun like you said he would.
Yes.
I wonder if he'll try anything else.
I doubt it. But as long as he doesn't know we're working together, I can always find out. Well, let's see the gun.
Here.
Thanks.
Could you hear all he said in the other room?
Yeah. 45. Conrad believes in doing things in a big way.
He probably won't quit. You'd better have a talk with him tomorrow. See if he's planning anything.
Well, maybe it won't be necessary. I've thought of one way I can kill two birds with one stone. Or one bullet.
What? You're not going to kill him.
No, Taylor, I'm not going to kill him.
Well, then?
I'm going to kill you.
What kind of a gag is that? Wait a minute, Moody. Don't point that.
Are you the owner of this shop?
What?
I said, are you the owner of this place?
Oh, yeah.
George Conrad?
That's right.
How's business?
What?
I said, how's... Look, turn off that record, will you, so we can talk?
Oh, yeah, sure. What were you saying?
I said the record business must be pretty good.
Why?
For you to be able to blow 10 grand, Conrad.
What? Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department.
Police? Well, what's the matter?
We found your name in Ed Taylor's books.
Oh, you've got his books. Can you prove anything?
About what?
About his swindling.
Oh, you think he's a swindler?
Of course. Isn't that why you picked him up?
Not exactly.
Then what?
I found a gun, traced it. You bought it a couple of days ago.
That's right. What's that got to do?
It's the gun that killed Taylor.
Killed?
That's what I said.
Oh, so that's it. But surely you don't... Look, if I had anything to do with the shooting, I certainly wouldn't have left my own gun there.
Why did you leave your gun there?
My Taylor took it away from me.
Why did you buy the gun?
I thought there might be trouble when I demanded my money.
So you admit demanding money, you admit you expected trouble, you admit you went up there with a gun.
But I didn't kill him. Like I said, I certainly wouldn't have left the gun there.
It wasn't left there. It was hidden in a trash barrel in an alley nearby. If the barrel hadn't been accidentally knocked over, the gun probably never would have been discovered.
Well, then, all I can say is get out of my way.
Hey, Conrad, stop!
Well, hello, Georgie.
Shut the door quick.
Well, all right.
I said shut it.
What's the matter?
Wait till I lock it. Marie, the police are after me.
The police? Why, what did you do?
Somebody killed Taylor.
Oh, no.
They think it was me. I admitted I had a row with him.
But you didn't kill him.
Of course not, but how am I going to prove it?
Well, if you didn't do
but
it...
I was there. The bullet was from my gun.
It was. But how could it?
Taylor got it away from me. I don't know what happened after that.
I begged you not to get a gun.
All right, you were right. Let's not go into that now. What am I going to do?
Well, first you'd better give yourself up.
I can't. I got too much on me.
But running away will only make it look worse.
Well, I can't help it.
Oh, please, Georgie. You wouldn't listen to me before. Listen to me now. Don't be crazy. Give yourself up. We'll get a good lawyer and maybe a detective.
No.
What do you hope to get?
Who's that?
I don't know. Who is it?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department, open up.
They're here?
Yes.
Don't let them in.
Well, I've got to.
We know you're in there, Conrad. You don't want any trouble, you'll give yourself up.
Marie, the building next door is the same height as this one, isn't it?
Yes, but what...
I can get up the fire escape to the roof.
Oh, no, they'll have the building surrounded. They'll shoot you.
It's my only chance.
Now, Georgie, please.
I gotta try it.
Then I've got to try.
Hello?
Hello. I'm looking for Michael Waring's apartment, the Falcon.
You found it?
Are you he?
That's right.
Well, I'm Marie Cameron. I phoned you a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thank you.
Now, since you called, I've been doing some research. The story's in the paper.
Part of it. I want to give you the rest.
All right, go ahead.
Well, do you prefer to be called Falcon or Mr. Waring?
I'll settle for Mike.
All right, but in that case, you'd better call me Marie.
All right, Marie. Now, what did you want to tell me?
I turned Georgie into the police because I know he's innocent.
Can't think of a better reason.
Oh, I mean it. I was afraid if he tried to escape, they'd shoot him, but now that I've gotten him into this jam, you've got to get him out of it.
You're pretty good at making up other people's minds.
But he's innocent, and you're such a good detective.
Am I?
So I hear.
Well, you just keep listening to that kind of talk.
I will if you live up to it.
I'll try. Now, what makes you so sure Conrad is innocent?
I know him.
You also know he bought a gun. Don't tell me he was just going to use it as a paperweight.
He bought that for self-defense.
Oh, sure. Whoever heard of guns for anything else?
You think he killed Taylor?
His gun did.
Oh, but that's just it. Can't you see how convenient it was that the trash can was turned over so the gun could be found? It was a plant.
Maybe. According to the paper, Conrad claims Taylor got the gun away from him in a fight. But it didn't say what the fight was about. Do you know?
Yes, that's why I wanted to see you. Taylor was a swindler. He sold Georgie an interest in a fake silver mining project.
How did Georgie find out it was fake?
Mr. Moody told him.
Well, who's Moody?
Oh, the man who introduced Georgie to Taylor. Oh. And when he found out Taylor was a crook, he felt terrible about it and told Georgie right away, but Georgie had already invested.
Is Moody a friend of Georgie's?
No, they met on a train, I think.
Mm-hmm. Where can I find Moody?
Well, I don't know, but I guess Georgie would. Why, what do you want him for? Do you think Moody can help you?
Maybe, in a number of ways. So if I'm going to help you, I better get moving.
Where are you going?
To jail. Hello, Georgine.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Haven't I heard that name somewhere before?
I hope so.
What do you want?
Well, perhaps you could tell me how to find Frank Moody.
Why?
Well, he might know something about this murder.
What makes you think so?
Well, Marie tells me that...
Marie? What have you got to do with her?
I'm working for her. In fact...
Get out of here.
Now, look, George...
I said get out.
Now, take it easy, George.
She's made enough trouble.
Yeah, well, so have you. All right, George, you get up. Sorry I had to slug you, but you asked for it.
I don't want any help from Marie.
All right. But there's no use trying to throw me out. I can't get out of here even if I want to until they make with the key.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think.
So I noticed. Very interesting.
What is?
The way you blow your top. Could explain what happened to Taylor.
That's right. Tell me I killed him. See the kind of help Marie gets me?
I don't say you killed Taylor, but the police do. And you seem determined to build up a case for them. Now, maybe I can help you out of this. But I'm going to need your help. Now, do I get it, or do you like bars in the window?
I don't want any help from Marie.
I'm not Marie.
You're working for her?
I'm working for whoever pays me. If you want to pick up the check, fight it out with her.
Do you think you can do anything for me, Waring?
Probably. If I can find Moody.
I don't know where he stayed. He always called me.
Oh, fine.
But I don't think he knows anything about it.
He was Taylor's come-on, wasn't he?
No. He introduced us.
Well, that's what I mean.
But I'm sure they weren't working together. Why, it was Moody who told me Taylor was a crook.
That's right. After you had invested.
Even so.
And it was Moody who suggested that you buy a gun, wasn't it?
To protect myself, yeah.
Yeah, sure. In fact, it was following Moody's advice that landed you right where you are.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you better start thinking.
Are you suggesting Moody's the murderer?
I'm just suggesting it's worth looking into.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I had an idea it was somebody else who'd been swindled by Taylor. But the way you lined things up...
You mean the way Moody has lined you up?
If only I could tell you where to find him.
Well, didn't he ever say anything that might give a lead?
Not that I can think of.
Well, come on, think hard. As though your life depended upon it. Because there's a good chance it does.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. Well, it sounds as though Mike and George Conrad are going to have to think pretty hard to find Moody. Yes, the way you have to think when you want to find a way to make good use of those leftover pieces of yesterday's roast. But making use of leftovers isn't hard at all if you make Velveeta your handy helper. You can melt Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food for a smooth, golden cheese sauce to pour over those leftovers for a brand new hot main dish. And this Velveeta sauce is so easy to make. All you do is melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't have to cut Velveeta up because it melts so easily and so smoothly without any lumps. Then just stir in a quarter cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have the smoothest golden cheese sauce ever. Just the thing to pour over leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables for a main dish that really tastes good. Extra good because Velveeta has such a rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this sauce is extra nourishing, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. Make it your handy helper, Mother, for easy hot main dishes and for hearty snacks and sandwiches, too. Tomorrow, get a 2-pound loaf of the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality. Genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike Waring had his talk with Georgie Conrad. Now, the Falcon drops into the Homicide Bureau to have a talk with Sergeant Corbett.
Hello, Corbett. Well, you've done it again.
Oh, you, Waring. What have I done?
With your usual brilliant logic, you've locked up the wrong guy.
If you're talking about Georgie Conrad...
Who else? Now, don't tell me you pulled any other boners.
Boner. Yeah, you're right, Waring. Conrad is undoubtedly innocent. That's why he pulled a sprint when I questioned him.
Well, he's impulsive, that's all.
Sure, he runs for cover when he sees a badge. This kind of impulse I don't go for.
Doesn't prove anything.
Doesn't have to with all the rest we have on him.
You could be wrong.
I'm willing to be shown. What have you got?
The character who got Conrad into this, Frank Moody.
What about him?
Well, that's what I want to ask you. You have anything on him?
Just that he's a name Conrad gave me. He has no record. He has no address. If that's your hot lead...
I'd like to have a talk with him.
Go ahead. All you have to do is find him.
Well, I was counting on an assist from you.
If he drops in, I'll let you know.
Oh, you're too good to me.
Think nothing of it.
Believe me, Corbett, I don't.
Hello?
Hello, Marie. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Mike. What is it?
Did you ever meet Frank Moody with Georgie?
Once.
Well, once is enough if you remember him.
Oh, I think I would if I saw him again.
Good. How soon can you get here?
Where?
The Hollis Hotel.
Is Moody there?
That's what I want you to tell me.
I'll be right over. Well, Mike?
Hello, Marie. Run over here. We can sit down. You can watch the people as they go through the lobby.
All right. But what makes you think I'll see Moody?
I checked with Taylor's apartment house. All outgoing calls go through the desk there, and the clerk writes down the numbers. Taylor made 5 calls to this hotel the last few days before he was killed.
And you think he was calling Moody?
He was calling somebody. Could have been Moody.
Did you ask for Moody at the desk?
No, naturally. They say there's nobody here by that name. But who says he used his right name?
Well, how long do you expect me to sit here?
Until you see Moody.
It may take all day.
Well, all right, if you want to help Georgie.
Oh, do you think Moody can help?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But suppose he's checked out, or suppose it isn't Moody who Taylor was calling.
Well, you can't always play a sure thing, Angel. You're the one who said I have to clear Georgie. Now, if you can't spare the time...
I'm willing. But I just hope it... Hey, wait a minute. There he is.
Where?
Waiting for the elevator.
Good, I'll join him.
And it didn't even take 5 minutes.
Are you kidding? This is the 3rd lead I've tracked down, and it's the first one that was even hot enough to call you in on. I'll be seeing you, Marie. Hello, Moody.
I beg your pardon?
I said, hello, Moody.
My name is Morrison.
Let your friends call you Moody.
Who are you? What do you want?
Mike Waring. I'm a friend of Georgie Conrad.
3 out. Hey, excuse me.
Oh, that's all right, friend. I'm right with you.
What do you want with me, Waring?
Got a tie-up with Taylor, and...
I have no tie-up with him.
You led Conrad to him.
I'm admitting nothing.
Oh, it's easy to prove. Conrad won't be the only one you sucked in. Ought to be plenty of people to identify you.
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Mm-hmm. And Now, are you finished, or do you care to come in?
Oh, I haven't even started. I'll come in.
Very well. You're what they call a private eye, aren't you?
Also Dick, Seamus, Flatfoot for Hire, a snooper, a Hawkshaw. Shall I go on?
I get the idea. How did you find me?
Well, with those credentials, what do you expect?
At any rate, you're a step ahead of the police. They haven't been here yet. That's good.
Is it?
As long as we can keep you a step ahead. I didn't want to be connected with this, and you're going to tell me how you found out so that I can wipe out the connection.
You'll have to wipe me out, too.
You begin to get the idea. Don't reach for a gun.
Oh, not as long as you beat me to it. I'd hate you to think I'm a copycat.
Now, you'll just raise your hands. That's it. Rocky! Rocky!
You want me, Mr. Moody? Oh, who's our friend?
Michael Waring.
The Falcon?
Oh, is that what they call him? It must be wonderful to be educated like you are, Rocky. Well, let's clip the Falcon's talons,
What?
Frisk him for a rod.
Oh. He's clean.
It was rather careless of you, Waring, coming here without a gun.
Well, I can't see what good it would do me.
You have a point.
Now what, Mr. Moody?
Tie him up.
Okay. Shall I gag him?
Won't be necessary. One sound out of him, and he knows you'll shut him up. He better be tied up because you and I are going to have to make plans. And while we're doing it, we don't want the Falcon flying away. Well, Waring, how do you feel?
Fit to be untied. Oh, you and your boy had your confab?
Yes, Waring.
So?
I have things to do. Rocky will keep you company. So long. Take care of him, Rocky.
Yeah. You sure walked into something, mister.
Yeah. But maybe I'll get out of it. Moody doesn't seem very smart.
Who says so?
He should have kept up his bluff. This rough stuff just clinches things against him.
Yeah, but who knows about it except you? And you're not going to talk.
There's only one way to shut me up.
He knows that.
Let the police know I'm working on this case. Anything happens to me, they'll know it's tied to the Taylor murder.
So what?
So what becomes of the frame Moody had worked out for Conrad? Conrad's in the pokey now, so that clears him of anything that happens to me.
You don't give Moody credit. You think he didn't think of that?
Doesn't look like it.
So the frame against Conrad falls. Might anyway with him hollering frame. But the question is, who framed him, huh?
And what's Moody's answer?
What's the matter with Conrad's girl?
Marie?
Yeah, she turned him in. Who's to say she didn't do it to protect herself?
Oh, so that's it.
That's it. And then she hires you to make it look like she's innocent. But you stumble onto something, so she has to get rid of you, too.
I see.
She's not in stir, so anything that happens to you will fit right into the picture.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got to apologize to Moody. I underestimated him. You're the one who's playing it dumb.
Me?
Yeah.
How do you figure that?
Well, Moody's obviously a character who likes to go it alone. He gets rid of anybody who knows too much about him, or with whom he has to split. Little blood, more or less, doesn't mean a thing to him. How long do you think it's going to be before he gives you a dose of same?
He wouldn't.
Maybe not. But if I were you, I wouldn't sleep so good. As soon as he decides you aren't necessary to him anymore...
Shut up.
Okay, just think it over.
You're crazy.
I'm not as crazy as Taylor. He thought he and Moody were partners. Look what happened to him.
I said shut up.
No. All right, Rocky. You don't want to face it.
I suppose you expect me to let you go, huh?
It would be the smart thing to do.
Yeah? Well, even if Moody is like you say, what's to stop me from clearing out before he gets back and leaving you here?
Nothing. Except that when Moody gets through with me, don't you think he'll go gunning for you?
But if I let you go so you can finish Moody, what's to stop you from coming after me?
Nothing. But my heart wouldn't be in it as much as Moody's.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
You do that. And think fast, because when Moody gets back, he'll be calling the shots. And I've got an idea he has one labeled for each of us.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I should say Rocky will have to think fast if he's going to get Mike and himself out of this predicament. As fast as you have to think when unexpected company comes and you have to fix something to eat in a hurry. Of course, if you have a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta in your refrigerator, your problem is solved. Because in a matter of minutes, you can slice Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food and make golden brown grilled cheese sandwiches your guests will really go for. And no wonder. Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta sandwiches are as wholesome a snack as you could want, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk and as digestible as milk itself. Make Velveeta your handy helper, won't you? For delicious, wholesome snacks and fine hot dishes, too, get genuine Velveeta tomorrow. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike tried to convince Rocky that he was on the wrong team. Rocky is thinking it over, and he's still thinking when the door opens and Moody returns.
Well, Rocky, I just talked to Conrad's girl on the telephone. She fell for it nicely.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I asked her to meet you in half an hour at Roper's Grill. Now, when she gets there, here's what I want you to tell her.
Just a minute, Moody. What's that right over there?
Where, Waring?
In the corner on the desk. Looks like a telephone to me.
Stay out of this, Waring.
Oh, I can't help wondering why you had to go out to phone with one right here in the room.
Yeah.
Was it because there was something you didn't want Rocky to hear?
Couldn't it be something I didn't want you to hear?
Well, considering your plans for me, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, how about that, Mr. Moody?
Don't be silly, Rocky.
And how come you're asking Rocky to meet Marie? Why not meet her yourself?
I told you to stay out of this, Waring.
That's the trouble with tagging a guy for the big sleep. It's a one-way ticket for me anyway, so why should I take orders?
Because you can go out fast or you can go out slow. If you insist upon being annoying, there's still time for Rocky to make you quite uncomfortable.
No, I don't think so. I have an idea Rocky is interested in what I have to say.
Rocky will do what I tell him.
For instance, why are you having him meet the girl in a public place?
That's enough, Waring.
Is it because you want them to be seen together?
Of course not.
Makes it very convenient.
Rocky, show Waring it's impolite to interrupt.
Or are you really having the girl meet him there? Why are you lying to Rocky?
Rocky, are you going to do...
You talk to the girl on the phone. I happen to know that's impossible.
Rocky, for the last time...
Why is it impossible, Waring?
Because she couldn't be reached by phone.
How do you know?
Because right now she's downstairs in the lobby of this hotel.
Don't listen to him, Rocky. Can't you see what he's trying to do?
Can you prove what you said, Waring?
Go see for yourself. It'll only take a minute.
Stay where you are, Rocky.
He asked a lot of questions, Moody. You didn't answer.
I don't have to answer to him.
Well, then answer me.
Well, that's your attitude. Here's your answer.
Hey.
Drop your gun.
Oh, Rocky. Sitting there with a gun in your hand, you let him beat you to the drawer.
I didn't think...
I said drop that gun.
Sure, Moody, like so.
Stupid fool. Making me do that. People will be coming.
That's right, Moody.
Well, you can stop gloating, Waring. That means I've got to take care of you right now.
Well, Moody, at least give me time to...
Do this!
Hey! How did you... Rocky was a fool, not a complete fool. Now I'll take the gun.
No, you don't.
All right, then I'll do this. Go. Well, you see, Corbett, Moody didn't know my hands were untied, and that gave me a chance to jump him.
You mean you talked Rocky into switching to your side, Waring?
Well, not entirely, but I had him worried. So he untied me and sat behind me with a gun in his hand. He wanted to see which way the cards lay, and he was ready to play either side.
Uh-huh.
But when he found out that Moody was double-crossing him, he was too slow on the draw. Oh, by the way, now that you've got Moody, did you get him to talk?
Yeah, he signed a statement.
Good. I was guessing it as double-cross. Did he fill in the details?
Yeah, you were right about him not calling the girl. He just wanted Rocky to go out asking for her in order to establish a connection between her and Rocky.
So that if anything happened to either one, the other would be blamed.
Right.
Well, one thing you've got to say for Moody, he's a guy who went all out. And you were overlooking him from my little dope like Conrad.
Who says I was overlooking him?
Oh, come now, Corbett. I tried to steer you to Moody, but you couldn't see it.
Sure, I got rocks in my head.
Well, now that you mention it...
Waring.
Corbett.
Who did all the legwork tracking down Moody? Who got lassoed by a thug and nearly wound up with a bullet in his insides?
What are you trying to prove?
Who's sitting across the table from me right now with a shiner the size of a grapefruit, which he got risking life and limb disarming a desperate killer, who he has to turn over to me when he gets him disarmed?
Well,
all the time, dopey me can't think of anything but rest my feet in my desk and wonder what to do.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Yeah, Waring, I got rocks in my head. You're the smart boy. You know something? That suits me just fine. Good night, genius.
This is Mike Waring, friends, and I have something very important to talk to you about. It's your safety in an air raid. What? Can't happen here? Well, heaven knows we hope it never will. But we can't be sure, so we've got to be prepared. Yes, you, me, and every man and woman and child must know what to do to protect himself. There are official civil defense air raid instructions everyone should learn by heart. If you can't get these instruction sheets from your local civil defense office, send 5 cents in coin or stamps to the Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C. You got that? Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C. And be sure to learn these air raid safety rules by heart. You never can tell. They may save your life.
The case of the missing miss. The case of the missing miss. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that when you're playing games, the best place to play hide and seek is the morgue. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Tonight here, Light Up the Sky, presented by Theater Guild on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's east side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, Kay.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question and get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen 'em often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, it better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something, Kay. If Conway calls, tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
Feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. We wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like a...
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not...
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How did you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice, and she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity. But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes, and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, That'll be fine.
Hello, I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking shoulder holster you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it sets you back.
Now, listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper-mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
Oh, no, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. she killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get you evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off it, Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? I thought I did a real professional job.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
One they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him, huh?
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
They're crazy. Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table?
No, monsieur, we'll sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours.
Very good, sir.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
No. It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Oh, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it with Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yes?
This is Mr. Waring.
Well, glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, eh, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois?
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh, where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered.
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guests.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh,
Don't try to get up.
no, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mr. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters, Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a jerk, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. I'll be there. Conway, as a public-spirited citizen, you should be happy to cooperate with the police. Mr. D.A.
Are you responsible for this, lawyer?
You think I'd be here if I were?
Who's in charge here, anyway? Me. You know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant?
Don't take it out of him, Conway. This is all my doing.
Oh, it was?
What's the idea, man?
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
Looks like she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Okay, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So, at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife.
Oh, you nasty little...
Temper. Now, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. Well, that's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Well, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer. You remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
The check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Louise. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know thinks committing murder is a sure way to make a fortune. And unless I can convince him otherwise, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the mighty muscle. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I want to tell you about the handiest little menu helpers a homemaker can have in her kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Every one so handy for quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, appetizers, and salad toppings. They're creamy, mild-tasting Kraft cheese spreads, and sharp-tasting varieties, too. All delicious, all of the finest quality, because they're made by Kraft. Tomorrow when you shop, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads by Kraft. And now, the case of the mighty muscle. It's early Sunday morning, and the streets of Manhattan are deserted, save for a broad-shouldered young man named Al Compton, who strolls down East 86th Street and heads for home. But unknown to Mr. Compton, he has company. 20 feet behind him is a tall, lean gent who matches him step for step. And only after Compton has gone 2 blocks is he aware of his shadow.
All right, friend, what's the idea?
Speaking to me?
Yes, why are you tailing me?
Tailing? Now, why should I want to do a thing like that?
That's what I want to know.
You're imagining things, Mr. Compton.
Yeah? And how come you know my name?
Oh, well, you're a celebrity. Everybody knows Ken Brady and the fella he's grooming to follow in his footsteps. Why, it's one of the big success stories of our time.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Okay, Compton, I'll put it to you straight. You going right home?
Why?
A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Who?
Nick Daniels.
What does Daniels want with me?
Oh, then you've heard of the boss.
Maybe.
Then you know that Daniels ain't no two-bit up.
I know his territory is Indianapolis. What's he doing in New York?
That's what he wants to talk to you about. I got a car around the corner.
I'm sorry. I never take rides with strangers.
Look, Compton, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep on walking and heaven bless you. But Daniels said, Eddie, you bring Compton to my place, so you see the position that puts me
That's your tough luck.
Oh, no, friend. It's yours. Oh.
You must really enjoy your work, Eddie. What'd you hit him with?
Hey, Nick.
I heard it.
Think it could be the cops?
No, Brady wouldn't have missed him this fast.
You want me?
No. I'll take care of it. You look after our friend here. Just a second. I'm coming.
Hello, Nick.
What are you doing here, Claire? I thought I left you in Indianapolis.
Well, you're such an irresistible creature, I had to follow you. I want to talk to you.
You'll have to pick another time. I'm all jammed up.
With what? Oh. Well. What goes on under our little roof?
That's none of your business. Now, will you leave?
Isn't that handsome hunk of man on the bed Al Compton?
Didn't I tell you to beat it?
All right, darling, if you don't want me to stay.
Hold it, Claire. I changed my mind.
I thought that was a woman's prerogative.
You wouldn't be thinking of going up to see his boss, Ken Brady, would you?
Would you mind?
Very much. You don't want to jump to conclusions, Claire. Mr. Compton just dropped in to chat. He had a couple too many, and he passed out.
That hard stuff is awful, isn't it? Especially when you get it from the end of a blackjack.
Now, listen, Claire.
Sure. What's it worth to you?
What's what worth to me?
Keeping my mouth shut.
$1,000.
Oh, now, Nick.
Now, make up your mind, baby. If you don't want it, that's all right with me, too.
Now, don't be cheap, darling. After all, in your bracket, how much can you keep?
I
anyway?
said I'll give you $1,000. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Though I'd like to try for two.
Look, Nick, you're going to talk all night with that dame we got work.
Just a second, Eddie. Listen, Claire, I want you to take a little walk for a while. Come back in a couple of hours.
4:30 be all right?
5 will be even better.
And you'll have that money ready.
I said I would. Okay, Eddie, get him up.
Come on, Compton. Wake up.
Let me alone.
Come on, you can go back to sleep after the boss talks to you.
Huh? Hello, Compton.
Oh, you're Nick Daniels, aren't you?
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about this fella, but I had to talk to you.
No good.
Sit down.
Now, I've got a proposition for you, Compton.
I'm not interested.
Why don't you hear me out? I've been doing a little checking up on you. They told me you're Brady's fair-haired boy. Treat you like his own son.
So?
So I'm going to show you how to commercialize on it. Now, I'd like to open up a couple of gambling clubs around town.
You're crazy. You think Brady would stand for it while he's in the business?
That's just it. He's not going to be in business much longer.
What do you mean?
We're going to knock off his club regularly.
What?
Yes. And when his customers see the rough stuff that goes on, I don't think they'll be flocking there anymore.
You're out of your mind, Daniels.
You don't think it'll work?
No, we got spotters all over the place. It's armed like a fortress. How are you going to get your boys past the guards?
That's where you come in.
You think I'd sell out Brady after all he's done?
I think you'd sell out your own mother if the price were right.
Look, you can take your money.
Well, who's talking about money? There are other things in life besides that.
You're not making sense.
Ever hear of a man named Sam Richards?
No.
Funny. I found a guy in Mobile who's willing to identify you as the lad who killed Richards in a fight over some girl.
That's a lie.
Seems this friend of mine was living across the street and saw the whole thing from his window.
You're bluffing.
You think so? Well, take a look at these pictures.
Where did you get them?
Oh, I forgot to mention that this friend of mine is a camera enthusiast, and he thought a picture of you bending over the body might come in handy.
Well, you're not frightening me, Daniels. Brady knows all about that mess.
Yeah, but the cops don't. What do you say, Compton? Do you cooperate?
When will I get the pictures?
Don't give them a thought. I'll deliver right after you do.
Judy, so you see the spot I'm in. Either way, I'm a dead duck.
What does this Nick Daniels have on you, Al?
Oh, that's unimportant.
It can't be if you told him you'd cooperate.
Listen, Judy, I swear all this happened long before I ever met you.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I just can't, that's all. Just take my word for it that Daniels wasn't sounding off. If I double-cross him, it can mean my life.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, what can I do? When I came to New York, I was a bum. Brady took a liking to me. He gave me a job.
You mean you're going to tell him about Nick Daniels?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Al.
You got a better idea?
Yes. Why don't we leave town?
How far do you think we'd get? Daniels probably has a boy now watching the hotel.
Then why don't you do what Daniels wants? Brady'd never suspect
Will you forget it?
If you really loved me,
I do.
Then don't say anything to Brady.
Just get out of my way, Judy.
No. I won't let you go, Al.
You can't stop me.
I can try. Oh. Al. Al!
Go away. There's nobody here. Oh. Yeah?
Let me talk to Mike Waring, please.
He ain't here.
What's the matter, kid? Did I wake you?
Oh, that's a pretty ridiculous question, Corbett. What do you want?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to do you a favor.
Look, Sergeant, I don't like guys doing me favors at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, Mike, if you don't want to meet her.
What are you babbling about?
I just picked up a little number who's out of her mind to meet the Falcon. You interested?
Nope.
She's blonde, 5'2".
I said I wasn't
a figure that would put Venus to shame.
Oh. What's her name?
Judy Wainwright.
Never heard of her.
You will. She just killed Al Compton.
Ken Brady's boy?
That's right. She wants to hire you.
Is that why you called me?
Yeah.
Well, tell Miss Wainwright I'm not interested.
Ah, you're being smart, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, strictly between you and me and the guy who's hiding under your racing form, this little girl hasn't got a prayer.
Not a chance, huh?
No. She's up the well-known creek without a paddle. I bet the jury won't take 20 minutes to strap her into the chair. You want to hear the story she tried to give us?
No, never mind, Sergeant. You always foul up a story. Tell Miss Wainwright I'll be over to hear it myself.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. While Mike is on his way to listen to Judy Wainwright's story, I have a little success story I'd like to tell you. It's about a hostess I know who helped make her latest party a special success by serving extra delicious appetizers. Here's how she made them. She took small strips of dried beef, spread them with Kraft's tempting relish cheese spread, and then just rolled them up jelly roll fashion. Good eating? I should say so. Mighty good eating. And of course, it's no wonder, because Kraft relish cheese spread has a flavor that's delightfully mild and yet tantalizing. And it's smooth, creamy smooth, for easy spreading, too. And like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft relish is a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Kraft spreads are perfect for appetizers and for between-meal snacks and sandwiches, too. Try Kraft pimento, Roca, Kraft pineapple. In fact, try all 9 grand varieties. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, Kraft cheese spreads are America's favorites because they're so delicious. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett, acting at the behest of Judy Wainwright, got in touch with Mike Waring. And now, at a local jail, while the Falcon listens, Miss Wainwright talks for herself.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Waring. I didn't kill Al.
Then how come you didn't see the murderer?
Because my back was to the door.
And you didn't hear it open?
No.
How do you explain the gun being found in the room?
The killer must have thrown it in.
Mm-hmm. And how did your fingerprints get on it?
Oh, I don't remember. I was so dazed I probably picked it up without thinking.
And you weren't so dazed that you couldn't pack a bag and head for the nearest bus line where the cops grabbed you.
I tell you, I didn't know what I was doing.
Mm-hmm. You had a fight with Compton, didn't you?
No. I was crazy about it.
Then how come the people next door heard you arguing? Corbett tells me they heard Compton say he was walking out on you and you wouldn't let him go.
That's a lie.
Did you or didn't you say you were going to stop him?
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on, Mr. Waring?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll get someone else. Falcon's not the only private detective in town.
Okay, Angel. No hard feelings. Hey, Sergeant.
No. Wait, Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Okay. Suppose we start with the last question I asked.
Well, Al and I were arguing, but it wasn't over what you think. Al worked for Ken Brady.
You're not telling me anything new.
Well, late last night, a man came to Al with a proposition. Either Al helped him ruin Brady's club, or else.
Or else what?
I don't know. It was blackmail of some sort.
Or what was Compton's decision?
He was going to tell Brady the whole story, even though it meant his life. That's why I wouldn't let him go.
Mm-hmm. And would you know the name of the party who tried to blackjack him into line?
Yes. It was Nick Daniels.
Oh, the gentleman from Indianapolis?
I think so. Do you know him?
No, but I've always wanted to. And this may be my chance. Hey, Sergeant, I want out.
Want me to get that, Nick?
Don't trouble yourself, Claire.
No trouble at all. Hello? Yes, just a minute. It's your Indianapolis call, Nick. The operator says she's ready with Wilson.
Just tell him I won't need those strong-arm men I asked him for.
Anything else?
No, just say I'll be back in a couple of days.
All right.
Go right on, Claire. I'll take care of it.
Hello, Wilson. Nick asked me to relay some dope to you. Yeah, about those men. Look. You want to...
Hello, Nick.
Do I know you?
Oh, not like you're going to. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Well, I'm working for a girl named Judy Wainwright.
I don't believe I know her.
She was engaged to Al Compton.
Oh. Too bad it was broken.
Then you know he was murdered, huh?
Sure, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Yes, very. But doesn't it strike you strange that he should be knocked off right after you worked on him to double-cross Brady?
Who told you that?
Little birdie.
What's this little birdie's name?
What difference does that make?
It's got a long tongue. Maybe somebody ought to pull it out. Eddie.
Yeah?
First game?
Right.
Get your hands off me.
Shut up.
Nick, what are you doing?
I said, get your hands off me.
I heard you the first time.
Why, you...
Tough guy, huh?
Come on, break it up.
Let go.
I said break it up. Quit playing around, Eddie. Use the sack.
No, you don't. I can't. He's got my arm.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to take a hand. You all right, Eddie?
My arm feels like he tore it out of its socket. It's dirty.
Make him stop, Nick.
I'll fix him.
Cut it out, Eddie. Waring. Waring.
He's out cold.
Give me that vase.
You're not going to hit him with it.
Will you shut up? Lift his head up, Eddie.
Right.
That's fine.
No, don't.
It's only water, Waring. It can't hurt you. Want a drink?
No.
Suit yourself. Who told you about my deal with Al Compton?
That's none of your...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Nick, stop it.
I told you to keep out of this, Claire. Well, Mr. Waring?
You don't think I'd tell you?
Sure I do.
Well, you're going to be disappointed.
Okay, Eddie. Take off his shoes.
Hey, what's the idea?
I'm going to show you how we make it hot for guys like you back in Indianapolis.
Nick, you wouldn't.
No? We'll watch and see. You got a match, Eddie?
Sure.
No. Nick!
Well?
He still ain't talking, Nick.
What'd you come out for? Go back in there with Claire and work on him till he does.
That's no use. He's out cold. From the looks of it, he will be for another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, that's fine. Now, how am I going to find out who told him I got to Compton?
Maybe he just guessed it.
No. You don't guess things like that, Eddie. Somebody's been talking out of turn.
Maybe it was Claire.
Maybe. Then again, maybe it was you.
Well, what kind of a crack is that?
Claire stood to make it grand if things had broken right, so take it any way you like.
All right, Nick, as long as you mentioned it. Where do I stand in this deal?
I told you that before.
Before, things were different. I was supposed to get 5% of everything you made in New York.
So?
So right now, the best you can hope for is to keep your health. If Brady ever hears of this stunt, you won't live long enough to regret it. Where does that leave me?
The same place it leaves me.
Well, not quite. You got dough. I haven't.
That's tough.
But only on you.
What's the idea of the gun, Eddie?
I want 10 grand for my trouble.
What?
You heard me.
I haven't got it here.
Don't hand me that.
I'll let you look at my wallet. I'm fresh out. Cost me plenty to start operating.
You got plenty more in your safe.
Sure, but that's down in the office.
All right, let's go to the office.
Okay, Eddie. When a fella's got something coming to him, I'd be the last one to stop him from getting it. Let me get my coat.
Take it easy, handsome. You're going to be all right.
Who are you?
You're not being very flattering, Mr. Waring. I was kind of hoping you noticed me when you first came in.
Oh, I did.
You had me worried for a minute. I thought I was slipping.
And what time is it?
9:15.
You mean I've been alone here for almost 3 hours?
Not alone, honey. I've been keeping you company.
Oh, lucky me. What's your name, Angel?
Claire.
Now, what's the rest of it?
Ames. Miss Claire Ames.
Since when has it been Miss?
Hmm?
Wasn't so long ago you were wearing a wedding ring there.
Who told you that?
Oh, I'm clairvoyant. Besides, you still got a band of white on your left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, see how simple it is? Who was the lucky man?
What difference does it make?
Because I've got a feeling it was Nick Daniels.
How did you know that?
Oh, just a hunch. You still married to the guy?
Yes, but don't give up hope, Hanson. I don't think it'll last. I've been thinking of Reno for quite a while.
How would Nick like that?
He wouldn't.
How'd you get into this mess, anyway?
Nick promised me $1,000 if I'd help him, and I needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Did he and Eddie kill Al Compton?
Use your head. What was their percentage? Compton was their boy.
Well, where are they now?
They left about 2 hours ago from Nick's office.
What do they do with my shoes?
Don't be a fool, Waring. You can't hobble around in your condition. You just lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Oh, don't you bother. I'll live through it. Too bad I can't say as much for your husband. Where's Nick's office, Claire?
Last one down the hall. Look, Mike, what's your interest in this case?
Well, isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Al Compton's murderer.
Why?
Because I've got a client named Judy Wainwright. The police think did it.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. So that's where the leak was, huh? That's how you knew that Nick approached Compton.
Uh-huh.
And the police think that your client is guilty.
Yep.
What makes you so sure she isn't?
Oh, I don't know. Call it blind faith.
I wish I could find someone to believe in me that way.
Well, maybe we could work out a deal.
Maybe.
This the place?
Yes.
Who's the Star Trading Company?
That's the name Nick is using in New York.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nobody...
What's the matter?
I spoke too soon. The door's open. Where's the light switch?
I've got it.
Well, awfully careless of Mr. Nick Daniels to leave his office in this condition.
Hmm?
Doesn't it strike you as being sloppy?
No.
Well, obviously, we both can't be looking at the same thing. And the first thing I noticed was that open closet. And the next thing I saw...
Eddie!
Yes, that's who it is, Claire.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Just to mention one thing, he's dead. Hand me the phone, Angel. I got to call the police.
Precinct, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Well, where you been keeping yourself, friend? Your client's been asking for you.
Now, you tell Miss Wainwright she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof that she didn't kill Compton.
What do you call proof?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body.
Say that again?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body. Nick Daniels' boy. Someone let him have a butcher knife right in the back.
Where'd you find him?
In Nick's office.
How do you figure that clears Miss Wainwright?
I'll explain it all when I see you, Sergeant. But it stands to reason the same party who killed Al Compton killed Eddie.
I still don't see how that gives the girl an out.
Oh, come off it. What's wrong with you, Corbett? Eddie's been dead for less than an hour. And for the last 5, you've had my client under lock and key.
Guess again. Miss Wainwright raised 10 grand worth of bail at 7 o'clock tonight. That was 3 hours ago.
You're joking.
If you think so, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough is a gentleman named Nick Daniels. Ain't that enough to kill you?
This is Jack Costello again, friends, and I'd like to say a few words about those 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. That's right, I said 9. There's a variety to please every taste. There are the creamy, mild-tasting ones like Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft Limburger, Smoke Hell, and Kraft Cheese and Bacon Spread. All of them are delicious and good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring received the news that Judy Wainwright's bail was furnished by Nick Daniels. And now, with the gorgeous Mrs. Daniels in tow, the Falcon tries to locate the good deeder.
Listen, Claire, you're sure Daniels wouldn't go anyplace but this apartment?
Well, it's either here or his office.
But the doorman said he hasn't been back since he left.
Yes. Obviously, he knew whereof he spoke. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to sit and wait.
That seems like a smart idea.
Want a drink?
Don't mind if I do.
Say when.
When?
Here's to what we both want.
Wait a minute. Does Nick have a hotel suite anywhere?
Not that I know of.
Where could he have taken Judy?
Why are you so worried about her?
You don't know how important that little lady is in my scheme of things.
You think she killed Compton and Eddie?
Well,
do you, Mr. Waring?
Judy, where's Nick?
Right behind her.
Huh?
So try anything funny and you know what'll happen.
Why don't you let him bail you out, Judy?
I thought you sent him.
You'll forgive me for using your name, friend.
How did you find out about her?
I'm a gambler, Waring. I play hunches. This one paid off right on the nose.
Oh. Speaking of hunches, Nick, I've got a honey of my own.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a feeling that one of the things you're not expecting is this. Get down, Judy. That's not nice, Nick. Drop that gun. Come on, drop it. Cut it out. You're breaking my arm. And I'm going to start on your neck.
Mike, stop it.
Let go of me, Claire.
You'll kill him.
That's the general idea. Come on, Nick, get up.
Let him be, Mike. He didn't kill Al Compton.
No?
No. How would he know Compton was going to double-cross him and tell Brady? I tell you, Nick had no motive.
Who said he did?
What?
I never claimed he had a motive, Claire. I just don't like this guy on general principles.
I don't get you.
No. I'll see if this is any better. You killed Al Compton.
You're crazy.
And what's more, you killed Eddie Nichols when he stumbled on the truth.
You let go of me.
Now, don't struggle, Angel. Because now that I've finished with Mr. Daniels, I'd just as soon start on his missus.
So it was Claire who was the villain of the piece.
Mm-hmm.
But why did she kill Al? She had nothing against him.
Well, that's what made this almost a perfect crime, Judy. She had no motive, but her husband did.
You mean it was a frame?
That's right, Angel. You see, if Claire played ball with her husband, all she stood to gain was $1,000. But if Nick went to the chair for the murder of Al and Eddie, then, as his widow...
She stood to come into a fortune.
Now, you got it. While I was out cold, she followed Eddie and her husband to the office, where she let Eddie have it.
And you mean to tell me Nick just stood by and did nothing?
What was your reaction when you saw Al die?
Oh.
I recall you were a little on the bewildered side.
Yes, that's true.
Well, the same thing happened to Nick.
But didn't Claire say she was with you while Eddie and Nick were gone?
What could you expect her to do, break down and confess? After that going over I got, I was in no condition to tell whether or not she was lying.
Well, I still find it hard to believe she was in that hotel room while I was arguing with Al.
Why? You were both so worked up you didn't notice the door open.
Oh, now admit it. You're guessing.
No, she had to be in that room, Judy. You see, she knew something she never could have known otherwise. That Al was planning to double-cross Nick by telling his boss the whole story. Now, Nick didn't know that. The only reason he was giving up the scheme of breaking Brady was that, with Al dead, it didn't stand a chance of working. Now, is it clear?
I see.
Good.
I only wish there was some way I could pay you for all you've done.
Oh, there is.
How?
Well, I don't think this is the proper time to go into that.
Why not?
Well, a private detective likes to keep his fees strictly between him and his client, and I've got a feeling we're being overheard. Wait till we're alone, huh?
This is Boy Scout Week, the 41st anniversary of the beginning of the Boy Scout movement in America. All over the country, special Scout activities are in progress, including Scout open houses to which the public is invited. The Kraft Foods Company salutes the Boy Scouts and urges all America to support this character-building work among our youth. Why not get in touch with your local Scout organization this week? Drop in and get acquainted with the Scouts, their leaders, and their program. The case of the superfluous murder. The case of the superfluous murder. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if a woman wants something badly enough, not even murder will stand in the way. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Groucho Marx joins Tallulah Bankhead's big show today. Be sure to hear it on NBC. The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cornelia. I'm glad you called, but I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. Tonight I'm tied up with a character who tried to pull off a legal swindle. He found a loophole in the law, but we found a bullet hole in him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Stooges' errand. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Stooges' errand. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and tall, slender Rog Saunders has just come out of his apartment building, accompanied by his squat, cigar-chewing companion, chauffeur, bodyguard, and canasta partner, Jocko Quinn. As they approach Saunders' new foreign-made racing job, they see a man walking around the car, steady and appreciative.
Hey, boss, Macy.
So I see, Jocko. So I see. Well, Macy, like it?
Oh, hello, boys. Yeah, Saunders. Beautiful automobile. Wish I could afford one like it, especially if I already had 2 other cars.
What's on your mind, Macy? What are you doing here?
You know the answer to both those questions, Saunders.
It couldn't be money by any chance.
On the nose. A genius. Not that I like to be mercenary, you understand, but if my money is going to be buying in fancy automobiles, it ought to be buying them for me.
You know I don't like to be dunned.
Dunned, he says. Look, pal, you borrowed the insignificant sum of only 20,000 berries from yours truly, a mere nothing. And it was only 8 months ago, practically yesterday, and you were going to pay me back in 3 weeks. You're only 7 months late. Done.
You'll get your money.
I've heard that song before. I used to believe it. But you've been living high. When I hear you bought yourself another jalopy, imported yet, I figure this rate's a look-see and conversation about my Mazuma.
Shall I hand him the old scramble,
Let
boss?
go of
No,
me.
Jacko, no. He's entitled to his money. He wants to be small about it.
Small, he says. 8 months.
You're worried because I'm a little fast with a buck. You think I'm tossing the roll.
Look, I didn't ask you any questions when you needed the dough. I figured you were a pal. You said you were going to make some investments, okay. But now, what do you expect me to think?
I have made investments, Macy. I have. Very good investments. All I'm blowing is the velvet. Now, tell me something. You know fighters. What do you think of Pepper Dugan?
Good punch. I don't know how he is on distance. He seemed to tire the last time out.
Tire? Coaster, that's all. Had the decision wrapped up with the ace, so he took 9 and 10 easy.
You know all about it.
I ought to. I own the controlling interest in Dugan.
Oh?
That's where your 20 is, Macy. That's what Dugan cost me 8 months ago, 20 grand. And since then, he's won 3 fights. Big ones. He's worth double the 20 now, at least.
Yeah, could be. So you've seen a profit. Now let me see my 20.
I'll do better, Macy. I'll give you your choice. Cash or what you lent me, plus a 5 for Dugan.
How's that?
I'm offering you Dugan's contract for the 20 I owe you, plus 5 grand more. That's all I'm asking. A profit of 5 G's. You said yourself Dugan is worth plenty, over 25 now.
Yeah, but then why should
you... did me a favor. I'm doing you one. That's all.
I don't know.
Well, it's up to you. Take it or leave it. You want cash, I'll pay you cash. You want Dugan? Just give me back my notes and a check for the balance.
I'll think it over.
You do that, Macy. You just do that.
That's it, Dugan. Now throw your right. No, doggone it, the right. Harry, you throw a right. This time, Dugan, when he does, counter with your right. Now, Harry. No, Dugan. All right, boys, hold it. Will you hold it? Come here, Dugan.
Sorry, Mr. Mason.
What's the matter with you? Harry comes through with his right and you just stand there.
It's his hand. It's hurting again.
What hand?
My right hand. Didn't Mr. Saunders tell you?
Tell me what?
Why, I busted my hand in the 8th of the Gasha fight.
So that's why you slowed down.
Sure. It's a bad break. Doc doesn't know if it'll ever heal right.
And Saunders was doing me a favor, unloading you. Oh, that's just great, that is.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Macy. You think Mr. Saunders gypped you intentionally?
Are you kidding?
I don't know. I always trusted him. He talks so honest.
Sure, he's got a great line.
I don't believe he's a crook. He was always good to me.
He gave you the heave-ho as soon as you slipped a card,
Well,
didn't
he told me he was getting out of the fight game.
Because you busted your mitt.
Could be, but I hope you're wrong, Mr. Macy. I sure hope you're wrong.
Look, kid, I hate to destroy your faith in mankind.
It's not my faith I'm worried about, Mr. Macy. It's my 15 grand.
Your what?
Mr. Saunders held back part of my cut of the gates in the last couple of fights. Said he was going to invest it for me.
Oh, fine.
Mr. Macy.
Yeah, Dugan?
That lawyer you're going to see, do you figure he could take on an extra client?
Hello?
Hello, does Michael Waring live here?
I do.
Oh, you're, My name's Ralph Macy. I need a detective. My lawyer suggested you.
Well, what's your lawyer's name?
George Hollis. What?
Well, if it's a good case, he rates a box of cigars come Christmas.
I just want you to find a man for me.
Well, what did he take, your money or your woman?
How do you know it's either?
Usually is, especially with a lawyer involved.
He gypped me out of $25,000, and another fellow out of 15.
Oh, gypped and skipped, huh?
That's right. And my lawyer tried to reach Saunders. That's the fellow, Rod Saunders. Tried to reach him at his hotel, but he's gone. No forwarding address, just a back bill for over 2 months.
He doesn't miss a trick.
You find him for me?
At $50 a day in expenses, I'll try.
They say the Falcon never fails.
Who says?
Well, do you?
Well, let's just say I never admit failure. All right, Macy, what can you tell me about Saunders?
Yes?
Are you Ivy Gray?
That's right.
Well, they told me Saunders has expensive taste. I see what they mean.
What are you talking about?
You and Roger Saunders. I understand you were good friends.
Were. We still are.
Oh. Well, then maybe you can tell me where to find him.
Maybe I can. What do you want to see him about?
About 10 minutes.
What is it, Ivy? Someone for me?
Yes. He didn't give his name.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're Saunders.
Why not? Isn't that who you wanted?
But it's too simple. I've just started looking.
Looking? For what?
For you. In the first place, I tried.
Who are you? Why are you looking for me?
My name's Mike Waring. Ralph Macy hired me to locate you.
Hired you? You a detective?
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. Waring. You're not the Falcon.
Well, my mistake. I thought I was.
Macy could have saved himself the trouble and expense of hiring you, Waring. Why didn't he call Ivy himself?
Probably didn't think she'd talk. He thought you were hiding.
Why should I hide?
Well, you did check out of your hotel suddenly.
To prevent their throwing me out. I was what is known as in arrears. But I'm not hiding.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I've moved to the Grafton Apartments. Macy can find me there if he likes, but just what does he want?
His money back. He says you gypped him.
What? I did him a favor.
Well, he doesn't see it that way.
Well, if he wants money, he'll have to get in line.
Yeah, so I gather.
And you might tell him the line's not going anywhere.
What's that?
Can't collect what I don't have.
Well, you have 3 cars, a summer estate in Maine, 50 suits of clothes.
Who's been taking inventory?
Macy's lawyer.
Oh. Well, tell him to look a little closer, and he'll find none of it belongs to me. It's all in Jocko's name.
Who's Jocko?
Jocko Quinn, friend of mine. And Jocko owes nobody. So you see, Waring, I'm not in hiding. Nobody can touch me legally because I have nothing to touch.
Yes, I see, Saunders. But when your creditors hear about it, I have an idea they're liable to touch you, and in a way you won't like.
Come in. That you, Dugan?
Yeah, Mr. Macy, I just come from the doctor.
I hope he had good news for you. You'll need it.
Huh?
I got a report from Waring. He located Saunders.
Oh, good.
Good, he says. Saunders has pulled a legal cutie. Handed all his marbles to Jocko.
I don't get you.
You don't get anything, pal. Neither do I. It's hocus pocus with our greenbacks. There's nothing we can do.
Wait a minute. Take it slow, will you?
Look, it goes like this. Saunders has turned all his cash into merchandise. Clothes, cars, houses, whatnot. And he mortgages the whole package to Jocko.
I still don't get it.
The stuff is in Jocko's name. Legally, we can't touch it. But Jocko is just Saunders' stooge. So Saunders has full use of the whole works, and we're out in the cold.
Can he do a thing like that?
He's done it.
That's just great. That's all I need. You know what the doc said?
Your hand still isn't right.
I can't fight for at least a year.
Oh,
That's
no.
what he said. That means no dough coming in. Now I gotta collect from Saunders. That's all I gotta.
So do I, but the question is
If
how.
that lawyer of yours is no help, I'll just have to help myself. If I could only get Saunders sometime when Jocko isn't around. After all, I still got one good hand.
Yeah, Dugan. You've also got a very good point there. I hope something comes of it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few days have passed since Macy and Dugan decided they weren't going to get a legal technicality to stand between them and collecting the money Rog Saunders owed them. They're also not going to let Saunders' stooge, Jocko Quinn, stand between them and the money. But Jocko knows none of this as he enters Saunders' apartment, where he's met by a white-faced Ivy Gray.
Jocko, where have you been?
Just down to get some cigarettes from Mr. Saunders. Why?
Was anyone with him when you left?
No.
Was he expecting anyone?
Only you.
You're sure?
What is this? Where is Saunders? Why doesn't he...
He's in the other room.
Well, why the questions?
Look for yourself.
Huh?
Go ahead. Right in there.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, I'm back. Hey, what's the matter with him?
He's dead. That's what's the matter with him.
Hello?
Is that the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Macy again, Waring.
Oh, have you lost Saunders again?
In a way.
Oh, I thought last time was a little too easy to be true.
I know where he is, Waring. It's not that.
Oh, well, keep it up. You're making great sense.
He's dead.
Oh. Well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Murdered.
Am I supposed to register surprise or sympathy?
Sympathy.
For a guy who gypped his friends?
For me, the police think I did it.
Well, did you?
No.
Why not?
I've been told it's against the law.
Oh, and you never break the law.
Well, I parked overtime once, but I paid my fine.
Okay, you're a model citizen. What do you want me to do about it?
Convince the police.
It'll take more than a character reference.
That's why I'm calling on you. You can find the real killer.
Can I?
The Falcon never fails.
You dreamer, you.
This is one dream that better come true, Waring. All that depends on it is my life.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett.
Well, goody. It's Mike Waring. Did you come down to headquarters to see your client, Waring?
No, of course not, Corbett. I came down to see you.
He loves me.
To know you is to love you.
How did we get into this? What do you want, Waring?
What have you got on the Saunders killing?
He's dead.
Well, thanks so much.
His girl found the body.
Ivy Gray?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's this? List of things you found on the body?
Yeah, just the usual.
Handkerchief, key, package of cigarettes, matches, coins. Any fingerprints in the apartment?
His own, the girl's, and Jocko Quinn's, guy who works for him.
So right away you suspect Macy?
Macy had a beef. Claims Saunders gypped him.
If you suspect everyone whom Saunders gypped...
We do.
Then Macy doesn't head the list?
No.
You brought him down here?
Just for questioning, we let him go.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why?
Since he's my client, I'd like to feel sure he's innocent. And nothing could give me greater confidence along that line than your thinking he's guilty. How's it going, Dugan?
Do I know you?
I know you. I've seen you in the ring.
Oh.
This is what you train on? Irish, straight?
Are you gonna give me a temperance lecture?
No, it's a little out of my line.
Then go away.
Macy tells me Saunders owed you 15 grand. Says you were sore when it looked like you might not get it back.
Oh, Macy says, does he? Macy says. I tell you, he talks too much. I'll fix Macy so he doesn't talk so much.
Like you fixed Saunders?
Huh? Oh, wise guy, huh? Maybe you want something too.
No. You don't do so good with a busted mitt and a stomach full of fog juice, Dugan. Now, come on, I'll help you up.
Oh, my head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my head. Huh?
What's this in your pocket?
What do you mean?
I think I'd better keep this until you come out of dreamland.
Hey, give me that,
You've had too many shots of alcohol to risk letting you take any shots with a gun. Now, come on your feet.
Hello?
Hello, Macy. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. How's it going?
I don't know yet. I've just seen your boy, Dugan, loaded to the gills and packing a rod.
Uh-oh.
You can say that again. He was planning to go gunning for you.
For me? Why?
Well, that was my fault. I tried to get him steamed up to see what he'd say.
And now he wants to feed me lead, hmm?
Yeah, but I've got his cannon.
Oh?
But I thought I ought to warn you anyway, because he might dig up another one.
Thanks, Waring, but I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can, Macy. The question is, can you take care of Dugan?
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Now, why don't you call me Mike?
I hardly know you.
Well, let me in. We'll go to work on that.
Please, Mr. Waring, Roger's death was quite a shock.
Well, then
and
why not help me find out who done it?
What difference does it make now?
A lot of difference. To the murderer.
Well, I'm afraid I can't be much help.
You found the body.
I'd like to forget that.
Were you in love with Saunders?
I liked him.
Because he was a good spender?
Partly.
Of other people's money?
I don't know. I didn't ask where he got it.
I do know.
Look, if you're going to make insulting remarks...
Facts.
Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Just a minute, Ivy. Where was Jocko Quinn when Saunders was killed?
Roger sent him out to get some cigarettes. Now, will you please go?
If you'll answer just two more questions.
Sorry.
I wear 11 E's. You can't possibly close the door.
What are the questions?
Was Saunders absent-minded?
What? No, of course not.
Was he a heavy smoker?
Not especially. And that's two questions.
You're right, you are, Angel. So long. Pardon me, you Jocko Quinn?
Yeah.
Ah, good. I heard that you eat in this bean wagon. In fact, I've heard quite a lot about you, Jocko. It's time we met.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Mike Waring.
Oh? I've heard about you, too, Falcon.
Well, then we ought to get along fine.
You having dinner?
No, I was just looking for you.
Well, I'm finished. Here, sister, keep the change.
Thanks.
Oh, come on, Waring, if you want to talk to me.
Sure.
Now, what do you want?
Information about Saunders' murder.
I don't know nothing.
No. Don't be so modest, Jocko.
I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Saunders sent me out for cigarettes.
You're lying, Jocko.
What?
I said you're lying, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Saunders had a pack of cigarettes on him when he was murdered. He wasn't a heavy smoker, so he wouldn't have sent you out to get him some. So, Jocko, what do you got to say to that?
What have I got to say? Just this?
Oh, no, you don't.
Dugan, you showed up in the nick of time. Thanks for knocking out Waring. You saved me the trouble.
I've been looking for you, Jocko.
Seems everybody's looking for me.
Yeah. Now that I've taken care of Waring, it's your turn. Come here, Jocko.
Hello, Corbett.
Welcome to headquarters again, Ware. Well, look at you. Who stepped on your face?
That's what I'd like to know.
You mean you got your jaw pushed out of shape like that and you don't know how it happened?
That's right.
Well, that's what comes of hitting the bottle.
It feels more like the bottle hit me. But at least I solved the case for you.
Oh, you solved it.
Mm-hmm. I know who killed Saunders.
Are you going to tell me, or do I guess?
Well, let's not wait for miracles. I'll tell you.
Don't do me any favors.
No favor. I have an account to square with Jocko.
Jocko, is he the murderer?
He is.
You don't say.
I do say.
And you have an account to settle with him?
He's responsible for this lump on my jaw.
Thought you didn't know how you got that.
I don't, not the details. All I know, we were fighting, and all of a sudden it's lights, bells, and curtains. But so help me, I'll swear he didn't throw a punch when it happened. My eyes aren't that bad.
He just blew the man down.
I don't know. But I'm going to find out as soon as you pick up Jocko, so get to work on it.
I anticipate your every wish. We've already picked up Jocko. Now all we got to do is put them together again.
What?
Let's go down to the hospital, and you can see for yourself.
Hospital?
That's right, Waring. He was unconscious, but maybe he can talk now. You know, for a couple of boys who didn't throw many punches, you fellas sure did a lot of damage. Hello, Jocko. Visitors.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
You know Waring, Jocko?
Yeah, we met.
Yeah, head on.
But I want to know, Jocko, what hit me?
Dugan, with the sap.
Oh.
Dugan?
Yeah, Sergeant. He come up while we was fighting. He wanted to get Waring out of the way so he could go to work on me.
What's he want to do that for?
He said he was collecting for himself and Macy. He couldn't collect from Saunders no more, so he was going to collect from me.
Yeah, with a blackjack.
Yeah. He got me in his car, tried to get me to sign a paper, and when I said no, he started swinging.
Well, I can see why you didn't want to sign away your stuff after you'd killed a man for it.
I didn't kill Saunders. He always treated me good. Why did I want to kill him?
For all the stuff he put in your name. With Saunders dead, you stand to keep it.
But I didn't kill him.
And how about that lie about the cigarettes?
Okay, so I lied. That don't make me a killer.
Well, why'd you lie?
Because I didn't go out for cigarettes. I went down to Louis' cigar stand to place a buck. I played the numbers with Louis, only I didn't want Mr. Saunders to know because he didn't like me to play. I didn't want to make trouble for Louis, so I tried to keep him out of it. That's all. What's a joke, Sergeant?
I'm not laughing at you, Jocko, but look at Mastermind here. He had the case all solved. There was just one little thing wrong with his figuring. It gave him the wrong answer.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Only an hour has passed since Mike Waring found that a private detective's lot is not always a happy one. Now the Falcon has arrived at Ivy Gray's apartment, still in search of the elusive solution to the case.
Mr. Waring, will you please go away and stop bothering me?
Sure, as soon as you tell me just exactly what happened up at Saunders' place.
I did.
I missed some of the details.
I told you I want to forget.
All right, so let's get the facts straight before you do. You found the body?
Yes.
It was in the back room of the apartment?
Yes.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
After you found the body, what did you do?
Started to leave to call the police. At the door to the apartment, I met Jocko Quinn. He said Roger'd sent him for cigarettes.
Did you tell him about the murder?
No, not right away. I started asking questions. When he wanted to know why, I showed him the body.
And then?
Then I got out of there. Now, is that all?
Just one more question.
What is it?
What are you doing tonight, Angel?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Mike Waring's out here, Sergeant.
He's out there? Well, send him in. I want him to see this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Macy, sit down next to Dugan. You on the other side of him, Jocko.
Okay. Just what is this, Sergeant?
I'm going to prove a couple of points, but we'll wait until Waring gets in here. He's right outside.
Prove, he says. You don't have anything on us.
We'll see. All right, Waring, come right on in.
What are you so all-fired cheerful about, Jolly Boy?
What's the matter, Waring? Still sore that you pulled the boner?
I haven't tossed in the towel yet. Hello, Macy.
Hello, Waring.
And Jocko, what are you doing out of bed?
He's going to wrap this case right around your boy's neck, Waring.
Yeah?
Sure. Dugan told him he was collecting for himself and Macy. That means they were working together. And the beat-up of Jocko was part of a plan.
Plan? This is the first I heard of it.
That's right, Sergeant. Mr. Macy didn't know.
Yeah, well, you told me to
tell you
even
about
if we
any
did
plan.
have a
I was
plan,
trying to get
Shut up, Wally. Shut up.
Corbett, must we go through all this rigmarole?
You shut up, too, Waring. We tried your way. Now it's my turn.
I like my way better.
Except it doesn't work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you got the case solved again?
No, not again. Still.
Huh?
I said Jocko killed Saunders. He did, and this time he's not squirming out of it.
See, Waring, I told you.
Did you, Macy?
Sure, the Falcon never fails.
Yeah, I'll tell that to Sergeant Corbett. For a while, he thought the Falcon had laid a great big egg.
How'd you finally clinch it?
Well, when Jocko ran into Ivy in Saunders' apartment, he told us Saunders to send him out for cigarettes. But I proved that was a lie.
Yeah, but he explained that.
Mm-hmm. But how come he thought he could get away with that lie?
What do you mean?
Well, since Saunders didn't send Jocko out for cigarettes, Saunders would naturally trip him up on it.
But Saunders was dead.
Sure. Only how did Jocko know? Supposedly, he didn't learn of the murder until after the lie.
Oh.
Yes, if he'd been innocent, he'd have thought Saunders was alive in the apartment, and he wouldn't tell an obvious lie involving Saunders right under his nose.
Therefore, he knew Saunders was dead. Therefore...
All right, Waring. I get it.
Oh, good. That's all there is to it.
You're pretty sharp, Waring. Pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe. But there's one angle to this case even I don't get, Macy.
What's that?
I asked Ivy for a date tonight. And if the Falcon never fails, how come I'm spending the evening with you, huh?
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Phyllis. Oh, I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to give me a rain check, Angel. I'm all tied up. But that's only temporary. Some efficiency expert is dropping around to demonstrate that if I plan my work properly, I'll have time to kill.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the puzzling pinup.
Miracle Whip. Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the puzzling pinup. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and a young man named Charles Sylvester Braden II breaks all records dashing up the steps of a small rooming house in New York's West Side. And when he gets to the top floor, he begins hammering on the door of room 413.
Come on, Pat. Open up.
Who is it?
You know who it is. Now open up.
Go away, Charles.
No, you can't send me away like this. I've got to talk to you.
All right, just a second.
Lock it.
No, it's all right. Nobody will disturb us.
I said lock it.
Look, Charles, you're not well.
Don't you believe it for a second. Don't you see, Pat? It was just a scheme to keep us apart. But I fooled them.
Charles, please don't lock that door.
What's the matter, Pat? Don't you trust me either?
Of course I do. It's just that I don't like to see you so upset. Look, I've got an idea.
What are you doing with that phone?
I was just going to call your father.
Put it down.
But, Charles...
Put it down. So you're working with them, too?
No, I'm not.
Then prove it. Marry me.
You're insane.
What did you say?
Nothing, Charles.
You're lying. You were going to say I was insane.
I wasn't, I swear.
I'll give you one last chance. I've got a car downstairs. Will you come with me?
Look, Charles.
Answer me.
But, darling...
All right, Pat. You had your opportunity.
What are you doing with that gun?
I gave you your chance, Pat. You'll have to admit that.
Darling, now, listen to me. I've changed my mind.
How do I know that you won't change it again?
Charles, you can't do this. They'll hang you.
No, they won't. You see, I'll be dead.
No.
Yes, you don't think I'd let you go without me.
Charles, please!
Don't be afraid, Pat. I'll be right by your side. Goodbye, darling.
No! Oh!
Well, I was down in the basement fixing the boiler when I heard the shots, Mr. Shelley. So right away, I got on the phone and called your newspaper.
Anybody else here in Driscoll?
Oh, no, wasn't nobody else home.
What about the cops?
Well, I ain't notified them yet, you know.
That was smart, Driscoll. I'll take care of you. All right, where do we go now?
It's this room here.
Okay, open the door. Well, what are you waiting for?
Your editor, Mr. Wingate, said you'd have a little present for me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll give you 50 when we get inside.
But Mr. Wingate promised me 100.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, thanks.
Now, where's your pass key? Hey, shut that door. What's the girl's name?
Patricia Brooks.
You know the guy?
No.
Pull up the shade. I want to get a good look at his puss. Holy smoke.
What's the matter, Mr. Shelley?
Well, you know who this is? Charles Sylvester Braden II.
Who?
Skip it. Hand me some flashbulbs. They're in that case by your feet.
Oh, okay.
You know, something tells me these shots are going to be every bit as sensational as Mr. Braden's.
Tom?
Hi, Mr. Wingate.
Oh, hello, Shelley. I'm sorry that tip didn't pay off. The way the janitor spoke on the phone, I thought we had something.
Huh? What are you talking about, boss?
The yarn I sent you out on. Whole story just came over the ticker. Cops were just there. Too bad there was nothing to it.
Nothing to it? Do you realize...
Oh, look, Shelley. Maybe in the hick town you come from, a pretty girl committing suicide is big news. But in New York, it happens every day in the week.
Yeah, but what about...
Well, what about what?
Well, what did the cops find?
The same thing you did. Dead girl named Pat Brooks holding a gun in her hand.
Nothing else?
What are you getting at? Should there have been anything else?
No, of course not.
Where are your pictures?
Pictures?
That's what I sent you there for, remember? Where are they?
They ain't. You see, I forgot to take along film.
You what?
I'm sorry, boss. I feel like an awful jerk.
Okay, forget it. At least there was no harm done. But it'll teach you to be more careful in the future.
Oh, yeah. I learned my lesson, Mr. Wingate. I bet I'll pick up plenty from an experience like this. We're in the money. We're in the money.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Charles Braden Sr., please.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Mr. Braden's only son died yesterday in an automobile accident.
Yes, I know. I read all about it, but I still think he'll see me. Tell him it's Walter Shelley of the Gazette.
Who is it, Laura?
It's me, Braden. I'm the guy you spoke to on the phone this morning.
Yes. Won't you come in, sir?
Thanks.
This is the young man I've been telling you about, Laura.
Yes, so I gather.
Miss Allen is my secretary, Mr. Shelley.
Good enough.
Well, now, suppose we get down to business. You told me you had some pictures I might be interested in.
That's right.
May I see them, please?
Sure. Here they are.
Very interesting.
Like a drink, Mr. Shelley?
Well, thanks, dollface. Well, here's to what we all want.
I'll join you in that, sir.
Had time to look at those pictures yet, Mr. Braden?
Yes, indeed.
Notice anything peculiar about them?
I presume you mean that one of the bodies is that of my son, Charles.
Yeah, and he's holding a gun.
So?
So when I heard that the cops only found one stiff, I immediately jumped to the conclusion that you must have taken care of the other by bribing the janitor of the building.
But why should I do that?
Look, let's stop kidding each other, Braden. A guy with your name couldn't stand the disgrace. You wouldn't want to go through life known as the father of a murderer.
There's something in what you say, Mr. Shelley. How much do you want?
10 grand for the set of pictures you've got in your hand.
And how much for the negatives?
Negatives?
Oh, come. You mustn't take me for a child, Mr. Shelley. I'm aware of the elementals of photography. Now, where are those negatives?
Cut it out, Fred. You're choking.
Where are they?
Give me a chance.
All right.
You could have killed me then.
Negatives, please.
Yeah, sure. I got them right here in my pocket.
Mr. Braden.
I'd advise you to put away that gun, sir.
I'm not as smart as you think.
Apparently not.
Wouldn't I be a chump to keep those negatives on me? Oh, no. You're gonna pay for them, mister. And pay through the nose.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Who's calling?
Walter Shelley.
Who?
Walter Shelley. I'm a reporter on the Gazette.
What can I do for you?
You mean, what can I do for you? I understand you're one of the best private dicks in New York.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, the usual reliable sources. Don't they call you the Falcon?
Only when they can't think of anything worse.
Look, will you be home for the next half hour?
Why?
Well, I'd like to come around and drop a fortune in your lap.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's only a few weeks before Christmas, and I like to play Santa Claus nice and early. I'll be seeing you, Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in a quarter of a cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Walter Shelley called Mike Waring with a promise to drop a fortune in his lap. And now we find Mr. Shelley as good as his word.
Yes?
You Waring?
That's right.
I'm Walter Shelley.
Oh, you're ahead of schedule. Come on in.
Thanks.
You said something on the phone about dropping a fortune in my lap.
Uh-huh, and I never lied. Catch.
What's this?
Just what I promised. In that envelope are pictures worth $500,000.
What makes them so valuable?
The pose.
Oh.
You interested?
Go on.
This party will pay off plenty, Waring. I know I've already seen them. We've got all the angles covered.
We?
Got a partner. Of course, that means we'll have to split 3 ways, but it's worth it. Now, this partner of mine has a swell in, see? What we need is someone to handle the detail work. We tried another guy, but he couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm. What made you come to me with a swindle like this?
Well, look, you don't have to take that tone with me, Waring.
Oh, I don't? All right, now get up.
Hey, what's going on in here, Mr. Waring? I was cleaning the hall and I heard a fuss.
Oh, it's nothing serious, George. Will you get rid of this for me?
Huh?
There's character on the floor. Throw him out.
Oh. Come on, buddy. Get up. Come on, pal. I have... Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I think there's something the matter with him.
I know. He ran into my fist.
No. I mean, I can't feel his heartbeat.
You what?
Yeah. I think you killed him.
All right, Waring, let's have the truth now. And don't give me any more stuff about pictures, because we didn't find any.
You didn't?
No.
Why'd you kill Shelley?
I tell you I didn't kill him, Lieutenant.
You admit you slugged him.
Look, Webster, I may brag now and then, but I'm still no Joe Louis. What did the autopsy report say?
Hasn't come in yet.
Well, what are they waiting for?
Hey, Lieutenant, open up, will you?
What do you want, Sergeant?
There's a Mr. Wingate to see Waring.
Wingate?
Well, tell him to beat it. Waring isn't having any visitors.
I've got a court order here, Lieutenant. Maybe you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, let's see that. There you are. Seems to be all right. Open it up, Sergeant. You can have 5 minutes, no more.
It's fair enough. Hello, Waring.
Well, who are you?
Arthur Wingate.
Still means nothing.
I hold down the slot in the Evening Gazette. Shelley worked for me until he came to me this morning with an idea how he could make some easy dough.
Wait a minute. You must be the guy he told me he'd talked to before he came to see me.
That's right. I threw him out.
Well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the story came over the ticker, I thought there might be something I could do for you.
Why should you?
I want this story for my paper, exclusively. And I'm willing to pay for it.
Okay, Wingate. You got yourself a deal. Do you know what was on those pictures of Shelley's?
No.
Did he mention any names?
Not a one.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here are my keys. The superintendent of my building is a character named George Kennedy. Check with him and see what he did with the envelope. And bring it back to me.
Haven't the police got it?
No, the lieutenant told me they didn't find a thing. It may have been brushed aside in all the excitement.
Well, it doesn't sound like much to go on, but keep your fingers crossed, kiddo. I'll do what I can.
Okay, Waring, on your feet.
Oh, you back again, Lieutenant?
Yeah, get your things and get out.
How come I'm being released?
The autopsy on Shelley clears you.
What was it, heart attack?
No. Poison. He got it in a drink about 6 hours before he came to your place.
Well, tough luck, Lieutenant. I know how you must feel. Can I use your phone?
Sure. There's a payphone right over there.
Thanks, Webster. Maybe I can do as much for you sometime.
On Waring.
Yeah?
Don't use any slugs.
That you, George?
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Say, is Mr. Wingate there?
Oh, sure. You want to talk to him?
No, I'll see him later. What did you do with the pictures?
We didn't find him.
Well, they can't have disappeared. They were on my desk before I slugged Shelley.
We ain't there now. We've practically taken the place apart.
All right, stop wrecking the joint. I'll be right over.
That's no use, Mike. We've looked in the desk already.
Yeah, he's right, Mr. Waring. We went over everything with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, I don't get it. Now, George, you're sure when the police removed Shelley's body, they didn't take anything?
I'm positive. I was here every minute of the time.
Yeah, we might as well give up, Mike.
No, wait a second, Wingate. Shelley was standing right where you are when he tossed that envelope in my lap. When I got up to throw him out, it must have fallen to the floor.
Well, I don't see what difference that makes.
Well, I could have kicked it over there, and then that... Hey, wait a minute. What's that under the radiator? Whatever you are, George, you're certainly no detective.
Is that the envelope?
Must be.
Well, let's get a glimpse of $500,000 worth of pictures.
Huh. We was robbed.
What's the trouble?
Oh, well, look. It's a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Brooklyn Dodgers?
Yeah, now you tell me who would pay $500,000 for a still shot of that group when you could go see them in action for $1.25.
You hear that, Mike? 3 a.m.
I don't care. I'm not leaving until I make head or tail of these pictures. What makes them worth all that money, Wingate?
Shelley must have been crazy.
Well, then why was he murdered? Come in.
I hate to disturb you, gentlemen, but I'm looking for Mike Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you Mr. Waring?
What's your name?
My friends call me Laura Allen.
Well, I bet you've got a million of them, Angel. So I can't understand why you should be looking for new ones at this hour.
I'm looking for something else, Mr. Waring. What do you want for them?
What do I want for what?
The pictures.
What pictures?
Don't give me that. Shelley had them before he died. He hasn't got them now, so who does that leave?
Me?
Yes. What's your price?
I suppose I said I didn't care to do business.
It won't do you any good. If you see what I mean.
Mike.
Don't worry, Wingate. I saw it. Take a blind man to miss a cannon that size. Look, would you mind pointing it elsewhere, Laura?
What's the matter, Mr. Waring? Does it make you nervous?
Yeah, I don't know what's come over me these past few days, but I can't seem to keep a thing on my stomach, particularly guns.
You let go.
Come on, Angel, drop it.
Oh.
That's it. Get it, Wingate.
Okay, it's got.
Well, now what are you going to do with me?
Nothing. You can leave whenever you like, Angel.
You mean you're letting me go?
Yeah, sure, I'm a sport. I always throw the little ones back.
Just what are you fishing for, Mr. Waring?
The big one.
Well, I wouldn't if I were you. You know, some big fish are dangerous. And take it from me, this one's a man killer. Good night, Angel.
Shouldn't let her get away, Mike.
Why not? That little lady wasn't going to tell us anything, except what she wanted to.
Yeah, but remember what Shelley said about a partner.
You think that girl...
Well, don't you?
You know something, Wingate? You're right.
Well?
Yeah, she's already gone down the elevator.
Hello, Laura.
Mr. Braden,
That's right.
what are you doing in my apartment?
My dear girl, I think the answer's fairly obvious. I was waiting for you.
And I told you that if I had anything to report, I'd let you know.
Well, you can hardly blame me for being anxious, Laura. Now, where are the pictures?
I didn't get them.
You know, my dear, I find that very difficult to believe. You're such a very determined young lady.
Well, I ran into a very determined young man.
And yet Mr. Waring let you get away,
Yes, and don't ask me why, because I don't know.
You must be tired, my dear.
You're quite right, Mr. Braden. I am tired. I'm tired of trying to protect your precious name. Why don't you pay off and let it go at that?
I don't like to hear you talk that way, Laura. But knowing you as I do, I'm sure you'll never let this little conversation go any farther.
Hello?
Is that you, Waring?
Uh-huh.
This is Laura.
Who?
Laura Allen, you remember?
Oh, sure.
Now listen, Waring, there's something I've got to tell you.
Where do you live?
At the Rainey Apartments. But before you come, I want you to know that I killed Walter Shelley.
Oh, you admit it?
Well, if you want to be convinced... Oh!
Hello, Laura. Laura! And that's all I know, Wingate. Right after I heard the shot, I grabbed a cab and started over here. Then I remembered my promise to you, so I detoured over to your office to pick you up.
I appreciate it, Waring. Hey, what floor do we get off on?
Right here, the third.
Oh, okay. It must be down this way.
Here it is. Laura Allen. Uh-oh.
Unlocked?
Yeah.
So, she did commit suicide after all.
It seems so. Hey, what do you make of this?
Silver cigarette case.
Silver nothing. This is platinum.
Huh?
Yeah, they don't hand these out on push carts. Now, here, look at the engraving.
Can you make it out?
Yeah, to Laura Allen from the tyrant Charles Braden Sr.
Charles Braden Sr.? Hey, this girl moved in the big leagues.
Yeah, so right. And if she was in Braden's employ, then he's the boy who's interested in the pictures, and she was working hand in glove with Shelley.
Yeah, but why would Braden want a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers?
He didn't. The pictures we found must have been phony. Say, wait a minute. Wasn't his son in some sort of a mess recently?
Well, he got killed in an automobile accident.
No, that's too pat. Braden's hiding something.
Who are you calling?
The police.
Well, make it snappy. I want to phone my paper.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
I just thought of something. I heard the shot that killed Laura over the phone.
So?
Well, if she died instantly, who hung this receiver back on the hook?
Yeah, but that means...
Yeah, go on. Say it, Wingate. She was murdered.
But you said she talked to suicide.
Someone could have forced her to by holding a gun in her back.
Who?
That's what I intend to find out. Now, look, I want you to get a fingerprint expert up here.
What for?
The killer made one blunder when he put the receiver back on the hook. Isn't it possible he made another?
I don't follow you.
Maybe he left his prints on the instrument. You got any idea where we can find an expert at this time of night?
Well, you got one down the paper.
Swell. Get him, Wingate.
Where'll I meet you later?
Make it Mr. Braden's. Something tells me he'll probably be very interested in the results. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
My name is Waring.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
You were a friend of Walter Shelley's, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Strange that he entrusted his most precious possessions to you.
I don't think I understand you, Mr. Braden.
I'm referring to the pictures, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. May I trouble you for them? And the negatives, of course.
What's in it for me?
Well, I could promise you any number of things.
Yes, but they'd be just that, promises.
You see my point.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to draw me a diagram.
No. I had only to draw a gun.
All right, put that thing away, Braden. You're forgetting something.
I can't imagine what.
What's going to happen when the police discover you killed Shelley and Laura?
Shelley and Laura? Well, I hardly think there's any danger of that.
Well, maybe I can prove you're wrong.
I beg your pardon?
I think that call is for me, may I?
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello? Is that you, Mike?
Yeah, how'd you make out, Wingate? Did they finish checking those fingerprints?
Yes, but there wasn't a single print on it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What's the matter with you, Mike? Can't you hear me?
Didn't miss a word. Now come up here and bring that report with you.
You look pleased.
Yes, I am. Whose fingerprints do you suppose they found on Laura's telephone?
Nobody's.
What?
You'll forgive me, sir, but I'm afraid I've been guilty of eavesdropping.
Oh, you'll never hear anything nice about yourself that way.
Perhaps not. But then, Mr. Waring, I'm not a very nice person. I think you're going to find that out.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 minutes ago, Charles Brayton Sr. told Mike that he wasn't, quote, a very nice person, unquote. And judging by the gun he keeps trained on Mike, Mr. Brayton believes in telling the truth.
Oh, really, Mr. Waring, you don't know how this pains me.
Well, I'd never guess it, Braden. You certainly hide your grief well.
And you, sir, your fears.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I don't believe you're going to shoot.
Tell me, Mr. Waring, what is your purpose in glancing at that window every 5 seconds? Frankly, I find it very distracting.
That was my purpose. All right, Wingate, grab him. Nice work, Wingate. Now give me the gun.
Okay, here you are.
Now phone police headquarters.
No. My paper comes first.
Well, any way you like, but don't forget the cops.
I don't suppose there'd be much point in appealing to your better nature.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Wingate?
No, I'm just an innocent bystander, Waring. You better leave me out of this.
Oh, that's impossible, friend. You've got a lot to say.
Oh, you mean because I saved your life?
No, because you killed Shelley and Laura.
What are you babbling about?
Murder, Wingate. I'm just wondering who's going to cover your execution for the Gazette.
Gee, I don't get it, Mr. Waring. You mean Mr. Wingate actually killed Shelley and the girl?
Yes, actually, George.
Yeah, but why?
Those pictures.
The ones we found in your apartment.
No. The ones the police found in Wingate's apartment. He got them from my place before he even called you. Then he planted those phony shots and waited for me to make my great discovery.
Yeah, well, why did he do that?
Because he knew I wouldn't stop looking until I found a set of pictures. So he made things easy for me.
Well, I still don't understand why he killed Shelley.
He was Shelley's partner.
Wingate?
Mm-hmm. He was in from page 1, but he got greedy and wanted the whole pie. So he poisoned Shelley and waited for the pictures to drop in his lap.
And instead they dropped in yours.
Well, that he couldn't figure on. But he did okay as it was.
Well, why did he kill Laura?
Oh, he had good reason for that. First, he forced her to confess to Shelley's murder.
Oh, he thought that would leave him in the clear.
Mm-hmm. If she committed suicide, then the case was closed, and he could go ahead and blackmail Braden safely.
Well, how did you know he was the killer?
Remember I told you I sent him to check the fingerprints on Laura Allen's phone?
Yeah, and he said there weren't any.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what gave him away.
Well, I don't see why. Ain't it possible the killer wiped off his own prints?
Yeah, sure. But what happened to mine? I handled the phone after the murder when I was going to call the police.
Oh.
Now, does that answer all your questions?
Well, all but one.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Waring, What was on those pictures anyway, huh?
Ah, you'll never know, George.
Oh, come on. Break down, Mr. Worry. Must have been pretty hot stuff, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed, they were. Some of the hottest shots I'd ever seen. Why, just to handle them would blister your hands.
Yeah? What were they, huh?
Well, they were 8 by 10 blow-ups of the Chicago fire. Good night, George.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Eloise. Oh, I'd love to see you, but I'm afraid you'll have to deal me out tonight, Angel. Mm-hmm. I have a job to do for some characters who got involved in a stiff poker game. Started out nice and friendly, but before they got through, they found they were playing for blood.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the raw deal. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the raw deal. It's Sunday night in New York, and in room 508 of the Room Hotel Westland, 4 men sit around a table on which stand a couple of beer bottles, some glasses, butt-filled ashtrays, $65,000 in cash. Gilbert Bannister, eldest and fattest of the group, studies the 5 playing cards in his hand, then places them face down on the table, picks up the deck, turns to the tall, blond young man on his left.
How many, Summers?
I'll take 2, Bannister.
2 it is. Kress?
I'll play these. Pat, huh? Looks like your luck's changing, Kress.
Maybe. Well, how about you, Freitag?
Yeah, I have to think about this pet hemp of Kress's.
Yes, who is it?
Bellboy.
All right, come in. Well, Freitag, made up your mind?
Yeah. I think I take 1 card.
Right. There you are. And now you, son, you can put the beer down. What? Say, you're not a bellboy.
Well, what do you know? I guess I'm not.
Look out, he's got a gun.
That's right, Bright Eyes, sharp fella. Everybody sit tight except Fatso. You, Fatso, get up.
Me?
Who else? Get up. Now walk over to the wall and face it. That's right. We do this one at a time. Now you, Blondie.
I guess that means me.
I guess it does. And now, Bright Eyes.
Okay. Only be careful with that gun.
Yeah, sure, Bright Eyes, sure.
No, Baldy, that leaves you. Come on, get moving.
All right. Only first I do this.
All right, hold it, fellas. Stay right where you are. Baldy made a little mistake, that's all. He's sleeping it off. Well, I better clear up this table so you fellas can have some more room. Get all this cash off it. All right, fellas, there we are. Now you can get back to your game. Only, I think this time it's going to be penny ante. So long. Who's that?
Me, Rocky Hagel.
Oh, just a second, kid. Hello, baby.
Hello, Rocky. Hey, you're packing. We going someplace?
I am.
Alone?
Look, I just made a big haul, kid. May have to keep on the move for a while. Can't carry extra weight.
I carry my own weight, Rocky. You know that.
Well, it complicates things. When I'm settled...
You know something? This has all the earmarks of a brush.
Now, believe me, kid.
That'll be the day.
I'm going to send for you.
I can hardly wait. Fact is, I'm not going to wait. You're taking me with you, or it's goodbye now.
And it's goodbye.
Just like that.
That's the way you want it.
I can see you're all broken up about it.
Well, you're not shedding any tears.
I have already. I've seen this coming for a long time.
Well, then maybe it's a good thing we've got it settled.
Maybe it is.
Didn't work out, that's all. No reason to get sore at each other, huh, baby?
Oh, I'm not sore at you, Rocky.
Good.
I'm sore at myself for being such a sucker. Letting you kid me along.
I wasn't kidding. It's just that I...
Not much you weren't.
No, I'm not going to argue about it. It's all over now. Nothing we can do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Rocky. I might think of something. At least it's worth a try.
Hello?
Is Michael Waring there, the Falcon?
This is the Falcon speaking.
Oh, good. My name is Gilbert Bannister. I have a job for you, sir.
What kind of job?
Well, some friends and I were robbed last night, and we want you to find the thief.
Why did you wait till this morning to call me?
Why, I don't know. We were upset. I realize it was foolish. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to apologize. But you may have to kick in with traveling expenses. If it was good pickings, the crook is probably on his way to Timbuktu by now. How much did he take?
$65,000.
Ha! Timbuktu, here I come.
Well, first, can you come over here to the Hotel Westland? We'd like to talk to you.
All right, Bannister, I'll be seeing you.
So I can introduce you to the others, Mr. Waring. Gentlemen, here's the Falcon. This is Harry Summers and Otto Freitag.
Waring, how do you do? You told me there were 4 of you, Bannister.
Yes, that's right, Waring. We agreed to meet here, but Dave Kress hasn't shown up. I called his room, but he's out.
I see.
Well, gentlemen, I've given Waring a brief account of what happened as I remember it, but he wants to check certain points with you.
Surely, Waring, anything we can do to help?
Oh, thanks, Summers.
But I'm afraid there's not much we can tell you. None of us ever saw this man before.
I know, Freitag, but you'd be surprised at the sort of things that sometimes prove useful in a case like this.
What sort of things?
Well, your head, for instance.
My head?
Yeah, Bannister told me you put up a fight and got clouded for your trouble.
Yeah. Very foolish, I realize now. But I don't see what that has to...
You don't have to see. Let me see. Well, you got quite a lump there. And a cut.
Yeah, he hit me with his gun.
Just what are you trying to prove, Waring?
Well, Summers, you fellows want me to find the man who swiped your dough. So far, Bannister's given me a description. But there are 10 million people in New York, if he stays in New York. I'll need more than just a description.
Well, how do you think this bump on my head will help? You think maybe he left fingerprints?
No, it just seems to me that the easiest way to find our boy is to discover
which one of you he's working with.
What do you mean?
Now, just a minute, Waring. Are you accusing one
Well,
of
the
us?
crook knew there was a game going on in here.
Well, we're here for a convention, Waring. There are nearly always card games in the evening.
Yes, but not with $65,000 in cash on the table.
Well, that's true,
This was
but
a big game, and the crook selected this room.
still it's preposterous to think that one of us... Well,
Bannister, are you trying to tell me that you boys all have complete trust in one another?
More or less. I don't think we'd care to accuse each other of, well, thievery.
Mm-hmm. Why were you playing for cash?
Well,
He is right, Bannister. He's absolutely right. We didn't trust each other's checks. How can we trust each other's words?
That's it, Freitag.
Get out of here, Waring. Your services aren't required after all. I'm not going to have my friends insulted.
Or yourself.
Or myself. Get out.
Now, just a minute, Bannister.
Now, you keep out of this, Freitag. Well, Waring?
All right. I'm going. I see I got a little too close for comfort.
What do you mean by that?
Here, keep your hands to yourself, Bannister. Just had the suit cleaned.
What did you mean? I told you to lay off. Oh.
You change your mind again, you know where to find me. Now, so long, gentlemen.
Just a minute, Waring. Were you accusing me personally?
Look, you're too touchy, Bannister. I was suspicious of all of you. That's why I wanted to see Freitag's head, to see if he'd really been clouded or was just faking.
So that's why you wanted to find out if I was really hit or just pretending, hmm?
That's right. A staged fight would make a nice cover if you were in the deal. But that blow is a little too hard to be a phony.
Yeah, I'm glad you realize that.
Unless your Confederate got a little overenthusiastic. That could have happened too, you know.
For a moment I was hoping you were going to clear me.
Well, chances are I'm going to be able to clear all of you. If you still want me to.
But you said one of us
I said one of your card party, Summers. How about the one who wasn't here?
Cress?
Yes, Bannister says he's not in the hotel.
Yes, but he could have gone out to breakfast.
So he could. He could also have left town.
What are you doing now?
Finding out. Hello, desk, please. One will get you 5. He's checked out.
What'll we do if he has?
Look for him. Am I still working for you?
Well, I guess you are, Waring.
All right. Hello, can you tell me if David Kress has checked out yet? Mm-hmm.
Well?
They're looking it up. Hello? Yes. What's that? You sure? All right, thanks.
Well, has he?
No, Bannister, he hasn't.
Looks like we've hired us the wrong detective.
Maybe so, Summers. I could have sworn Kress had skipped. I don't know how to figure this one.
Or maybe that's him now.
I'll go see.
Are you Gilbert Bannister?
Yes?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department.
Police?
Corbett! Don't tell me you've been transferred to missing persons.
Oh, you would be here, Waring. No, I'm not missing persons. And if I was, I wouldn't be looking for you.
Are you looking for me?
Don't make me laugh. I came up to talk to Bannister. Understand he's a friend of Dave Kress.
That's right, Sergeant. What about Kress? Has he done something?
It's the other way around.
What's that?
Yeah, Bannister. Somebody pumped a couple of slugs in him. He's dead. Waring, why don't you toddle along? There must be some mentally underdeveloped girl who just loved to hold hands with you.
Well, you know me, Corbett. Business before pleasure. I'll help you search Kress's room.
If I find anything important, I'll let you know.
Yes, but how will you know what is important unless I'm around to point it out? Now, come on, let's go in.
Scram?
No, you don't mean that. You couldn't do without me.
Wouldn't I love to try it sometime?
Come on, open the door.
Well, remember, you don't touch anything.
I wouldn't dream of it.
It's not dreams I'm worrying about. If I catch you trying to snitch any clues...
Believe me, Corbett, you don't have a thing to worry about in that store.
I hope not.
I guarantee it. I positively guarantee you won't catch me.
Very funny. Anyway, I warned you. Any monkey business, and I throw the book at you for obstructing justice. If you think I'm going to let our friendship stop me...
That's a new name for it.
Drop dead, Waring.
Yeah, sure, later. Right now we've got... Hey, look at this.
What is it?
A card with a name and phone number typed on it.
Let's see that.
You're welcome.
Get me Plaza 93098. Yeah.
You don't believe in wasting time, do you, Corbett?
Can't hurt to check. Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Rockwell. He has, eh? When? I see. Okay, thanks.
Checked out last night.
Well, that fits. He must be the guy I'm looking for.
Maybe.
Some merry-go-round. Go on a chase for Kress, he winds up dead. Then widen the chase to who he was working with, he winds up gone.
Well, if that kind of luck's gonna hang on, do me a favor, will you, Waring?
Yeah, sure, what's that?
Go chase yourself, huh?
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfined for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A day has passed since Mike discovered the probable name of the man he is hired to find. And with the name to go on, he's been checking with people who knew the fellow. So he winds up at the cashier's desk in a small downtown cafe.
Hello, Hazel.
Do I know you?
Well, if you don't, here's your chance. My name's Mike Waring.
Can't you see I'm busy?
All right, go ahead, make change. I won't interfere.
What do you want?
Where can I find Rocky Rockwell?
Why ask me?
You're his girlfriend.
Don't make me laugh. Rocky doesn't have any friends, girl or otherwise.
Well, if you're not his friend, you have no reason to try to shield him.
Who says I'm trying to shield him?
You won't tell me where to find him.
I don't know. Why do you want him?
Well, if you're no friend, it shouldn't matter.
It does.
Why?
Well, if you're going to make trouble for him...
What makes you think that?
You said I was shielding him. That smells like trouble.
So you won't tell me where he is?
I told you I don't know where he is. But if I could be sure you were going to make enough trouble for him, I might try to find out.
Front, please. Front.
Ah, Waring. Hello there.
Oh, hello, Bannister. I'm just going up to your room.
Well, I'm glad we caught you.
Oh, Summers.
Waring.
Freitag.
Hello. Well, shall we tell him what we decided?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, suppose you get to it. The suspense is boring me.
Well, Waring, it's just that the situation has changed.
Oh, has it, Summers?
Certainly. We hired you to track down an unknown thief. Now, he's no longer unknown.
His whereabouts aren't.
True, but now that he's wanted for murder, Mr. Waring, the police will spare no effort to capture him.
No comment, Freitag. Go on.
Well, retaining a private detective is rather expensive. $50 a day plus expenses, that's no small sum.
Mm-hmm. So we settle up and call it a day, all right?
Yeah, of course you understand, Waring. This in no way implies criticism. It's just
Oh,
that...
that's all right, Bannister. Freitag made it clear.
Well, just so we understand each other. We're happy to pay for all you've done.
I see. Well, in that case, you deserve a report. You might be interested to know I've found out who Rockwell's girlfriend is.
So?
So. And I have a date with her tonight. I'm picking her up at her apartment at 8:15. Shall I keep it?
Well, do you think you'll be able to learn anything from her?
Well, Summers, she's taking me to meet Rockwell.
To meet Rockwell? What?
Yes. I kidded her into thinking I was on Rockwell's side. So, chums, do I keep my date, or do you want to leave it to the police?
Well, Waring, we had no idea. I mean, if you're this close, keep on by all means, right, gentlemen?
Why, of course.
Naturally, yeah.
No, well, thanks. I'm overwhelmed by your generosity. Now that I'm a cinch to bring home your 65 grand, you're willing to keep me on the payroll another $50 worth,
Well, I'm
huh?
sorry if you think we were hasty before Waring. It's just that we can't see throwing money away, that's all.
I see. Well, in that case, Summers, next time you play for high stakes, lock the door.
Rocky.
Hello, kid. Let me in.
What are you doing here?
I've changed my plans. Shut the door. I don't want anybody to see me.
It's a little late for you to come running to Mama, don't you think?
Oh, don't be like that, baby.
How do you expect me to be?
Well, I'm here. I came back.
Because you want something.
I just want you, that's all.
You sure acted like it.
Well, I was worried. I had to make a getaway. But after I left, I got to thinking about you.
I'll bet.
Well, I'm here, ain't I? The whole town looking for me. I'm risking my neck being here. What more proof do you want? Oh, baby, come here.
Now, let go. Let go.
I can't be without you, baby. I just can't. Oh, you don't want me to let go? Here's what you want. That's more like it. But look, I can't hang around here. The law's sure to come looking. I got to blow again, baby. Only this time you're going with me.
All right, Rocky.
That's my girl. Now, I got to go see somebody. There's something I've got to settle. Then I'll be back and we'll make our plans.
Yeah.
So long, sweetheart. I'll be seeing you.
Bye, Rocky.
Hello?
Mr. Waring?
Yeah?
This is Hazel Gardner. You asked me to call if I had any news for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I know where you can find Rocky.
Where?
At my apartment. He was here just a few minutes ago. He'll be coming back. What's so funny?
I tried to bluff, and it turns out to be on the level.
What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't feel like quitting right when I was expecting a break. Only this isn't the break I expected.
I still don't get it.
Well, I'll be right over to wait for Rockwell to get back, and I can explain then.
All right, I'll be waiting.
All right, goodbye.
Bye.
Was that on the phone, baby?
Rocky, I didn't hear you come back.
You didn't answer my question.
How long have you been here?
Never mind. Who are you talking to?
No, nobody. Nothing important. Why?
Well, because, like I said, I have something to settle. But I'm beginning to wonder if I'm going to have to go out to settle it after all.
No, Rocky, let go!
Come back here.
Rocky, please!
Who are you talking to?
Oh,
Who was it?
Rocky, you're hurting me.
Baby, I'm just beginning.
Hello?
Is that Hazel Gardner's apartment?
Yeah, hello, Corbett.
Is that you, Waring?
Uh-huh. You want to talk to Hazel?
No, I want to talk to you.
Well, fancy that. How'd you know I was here?
Harry Summers told me you had a date with the girl.
Well, I did. It seems somebody beat me to it. She had it going over.
Huh? She's not dead.
No, but kind of the worse for wear.
Who did it?
I think it was Rockwell, but I'm not sure. She doesn't make much sense yet. That's how come I answered the phone.
Well, see if you can straighten her out and get her over here right away, will you?
Over where?
Hotel Wesleyan. I'll meet you in Summers' room. I want to talk to the girl and you and the 3 card players.
But Corbett, if they told you I was here, didn't they tell you what I was doing here?
Yeah, waiting for Rockwell.
That's right. But you want me to wait to see if he shows up?
He's not going to show up.
How do you know?
Because he's been murdered, too. That's why I want to see you.
Oh, hello, Waring. Hello, Summers. Sergeant Corbett here.
Yeah, Waring, I'm here. Come in. Come in.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Hazel.
Bye.
Yeah, you better sit right down there.
Thanks.
All right, Waring. Got any bright ideas?
About what?
The case. You're supposed to be so sharp.
Why, Corbett, you're not asking for my help.
Yeah, I'm asking. This case doesn't make sense, so it ought to be right down your alley.
I love that man.
Started out nice and simple. Cress and Rockwell pull a robbery, fight over the take. Rockwell knocks off Cress and scrams. But now somebody knocks off Rockwell.
Well, that's not such a terrific switch, Corbett.
Maybe not, but how about Bannister and Freitag?
Yeah, what about them? I've been wondering why they're not here.
He's been wondering. They were supposed to have dinner with Summers tonight and didn't show up. They're not in their rooms, and no one knows if they'll be back.
Wait a minute, Corbett. Are you trying to tell me...
Yeah, Waring, Bannister, and Freitag have disappeared. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Disappeared.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind.
because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett announced that Bannister and Freitag had disappeared. Now, in Summers' hotel room, Corbett paces the floor while Mike, Summers, and Hazel watch him. Suddenly, he wheels and faces the group.
You, Miss Gardner.
Yes?
Summers tells me you're Rockwell's girlfriend.
That's what Waring said.
Didn't you know about Hazel, Corbett?
Stop gloating, Waring. I had routine to take care of. I'd have got around to the girl.
Oh, sure.
Miss Gardner,
Yes?
why did Rockwell slug you?
Which time?
Huh?
He's done it before.
Oh, I mean today.
He was angry.
Naturally, but why? What did you say to him?
When?
Today,
When today? We said lots of things.
when he got angry.
Nothing.
You must have said something.
When he gets angry, he does all the talking.
I mean, before he got angry.
Oh, you said...
Never mind what I said. Let's take it from the beginning. When Rockwell first came into your apartment today...
Which time?
Oh, no. Forget it. Look, about the murder.
Which murder? Rocky's or Cress's?
Rockwell's murder. Waring, stop grinning.
I'm sorry, Corbett.
What about Rocky's murder?
I don't know. Skip it. You, Summers.
Yes?
You know if... Oh, what? Waring, see who it is?
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Bannister.
Bannister. Where in blazes have you been? Where's Freitag?
Freitag? I don't know. Probably on the same kind of goose chase I've been on if he isn't here.
What kind of goose chase?
Well, Rockwell called me.
What? When?
This afternoon. Asked me to meet him at a downtown hotel and said he'd return our money.
Why didn't you tell somebody?
I didn't dare take the chance. He insisted nobody must know. I didn't want to spoil my chance.
So you went alone?
Yes. Kept waiting till I heard on the radio that Rockwell had been murdered. Then I rushed back here.
Mr. Bannister, do you really expect anybody in his right mind to swallow a yarn like that?
Why not, Corbett? Makes sense to me.
I said in his right mind, Waring.
Well, after all, there must be some reason why Bannister dropped out of sight. This could explain it.
So could his killing Rockwell and hiding the money explain it?
Yeah, sure, except he didn't do that.
How do you know?
Because Summers did.
Huh? Are you sure?
No, don't ask me. Try Summers himself. How about it, Summers?
Watch him, Corbett.
I've got him.
No, you don't.
Waring.
Yeah, my turn. Hold it, Summers. You're not going anywhere.
Good going, Waring.
Thanks, Corbett. I suppose a flying tackle is illegal, but then so's murder.
So we made a mistake about Cress, eh, Waring?
Yes, Bannister. He wasn't the one who was working with Rockwell. It was Summers. But something made Cress suspicious of him, and he followed Summers when he went to Rockwell's for the split.
And when Summers found out Cress had discovered his secret, he killed him.
Mm-hmm. And Rockwell was suspected of the murder. But he had no part of it, and he came back to prove it. He had some scheme to get the goods on Summers, but Summers caught on and killed him.
I see. And what made you suspect Summers?
Well, remember I told you I had a date with Rockwell's girlfriend?
Yes.
Well, I didn't mention her name. Just said she was Rockwell's girl. But when Corbett was looking for me, Summers told him to try Hazel's.
Oh, he did, huh?
Uh-huh. That meant Summers knew who Rockwell's girl was, so he was connected with Rockwell.
Oh, yes, I see, Waring. But it's still hard to believe about Summers. Seems such a nice chap. Has such an honest face.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show there are some things you can't take at their face value. Good night, Bannister.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. Now, thanks for calling, Angel, but I can't make it tonight. The fellow was caught playing with matches, and it made him so mad I have to get to him before he gets all burned up.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Flaming Club. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, here's exciting news from Kraft. It's more news about a new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you use this new oil in one of your salad dressings or baking recipes. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a lighter-bodied salad oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients, adds new magic to every recipe it's used in. That's because it's not just refined, it's superfined by Kraft. Tomorrow, when you shop, be sure to get a bottle of lighter-bodied, superfined Kraft salad oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. And now, the case of the Flaming Club. It's late Sunday night in New York when Eric Dean walks slowly to the door of his apartment. He looks through the keys on his key ring for the one which fits the lock. He tries one. And after a couple of tries, gets it in the lock, but finds it won't turn. He's fumbling for another key when he hears someone on the other side of the door.
Eric?
Huh?
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Georgia. Who are you expecting?
Just a minute. Come on in.
Yes, ma'am.
No. You've been drinking.
Is that a fact? Well, who wouldn't be? Went over the books with Larrabee tonight. We keep getting further in the red. In fact, we're broke.
Now, isn't there any way to cut expenses?
Cut expenses? Cut expenses? What are we going to do? We fired the band. Got to keep a bartender and a piano player.
Oh, there must be something.
We can stop eating. Cut expenses at home. Cancel my life insurance. Sure, we can cut expenses.
No, there's no use talking about it now. I can see that. But tomorrow...
I don't want to talk about it tomorrow. Just want to sing and dance. Come on, Georgia.
Oh.
Let's dance.
Stop it.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you want to dance? Nobody wants to dance. Nobody wants to have fun. I want to have fun. Lots of fun. Laughs. I want to blow my brains out. $10:30, and we got 6 couples.
Well, Dean, it was your idea to chuck the band.
My idea. They wanted to be paid.
There's only one out.
You mean there still is an out, Larrabee?
One.
What?
Come on in the office.
Okay. Don't tell me you found a sucker we can unload on.
No, nothing like that.
Well, Larrabee?
We could have a fire.
What?
You heard me. A fire. We have insurance.
Are you crazy?
It's been done.
Yeah. People are going to jail for it, too.
Their only chance to get out from under. Can't you see that, Dean?
I don't like it. Where's the bottle?
Now, wait a minute, pal. Nothing to drink until we get this settled.
It is settled. No fire.
Why not? A can of gasoline, a match, and we collect.
I said no, Larrabee. You talk too much. You'd be sure to shoot your mouth off.
You think I'm crazy?
I think if we got away with it, which we probably wouldn't, but if we did, you'd have to start bragging about how sharp we were.
Dean, I give you my word.
I know you, Larrabee. I know you'd start...
What's the matter?
Just a minute. I thought so. All right, Morgan, what's the idea?
Let go, Mr. Dean.
You were listening at the door.
No, honest.
Then what were you doing here? You're supposed to be at the bar.
I just wanted to ask you something.
There's a phone at the bar. There's a phone here.
Dean's right, Morgan. What are you doing here?
Mr. Larrabee, believe me, I
You've been snooping.
No, Mr. Dean.
A snooper and a liar, too. Well, that's all for you, mister. You're through, as of now.
Not so fast, Dean.
What about my back pay? You owe me 3 weeks.
Sue us.
Now, you can't do this.
Don't tell me what I can do. You're fired.
Don't be a fool, Dean. Get back to the bar, Morgan. I'll straighten this out with Dean.
I'm not sure I want that.
Now be reasonable. Dean's upset, that's all. He doesn't realize what he's saying.
Oh, don't I?
No. Well, Morgan?
All right, Mr. Larrabee. If you say so.
That's it, Morgan. I'm sorry about Dean, but we've been having a lot of trouble. And...
I'm not surprised with him asking for it. And believe me, if he keeps on like that, you haven't seen anything yet. What'll it be, mister?
I'd like to see Mr. Dean.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, why do you say that?
Nobody likes to see him.
Okay, then let's say he'd like to see me. He phoned me.
Oh. Well, try that door back there. I think he's in the office.
Thanks.
Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Come in. Oh, good of you to come, Waring. Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, what do you want with the detective?
Tell me, how good are you at shadowing?
Good enough that I don't waste my time at it. If that's all you want, why pay my fee?
This is something special. I got a partner, Mark Larrabee. I want a record of all his movements.
Why?
Does it matter? I want him followed. I'm willing to pay.
You're willing to pay too much.
I want to be sure nothing goes wrong. That's why I want the Falcon.
Funny thing about me, Dean, when I'm on a case, I like to know what I'm doing.
You'll be following Larrabee.
Yeah, that's what I call a lot of information.
I didn't know you were going to be so curious.
It's my business.
Well, I'm going away for a few days. Perhaps I want to be sure Larrabee stays away from my wife.
Yes, perhaps you do. Well, there are a lot of other detectives in town who'll keep tab for you. I'm not interested in that kind of business.
Why not?
I never cared for gossip.
You wouldn't have to gossip, just report.
See what I mean?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm not afraid of Larrabee calling on Georgia.
Yeah, then we're right back where we started.
All right, Waring, if you must know, here it is. Larrabee's been drawing a lot of money out of the business. I can't find out what he does with it. I think he's been gambling. I have to know so I can straighten him out if he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will you take the case?
Well, you know something, Dean? I still think you're lying. But if you're so anxious to dump cash in my lap, I don't see why I should deprive you of the pleasure. Yeah, all right. It's a deal.
Here I am, mister, in this doorway. You looking for me?
No.
How come you've been following me ever since I left the club?
Have I?
Oh, that's brilliant conversation.
Well, I'm not an old coward.
I never would have known. Who are you?
Does it matter?
It matters that you're following me. What's the idea?
Who told you I'd be following you?
I got eyes.
But I haven't been beating tom-toms. How come you spotted me?
You just aren't as sharp as you think.
Or somebody tipped you. Now, who?
Look, just because you're clumsy.
Not that clumsy.
We won't discuss it. You've been following me, and you're going to stop.
Well, what's stopping me?
This, if it has to.
It loaded?
Hang around. You'll find out.
No, I'll take your word. I don't like to set up anyway. Good night, Larrabee.
Hey, mister, I just noticed the time. You're out of luck.
No, not necessarily, driver.
Yeah, but it's after 2. The club will be closed.
Well, I'm not going for entertainment. Just want to talk to the bartender. He may still be around.
Okay, just thought you might want to know.
Oh, thanks.
Some guys raise holy Ned if you don't... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Fire engines.
Hey, look, they're stopping in the next block.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I see the smoke coming out of that building. Hey,
Well, what?
look up there. Isn't that the club where you wanted me to take you?
Is it? Yeah, you're right, it is.
It's on fire.
Yeah, so I see.
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, you women who pride yourselves on your own special homemade salad dressings, now you have something new and wonderful to work with. Now, you know in advance that any salad oil offered to you by Kraft is bound to be good. But Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a good oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil made to blend perfectly with other ingredients. That's because Kraft Salad Oil is not just refined, it's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. You'll find Kraft Salad Oil not only wonderful for your homemade salad dressings, but also for those grand chiffon cakes you bake. In fact, for every recipe you have that requires liquid shortening. So don't wait to try this new Kraft Salad Oil. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring discovered that his client's club could briefly boast of the hottest show in town. Now the Falcon is pushed through the crowd and into the burning building. He makes his way through the smoke and flames to the basement steps, hurries down until he's stopped by a fireman at the bottom.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I wanted to see what started this.
Well, get out of here. You want to get killed?
Fake like I'm a fireman, too, huh?
I got no time for games.
Look, it's just that I've got a hunch there's something phony about this fire. I want... Hey, there's a lot of smoke.
What do you expect?
Well, if I could just see a little... Hey, look over there.
Where?
Behind that pile of boxes. Aren't those a man's legs sticking out from behind there?
I don't see any. Oh, yeah, you're right. Come on. Yeah, here he is.
That's Dean.
Who?
One of the owners of this place.
Well, help me get him out of here. We can get him to the respirator.
I'm afraid artificial respiration won't do him any good.
Well, you never can tell.
In this case, you can't. Look at his chest. He's been stabbed to death. Oh, Corbett. Looks like we've got the fire under control.
Yeah, Waring. Now come on over to the car. I want to get a few things straight.
All right. But isn't it a waste of time, Corbett? You know you'll never keep them straight.
Yeah, that's right, Waring. Make with the gags. Us police don't know from nothing. Takes a bright private op like you to bungle a routine tale so bad a man pulls a gun on you.
I didn't bungle. He must have been tipped.
By who?
Well, that's one thing I'm going to find out.
Really hurts, don't it? And now, Waring, tell me something about this fellow Dean.
I told you. He was going out of town. He wanted me to keep an eye on his partner, Mark Larrabee. I did, with the results that please you so much.
What did Dean expect you to catch Larrabee doing?
Well, he said he was afraid Larrabee was tossing his bankroll down a roulette rat hole. And he wanted me to check.
Is Dean his partner's keeper?
He claimed he was working at it.
Did you swallow Dean's yarn?
Would you?
You kidding? But I'm not smart like you, Waring.
Well, Dean's story smelled, but I played along to see how things lined up. And the fire coming right at this time seemed too much of a coincidence.
You think Larrabee started it after he shook you?
Well, that's something to check. Along with, how come Dean winds up in the basement of his club when he claimed he'd be out of town?
He planned to leave. He hadn't gotten around to it.
Well, how do you know?
You're not the only one who can make brilliant deductions, Waring. I found an airplane ticket in his pocket to Pittsburgh on the 4 a.m. plane out of LaGuardia, from which I deduced he was planning to fly to Pittsburgh this morning.
Corbett, you're a genius. Now, if you're through with me, I'll be running along. There's some angles I still want to look into.
Why bother, Waring? Your client's dead.
Look, I'm going to prove somebody tipped Larrabee about me tailing him.
You don't have to prove it, Waring. Somebody did tip him.
Yeah?
Sure, Waring. You did.
Wait a minute, will you? I'm coming. It's you, Waring. Don't you know it's the middle of the night?
No, I didn't. My watch stopped.
I'm laughing.
Well, I wanted to get to you before anyone else did.
Why?
If you work for Dean and Larrabee, I thought you might be able to tell me something about them.
Like what, for instance?
Like why you tipped Larrabee that I was hired to tail him.
What are you talking about? How would I know?
You could have listened to my conversation with Dean.
Listened in? Me?
You know my name. You called me by it just now.
Well, you told me at the club.
Yeah, think again, chum. I just went into the club and stopped at the bar to ask for Dean. I never mentioned my name to you.
Well, what's the difference if I do know your name?
Because maybe that's not all you know. Maybe you know Dean hired me.
And if I do?
Then maybe you tipped Larrabee.
And if I did?
Now, that'll break Corbett's heart.
Who's Corbett?
Sergeant Corbett, Homicide Squad.
What's he got to do with this?
He likes to rib me.
You wake me up in the middle of the night on any kind of a rib?
No, not entirely. There's been a fire. Did you know anything about that?
Fire?
Yes, the club burned down.
What?
Kind of a coincidence, wouldn't you say?
Why?
Coming right when one of the owners is suspicious enough of the other to hire a detective to tail him?
You think Larrabee or Dean, the fire?
Yeah, Larrabee or Dean, the fire. It didn't start itself.
But they couldn't have done it?
Why not?
Well, you were following Larrabee, you say, and Dean was on a train to Chicago.
Train to Chicago? Where'd you get that idea?
Well, he told me.
Dean, when?
When he left the club last night around 6.
Dean said he was taking a train to Chicago?
I told you.
Yeah, I know, so you did. But that's not what the plane ticket says.
What plane ticket?
The one that's not for a train to Chicago.
That don't make sense.
Oh, pal, you're catching on. But why should it make sense? Nothing else in this case does.
Oh, no. Now what? All right. Oh, Mr. Larrabee.
Hello, Morgan. I'm coming in.
Sure. After all, why should you be an exception?
Has someone been here already this morning?
Hey, let go.
Answer me.
Waring was here.
Waring? Did you talk?
No.
You didn't say anything about what you heard the other day, me and Dean talking about a fire.
No, I didn't tell you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, what's the idea?
I asked you a question.
I answered.
I want to be sure you're telling the truth.
I am.
You better be, because that was just a warning, Morgan. If I find out you've been shooting your mouth off, maybe that's not all that'll get shot. Think it over.
Hello, Mr. Waring. You mind if I join you?
Why, what a question, Angel. Sit down.
Thank you. You wonder how I know your name.
Do I?
Sergeant Corbett told me about you. He told me you eat in this restaurant quite often.
Well, bless his little heart.
I'm Mrs. Dean.
Oh.
The sergeant tells me you're suspicious about last night's fire.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand there's going to be trouble getting the insurance company to pay off.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
You were following Larrabee, so you know he didn't start the fire.
How do you know about that? Corbett?
No. I talked to Morgan, the bartender.
Ah, you're a busy little chicken for someone who's just lost a husband.
Well, I'm on my own now. I have to look out for myself.
Mm-hmm. But didn't your husband have life insurance?
Yes.
Then you looked after him. The fire won't affect that.
I know. But I have a right to collect on the fire insurance, too.
Mm-hmm.
My husband wouldn't have started the fire. He wanted to prevent it. That's why he hired you.
Yes, that's what I figured. But how do you know about it?
He told me. He and Larrabee had an argument about it. Larrabee wanted to burn their place, and Eric was against it.
You realize you're admitting that Larrabee had arson on his mind.
Yes. But you were following him, so you know that he didn't do it.
How do you know I didn't see him start the fire?
Because then there wouldn't be speculation. You'd have had him arrested.
All right, I didn't see him. But here's something Morgan didn't tell you. Larrabee shook me before the fire, so he could have done it after he left me.
I don't believe it.
Don't believe. It's the truth.
Oh, dear. I didn't know that changes things.
Yes, it certainly does. So I'm afraid I can't help you. But maybe you can help me.
How?
Your husband told me he was going out of town. Do you know where he was going?
Well, of course.
And do you know how he was going? Train or plane?
Well, train. He doesn't like planes. He gets sick.
I see.
So I guess he missed the train.
Yes, so it would seem.
He had plenty of time. He left the apartment at 8 and said the train didn't leave until 9.
Then he did intend to take the 9 o'clock train to Chicago. Hmm?
Chicago?
Well, yes. What's the matter?
Well, he wasn't going to Chicago. He was going to Palm Beach.
When you shop tomorrow, be sure to pick up a pint or quart bottle of Kraft salad oil. It's the wonderful new oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by Kraft. Remember, it's lighter bodied because it's superfined. Lighter bodied to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Don't wait to try Kraft salad oil. It's lighter bodied. It's superfine. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half an hour has passed since Mike Waring learned that his client apparently had tried to dash off in all directions only to wind up where he started, with a knife in his chest. Now the Falcon is at headquarters and has tossed the confusion to Sergeant Corbett.
Wait a minute, Waring. Wait a minute.
Sure, Corbett. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's get this straight. Dean tells the bartender he's taking the train to Chicago. Then he tells the wife he's taking the train to Palm Beach.
If they're telling the truth.
And when we find him in New York, he has a plane ticket to Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I finally figured it out, Corbett.
Yeah, I know. He really intended to go to Kennebunkport, Maine.
No, I'm not kidding, Corbett. You see, I checked with the Weather Bureau.
Weather Bureau? Where do they fit?
They told me there was a bad storm in Virginia.
Very interesting. There was also an earthquake in Peru. So what?
So I checked with the railroad. Dean got on the train to Chicago last night.
Then I suppose he got on a train to Palm Beach.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Gets clearer all the time.
Well, if we can get that bartender to talk, it will.
Yeah?
Yeah. He had a fight with Dean a few days ago, and Dean tried to fire him.
Oh, so you think this makes the bartender so sore he murders Dean and burns down the club?
No. He'd hardly go that far just over the loss of a job.
Check.
But he knows something.
And he's one up on me.
Well, in that case, let's go catch up with him, shall we?
Now, what do you fellas want?
Have you caught up on your sleep, Morgan?
Don't make me laugh.
Let's go in, Waring.
Yeah.
Hey.
You can close the door, Morgan.
What do you want?
You said Dean left the club at 6 last night.
Yeah.
Did he go back?
No.
He was killed in the club.
Well, I mean, I didn't see him.
And he wasn't hanging around the club.
No.
What are you trying to prove, Waring?
I'm just trying to account for Dean's time. He left his home around 8. Turns up to be killed in the club at 2:30. Now, what was he doing in the meantime?
You got any ideas?
Yes, Corbett, I have. I think he went to Philadelphia.
Oh, great. Now he goes to Philly. Why?
People keep coming here. I'm going to Philly or someplace. Oh, Larrabee.
Hello, Morgan. I wanted to... Oh, company. I'll come back.
No, don't mind us, Larrabee. Come in.
I can come back later.
Why are you so anxious to get away? Is it because you're afraid we found out about you?
What about me?
You and Dean had a row about the fire? You wanted a fire. He was against it?
Morgan, I warn you.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Larrabee, stop it! You're a smart boy, Larrabee. That outburst proves Morgan knows about you.
What do you mean?
Morgan didn't tell us. Mrs. Dean did. But now that you've shown that Morgan knows, too, he's going to have to talk.
What else do you want to know if you know about the fire?
Just this, Morgan. Why did Dean object to Larrabee's idea? Now, come on, don't look at Larrabee. He can't hurt you. Well?
Waring asked you a question, Morgan. Answer him.
Now, look, Morgan, we know Larrabee wanted to start a fire. We know Dean objected. Now, why did he object? Would mean money in his pocket, too.
He was afraid Larrabee might talk. He said Larrabee can never keep his mouth shut.
I see. Well, that does it.
Does what? What are we trying to prove?
Dean's motive.
Motive for what?
For starting the fire.
What? You mean Dean started the fire?
Yes. You see, Dean was afraid to let Larrabee know that's what he intended to do.
Yeah. So he nixed Larrabee's plan.
Mm-hmm. But then he hired me to tail Larrabee so that I'd be a witness when the fire started that Larrabee had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And Dean hops a Chicago train, stays on it just long enough to establish his presence, then slips off the train, probably somewhere around Philly, and flies back to New York.
I get it. He figures to start the fire, then hop a plane to Pittsburgh and slip back on the train there.
That's right. That way both partners have an alibi for the fire.
But Larrabee catches Dean at the fire and kills him.
That's a lie. Why would I kill him if he's doing what I wanted?
Well,
He's got a point, Corbett.
maybe he wanted all the insurance for himself. I don't know.
Well, if you really want to know, don't ask Larrabee. Ask Morgan.
Me? Why me?
Because, Morgan, you're the one who killed Dean, aren't you?
Yeah, you were right, Waring.
Well, wipe your eyes, Corbett. Maybe I'll pull a boner next week.
Morgan confessed. He caught Dean starting the fire, and Dean threatened to frame him. He was going to use that row they had when he tried to fire Morgan as a motive and claim Morgan started the fire for revenge.
Mm-hmm. Larrabee and Dean would have alibis, and that would leave Morgan holding the match.
Right. It panicked Morgan, and he killed Dean. Oh, there it is, Waring. I'll just run along.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Corbett. What kind of a straight man are you?
Huh?
You haven't asked me how I knew Morgan was the murderer.
All right, go ahead.
Well, Dean told his wife he was going to Palm Beach.
Say, that's right. I forgot about Palm Beach.
Well, so did Dean when he heard about the storm in Virginia. His original plan, apparently, was to work his alibi on a Palm Beach train. But bad weather made it risky, counting on a plane to get him back to the train.
So he switches to a Chicago train.
That's right. And Morgan said Dean told him he was going to Chicago. But Dean left the club at 6, and Morgan claimed he hadn't seen him again. Still, when Dean left home at 8, he told his wife he was going to Palm Beach. So he hadn't switched plans by 8, which means Morgan was lying. He must have seen Dean again after 8.
All right, Waring. Do you feel better now that you got that off your chest?
Oh, yes, much better, Corbett. Thanks.
Well, that's good, Waring. You need something to cheer you up.
Do I?
You will when I tell you. Morgan has confessed to the murder, but he still denies tipping off Larrabee about you tailing him. So it looks like it was just your own bungling. Good night, Waring.
Spring is in the air, folks. There's fair weather, sunny skies, trees and flowers in bloom. Everything, it seems, to make living enjoyable. One sure way to add pleasure to living these balmy days is to enjoy the wonderfully good taste of delicious Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. They're smooth and chewy, soft candy goodness through and through with a caramel flavor developed by Kraft from a special process, the result of years of fine candy making. Yes, Kraft caramels are good, and they're good for you, too. Dairy Fresh, they're called, and that means plenty of wholesome, nourishing milk is in Kraft caramels. Get the big thrifty pound bag at the grocery store, or ask for the nickel bar of 6 delicious pieces of Kraft caramels at the candy store. When you taste them, I'm sure you'll say, these are the best caramels I've ever tasted. Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Dutch Doll. The Case of the Dutch Doll. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that little boys who play with the wrong kind of dolls never live to grow up. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. And next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. Ed Hermie speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
1 hour from now, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in another adventure as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, the owners of the famous troublesome Dream House. It's Top Sunday Listening, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Hear Groucho Marx and Ginger Rogers on The Big Show later on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I've got to take a toy away from a baby. Mm-hmm. Someone just bought this baby a gun, and unless I stop her, she figures to get quite a bang out of it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels, then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the missing miss. In just a moment, you'll hear the latest adventure of the Falcon. But first, here's important news for you from the makers of Kraft Quality Foods. Today on this program, we're making the first nationwide radio announcement of a wonderful new product brought to you by Kraft. Yes, a brand new member of the Kraft family of fine foods. At this point, we're not even going to tell you what the new product is. We're saving that for our next announcement, but be sure to keep tuned to this program. Listen for the big news from Kraft in just a few minutes. And now, the case of the missing miss. It is late Saturday afternoon, and a short, heavy-set boy in a dirty trench coat makes his way to the 12th floor suite of Senator Arthur Blake. And when he comes to the door, he feels at his left shoulder where the outline of a holster can be seen. Then, obviously, to be assured he hasn't forgotten the tools of his trade, he knocks on the senator's door.
Just a second. Yes?
Is Senator Blake in?
Well, I'm afraid he's busy at the moment. Can I help you? I'm Marion Crane's secretary.
Yeah, nice. Where is he, in there?
Just a moment, Mr.
Darling.
I don't remember making an appointment for you.
Don't let it worry you, Miss Crane. I make my own.
Marion, would you be good enough to... Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't realize we had a visitor.
Hello, Senator.
How do you do, sir?
I hate to break in on you like this, but it can't be helped. My name is Dowling.
Dowling? Are you?
No, I'm not one of your constituents. I'm with the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right, honey.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dowling?
You can get your things and come along with me.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
You don't, Senator? Did you ever hear of an outfit called Premium Oil?
Premium Oil? No, I don't believe I have.
How about a party named Jean Colbert?
No.
That's very strange, Senator, because our investigation shows you helped Colbert sell over $8 million worth of petroleum products to the Navy during the war.
Well, my good man is selling oil to the Navy, a violation of the law?
It is when Colbert and his phony company never delivered even a jar of Vaseline for all that dough.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Could be. Suppose you take that up with my chief.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Dowling. If you'll excuse me for a moment.
Wait a minute, Senator. Where are you going?
Just to get my briefcase. I left it in the bedroom. I assure you I have no intention of escaping.
Okay.
Mr. Dowling,
Yeah?
are you from the Washington Bureau or the local office?
What difference is... You hear something then?
Yes, came from the bedroom.
Is there a fire escape in there?
No. Senator!
Get away from that window, Blake. Here you are, Mr. Dowling. If you take one more step...
Now listen, Blake, quit bluffing and climb down off that window ledge.
So you think I'm bluffing?
No, Senator, don't!
Well, hello, Lindsay. You know you're not supposed to come to my apartment unless I have something for you.
Well, I got something for you, Lindsay. Senator Blake just committed suicide.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you seen the afternoon papers?
No.
Well, take a look.
Senator Arthur Blake commits suicide. Head of Contract Negotiation Committee dies in 12-story leap. So what?
Well, don't you get it, Lindsay? This is all tied up with premium oil.
Is that what it says?
Oh, no, but that's the way it figures. Senator Blake was my contact.
Senator Blake?
Yeah. I relayed all the instructions I got from you to him.
Well, you're out of your mind, Horrell. There's nothing wrong with premium oil.
Oh, sure there is. I've been convinced of that for a year.
Well, then why didn't you talk up before?
I don't know. Maybe the money was too good. Or maybe I was afraid.
Oh, you're wrong, Horrell.
Now, don't be a chump. If premium oil was on the up and up, why would they go for all this hocus pocus?
What hocus pocus?
Well, nobody in this setup knows anyone else but the party he gets his instructions from.
Well, I guess that just prevents leaks.
You don't believe that any more than I do. Now, listen, Lindsay, we got to compare notes. Who's the guy you get your instructions from?
I can't tell you.
Now, don't be a sap, friend. We're playing with dynamite. Who's your contact?
Jean Colbert.
You got to get in touch with him.
I can't.
You got to.
But you don't understand, Horrell. I've never seen this Colbert. Whenever he's got any message for me, he writes.
Well, then he must be the head man in this racket.
Now, don't call it that.
Why? You got a better name? We got to face it, Lindsay. They've just been using us for tools.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is, too. I'm going to get a private detective.
I think you're making a mistake, Horrell.
No, I should have done it a long time ago. Are you with me?
No, I'm going to sit quiet for a while.
You better change your mind, Lindsay. There's plenty of time for that when you're dead.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk. Mr. Warren, my name is Edward Horrell. Saw you on Sunday, but I need...
Someone else.
Someone else?
Sure, in a city as big as New York, there must be at least 2 private detectives.
Well, you don't understand, Warren. Did you read about Senator Blake's suicide?
What about it?
I'm the boy who paid him off.
What are you yapping about?
Another fellow named Kenneth Lindsay and myself were employed by Premium Oil, you see. But we didn't know what kind of a racket it was. As a matter of fact, Lindsay still isn't convinced.
And how come you are?
Well, I've been doing a little checking on my own.
Well, if you've got any information, Horrell, you should turn it over to the proper authorities. Where do you live?
I'm at Kimberly, apartment 4A.
You there now?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Well, don't do any more talking on the phone. Your wire may be tapped. I'll be there in half an hour.
That you, Warren?
Yeah.
Okay. Come in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you for another 20 minutes. Let me take you.
What's the matter, Horrell?
You're not wearing.
Ain't I?
No. I've seen...
Goes better with my complexion?
Listen, mister, what? You're darn right I am, especially since I've been listening to the radio.
What do you mean?
Well, according to what I just heard, before Senator Blake committed suicide, an FBI agent dropped around to see him.
So?
So after Blake jumped, this character told Blake's secretary to stay where she was and he'd go get the police. P.S. He never come back. The cops think he was a phony.
And you think that was me, hmm?
Well, he meets your description. Heavy set boy in a khaki trench coat.
Well, I guess there's only one way I can prove it to you. You want to see my credentials?
Well, that might be a good idea.
Okay, Horrell. Now, what does this look like?
Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
You asked to see it.
Then I was right.
Yeah. But I don't think it'll do you much good.
You killed Senator Blake.
No, he was obliging enough to save me the trouble. You see, my department...
Your department?
Yeah. The Department of Dead Ends. I'm what you might call the cleanup man for Premium Oil.
You're not fooling me. You're Jean Colbert.
Who?
Jean Colbert.
I don't seem to recall that name.
How about Kenneth Lindsay?
Glad you reminded me. I got to see him next. So suppose we get this over with.
Listen, darling. Can't we talk this over?
I don't think so.
Well, for Pete's sake, what can you lose?
You wouldn't be trying to stall me, would you, Horrell?
Why should I?
Seems to me you mentioned something about a fellow named Waring being due here.
Oh, well, I was wrong.
You said it, Horrell. You were wrong. Dead wrong.
Now, darling, look, I'll give you...
Give me what? Too bad. Guess I'll never know.
Yes?
Mr. Kenneth Lindsay?
That's right.
Edward Horrell gave me your name.
Oh, well, come in.
I guess there is such a thing as luck.
I beg your pardon?
There are 8 Kenneth Lindsays in the phone book, and the first time out I get the right one.
Now, look, Mr...
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Mike Waring. I'm working for Horrell.
Then he did hire a detective.
Yep.
Oh. Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
Yes, I could stand one after seeing Horrell.
Why didn't you, bring him along?
Cops thought he'd be much more comfortable at the morgue. think you dropped something, Lindsay.
Is this your idea of a joke, Waring?
About Harrell? Hardly. He was murdered an hour ago.
Who did it?
Don't you know?
If Harrell told you I knew anything about John Colbert...
John Colbert? Who's he?
Well, didn't Harrell mention him?
No, he only gave me your name. That's why I said I was lucky to find you.
Suppose I've said now you've got the wrong one.
Well, it'd be a little late now. I spotted you for the right one the second I looked into this room.
How?
Well, you've got 5 afternoon papers here, and they're all turned to the account of Senator Blake's death.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
No, not nearly enough. That's why I need your help.
Well, I can't tell you a thing, and even if I could, I wouldn't pick you for a confidant.
No, don't be a fool, Lindsay.
I told Harrell to keep his mouth shut.
That didn't make any difference. Use your head. Blake is dead, and so is Harrell. How long do you think you've got?
Well, there may be something in what you say.
Well, of course there is. Now, Harrell got his orders from you, didn't he?
Yes.
And you got them from this Jean Colbert?
That's right.
Who is he?
I don't know. I never saw them. Heard from him through the mail.
Have you got any of his letters here?
Well, yes, but I don't think they'll do you any good. They're all typewritten.
May I have them?
Yeah, sure.
All right, now I want to get one thing straight. After you gave Harrell his instructions, he forwarded them to Senator Blake, right?
That's what Harrell told me. None of us knew any link in the chain except the one next to him.
Well, the senator must have kept some sort of records.
Well, I don't know.
Well, didn't the paper say something about his having a secretary?
Yes, her name is Marion Crane, but you don't think she can shed any light on the subject?
You never can tell, Lindsay. For all we know, she may be the original lady with the lamp. Let's hope she can show us the way.
And now here's the news we promised you. Big news from Kraft. It's the nationwide radio premiere of a wonderful new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft-prepared salad dressings. Now, you know that there are some salad dressings that no one else makes quite like you. You know, too, that many of your prized cooking and baking recipes call for liquid shortening. You also know that for best results, you must use only the best ingredients. And that's why the introduction of Kraft Salad Oil is the most exciting kitchen news in years. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. It's fresh and pure as summer sunshine. Lighter bodied, too, because Kraft Salad Oil is not just refined, it's superfined. It's produced by a special new superfining process created by Kraft. Because it's lighter bodied, it blends quickly and perfectly with other ingredients in your salad dressings. Adds crusty tenderness to things you fry, heavenly fluffiness and moistness to things you bake. Yes, you'll put new magic into your finest recipes with new... Look for the bottle with the beautiful Your Grocers. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Lindsay gave Mike Waring the lead to Marion Crane, Senator Blake's secretary. And now, as we find that little lady, she's obviously got her hands full.
23 left, 32 right. What do you know? Works.
That's not nice, Angel.
Who are you?
Name is Waring, Miss Crane.
Don't you believe in knocking?
Well, I didn't want to disturb you. I thought you might be busy. Looks like I showed good judgment there, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, I'll leave it to you, Angel. Now, what secretary would want to be heckled while she's opening her boss's safe?
I was just getting some of my things.
Well, it's awfully nice of the senator to let you keep all those bonds in there.
Look, Mr. Waring, what business is this of yours?
I'm a private detective, Miss Crane. I'm working for the late Edward Harrell.
The late? You mean Harrell's dead?
Then you did know him, huh?
You know about Colbert.
If I did, I wouldn't have to ask you who he was.
Then why do you want to find him?
Because I've got evidence he's responsible for Harrell's death.
Look, Waring, but I wouldn't in things that don't concern me.
Well, that's very good. Safe.
Get out.
Okay, Miss Crane. Don't think it hasn't been nice.
I know, because it hasn't.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Angel. In fact, I was so delighted, I'm going to tell all my friends about you, especially those in the police force.
Yeah, you do that. 3, 2, 4, 3, 1.
Yeah?
Hello, is that you, Woolsey?
Who's this?
Marion Crane.
What's up, Marion?
You better get a wire out to number 1. Private detective named Mike Waring just looked in on me.
The Falcon? That sounds
He
interesting.
said he had evidence against Jean Colbert. I think he's asking for trouble.
Okay, Marion, if that's what Mr. Waring wants, it should be easy enough to oblige him. I'll be glad to do my part.
Hiya, Pappy.
Huh? Well, I'm glad to see you made yourself at home.
I didn't think you'd mind, Waring. Shut the door.
Now, listen, mister.
Shut it. And your mouth, too, while you're at it. Now, be a good boy and sit right down on that sofa where I can watch you. Right there. That's close enough.
Is that the gun that killed Harrell?
How would you like to find out firsthand?
Now, don't bother. What's your name, friend?
I've got several, Waring. You can call me anything you like.
You know, you're leaving yourself wide open.
Look who's talking. Listen, Waring, Who's that?
You have no idea.
Get rid of him.
Okay.
And remember, if you crack out a turn, I'm right behind you.
Hello, Waring. Can I come in?
Well, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, I just wanted to hear how you made out with Blake's secretary.
I'll call you in the morning, Lindsay.
Wait a minute. Your name, Lindsay?
What? Yes.
Come on in.
Yes, but Waring said...
Mr. Waring just changed his mind.
Hey, he's got a gun.
That's what changed it. I've been meaning to look in on you, friend. I'm glad you spared me the trip.
Say, what's going on here?
Don't you get it, Lindsay?
If you don't now, he never will.
Why, you know...
No, look out, Lindsay!
Oh.
Lindsay. Let him lay, Waring. I want to finish that little talk we started.
What do you want?
You've been asking an awful lot of questions about a party named John Colbert.
So?
So I don't like it.
Well, that's tough. Give me 24 hours and I'll know who he is.
Maybe you've got some sort of evidence?
Maybe.
Letters?
Perhaps.
I want him, Waring.
Well, I can't blame you for that.
Look, do you turn him over like a nice boy, or do you have to be coaxed? Oh! Look, you... What about those letters, Waring?
I haven't got them.
I hope you got plenty of endurance, because, brother, you're going to need it.
Are you going to lay there all night, Mike, or are you going to tell me what happened?
Oh, look, I told you all I could, Sergeant. Next thing I knew, you and Harris were pouring scotch down my... Hey, where is Harris?
I sent him on an errand.
Is Lindsay all right?
Yeah, the doc had to take a couple of stitches in his scalp, but after that he was able to leave. Any idea who Tough Boy was?
No, I don't think he's local.
You might be surprised. Was he short, stocky, about 5'7", blonde hair, and very white skin?
Yeah, that's the boy.
I thought so.
You know him, Corbett?
Fairly well. His name is Joe Dowling.
Dowling?
Alias Joe Denton, alias Jerry Davis. Shall I continue?
No, never mind. I get the idea. What gets me is why Dowling didn't stick around to finish the job.
What job?
Well, I got the impression he was going to kill Lindsay.
Oh, then Mr. Lindsay can thank me for saving his life. I was on my way up to see you, and I had him ring you from downstairs. When Dowling heard me coming, he must have beat it out the back way. Now, let's get back to those letters from Colbert. Dowling got them, huh?
Yeah, they were in my pocket all along. I was a sucker not to give them to him when he first asked.
Why?
Well, there was nothing in those letters that was the least bit incriminating. Didn't tell us a thing about Jean Colbert.
You must be wrong, Mike. Dowling didn't do that job on you for nothing.
Say, wait a minute, Sergeant. I've got a hunch.
That may be for me. Hello. Yes, this is Sergeant Corbett. When, Harris? You sure? Okay, you know what to do. Now, what were you saying, Mike?
I think I know who Jean Colbert is.
Oh.
Dowling.
You're nuts.
Now, listen, Sergeant, it makes sense. I tell you this. Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert are one and the same.
There's only one thing wrong with that theory, Mike.
You'll have to show it to me.
Okay, come down to the morgue.
What for?
That was Harris who just phoned in. He found Dowling's body 20 minutes ago. Now, you satisfied?
Don't forget, tomorrow will be your first chance to try marvelous new Kraft salad oil on sale now at your grocer's. Use this new superfine, lighter-bodied oil for those wonderful homemade salad dressings that no one can make quite like you. Use it in those wonderful chiffon cakes you take such pride in. Use it in all your cooking or baking recipes that call for liquid shortening. Get Kraft salad oil in either the pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike advanced his theory that Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert were one and the same and had it promptly explode in his face. And so great is the Falcon's disappointment that even hard-hearted Sergeant Corbett is touched.
Come on, snap out of it, Mike. We all make mistakes. You just abuse the privilege.
Well, I don't suppose there's any doubt that the body Harris found is really Dowling, huh?
None whatsoever. Dowling was just taking orders from Colbert, like Lindsay, Harrell, and Blake.
Did they find Colbert's letters on Dowling's body?
No.
Then I was wrong, Colbert.
Nice of you to admit it.
No, I mean when I said that the letters were unimportant. Colbert had to have them back. Now, why?
Don't ask me. I never saw them.
Well, they certainly looked innocent enough to me.
How about secret writing?
Oh, there was no need for that. If you knew what Colbert was getting at, the meaning was obvious. There were 3 of them. They were all identical. All they said was, Dear Lindsay, enclosed, please find $25,000 for Harrell's account. Will you see that he gets it? And they were signed John Colbert. Wait a minute. Hold everything.
Now, don't tell me you've got another brainstorm.
Yeah, look. Suppose I told you that Jean Colbert was a woman.
You better lay down, Mike.
Now, listen to me, Sergeant. Nobody's ever seen Colbert. The only trace we have is those letters.
So?
So that's why Colbert had to have them back. Because sooner or later, somebody was bound to realize the fallacy. Now, look. How do you spell the French name, Jean?
Jean.
And how do you pronounce that in English?
Jean.
There you are. You see what I mean? It can be a girl's name, too.
But where's there a woman in this case?
How about Senator Blake's secretary?
Marion Crane?
Yes. Though I've never been known to pass up a pretty gal, this one you can take.
Let me understand you, gentlemen. You think that I am Jean Colbert?
No, not Jean Colbert, Miss Crane. Jean Colbert.
No, that's very funny, Mr. Waring.
I'm glad you find it amusing.
Oh, I do, Sergeant. You're basing your entire case on that?
No. There were several other things that gave you away.
Such as?
Well, finding you at the senator's safe.
Anything else?
Well, once I realized that Jean was a woman's name, it all added up. You went to work for Senator Blake just to keep tabs on him.
Why did I hire Lindsay and Harrell?
Because you didn't want any trail leading back to you. Then when you heard there was an investigation afoot to look into premium oil, you thought it time to dissolve your organization.
So I hired Dowling, and then when he did his job, I got rid of him.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, Mr. Waring, this only goes to prove that there is something in woman's intuition.
Huh?
I had a feeling you were going to be an awful nuisance.
Well, I'm glad to say you were right. Okay, Marion, whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yes, I think Sergeant Corbett is willing to call it tonight, so suppose we start for headquarters.
No. I'm staying right here.
I've got $5 to say you're wrong.
Well, put it up and we'll leave it to the sergeant.
Watch it. Corbett, don't let it get to that purse.
I only want to get my wallet and show him this.
Holy cow.
Well, what is it?
You and your theories. Give her the $5.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you ever seen a card like this before?
No, what?
Well, I have, and it says that the bearer, Miss Marion Crane, is an agent of the Department of Justice.
It doesn't make sense, Waring. You say Senator Blake's secretary was a federal agent?
Yes, she was a plant, Lindsay.
Well, couldn't she have forged those credentials?
No, Sergeant Corbett has already checked Washington. She's been with him since 45.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, the sergeant and I have been talking it over, and we've come to one conclusion.
What?
We're never going to find Colbert.
Well, you can't give up now.
Well, what else can we do? Colbert will never be found for one simple reason.
Why?
He doesn't exist.
What are you talking about?
He's the little man who wasn't there.
I don't follow you, Mike.
He's just a figment of the imagination.
Whose?
Yours, Lindsay.
What?
Yes, you were the boy who dreamed him up. You gave him life, breath, and dimension. And what a pity you can't arrange to have him take those 10,000 votes instead of you.
I'm sorry if I was rough on you, Mike.
Oh, that's all right, Marion. But must we talk about that now?
Yes, we must. You know, our office was working on this case for months, and you could have ruined everything.
Well, you don't have to rub it in.
How did you realize Lindsay was our boy?
Well, when I found out you were a government agent, it suddenly occurred to me what a beautiful swindle Lindsay was in a position to work. All we had was his word and several letters that there was actually such a person as Colbert. Lindsay pretended to be just another cog in the wheel.
Sure, by pretending to follow orders like the rest, he could mask as an innocent tool like Harrell.
Mm-hmm.
You think Dowling knew who he was?
Yes, he was the only one. That's why Lindsay had to kill him.
So why did Dowling slug him in your apartment?
Well, that was a cheap enough price for Lindsay to pay to convince me he was on the up and up. But you'd be surprised what put me on the right track.
What?
I mentioned to you that I had evidence pointing to Colbert.
Huh?
Well, if you didn't send Dowling around to pick it up, the only other party who could have done it was Lindsay. He was the only other one who knew about the letters.
Then actually they were valueless.
Oh, sure. Lindsay wrote them just to cover himself.
Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Well, not quite. There's still one thing about this case that bothers me.
What?
You.
Do I really bother you that much, Mike?
Oh, you have no idea, Angel.
What's there about me that disturbs you so?
Well, there's your face, your figure, and most of all...
Yes?
That $5 you won from me on that bet. That I'll never get over. Folks, here's a suggestion for all of you who like and want good candy. Keep Kraft caramels on hand wherever you are, at home for all the family to enjoy, at work to pass around among friends, and even in the pocket of your car to enjoy a delightful candy bite while driving. Follow this suggestion, and whenever you get a yen for good candy, pop a yummy, chewy, soft Kraft caramel into your mouth. Or whenever you feel tired, eat a Kraft caramel. This fine candy gives you real energy in a hurry. There's plenty of nourishing milk in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels, besides the other fine, pure ingredients. So they're good for you. Ask for Kraft caramels in the big thrifty bag at your grocery store, and get the 6-piece bar for a nickel at your candy counter. Either way, you can't miss a real taste treat. Kraft caramel. The case of the big talker. The case of the big talker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that to protect yourself from a loudmouth, sometimes you have to use a silencer. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast.
Fred Allen and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Connie. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know is thinking of taking up murder for a career. Yeah, he figures with all the money involved, the least he can do is make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Happy Hoodlum. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you how you can have sandwiches and snacks and appetizers and salad toppings more easily and quickly than ever. Just make them with any of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Kraft cheese spreads are so smooth and easy to spread, and they're so good eating. There are creamy, mild-tasting ones and sharp-tasting varieties, too, all simply delicious. And, of course, all are of the finest quality because they are made by Kraft, a name that's been famous for years for top-quality foods. Try them, won't you? Tomorrow, get several of these handy, delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, the case of the Happy Hoodlum. It's late afternoon in New York, and a tall, thin man with a dirty trench coat walks up the steps of the Revere building. His name is Marty Kramer. Mr. Kramer is embarked on a mission where the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 against him. Apparently, that doesn't bother him. He smiles as he takes the elevator down to the basement where the Revere Express Company has its headquarters. Then, still smiling, he marches down the hall to a door marked Employees Only and barges right in.
Hey, just a second there, mister.
Yeah?
You don't work here.
Do you?
Yes.
Good, then maybe you can help me out. Where do they keep the dough around here?
Were you crazy?
Don't tell me the stories I heard about this place aren't true. I saw a piece in the Sunday paper that said you always have $2 or $3 million on tap.
Now, look, mister.
No, you look, friend, because I got a little more than you have. That's right, it's a gun. And if you don't want a practical demonstration of how it works, you better take me to where they keep the dough.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
You said you wanted to go into the bullion room, didn't you?
That's right.
Well, I've got to get my pass. They won't let me in without it.
Where is it?
In that drawer.
Okay, open it slowly. And don't put your hand in there until I can see what you're doing. Hold it. What's that?
Oh, that? Why, that's the signal for one of the drivers that a bank wants him for a pickup.
You wouldn't try to kid me, would you, friend?
So help me, it's the truth.
All right, where's your pass?
Right here.
Now, which way do we go?
Down the hall.
Okay, let's move.
Say, tell me something, mister.
Yeah?
That piece you read in the paper.
What about it?
Did it tell you how many armed guards we have in the joint?
68, wasn't it?
That's right. And you expect to pick up an odd million and walk out without anyone bothering you.
I'm doing it, ain't I?
You haven't got the million yet.
Just give me time, pal. Where do we go now?
In here. That's where they get the shipments ready for the trucks.
Okay, open the door. Now, don't forget, I'm right behind you.
And I'm right behind you, mister.
What?
Just drop the gun, Pally.
You got him, Paul?
Yeah, I got him. All right, Barney. Frisk him.
Right.
You don't have to do that. I'm clean.
I know, but we don't believe in taking chances.
I can see that. That drawer you opened was connected with an alarm, wasn't it?
That's right.
Real cute.
What's your name, mister?
Marty Kramer.
You escaped from some lunatic asylum? You didn't think for a minute you'd walk in here and heist this place?
Well, I guess I was over-optimistic,
You're over something. Now, look, Kramer, what do you got up your sleeve?
Not a thing. Ask your friend. He just frisked me.
Don't be a wise guy. You're on the spot.
So it would seem, wouldn't it?
I don't get your angle.
Angle?
Yeah. You knew darn well you didn't have a prayer of getting away with this job. Now, why'd you do it?
As long as you put it on that basis, I'll tell you.
Well?
I just wanted to prove to the kiddies that crime doesn't pay.
Yeah? Oh.
Hello, Mike.
Sergeant Corbett.
You gonna invite me in?
I don't know why I should. Come on. Let me take your coat.
No, thanks. I can't stay long.
Oh. How about a little,
What time is it?
5 to 6?
You sure you're not 5 minutes slow?
Come to think of it, I am.
Good, then I'm off duty. I'll have a short one.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
It's funny you should ask that.
Why?
If there is something on my mind. Did you read about that boy named Marty Kramer?
Lad who tried to heist the Revere Express Company yesterday?
Yeah. How do you figure it?
Simple, he's crazy.
No, he isn't. He's as sane as you are, if that means anything.
Well, he certainly couldn't have believed he stood a chance of walking off with the loot.
No, he wanted to get caught.
Why?
That's what bothers me. I can't make it out. Can you?
Sergeant, what are you getting at?
I'd like you to look in on Kramer.
Are you out of your mind?
I guess I am. You know, if you do this, there won't be a dime in it for you.
You must think I'm as crazy as you are.
I do. What do you say, Mike?
Well, if everybody's going to act nuts, I might as well get into the act, too. Okay, I'll do it.
All right, Kramer. Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Yeah. You have 10 minutes, Mike.
Thanks, Mac.
Wait a minute, Buster. Who sent for you?
Sergeant Corbett asked me to look in on you. My name is Mike Waring.
You the bird they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Sergeant Corbett feels there's a lot more to your case than meets the eye. And I'm inclined to agree with him.
Well, you're wrong. I tried to pull a job and I was caught. That's all there is to it.
There are too many things it leaves unexplained.
Such as?
Such as your background. Your name isn't really Marty Kramer.
No? Then what is it?
I don't know. All I could find out is that you came to New York 6 weeks ago. Where from? Nobody seems to know.
Maybe I'm ashamed of my past.
I don't see why. You have no criminal record that the police can discover. This was your first offense.
Always the first time for everything.
Well, it goes deeper than that, Kramer. You weren't hard-pressed for cash, either.
Oh, how do you know?
I went through your room, found this bank book there.
Who gave you a license to go through my stuff?
The police. There's $7,000 in that account.
Well, maybe that wasn't enough for me.
Well, you certainly couldn't hope to pick up more at the Revere Express Company.
A fella can try.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have your heart in it. The DA showed me the gun they took away from you up there.
Yeah?
Yeah. That thing couldn't hurt a fly. The firing pin was filed all the way down.
You're out of your mind, Falcon.
Now, don't tell me that. I saw the gun.
What if the pin was shot? I didn't know about it. You don't think I'd do anything as silly as that?
I think you're doing something a lot sillier. Now, look, Kramer, you better start talking. Unless you level with me, they're really going to pop it to you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Can I help it if I'm nosy?
Well, maybe this will cure you.
Oh, Mike, what's going on in there?
Nothing. I'm all right, Mac.
What's the idea, Kramer?
I'm just settling accounts with my friend here. That was the down payment, Waring. If you insist on working for me in the future, you can expect a lot more.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Say, I'd like to tell you how you can get compliments from the small fry. Next time the children want something to eat between meals, send out their favorite crispy crackers and a glass or two of Kraft pineapple cheese spread, one of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Then watch those youngsters go to it. Watch how their faces light up when they taste this delightfully mild cheese spread that's filled through and through with juicy bits of sweet sun-ripened pineapple. Mm-hmm. Kraft pineapple cheese spread is delicious. And it's smooth, too, for wonderfully easy spreading. And you know it's a snack the whole family can enjoy often. Because, like all the Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest ingredients. It's a good idea to have several glasses of Kraft cheese spreads on hand always for a grand variety of snacks. Try Kraft Relish cheese spread, Kraft Olive Pimento cheese spread, Kraft Pimento cheese spread. In fact, all 9 delicious varieties. Look for them at your grocer's tomorrow. They come in bright, new tulip-patterned drinking glasses in a choice of 4 gay colors. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A week has passed since Mike Waring had his little talk with Marty Kramer. Apparently, it didn't do any good, for the next day, Kramer pleaded guilty to armed robbery and was sentenced to Sing Sing. Now, as we find him, he's making his grand entrance.
Come on, Kramer. Hey, Bailey. Bailey. Wake up. You got company.
What's the matter?
I want you to meet your new roommate. His name is Marty Kramer.
Oh. Hiya, pal.
Hi.
If there's anything you want, Mr. Kramer, just ring. We have 24-hour service here.
Well, thanks a lot, McGraw, but I wouldn't think of disturbing you boys.
Well, make yourself at home, Kramer.
Thanks.
My name's Bailey.
Yeah, I know. I heard a lot about you.
I've heard a couple of things about you, too.
Have you?
Yeah, a fellow was telling me in the yard today that a Falcon was working for you. How come he couldn't get you off?
Maybe I didn't want him to, Bailey.
I don't dig you, pal.
Maybe I wanted to spend some time up here.
Why would anybody in his right mind want to do that?
It's a long story.
Well, that's okay. I got 10 years more to save. Yeah, want a butt?
Yeah, help yourself. Thanks.
Not much.
You see, there's a guy up here that I wanted to see.
Well, you certainly took the hard way, Kramer.
Well, 5 years ago, this guy was partners with my old man. My old man was a schnook. He trusted everybody. That was his mistake. One night, his partner cleaned him out and then put a match to the place. When the insurance dicks came over to investigate, this guy took a powder and my father was left holding the bag.
What happened?
Well, he couldn't stand the disgrace, so he blew his brains out.
Tough.
Yeah. Anyway, I promised myself that I'd make it up to the old boy. I've been looking for his partner ever since.
You find him?
Yep. Through a private eye.
The Falcon?
No, another guy. He told me my party was serving time in Sing Sing. That's why I arranged to visit here.
What's his party's name?
Bailey.
Huh?
Oh, now isn't that a coincidence? Just the same as yours. Where you from, Bailey?
Los Angeles.
Oh, that's funny. So was this guy I was telling you about.
Cut it out, Kramer.
You don't remember me, do you, friend?
No.
Of course, I didn't call myself Kramer in those days.
Now, look, you. Stay away from me. Hey, Mac.
McGraw!
You're going to get it, Bailey. I've waited 5 long years for this.
You let him go, Kramer. Right after I squeeze the life out of him.
No, you don't.
Let me go. Come on, break it up. After breaking my arm. Then behave. You okay, Bailey?
Yeah, I think so.
Leave me alone with him for 1 minute. 1 minute, that's all I ask.
What you're asking for is a stiff dose of solitary. All right, Kramer. Let's go.
Go away. There's nobody here. Yeah?
That you, Mike?
Who the devil is this?
Now, that's no way to talk to an old friend.
Well, this wouldn't be Sergeant Corbett, would it?
Why not?
You realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. I got a quarter after.
Look, if your purpose is to annoy me, you're succeeding very well.
Got a little news item I thought you might be interested in. Remember our friend, Marty Kramer?
Yeah, sure. What about him?
I just got word from Sing Sing. He tried to kill his cellmate, a boy named Bailey.
Oh, so that's why he wanted to go to jail.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously, this whole idea was a plot on the part of Kramer to get his hands on Bailey.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. I got a hunch we haven't heard the last of our friend, Mr. Kramer. Don't ask me why. I just got a hunch.
Imagine how I felt, Logan. A couple of seconds more and it would have been all over. Instead, the guard had to break it up.
How long did they keep you in solitary, Kramer?
A week.
Was it bad?
It'll be worth it if I can get my hands on Bailey again.
Forget it. There's not a chance. That's why I transferred you in here with me.
I'll work it somehow.
What you got against Bailey, anyway?
Ah, never mind.
Come on, I won't give you away.
It's something he did to my old man 5 years ago.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You got the wrong guy.
Oh, no, I haven't.
When'd you say this happened?
5 years ago in L.A.
Well, that proves it. Bailey's been in here since 1940.
What are you trying to give me?
What's the truth, Kramer? Someone give you a bum steer. This ain't the same Bailey.
You're lying.
Okay, don't believe me, but I saw his record myself. I used to help around the warden's office when I first came here in 45.
Well, that's true. I did all this for nothing.
You ought to be glad you didn't kill him.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
You kidding?
Don't you understand this was all a mistake?
That's tough, pal, but can't be helped.
Let me out! Let me out! Pipe down there, Kramer, unless you want another session in solitary. I gotta speak to the warden. Okay, I'll make an appointment.
Cut it out, Kramer. It won't do you no good.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
Sure.
If I can't do it any other way, I'm gonna make a break.
Don't be a chump.
I tell you I can do it. Are you with me?
You just sounding off to hear yourself talk?
No, I tell you I can do it.
How?
Is there anyone outside you can count on for help?
No.
Aren't you married?
No. I got a girl in Jersey.
How about her?
How do you think I got in here in the first place?
She squeal on you?
That's what a couple of people would like me to believe. I was running the biggest gambling joint in town till Martha got friendly with Philip Hernandez.
Phil Hernandez?
One of my competitors. He and Martha got awful chummy.
Well, that doesn't mean she sold you out.
It does when you add to it the fact that that's how we met originally. Only this boy she fingered was some character from Chicago, and he was married to her. The more I think of it, the more I'd like to ask Miss Martha Pierce a couple of questions.
What do you say, Logan? Do you want in?
What's the deal?
Tonight, after roll call, one of us will pretend we're sick. When the guard comes in to investigate, we'll take care of him.
With what?
With this.
Hey, where'd you get that hunk of lead?
When I was in solitary, I noticed one of the water pipes was loose. I didn't think anyone would mind if I borrowed it.
Yeah, they're bound to find out it's gone.
Sure, the next time they throw someone in solitary, but that may be days. And we'll use it tonight. All right, Logan, here he comes. Start moaning.
Yeah.
That's the ticket, pal. Keep it up.
Oh! What's the trouble there?
I don't know, Mac. Something's the matter with Logan.
Stand back from the door, Kramer. I'm coming in.
It's appendicitis.
Logan. Where does it hurt?
Right here.
Oh, I better get the doc.
Okay, Kramer, now.
What the...
Hello, Martha.
Philip. What are you doing here?
You heard the news?
What news?
There was a flash on the radio at 10:30. Your ex-boyfriend, he broke out of jail.
Logan?
Yes, he and a man named Marty Kramer.
Well, what do you know?
I know we better do something.
Don't tell me you're frightened, Philip.
Well, there's no point in taking chances. You know the kind of guy Logan is.
Suppose you leave Mr. Logan to me.
But maybe he'd think I made you squeal on him.
Well, didn't you?
No, it was all your idea, Martha. Remember, I didn't want you to do it.
Aren't you the brave boy?
Well, it's your fault. I was satisfied with the way things were. But no, you had big ideas.
This is the first time I heard you complain.
Well, I didn't know.
You don't know a lot of things. Now listen, Phil. If Logan knew about us, we would have heard from him before this.
But maybe somebody tell him now.
Then all he's got is suspicions. And I can talk him out of them. I've done it before.
You think he is in New York already?
Well, if he is, he must be with his friend Kramer.
You got any idea where they can be?
Maybe.
Where?
Never mind. What you don't know can't hurt you.
Tell me where, Martha.
Let go, Philip. You're hurting me.
Where are they?
You're going to regret that, Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Martha. I didn't mean it. It's just that I worry about Logan so.
You shouldn't, Phil. I've got a feeling Mr. Logan is the least of your worries.
Turn off that light.
Kramer.
Yeah. This time, Waring, I've got a gun with a perfectly good firing pin. Now turn off that light so I can come out from behind these drapes.
Okay.
Now stay where you are until I switch on this lamp.
Just as you say.
All right, sit down.
How'd you get in here, Kramer?
Through that fire escape window?
Oh.
Now listen, Waring, I got to talk to you. You've got to help me.
You must be out of your mind.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. I was crazy to do what I did.
You mean break out of jail?
No, break in.
What are you raving about?
I wanted them to send me to Sing Sing because there was a man named Bailey there that I thought was responsible for my father's suicide.
So that's why you tried that phony holdup at the Revere Express Company, huh?
Yeah. But when I got to the pen, it was the wrong guy. And I realized how ridiculous the whole idea was.
I could have told you that in the first place.
What am I going to do, Mike?
Why'd you crash out?
I told you I wanted to see you.
You could have sent me a letter.
I was rattled. I didn't think of it.
Well, you've got to give yourself up.
No.
Look, it's your only chance, Kramer. Fortunately, that guard you slugged wasn't badly hurt.
What do you think they'll do to me?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I'd gamble you won't even have to serve out your original sentence, providing...
Providing what?
We take Logan back with us.
No, I won't rat on him.
Don't be a fool, Kramer. Logan's dangerous. He's got a record as long as your arm. Now, don't be a chump. If the positions were reversed, he'd sell you out in 5 minutes. Now, what do you say?
Okay, Waring. Call a cab. I'll take you to him.
All right, Marty. Where is he?
Next floor.
Whose place is it?
Belongs to Logan. He owns the building.
Oh, that's pretty convenient. Does he know you went to see me?
No. I told him I was going to get some grub. Hold it.
This it?
Yeah. You better let me go in first. I'll give you the high sign when it's okay for you to come in.
Right.
Logan? Logan, I'm back. Hey, Logan, where the... Waring!
Yeah? What's the matter? What's the trouble? Oh, never mind. I see him.
He isn't moving.
A few people do when they're dead. All right, Kramer, what do you got to say for yourself?
That's the whole story. Now, what am I going to do?
First, you're going to get a grip on yourself. You're absolutely no help to me this way. Now, come on, help me turn him over.
No, I can't touch him.
Oh, and you're the man who's going to kill for revenge.
Well, I didn't know they looked like this.
What did you expect? Well, judging by the signs, I'd say Logan got it around 9:45. Where were you at that time?
Waiting for you in your apartment.
Oh.
Look, Mike, how will this affect my chances on the appeal?
Not a bit if everything you say stands up. Cops couldn't possibly hang this on you.
Well, they could try.
You got a motive?
No, but...
There are no buts about it. Especially if we can deliver the right party to them. Now, when you left Logan to go to my place, did he say anything about expecting anyone?
No.
Well, somebody must have known he was here. Someone who had a key to this dive. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
Now, come on, Kramer. You must have heard Logan mention some name.
No, I tell you. All he ever told me was he had a girl in Jersey.
Remember her name?
No.
You've got to.
He only mentioned her once or twice.
For Pete's sake, man, think. Your life may depend on it.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it was Martha. Martha Pierce.
Phil Hernandez's girl?
Who's he?
Big gambler in town.
Yeah, I think you're right. Logan told me this Martha dame sold him out to one of his competitors.
All right, Kramer, you stay here. I'll be back as fast as I can.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Kramer gave Mike a lead to the killer, doesn't it? Right now, though, I'd like to give you a lead to 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right, I said 9. Because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish spread, and Kraft olive pimento cheese spread. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca brand cheese spread, and hearty Kraft Limburger cheese spread. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 30 minutes have passed since the discovery of the body of George Logan by Mike Waring and Marty Kramer. And now, as we find the Falcon, he's knocking at the door of his first lead.
Yes,
Martha Pierce?
that's right.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, honey. But if you're going to show me your brushes, you might as well come in.
Well, thanks. I'm afraid I left my sample case at home.
What's your name, handsome?
Mike Waring?
I think I've heard that somewhere before.
Could be. I'm a private detective, Miss Pierce.
My friends call me Martha.
Well, I'll bet you've got 1,000 of them.
Listen, Mr. Waring.
No, I'm sorry. I take it back. You couldn't have more than 999.
What's that supposed to mean?
You just lost one of your best.
Who?
George Logan.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, he's dead.
Poor Logan. I knew the excitement of breaking out would be too much for him. He had a bad heart.
Yes, well, that knife someone stuck in his back didn't help matters any either. Incidentally, where can I find Philip Hernandez?
You're wasting your time, honey. He isn't in New York. He took the midnight plane to Chicago.
Well, that must make it awfully dull for you. How have you been keeping yourself occupied?
Now, come, Mr. Waring. Surely you don't suspect me of killing Logan.
No, of course not. I was just curious, that's all.
Well, when Phil told me about the news flash he heard about Logan breaking out, I thought it called for a celebration. So I went to the Hawk Club.
Where undoubtedly you were seen by 100 different people.
At the very least.
Well, that makes a very handsome alibi, Martha.
I'm glad you like it.
All right, Angel, I'll be seeing you.
Oh, must you go?
Yes, but don't worry, I'll be back. And it may be sooner than you think.
Who's there?
It's all right, Kramer. It's only me, Mike Waring.
Oh, just a second. How'd you make out, Waring?
I didn't.
You couldn't get a thing out of her?
No. Our girlfriend Martha's got an alibi. Claims she spent the entire evening at the Hawk Club.
Well?
Well, I was down there, and everyone bears her out.
It must have been her new boyfriend who killed Logan.
No, I'm much more inclined to suspect it was her old one.
Who?
You.
I don't understand.
Oh, sure you do. You're a pretty smart boy, Kramer. That was a beautiful plan you worked out to get Logan.
What are you talking about?
You went up to Sing Sing to find somebody, only his name wasn't Bailey, it was Logan. That business of your old man's suicide was so much tripe. Logan took Martha away from you, and that's why you had it in for him.
You got rocks in your head. If Logan was the one I was after, why didn't I kill him when we were in the same cell?
Because you were sure to go to the chair. This way you felt confident you'd get away with it. The authorities up there thought Bailey was the one you were after. As far as they knew, you had no connection with Logan. It was just a coincidence that you broke out together and someone killed him. Now, you played it very smart, Kramer.
Obviously, it wasn't smart enough. You caught on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Sometimes the fates conspire against you. You see, you broke out a stir at 8:30. So the news of the break wasn't released over the air until 2 hours later. The first flash came at 10:30.
Well,
Logan was murdered at 9:45. 3/4 of an hour before either Martha or Phil Hernandez could possibly have known he escaped. That's where your frame fell down. It's too bad you made that mistake.
We can't all be as clever as you, Waring. But speaking of bonus, you made a pretty bad one yourself.
I don't see where.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Why not?
You forget that I still have this gun.
Oh, no, I haven't. Sergeant?
What?
Hiya, Kramer. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the rod. Come on, drop it.
Well, did you hear enough, Sergeant?
Plenty. Okay, Kramer, let's be moving.
I'll make this up to you, Waring.
Oh, don't bother.
Ah, I owe you plenty.
You don't owe me a thing, friend. After all, if it hadn't been for you, I never would have met Martha.
What?
Mm-hmm. Take him away, Sergeant. I have work to do.
This is the season for hearty breakfasts, hot cakes, hot toast, hot rolls, waffles, and the spread that adds extra goodness to every bite is Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The case of the substitute target. The Case of the Substitute Target. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that just because a fella has a head on his shoulders is no sign he's going to be able to keep it there. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Martha Ray and Jimmy Durante on The Big Show today on NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Doris. Thanks for the call, but tonight is out for me. I'm working for a businessman who was killed off his competition, and the question is, did he do it literally?
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Widow's Gorilla. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Widow's Gorilla. It's late Sunday night in the New York apartment of novelty manufacturer Raymond Orsatti. Orsatti is the stout, middle-aged man who at the moment is opening a desk drawer in the study of the apartment, out of which he takes a revolver. He breaks the revolver, sees that it's loaded, closes it, and is raising it to his head when he hears a sound behind him. He turns to see his wife, Lois, standing in the doorway.
Raymond! What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Give me that gun.
Stay away from me.
Please, Raymond, let me have it.
Stay away or you'll really get hurt.
Won't you listen to reason?
What can you say? Business is ruined. Kendrick's got the best of me. There's nothing left.
Are you just going to quit? Let him win so easily?
He's already won. Driven me to the wall. There's nothing I can do.
There must be something.
Bankruptcy. Disgrace.
If you'd just stop feeling sorry for yourself and really work at it, you'd find a way out.
How?
Don't ask me. You're the brains.
I tell you it's no use. Only other way out would... Hey, wait a minute. That's an idea. If Kendrick would fall for it.
What is it?
Yes, it's a possibility.
What are you talking about?
You'll see if it works. Have to figure out how to present it to Kendrick. He might just go for it. He just might. Well, there's the proposition, Kendrick. What do you say?
Is that all you have to offer?
All? Look, it's all in your favor. Everything the way
Sorry,
you...
Orsatti, I'm not interested.
But don't you see...
It's not worth discussing. When you asked me to come over this morning, I thought you had a worthwhile offer. I can't waste my time on this. Good day, Orsatti.
No, Kendrick, wait.
Perhaps your time isn't valuable, Orsatti. Mine is. Good day again.
I might have known he wouldn't be interested. I should have known. Why do I try to kid myself? Oh, what's the use? Dear Lois, it's no use. I knew that it wouldn't be, but I tried to pretend. I'm sorry about everything, but there's only one way out. You took the gun last night, but you didn't know I have another. Try to forgive me. Ray.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Kendrick.
Hey, you know something?
What?
You look an awful lot like the Falcon.
Oh, it's the shape of my face.
It's amazing. I've seen pictures of him.
Will you please tell Mr. Kendrick I'm here? He's expecting me.
Your name?
Michael Waring.
Yes, sir. Michael Waring? You are the Falcon.
Yes, small world, isn't it? Now, will you tell Kendrick...
I'm going out for a few minutes. If Mr. Waring comes, ask him to wait.
This is Mr. Waring.
Oh, fine. I'm not going out after all. Come on in, Waring.
Right.
And if anyone else comes, I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Now, Waring, I guess you wonder what a man like me wants with a detective.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Happens in the best of families.
What happens?
Needing detectives.
Oh, that. I thought you meant murder. I wondered how you knew.
Oh, so that's why I'm here.
Yes. The police just left. You'll read about it in the paper tomorrow.
What'll I read?
I have a nice little business here, Waring. Been growing steadily the past few years. This week, I drove my chief competitor, Raymond Orsatti, to the wall. Bankruptcy.
Well, bully for you.
Got a call from him this morning. Could I come right over? I went. What he offered was a merger. I don't need him. He needs me.
Well?
Well, I told him I wasn't interested and left. An hour later, he's found, shot through the head.
Well, that's one way to get rid of competition.
I didn't do it.
All right, chum, all right.
But the medical examiner says he got it right around the time I was there.
But he was alive when you left.
Definitely. Only I have no proof. But I have a theory, Waring. See what you think of it.
All right.
I say suicide.
Was there a note?
They didn't find any. But here's the way I see it. Orsatti knew he was licked and blames me. He decides to give up and shoots himself, but he does it in a way to get back at me. He calls me on a silly pretext, waits till I leave, and then kills himself. Intentionally leaving no note, so I'll be blamed. You don't buy it?
Oh, it's possible. Who found the body?
A Leonard Stribling. He arrived an hour after me.
You know anything about Stribling?
Well, I understand he's a bookie. Orsatti liked the horses.
All right, Kendrick, I'll drop round and see Stribling. You're playing a long shot, and I have an idea he's just the boy to quote me the odds. Hello, my name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see Leonard Stribling, please.
I'm Stribling.
The bookie?
Look around you, Waring. Look around you. Can't you see this is a loan office?
It's convenient. You clean them, lend them the money, and then clean them all over again. Get them coming and going.
You got the wrong Leonard Stribling.
Didn't you find Raymond Orsatti's body?
So what?
I've got the right Leonard Stribling.
Look, I don't know what you want, Waring, but whatever it is, you're wasting your time. The law's had me on the grill already, and I'm clear. Orsatti was killed an hour before I went up to his place, and I can account for every second of that hour with witnesses.
So you didn't kill him. What's the chances he killed himself?
Suicide?
Mm-hmm. Are you sure there wasn't a note?
Who are you working for, Waring? Insurance company?
What insurance company?
Orsatti's. He had a $30,000 policy, didn't you know?
I'm just beginning. Tell me more.
Oh. You tell me. Who are you working for?
That's no secret. Kendrick.
Kendrick, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Very good.
You like that?
Come on in here, Waring.
Okay.
Now, look, Kendrick is in this kind of deep,
So?
Well, suppose there was a note. A suicide note. I don't say there was, but if there was, that'd be all the proof Kendrick would need that he didn't knock off Orsatti, right?
Right.
A note like that ought to be worth a lot to Kendrick.
How much?
Don't ask me. Kendrick's the only one who can answer that, but before he starts figuring, maybe you'd better remind him that he's not the only one who'd be interested in the note.
Who else?
Orsatti's widow.
Why, suicide clause?
You guessed it, chum. The clause is in effect. If Orsatti killed himself, the insurance is void, meaning that Mrs. O is out a cool $30,000.
I get the picture.
Good. Show it to Kendrick. He may appreciate art, too.
Yes?
Are you Lois Orsatti?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. May I come in?
What's it about?
Your husband's death.
I don't want to think about it anymore. You'll have to go.
Oh, I know how you feel. But before I go, I thought you might like to know I've just seen Leonard Stribling.
What of it?
He tried to sell me your husband's suicide note.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Orsatti. Stribling says your husband killed himself. And he's dickering with you to sell you the note so you can cash in on the insurance.
That's a lie. I haven't seen Stribling.
Well, then you will. He wants to get us bidding against each other.
What's your interest in the note?
Well, it could save me a lot of trouble. If you buy it, you're just going to wind up in a jam with the insurance company.
What an awful thing to say. To suggest that I'd do such a thing. It isn't enough what I've gone through. You have to come here, make such accusations.
I didn't accuse. I advised.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure. So long.
Marbury. Marbury, come here.
Yeah, Mrs. Orsatti. What's the trouble?
A man just left. Michael Waring. You can catch him before he reaches the street. I want you to see that he doesn't get to Stribling. If he tries to, stop him. I don't care what you do, only stop him. You understand?
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Lois Orsatti ordered Marbury to keep Mike from Stribling. Now, in a restaurant, Mike enters a phone booth to put in a call to his client. As he dials, Mike looks through the glass door and sees Marbury earnestly studying the pages of a telephone book and from time to time shooting glances at Mike that are meant to be unnoticed.
Hello?
Kendrick?
Yes.
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Any luck?
Yeah, you were right. Looks like Orsatti killed himself.
I knew it.
But you were also wrong.
What's that?
You said Orsatti didn't leave a note because he wanted you blamed.
Uh-huh.
Well, there is a note.
There is?
So Stribling claims. So what becomes of your theory?
Well, it's still suicide. But Stribling told the police there wasn't any note.
Yeah, because he wants to peddle it to the highest bidder.
Oh, but who else would be interested?
Mrs. Orsatti. I tried to talk her out of the deal, but no dice. She put a tail on me.
What?
Yeah, flat-faced Joe who's making such a production of being inconspicuous that he stands out like an overcoat in July. He's right outside this phone booth waiting to pick me up again.
What are you going to do?
Have dinner. I'm hungry.
All right, Waring, but about that note, I'm willing to pay. I don't like being involved with murder.
And I don't like blackmail. I'll go up and see Stribling as soon as I finish dinner.
And the man who's following you?
Well, if he's still with me after dinner, I'll call him on it. If he's as bad a liar as he is a tale, I should learn plenty. All right, chum, what are we playing?
Huh?
You've been following me ever since I left Orsatti's.
You own this sidewalk?
Well, considering taxes, sometimes I wonder.
You want to walk, you walk. I want to walk, I walk. It doesn't say somebody's following somebody.
All right, walk. I'll wait here.
I'll walk when I feel like it.
You mean when I feel like it? Now, look, chum, I've been in this racket long enough to know when I'm being tailed.
In that case, you've been in the racket long enough to be familiar with one of these.
Oh, gun? Yes.
Well, turn around. Go on.
Now?
Start walking.
Where to?
Straight ahead. Remember, I'm right behind you.
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not likely to forget. You know, I'm sorry you're so attached to me. I'm really not your type at all.
Maybe you have a point. Turn into that alley. All right, now stop.
I have an idea this is the part I don't like.
Don't like? You love it. This is where I leave you. That's where you want it, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
Only before I go, I better say goodbye like so.
All right, pal, on your feet.
Oh, hello, officer.
Come on, get up.
Oh, well, I'll try.
Them as can't handle it shouldn't touch it.
What?
You heard me.
You think I'm drunk?
No, that aroma issuing from you is doubtless genuine attar of roses.
What? Oh, yeah, he must have doused the stuff on me.
Oh, you didn't drink it. Somebody doused you, huh?
Now, look, officer, I was sapped. Here's the lump if you want to feel it.
Hey, neat job, right back of the ear. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, maybe. What time is it, officer?
A little after 8.
Then I've only been out a few minutes. There may still be time.
Huh?
The thug obviously works for Mrs. Orsatti. I thought I could scare her into tossing in her hand, but the strong arm act means she's shooting for the pot. That means I've got to work fast.
What'd you say?
She wants to beat me to a deal with Stribling. But if she gets that note, I'm cooked. When the gavel comes down, I have to be a high bidder. I've got to get up there.
All right, pal, run along. You're not drunk. You're crazy.
Harrison Apartments. Callahan 308. Just a moment, I connect you. Yes, sir. Now, what can I do for you?
What apartment is Stribling's? I want to talk to him.
I'm afraid that is impossible, sir. He's not seeing anyone.
But he'll see me.
I do not think so, sir.
Why not?
Mr. Stribling is dead.
You again.
That's right, Mrs. Orsatti.
What do you want this time?
The thug. Where is he?
Thug?
The character who followed me when I left here before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about.
He didn't tail me here. He did tail me from here. You must be the link.
Now, see here, Mr. Waring.
Yeah, I know. This is no way to talk to a poor bereaved widow. But it so happens I've just been slugged by the poor widow's gorilla. And a thing like that doesn't put me on my best behavior. Now, where is he?
Look, if you don't stop bothering me, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, don't bother. They'll be around. I've already talked to them.
You what?
I told you were flirting with trouble. Well, the trouble's here. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yeah, murder. And your playmate may have some of the answers on it, so where can I find him?
How many times do I have to tell you?
All right. I keep thinking you'll listen to reason, but I see you're determined to do it the hard way. So I might as well run along. I'm just wasting my time here.
I'm glad you finally realized that. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Hello. Oh, yes, Waring. I've been trying to reach you. I want to know what I owe you so we can settle up.
What, you mean I'm canned?
No, it's just I don't need your services anymore.
How come?
Have you seen Stribling tonight?
Yeah.
Well, didn't he tell you?
No, he's not in a talkative mood. What should he have told me?
About the note.
What about it?
I got it from him.
You what?
I have Orsatti's suicide note. Got it from Stribling tonight. So you can see, as far as you're concerned, the case is closed.
Well, maybe, Kendrick. But as far as you're concerned, believe me, it's just starting.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It is 20 minutes since Kendrick told Mike over the phone about having Orsatti's suicide note. And since he has the note, Kendrick thinks he no longer needs Mike. But Mike has different ideas on the subject, and he's gone over to Kendrick's to present them.
So you say you bought the note from Stribling?
That's right, Waring. I don't see why you're so excited about it.
No?
No, the note's conclusive. Unmistakably in Orsatti's handwriting.
All right, Kendrick. You've proved you didn't kill Orsatti. Now, what about Stribling?
Huh? What about him?
I suppose you don't know that he was killed tonight.
What? Good heavens.
Yeah. You walked out of one murder rap right into another. So it looks like my services are still very much required.
You're not joking?
When I work for Yox, Kendrick, I pull cuter stuff than this.
What'll we do?
First, a quick run-through to see where we stand. Like, why did you go up to Stribling's? I told you I'd handle it.
He called me right after you did. Wanted to know how much I'd pay. He claimed Mrs. Orsatti had offered $15,000. I offered $20,000.
And you took it right over to him?
That's right.
When'd you get there?
Around 7:30.
How long did you stay?
5-10 minutes.
Oh, great. You were there right around the time he was killed.
Oh, no.
The neighbors heard the shots.
He was alive when I left.
Yes, and was killed right after. 7:40. You're in a rut. Orsatti and Stribling. Right back where you started, only this time there's no note.
There may be another difference, too.
Oh, what's that?
It was known that I was up at Orsatti's. Possibly no one knows I went to Stribling's.
I know.
Except you. Look, I'm scared to death of a murder charge, Waring. I've paid $20,000 already to clear myself of one. How much do you want?
You save your pennies, Kendrick. I'll work for my $50 a day plus expenses. And if I can't clear you that way, you better have cash on hand for a good lawyer.
You've got to clear me.
All right, then let me do it my way. I'm going to make one last attempt at getting Lois Orsatti to talk. Oh, and you better come with me. I want to keep my eye on you.
Why?
Because Mrs. Orsatti has a gorilla working for her. And if she gets the idea you have the note, he may come calling. And take my word for it, Kendrick, you wouldn't enjoy the visit. 412. Now remember, Kendrick, let me do the talking.
All right, Welling.
Now, just one thing before we go in. Did you ever meet Stribling before tonight?
No. Why?
Oh, good. Let me...
Oh, not you again.
Yes, and this time I'm coming in.
I see you are. What do I have to do?
Just be your charming self.
All right, let's get this over with once and for all.
That suits me fine. You know Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, I know him. He killed my husband.
Now, see here, Mrs. Osati.
I'll handle it, Kendrick. Mrs. Osati, I told you your husband killed himself. Now we have proof.
Then Kendrick drove him to it.
It was strictly business, up and up. If your husband wasn't...
Kendrick, I'll handle it.
Sorry.
Mrs. Osati, your husband killed himself. We have a note to prove it.
You have it?
Yes, right here. Don't touch. But you can see it's in your husband's handwriting.
Where did you get it?
From Stribling.
You killed him for it.
Who told you he's dead?
The police were here.
Oh, I see.
Yes, they were here, all right. It's not enough I've lost a husband. No, all day long. You and the police and the police and you.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I could have more sympathy with you if you weren't involved with that gorilla. And if you didn't lie about your dealings with Stribling.
I didn't have any dealings with Stribling.
He said different.
He was lying.
I doubt it. He wouldn't have closed a deal with us until he'd heard your last offer.
He didn't close the deal. You killed him. That's how you got the note.
What makes you so sure?
Because he obviously was killed for the note, and you've got it.
Well, that's nice going, Mrs. Osati. But there's one hitch.
What's that?
Kendrick never met Stribling before. So when he bought the note, how do we know he bought it from Stribling?
What?
Welling, you mean that wasn't Stribling?
Someone could have killed Stribling for the note, then sold it to you pretending to be Stribling.
But who?
Well, obviously not you, Mrs. Osati. You couldn't have masqueraded as a man. But your gorilla...
I've told you.
You told me you don't know the gorilla. But there's a good possibility that he's a murderer. Now, if you want to keep on covering for him, you may wind up as an accessory.
I didn't have anything to do with the murder.
But you did have something to do with the murderer. And if you don't talk now, we'll still prove it when we find him. After all, I've seen him. I've described him to the police. Now it's just a matter of time.
What do you want me to do?
Tell us his name. Tell us where we can find him.
All right. But you understand I didn't know he was going to kill Stribling.
Uh-huh.
Stribling phoned me. Said he had something that I might be interested in. I hired Marbury to find out about it, and that's all.
Marbury, so that's his name?
Yes, Jack Marbury.
Right.
But I didn't know he'd commit murder. I'm still not sure that he did. All I know is when you came, I ordered him to follow you. Later he called back, said he followed you home.
Home?
That's what he said. Then he said he went up to Stribling's, but just as he got to the door, he heard a shot.
Oh, we heard the shot.
That's what he said.
Looks like you've hit it, Waring. He was lying to her. He went up, killed Stribling for the note, sold it to me.
Mm-hmm. Where can we find him, Mrs. Osati?
Well, perhaps if you'd tried...
You looking for me?
Marbury!
Reach, all of you. I saw Waring come in here, so I went around the back. I thought you might need me, sweetheart, but I was wrong. You don't need me. What you need is a good smack in the teeth.
Waring is going for it.
Yeah, now's my chance.
Good, Waring. You knocked him out. But he's not.
Not the one who sold you the note? I didn't think he would be.
But you said...
I know what I said, because I was trying to catch a murderer. And you know, Kendrick, looks like I did.
Yes? Who?
Kendrick, it's obvious. The broken-hearted widow, Lois Osati.
Yes?
Mr. Waring is here.
All right, send him in. Hello, Waring. Come in. Sit down.
Thanks, Kendrick. Well, they got the whole story out of her at headquarters.
Good. One thing I still don't understand, Waring. Maybe you can explain.
What's that?
Why'd she do it? The note was what everyone was after. Killing Stribling didn't get it for her.
She wanted the note because she'd lose $30,000 if it fell into your hands.
Precisely.
But Stribling called her, told her you had offered $20,000 cash.
Yes?
Well, she couldn't see topping your bid. What she'd have left out of $30 wouldn't be worth the risk.
Mm-hmm.
But she knew $20,000 in cash would be changing hands at Stribling's. So she went there with a gun to collect it. She figured if she couldn't protect her $30, she'd settle for your $20.
I see.
She knew Stribling would be in no position to call Copper, so it seemed safe. Only he put up a struggle, and she had to shoot him.
Uh-huh. And just how did you know it was she?
Well, first of all, I didn't think it was you.
Flattering? Why not?
Well, you were just trying to clear yourself of one murder rap. I couldn't see you exposing yourself to another, just to wipe out the first.
Very well, you've cleared me. Still, that doesn't prove...
Well, you didn't do it.
I knew Marbury didn't.
How'd you know Marbury didn't?
Well, because Stribling was killed at 7:40, and it so happens that at that exact time, Marbury was sitting across from me in a restaurant, keeping an eye on me.
Oh.
So that left Mrs. Orsatti. Of course, there was the outside chance that the job was pulled by someone not directly involved in the case. But I squashed that by giving Mrs. Orsatti a chance to finger Marbury.
And she fell for it.
Well, she figured the more fall guys she had lined up, the safer she'd be. But when she tried to place Marbury at Stribling's at the time of the shooting, that proved she was lying.
Very good, Waring. Very good indeed. And now, here's your check.
Thank you.
And I guess that's just about all, huh?
Uh-huh. Oh, just one more thing.
What's that?
So what's the name of that cute little secretary of yours?
Her name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Mrs. Kendrick.
Oh. Well, as you were saying, Kendrick, I guess that's just about all, huh? So long.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Now, thanks for calling, but I'll have to skip this one, Angel. Yeah, I'm involved with a little character who has an idea he's a lady killer. And I have to see to it that he doesn't take it too literally.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the neighbor's nightmare. In just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, I'd like to tell you ladies how you can make delicious snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers more quickly and easily than ever. Just make them with those wonderfully handy Kraft cheese spreads. There are 9 grand varieties, you know, some sharp-tasting and others delightfully mild. But all are delicious, and of course of the finest quality, because they are made by Kraft. And for years, Kraft has been famous for foods of the finest quality. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. It's late Sunday night, and at one of New York's most expensive hotels, short, baldish Gordon Daly is asleep in his room when there's a loud knocking on his door. Daly sits up, fumbles for the bedside light, then staggers sleepily to the door while putting on his bathrobe. At the door, he stops and puts his head close to it.
Who is it?
I have the room across the hall. I must talk to you.
Well, it's late.
Yes, I know, but please open the door. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Open the door, I'll explain.
Just a minute. Now, what is...
Let me in, please.
But it's late, and suppose, somebody this time of night...
Just for a minute till I collect myself.
Well, all right.
Thank you. I know this seems strange, and when I explain, you're going to think I'm silly.
Am I?
I'm afraid so. You see, I had a nightmare.
Oh?
I was afraid to be alone. Isn't that childish?
Well, I guess so.
I get so frightened I just can't stand it. Look, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, yes, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Look how my hand's still shaking.
Here, I'll light it for you. There.
I saw you on the elevator and coming in here a few times. You look, well, understanding. And when I get these awful dreams...
I know how you feel. I've had nightmares.
It's really my own fault. I should have put the money in the bank instead of splurging.
What?
You see, I've never had much all my life. And then all of a sudden to have $25,000, it's like coming into a fortune.
Did somebody leave you money?
No, I made a lucky investment. You see, I'd saved up a few $1,000s over a period of years, and then I heard of this opportunity, a new process for refining oil, so I put in all my savings.
And you took out $25,000?
Yes, in just a few months. I probably should have left it in. I might have been really rich. But $25,000 seemed like rich to me. I bought furs and jewelry, and I'm living here.
Your $25,000 won't last long at that rate.
Well, I may reinvest some of it, but I want to have my fun first.
Yes, I see how you feel.
The only trouble is I never had anything before. I was always so careful. That's how I saved up the few thousand I had. So now with my room full of expensive things, I keep getting these nightmares that somebody's trying to break in and rob me.
Yeah, but now about this investment...
I get so frightened when I have those dreams. I suppose it's because I... Oh, listen to me rattling on about myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bore you.
Oh, you didn't bore me.
You're kind. I knew you would be.
This investment, a new process you said for refining oil?
Well, let's not talk about that now. Maybe tomorrow if you'd care to see me.
Oh, may I take you to lunch?
Oh, I'd be delighted. You know, maybe this was a lucky accident. I don't know many people in New York.
Well, now you know me. I think maybe we'll turn out to be good friends.
I know we shall.
Yeah?
How do you do, sir? Am I in the right place?
Well, look, pal, I'm a detective, not a mind reader.
Oh, then I am in the right place. This is the address I was given, but I expected an office building, not an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
You are Michael Waring, the gentleman they call the Falcon?
Well, you're two-thirds right.
What?
I'm Michael Waring. I'm called the Falcon. But about the gentleman, well, there are various opinions about that.
Oh, well, may I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Daly. Gordon Daly.
Daly. Gordon Daly. What can I do for you?
I want you to investigate someone for me. Mr. Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Mm-hmm. And what's this Barnes, Harold Barnes done?
Well, I invested $15,000 with him a month ago, and something's come up. I need my money. I've asked him for it, but he keeps putting me off.
And you think he's pulling a fasting?
I'm not sure what he's pulling. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, how come you invested with him in the first place?
Well, you see, Muriel, a friend of mine, put her money in Barnes' company, and she made a fabulous profit.
Fabulous is a nice word for it. Just how good a friend is this Muriel?
Oh, very good.
Uh-huh. For how long?
Oh, about a month.
Mm-hmm. She crooks the finger, you rush in and get stung.
Oh, now, don't get the wrong idea about Muriel. She's a nice girl.
Oh, no doubt.
She wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. She claimed dealing with Barnes is profitable for her. Well, I'm sure it is. A nice fat profit for every sucker she lands.
Now, you're wrong.
Well, in that case, do you still want to hire me?
Yes, but you'll find out how wrong you are.
All right.
You're thinking of this as a swindle, but it's not. Barnes meant to pay off, I'm sure of that. He did pay off to Muriel, but now something's happened and he's stalling. Apparently, he's hard-pressed for cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Mr. Barnes is so hard-pressed for cash, I think I'll offer him some and see what happens.
Oh, you're interested in investing with us, hmm?
That's right, Mr. Barnes.
And you say Mr. Daly recommended us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, strange. To be perfectly frank, Mr. Daly hasn't been too happy with us lately.
Oh, he's not afraid of getting his money. It's just a matter of time. He happens to need it now. But me, I'm in no hurry, so if you'd care to outline the proposition...
I'd be glad to, Mr. Warren, did you say it is?
That's right.
Oh. Are you sure you didn't mean Waring?
What gives you that idea?
Don't be so modest, Mr. Waring. The Falcon is a famous man.
And the cops and robbers set. Which are you?
Well, I can't pretend to be a cop. As for the other, that's what you're trying to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this conversation seems to give me my answer.
But not your proof.
Well, I imagine any fair to middling accountant could take care of that.
Why not get one and see?
That's a good idea. Well, so long, Barnes. Sorry I bothered you.
Oh, that's all right, Waring. Oh, but before you go...
Yeah?
Take this! Oh, come on in, Muriel. I've almost finished packing. Say, where are your bags?
I haven't packed yet. Why'd you want me to drop by here?
Because I wanted to know what happened. I thought you were going to keep Daly in line.
I said I'd keep him happy. He's happy.
Yeah, so happy he hires a detective.
Well, he's the cautious type.
Well, this is the end of the line. With Waring on us, we've got to move.
We were stretching it pretty thin anyway. One of the suckers was bound to get restless. We're just lucky we have time to pull up stakes.
But we'd better hurry. That gunbutt's not going to keep Waring asleep all day.
You shouldn't have slugged him. You'd bluff.
What's to bluff? He could smell the setup.
You didn't have to tip that you knew him. You could have played along. That would have given us more time.
We have enough time if we don't waste it gabbing.
All right. Where's the cash?
In this suitcase.
How much does it come to?
Oh, somewhere around 80 grand. That's 40 apiece. Not bad.
I was counting on more.
Well, if Daly hadn't got itchy...
I'm not interested in ifs. I want cash.
You'll settle for what's here.
Not 40. I have plans. They call for big money.
Now, don't get the idea I'm cutting you in for more than half.
Oh, I'd never make that mistake, Barnes, knowing you. So I'll have to do my own cutting. I'll settle for 80.
What?
I said I'm taking the full 80. You're out, chum. If you don't believe me, maybe this gun will convince you.
Hey, now, kid, wait a minute.
I don't have a minute. So get out of my way. I'm taking the bag.
That's what you think?
No, don't. Oh. You fool! Why did you make me do that? Hello, Gordon.
Oh, Muriel, there you are. I've been waiting since 6.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm so late. Something awful happened.
Yes, I can see you. You look like you've had another nightmare.
This one's real. I've got to talk to you, but I don't want anybody to hear.
Well, there's a table in the corner.
All right.
I see Mademoiselle has arrived. You wish to be seated now, Mr. Dale?
Yes, please. That table over there, if we may.
Oh, certainly.
You said you got here at 6, Gordon?
Yes, that's when our reservation was for.
And you gave your name when you arrived, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
This table, monsieur?
That's right, thank you. And before we order dinner, I think we'd better have a double brandy for the young lady and a glass of sherry for me.
Yes, monsieur, right.
Yes. Thanks, Gordon.
Well, now, what's wrong?
That's terrible. You've got to help me.
I'll try.
I knew you would, darling. You're wonderful.
Well, now,
Gordon, Mr. Barnes phoned me. He said he wanted to talk to me at his apartment.
His apartment?
Yes, he said it was very important, so I went. But when I got to the door, I heard arguing inside, and then a shot.
You mean a shot?
Yes. And then the door opened, so I hid on the stairs, and I saw Peter Somerset come out and go to the elevator.
Who's Peter Somerset?
Oh, he's someone who invested with Mr. Barnes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, then, did you go in?
Yes. It was awful. Mr. Barnes, he was dead.
Oh, dear, that means my money...
You never know. Maybe Somerset took it.
Excuse me. Brandy for mademoiselle, sherry for monsieur.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Well, Gordon?
Well, we'll have to tell the police about Somerset.
Well, that's just it. I can't. I don't dare. They might think I killed Mr. Barnes.
Why should they?
Well, they jump to conclusions. I was there at the time of the murder. That's what's so awful. I was thinking, Gordon... I know it's a lot to ask, but I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, the shooting took place at 6:15. You were here in this restaurant. You got here at 6. The waiter saw you. You have a perfect alibi.
Well, yes, but what's that?
Well, suppose you say that you were at Mr. Barnes tonight at around 5:30. And as you were leaving, you saw Mr. Somerset go in.
Oh, I couldn't do...
Well, Mr. Somerset was there. I saw him. And you're in the clear as far as the murder goes because you were here when it happened.
I know, but a thing like that...
For me...
I don't know what to say. Look, Mr. Waring, he's a detective. If I tell him what you saw,
no,
maybe
No, you mustn't tell anyone that I was there, especially a detective. No, if you won't help me,
Oh, you know I'll help you. But if there's only some other way...
There isn't any other way. The only way you can help me is to say you were there yourself.
All right, Muriel. I was there at 5:30.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Muriel is a girl with ideas.
And here's an idea for all you folks who really like good salads. An idea for a wonderfully different salad dressing you can make easily. Just empty a glass full of Roca cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft, into a little bowl. Then use that empty Roca glass to measure out an equal amount of Miracle Whip salad dressing. Blend the two together, and the result is a delightfully different salad dressing. Creamy, smooth Roca cheese spread has a zesty blue cheese flavor that's unusually delicious, really tantalizing. And for wonderful snacks and sandwiches, try Old English brand and Smoke Hill and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, too. But, of course, you'll want to try all 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious that they've become America's favorites. So, enjoy the best. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. They're America's favorites. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Gordon Daly agreed to save Muriel's neck by placing himself at Barnes' apartment at 5:30. Now he's phoning the Falcon. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Gordon Daly.
Oh, yes, Daly. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. Well, I saw Barnes for you. Looks bad for your money. He plays dirty pool. I've got the head to prove it.
What?
He slugged me and skipped. I called in his description to the police. They're looking for him.
What, they found him. I just heard on the radio he's been murdered.
What?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. I think I know who did it.
Yeah, who?
Mr. Somerset, Peter Somerset.
How do you know that?
I saw him. You see, I went up to Mr. Barnes' apartment this afternoon.
You went up there? Why?
Well, he phoned and asked me to.
What did he say when you got there?
Nothing much.
He asked you to go over so he could tell you nothing much, huh?
Look, why are you asking me all these questions? Aren't you working for me?
Well, I thought so, but you seem to be taking matters in your own hands.
Well, but Barnes asked me.
Uh-huh.
That's the truth. And as long as you're so skeptical, before you get the idea I had anything to do with the murder, I want you to know I was in a public restaurant in front of witnesses at 6:15 when the murder was committed.
I see. Now, how come you know when the murder was committed?
What? Oh, that was on the radio, too.
Well, if you weren't at Barnes' at 6:15, how come you're so sure Somerset is the murderer?
Well, I'm not sure, only he was there.
At the time of the murder?
I don't know. He just went in as I was coming out.
When was that?
5:30.
45 minutes before the murder.
Well, it's just a lead, but I thought you ought to know. The important thing now is my money. If Mr. Somerset is the murderer, maybe he...
Yeah, maybe he. Where can I find him?
He's in the phone book.
All right, I'll check on him. So long, Daly. Taxi.
Wait a minute, Waring.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Corbett.
I'll save you a fare. You want to go someplace? I've got a squad car.
Well, you're too good to me, Corbett.
Don't mention it. I want to talk to you anyway.
All right, fine. What do we discuss? Existentialism or dialectics?
Let's discuss Harold Barnes.
Isn't he a pretty dead subject?
Very dead. How did you know?
It's on the radio.
Huh? How did it get on the radio?
What's the matter? Haven't you given out a story on it?
No.
There's a leak someplace. Whole thing's on the air. Time of death and all.
Time of death?
Yep. 6:15.
Waring, you'd better have that radio of yours checked. Could stand a new tube or something.
Why?
I've got news for you. Barnes wasn't killed at 6:15.
No?
No, he was killed at 5:30.
What's that?
That's right, Waring. 5:30. You gonna talk?
I've been talking. Ever since we got to headquarters.
But you haven't said anything. What do you know about the murder?
Nothing.
You admit you had a fight with Barnes?
Some fight. He slugged me when I wasn't looking.
This is not gonna make you love him.
All right, so I killed him.
You want to sign a confession?
You don't have enough rubber hose for that, Corbett.
I don't say you pulled the trigger, Waring, but you know something. You're covering for somebody.
Now, that's a brilliant piece of deduction.
Who is it?
No comment.
What's with the phony radio yarn you handed me?
That's what I want to know. And if you'd stop wasting my time, maybe I could find out.
And if you'd cooperate...
You'd die of shock. I couldn't do it to you, Corbett. I simply couldn't.
I ought to book you, Waring.
On suspicion?
On general principles. But we've just cleaned the jail, so get out of here.
You say the sweetest things.
If this case isn't cracked in 24 hours, I may change my mind. Now beat it.
Oh, Mr. Waring, come in.
Yeah, Daly. Daly, where'd you get the idea Bonds was killed at 6:15?
Oh, I told you, the radio.
Wasn't on the radio.
But I heard it.
No, it's no use, Daly. That's too easily checked.
Well, I have nothing else to say.
You know, chum, when somebody has the facts of a murder before the story is out, it usually means he had something to do with it.
I have an alibi.
Uh-huh. So this isn't the usual situation, especially since those facts of yours happen to be incorrect.
What do you mean?
I mean that the murder didn't take place at 6:15.
It didn't?
No, it didn't. It happened at 5:30.
What?
Yes, just the time you admitted being at Bonds.
Oh, no, there's some mistake.
And you made it.
I didn't kill him.
Well, I don't think you did. You wouldn't have stuck your neck out so far if you had.
I'm glad you realized that.
Yeah, so that leaves just one explanation.
Does it?
You mentioned a friend when I first talked to you, Muriel.
Yes?
Nice girl, you said. She wouldn't lie to you. Not much. She'd just trim you out of your savings and then frame you for murder. Well?
I don't know.
It was Muriel, wasn't it? Now, come on, Daly, wasn't it?
Stay right where you are, Waring. Don't you move.
Oh, dear. How chivalrous can you get? A gun because I accuse your girl?
I trusted her, Waring. I believed her. I loved her.
As long as you're putting that all in the past tense, why the gun?
You don't think I'm going to let her get away with this, do you?
You don't need the gun to get even. All we need is your testimony. If we can pin the killing on her...
If. Well, I'm not going to wait. And I'm not interested in just giving testimony. For once in my life, I'm going to do something.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Daly.
you stay right there. This is between me and her. We're going to have it out, and don't you try to follow me. If you do, I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Waring. I'll kill you.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I'd hate to be in Mike's shoes right now, but then I have a much more pleasant job than Mike's. Yes, I really enjoy telling you about the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, because I know how good tasting all 9 of these fine cheese spreads are. Each one is extra good, and there's a variety to please every taste. There are mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, and there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Roca, Smoke Ale, and Kraft cheese and bacon spread. They're all good to eat, and actually good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks your folks can help themselves to, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Gordon Daly took matters and a gun in his own hands. Now he confronts Muriel in her apartment.
You cheat, you lying little cheat.
Gordon, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I let you make a fool of me.
You don't understand.
I don't understand at last. You were just using me, that's all. Just using me.
No, Gordon, if you'd only...
Just using me. I thought, I hoped... No, don't you move.
Please, Gordon.
Now you're going to pay.
Don't kill me. Somebody will hear the shot. You won't get away. You'll be caught.
Yes, I'll be caught. Well, I don't care. I'll give myself up.
Wait, there's money. A lot of it.
I'm not interested in money anymore.
Please, Gordon, put down the gun. Please.
Yes. Yes, Muriel, I will put down the gun. There.
Thank you.
I won't need it for what I'm going to do.
What do you... No, stay away. Oh!
I don't need a gun.
Don't.
Gordon.
All right, Daly, that's enough.
Waring, where did you come from?
The window. Now let her go.
Thanks, stranger, for giving me a chance to get the gun. Now put up your hands.
What? Well, that's gratitude for you. I saved your life.
So thanks. All right, Gordon, get up.
Yes. Waring, how did you get here? I made sure you didn't follow.
Now, you're not too good at the rough stuff, Daly. You shouldn't try it. You left me in your room. Muriel's address is on your phone pad.
Oh, of course.
When I got here, I knew you wouldn't let me in. That's why I tried the window instead of the door.
Well, if you're all through congratulating yourself, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Yeah, sure. It's all about your pretty neck, as if you didn't know. Daly wanted to ring it. I wanted to save it, so that you can face the murder rap you're trying to pin on him.
Murder rap?
Now, don't tell me it's news to you. Your frame isn't going to work, Angel. Daly was supposed to put his neck in the noose by admitting he was at Barnes's at 5:30.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we won't argue that. Anyway, so far he's only said it to me. He didn't tell the police, and if I deny he told me, where's your proof against him?
Maybe there isn't any. But aren't you overlooking one thing?
What's that?
Where's your evidence against me? Since you seem to be accusing me.
You tried to frame Daly.
Can you prove that?
I can try.
You'll get your chance. We'll see whose story holds up. And don't move, either.
What are you doing?
Calling the police. Any objections? Gordon has admitted being at the murder scene at 5:30, Sergeant. That's why he tried to kill me.
No, that's not it.
Daly, you and Waring both admit you tried to kill the girl.
Well, I lost my head.
Sure, just like you lost it when you killed Barnes.
But, Corbett, can't you...
Yeah, Waring, I see you're trying to build up Daly as a nice, innocent little sucker. So what's a nice, innocent little sucker doing with a gun?
I told you, Sergeant. Muriel, she gave it to me. She told me Peter Somerset might try to harm me because I accused him, and I needed to protect myself.
Sergeant, you don't believe...
You bet I don't believe. Waring gives me a lot of double talk. Now he admits he was covering for Daly. He admits Daly pulled a gun on him, and the gun turns out to be the murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
That's what ballistics says. So, with the gun, with the second murder attempt, with Waring's double talk, no. There's only one answer this time.
Can't you see it's a frame?
Did you ever see a murderer who wasn't being framed, Waring?
But the girl told him what to do.
She didn't tell him to pull a gun on you. She didn't tell him to try to strangle her. She didn't tell you to hold back on me. Her story makes sense. Yours and Daly's still doesn't.
All right, Corbett, you win.
But do you know how much I win, Waring?
What?
I could hold you, too, for obstructing justice, and don't think I wouldn't love it.
Oh, come now, Corbett. I know that behind that stony facade there beats a heart of granite.
Keep up the bright dialogue, chum. But you've just got one out. Otherwise, I throw the book at you.
And what's my out?
You sign a statement saying Daly admitted to you he was at Barnes at 5:30.
All right, Corbett.
No, Waring, don't.
The truth, Daly.
But it'll clinch the case. I don't mind about myself, but this means Muriel will go free. She'll get away with everything.
What can I do? Go ahead, Corbett. Have the statement typed out. I'll sign it.
Oh, it's you.
Well, that's a friendly greeting, Muriel. Still haven't forgiven me for saving your life.
I still haven't forgiven you for trying to pin a murder on me.
Oh, well, we all make mistakes. I signed the statement tying it to Daly, didn't I?
When you couldn't help yourself. What do you want?
In?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Doing what?
What's it to you?
I thought I might help.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Not so fast. I happen to be interested in you, Muriel.
Thanks again, but it's still goodbye.
In fact, I'm so interested, I've been following you ever since they threw Daly in the can.
What's that?
You see, I knew this was more than a murder. Barnes was working a neat swindle. Must have collected quite a bundle. But the police had searched his place and Daly's. No dough.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, I haven't given up on you, Angel. That's why I've been hanging around. A little while ago, you received a parcel post package. What was in it?
You tell me.
Okay, I'll make a stab at it. You mailed the swindle money to yourself. Let Uncle Sam hold it for you while the heat was on.
Nice guessing. Where does it get you?
I'd like to see the package.
You'd like to take a walk.
All right. I'll be back with Sergeant Corbett.
No, you don't.
No guns, Angel.
Let go.
Not yet. Let me have that. You're trying to pull this just about clinches things, Muriel.
You can't prove anything.
I proved enough to get Sergeant Corbett up here with a search warrant. That ought to wrap things up. Let's go phone him, shall we?
For a while, Waring, I thought you'd let me down.
Oh, for a while I had to, Daly.
Well, you worked with Sergeant Corbett before. Wasn't there any way you could convince him?
Sure, by getting proof. That's what I did.
And in the meantime, I had to sit in jail.
Well, wasn't it worth it to save you 15 grand? Not to mention your neck?
It was worth it to get even with Muriel.
You sure are one for revenge.
I think of how much I loved that woman. Well, I still do, I guess. That's why I hate her so much.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Well, at least I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm through with women. They're nothing but trouble. That's all they are, Waring. Trouble.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got to be going.
Oh, yes? Where?
Oh, just out looking for trouble. Good night, Daly.
For
For the best in taste in the margarine you buy, get Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its wonderful new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. In any package, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Get a pound tomorrow. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some people don't need a moving van to move in. A little Colt 45 can carry a lot more weight. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. I'm glad you called. You busy tonight? Oh, you are? All right, Angel. You know what that means. Anything that happens to me this evening will be a dead loss.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. And now, the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. It is Saturday afternoon in New York, 2 days before Christmas. And on Manhattan's busy corners, gaily dressed Santa Clauses ring their bells while people rush to do their last-minute shopping. And one of those frantic shoppers is a man named Larry Sterling, but the prices in the store windows seem to frighten him. And as he shakes his head sadly, a small delivery truck pulls alongside. And the driver, after watching him for a minute, calls to him.
Hey, mister. Mister.
Huh? Me?
Yeah. Come here a minute.
What's the matter?
You look like a nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait. Don't go away. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry. I'm busy.
Now, take it easy, mister. What's your name?
Sterling. Larry Sterling.
Oh, glad to know you. My name is Haynes. Walter Haynes. I've been watching you.
So I noticed.
You got a girl?
What's it to you?
Look, Sterling, I want to do you a favor.
Well, don't bother.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Hey, wait a second. What kind of a favor?
How would you like to give your girl a silver fox jacket for Christmas?
You crazy.
Then you know what those things cost.
Yeah, and I haven't got that kind of dough.
Well, would you be willing to spend $75 for one?
What?
Get in the car.
Well,
make up your mind, Sterling. Either you want to look at this jacket or you don't.
Well, why can't I see it out here?
Because there's a cop watching us. Hey, careful. Don't sit on the box.
Is it in here?
Yeah. Take a look. Pretty, huh?
Is this stolen merchandise, Haynes?
Now, look, Sterling, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. All I know is that any gal who gets a jacket like this is going to think her boyfriend is plenty all right.
$75, you said?
That's right. And I'll throw in that gift box. Did you notice a label?
DuPont Brothers. Hey, that's one of the biggest furriers in town.
Oh, sure. When your girlfriend gets a load of that, what do you think she'll say?
She'll wonder where I got the money.
Okay, if you don't want the
No,
coat.
no. I'll take it, Haynes.
Ah, you got yourself a buy there, Sterling. Take it from me, pal. You don't know what you walked into. Hey, you better fill up the tank, Joey. I'm going out again. Only sold one silver fox today. Think I'll have to try Lower Broadway.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Bonnie.
Hello, Haynes.
Where'd you drop from?
Steve Ellis told me you kept your truck here.
What's up?
Mr. Raynaud is looking for you.
Raynaud?
Uh-huh.
What for?
Don't you know?
No. What'd I do?
It's what Raynaud thinks you didn't do.
Oh, he's crazy.
You want to tell him that?
Oh, there's no talking to him once he gets an idea in his head. Hey, Bonnie, what'll I do, huh?
How would you like to hide out in my place?
You mean you'd let me?
Why not?
Oh, but if Raynaud ever found out about this...
Why should he?
Well, somebody might rat.
I'm not worried.
Oh, I want you to know, Bonnie, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live.
I know you mean well, darling. But if Mr. Raynaud ever discovers this little deceit, that's not saying very much, is it? Look, Haynes. Maybe it would be better if...
If what?
Oh, skip it. Go ahead.
Thanks. You know, Bonnie, for a minute there, I was afraid you changed your mind.
Oh, there's very little danger of that.
Raynaud.
I'm delighted you remember me. Oh, Bonnie, will you please shut the door?
So it was a trap?
Yes, but you're very lucky, Haynes. Not every rat is offered such attractive bait. That was a very fine piece of work, Bonnie.
Listen, Raynaud, you promised me nothing would happen to him if I brought him here.
Did I? Well, let's not worry about it, shall we? Oh, Haynes, I believe you know Leonard.
Sure he does. We're old friends, aren't we, pal?
Cut it out.
Bonnie's right, Leonard. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Really, Haynes, I'm so sorry about this. May I offer you something?
No, I don't want anything.
Well, that's where we differ. Because I do. 2 weeks ago, you received your usual consignment of fur jackets. One coat was different. Where is it?
In my truck?
Leonard, will you be good enough to check?
Sure.
Never mind. I've already looked. It isn't there.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah. You know something? I must have sold it by mistake. Oh, you gotta believe me, Mr. Raynaud.
Of course I do. Who was the lucky buyer?
Well, that's just the trouble. I don't know his name.
Leonard.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Haynes.
No.
When I get through with you, your own mother won't know you.
What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Raynaud, keep Leonard away from him. He'll kill him.
I hope not, Bonnie. But if he does, well, in our trade, death is always an occupational hazard. Carry on, Leonard.
Yeah?
You the superintendent of this building?
That's right.
You got a Larry Sterling living here?
Who?
Come on, Pop. Get with it. Larry Sterling. Do you know him?
Sure.
What apartment does he live in?
3A.
Thanks.
But he ain't home now.
He's not?
Nope. Went out about 20 minutes ago.
When does he due back?
Didn't say.
Well, how's about letting me wait for him?
Oh, help yourself.
No, I mean in his apartment.
In his apartment?
Yeah. You got a pass key, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, suppose you let me borrow it.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not? I'll make it worth your while. Did you use $10?
Yeah.
Well, all you got to do is let me borrow your key.
I know. I told you can't.
Now, you don't understand, Pop. My name's Leonard. You see, I'm an old friend of Larry's. I want to surprise him.
Yep, sorry.
All right. Then I'll tell you what I'll do. You still want to make that 10?
And not if it's going
No,
to...
forget the key. All I want to know is when Larry came home tonight, did he have a big package with him?
Big package, eh?
A package about this size.
Why do you want to know?
Now listen, you jerk. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I don't have to answer
And I
them.
say you do.
Oh, you keep your hands to
I've
yourself.
got a good mind.
Shut
up! Just keep your trap shut.
Oh, you think you're smart.
Oh, you got me wrong, Pop. I don't want to hurt you. Now, why don't we forget this ever happened?
You just get out of here.
Okay, but if I was you, I wouldn't mention to Larry that anybody dropped around to see him. I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be awful angry if you spoil it. Now, take care of yourself, Pop. I'd hate to drop around again to do it for you.
You know, I shouldn't do this, George. We promised we wouldn't open our presents till Christmas Eve.
Now, Larry, 24 hours one way or the other won't make any difference. Is it a robe?
Nope.
Lounging pajamas?
You'll never guess.
Then let me see. Oh, Larry, it's...
Didn't expect a fur coat, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, what do you say?
I think it's lovely, Larry.
Go on, try it on.
Oh, sure.
You're certainly not enthusiastic about it.
I'm sorry, honey. I guess I'm behaving badly, but you see... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Is that you, Miss Corwin?
Yes.
This is Parker, the superintendent where Mr. Sterling lives. Do you expect to see him tonight?
As a matter of fact, he's here now.
Oh, could I talk to him, please?
Sure. It's for you, Larry.
Who is it?
The superintendent of your building.
It's funny. Hello.
Hiya, Mr. Sterling.
Well, what's the trouble, Pop?
I just thought you ought to know something. A fellow was around here tonight asking questions about you.
Who?
He wouldn't give his name, but he wanted me to let him in your apartment.
Huh?
He was awful interested in that big box you brought home tonight. When I wouldn't tell him anything about it, he almost hit me.
Oh, listen, Pop. Are you sure he was after me?
Positive. If I was you, Mr. Sterling, I'd be careful.
Oh. Yeah, thanks a lot, Pop. I'll be seeing you.
What's the trouble, Larry?
Somebody's awfully curious about that fur coat.
Now, why would anybody in his right mind be interested in that coat?
Well, that's a nice way for you to talk.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, darling, but if you paid more than $20 for this, you were stuck.
So you think I was a sucker?
I do.
You know, you could be wrong, too.
How are you going to prove it?
Maybe I can, but if you give me the classified directory, I'll find me someone who can.
Yeah?
I don't know whether I've got the right party.
What apartment do you want?
12A?
This is it.
Are you, Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
My name is Larry Sterling. I hate to bother you, Mr. Waring.
Quite all right. Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, if you're not too busy, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
This. Go on, open the box.
Oh, it's a fur jacket.
Yeah, I bought it this afternoon from a man named Walter Haynes.
Well, how come it's sporting the DuPont Brothers label?
This guy Haynes led me to believe it was stolen.
Oh, the old racket, huh?
Yeah, there's a new one on me.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, I was a sucker, Mr. Waring, and I'm willing to take my loss.
And what's your problem?
How much would you guess I paid for this coat?
Oh, I don't know, $100?
75. But my girlfriend says it isn't worth 20.
Well?
Well, if this coat's worthless, why is somebody so anxious to get it from me?
What do you mean?
My superintendent told me several parties were making inquiries about me.
Well, it doesn't mean anything.
Funny they should all ask if I brought home a big, bulky box that looked like it might contain a fur jacket.
Let me see that coat again.
Well?
Well, it still looks like a skinned rabbit to me. But I've been wrong before. Let's see what the experts down at DuPont Brothers have to say.
Yes, sir? Is there something I can do for you?
There is. I've got one of your fur jackets in this box.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but the exchange department is closed till after Christmas.
Well, I don't want to exchange it. I just wanted it appraised.
Oh, I'm afraid that's out of the question now, Mr.
Waring.
Well, as you can see, we're practically rushed to death.
Uh-huh. Well, how long would it take you to look at it?
My dear fellow, you just won't understand. Mr. DuPont himself would have to look at it, and I wouldn't dare disturb him now.
Oh, I see. Well, then suppose I leave the jacket here.
Well, I can't make any promises, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that's all right. I'm willing to take my chances. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, a lady burglar. Hope I didn't startle you.
Not particularly.
Well, if I'm in your way,
Oh, think nothing of it. You must be Mike Waring, also called the Falcon.
I guess I must be. And you?
You can call me Bonnie.
Well, I'd like nothing better.
A young man named Larry Sterling dropped in to see you about an hour ago.
Oh, did he?
Well, that's what I've been led to believe.
How did you get in here?
I could say the door was unlocked.
Yes, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily have to believe you.
In that case, you may as well know the truth. I used these.
Oh, that's not nice, Bonnie. It's a penal offense.
Oh, thinking of calling someone?
Just the police?
Now, let's not be hasty, shall we?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Waring, Mr. Raynaud.
You'll forgive me for not shaking hands.
As I understand, that gun makes it rather awkward, doesn't it?
Very.
What do you want, Renault?
Didn't Bonnie explain?
I didn't get very far.
Mr. Waring, I have reason to believe that a young man named Larry Sterling left a fur jacket with you today.
Why should he do that?
Maybe he became suspicious.
Maybe he had reason to be.
Maybe. But that's hardly the point. Where is the coat, Mr. Waring?
I haven't got it.
I know. Bonnie and I were quite diligent in our search.
Well, I hope you were careful in handling my shirts.
You needn't worry about that.
Well, then I haven't a care in the world.
Not after you turn the coat over to us. I assume you can get it back at your convenience.
Anytime?
May I suggest there's no time like the present?
And I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Renault. My client bought that coat in good faith.
In good faith?
Yes, he gave $75 for it.
I assure you neither of you will lose by this transaction.
Well, I don't know. His girlfriend was awfully crazy about it.
Shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say nuts?
Mr. Waring, I refuse to argue. Suppose I send one of my agents around. He's much more persuasive than I am. Come, Bonnie.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
Home, naturally. Have you any objections?
Yes, several. You're staying here till the police arrive.
You're overlooking one thing, Mr. Waring.
What, that gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, somehow I've got a feeling...
Look out, Reno!
You stupid, blundering fool! Your type can never let well enough alone.
Hey, you better take a slug of this, Mike.
No, never mind, Sterling. I want to hear the rest of your story.
Well, it's just like I told you. When I walked in here, I found you stretched out on the floor.
I'll start back a little further.
What do you mean?
How come you decided to pay me a visit?
Well, I knew Renault was on his way over.
And you didn't think it necessary to warn me?
I tried to call you, but there was no answer.
Why did you tell Renault you hired me?
I didn't.
Then who did?
My girlfriend, Georgia Corwin. He found out where she lived, and, well, I guess it wasn't very bright of her, but Georgia told him I'd gone over to see you. Mike, that coat must be worth thousands.
Mm-hmm. What was the name of that character you bought it from?
Walter Haynes.
Get the phone book and see if he's listed.
Don't bother, I can tell you.
Waring.
He lives at 2719 West 93rd, apartment 2D.
Oh, thanks. And you're...
Leonard. I think Mr. Renault told you I'd be around.
Yes, he did.
I want that coat wearing.
You know, Leonard, Renault made a bad bet. You're no more persuasive than he is, and you're not nearly as pretty as Bonnie.
Well, you haven't seen me in action.
I can hardly wait.
I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Waring. It gives me an opportunity to check up on some gossip. They tell me you're a pretty tough cookie.
You don't want to believe everything you hear.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Get out of the way, Mike.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Larry.
I hope you don't mind me ruining that decanter.
Oh, no. I'll find it a lot easier to get a new bottle than this boy will a new head. Come on, let's go, fella. Apartment 2B. C, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place? The nameplate says Walter Harvey.
That's probably an alias. Notice the initials are the same.
Could be a coincidence.
Yes, could be. But Leonard sounded as though he knew what he was... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Door's open.
Careless of Mr. Haynes.
Yes, that sort of thing can cost you your life. And in this case, it did.
What?
Isn't that a hand sticking out of that trunk?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Larry.
Oh, look at his face. He was beaten to death, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fairly safe assumption.
Oh, poor Haynes. Mike, you gotta find out who did this.
Why?
Well, you can't let Renault get away with this.
Look, maybe we ought to take this from the beginning. Who am I working for, anyway?
I don't understand.
You came to my apartment this evening with the yarn that Haynes had sold you a hot fur coat.
Well, it's true.
Then if you were stuck, why didn't you write the whole thing off? Why did you bring me into this?
Well, I told you that. Don't you understand, Waring? That coat must be worth thousands.
All right. Let's assume for the sake of argument it is. What does that mean to me?
We'll split the money.
What money? You admit the coat must be stolen?
Well, maybe there's a reward.
Oh. Well, there's one way to find out. Suppose we see the brothers DuPont.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Waring. I was in here a little earlier today. I left a coat to be appraised.
Oh, yes, of course. I had Mr. DuPont look at it. Would you be good enough to identify your merchandise?
That the same one, Larry?
Yeah, I could never forget that fur.
Well, what's the coat worth?
Would you care to venture a guess?
Well, judging by the trouble it's caused, I'd say 10,000.
Oh, you're way off, sir.
What did I tell you?
20?
If I might be so bold, what did you pay for this coat?
Well, you can't judge by that. My friend got it at bargain rates.
And he gave?
Believe it or not, $75.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, strictly entre nous, Mr. Waring, this is a very rare example of genus felidae.
Ooh. English translation, please.
Skinned alley cat. And as such, it isn't worth a dime.
I don't understand it, Mike.
You sure that's the same coat?
Positive. But if the coat's worthless, why was Haynes killed?
Now, don't ask me, Larry. I'm a stranger here myself.
Maybe Renault doesn't know its value.
Well, I doubt that. Renault, Leonard, and Bonnie are too slick a trio to get worked up over a phony fur piece.
But it must mean something.
Yes, obviously. And Brother Renault knows. Well, maybe he won't mind sharing his information with us.
How are you going to find him?
Through Leonard.
You think he'll cooperate?
If it's put to him the right way. Remember how you knocked him cold?
Yes.
Well, don't forget how you did it. I may want you to try it again.
He's still here, Mike. Right where you left him.
Uh-huh. Come on, Leonard, get up. Come on, palsy, you'll miss Santa Claus.
Yes, but I won't miss you.
Mike.
Don't move, chum, or I'll let you have it from here.
Well, that wasn't nice of you to fool us that way, Leonard. I would have sworn you hadn't moved an inch since we left.
Now, don't feel too bad, Waring. I only moved 2. From here to where you left my gun and back. Where's the coat?
Are you still harping on that? You're wasting your time. It's worthless.
I don't mind. Hand it over.
And if not...
Don't be a sap, Waring. I'm not fussy. I'd just as soon take it over your dead body.
I think he means that, Mike.
Well, I don't. You're bluffing, Leonard.
You shouldn't have called me, pal. Get down, Waring.
Larry, you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't mean to frighten you, folks.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, friend. Another second and this Falcon would have been cold turkey.
What about him?
Yeah, he's dead. Well, to whom are we indebted?
Yeah, who are you?
What's the matter, Larry? Don't you know me?
Mister, the way your face looks, I don't think your own mother would.
Hey, buddy, you got a girl?
Haynes.
Sure.
Mike, this is Walter Haynes.
Wait a minute. If you're Haynes, who's the stiff in your apartment?
Renault. Leonard killed him.
Oh, the old double cross, huh?
Yeah.
Well, where have you been?
Well, they kept me tied up in some dame's apartment.
Bonnie's?
Yeah, Bonnie's. After I got loose, I went to Larry's apartment, and some other dame told me I could locate him here.
That must have been Georgia.
What's this all about, Haynes?
What's what all about?
This fur coat.
Believe me, Waring, I don't know. I got it in a consignment with my regular merchandise. I knew there was something screwy playing because Renault sent Leonard to buy it from me for $1,000, but I didn't want to get into trouble.
So you sold it to me, figuring you could get it back any time.
Oh, I'm sorry, fella. I didn't realize what I was letting you in for.
Well, it all adds up except for one thing. Where does Bonnie come in?
Right on cue, Mr. Waring.
Bonnie.
You want to do something about that door, Mike.
Yes. Next time, get a spring so it'll close. Where's the coat, Mike? I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Don't be silly, darling. Nothing's going to stop me. Not even if I have to shed a little blood.
I wouldn't be surprised if you meant that.
I do.
Well, what do you say, Haynes?
I say give it to her.
No.
She's a pretty determined young lady, Larry. But if you'd care to stop her...
How about that, honey?
Well, I guess that settles that. Here you are, Bonnie, and wear it well.
No, just drape it over the chair. I'll take it from there.
You're the boss.
And don't you ever forget it. Now, all of you stay put for the next 5 minutes. The first one who gets careless enough to show his face out of the doorway will get it blown off. Good night, folks. Thanks a million.
Get the phone, Sterling. Maybe we can head her off.
Yeah, hurry it up, Larry. Call downstairs.
I'll take care of it.
I thought you were going to rush her, Waring.
If you're worried about that coat, Haynes, forget it. She won't get away.
Oh, she can keep the coat for all I care. I had my fill of this business.
I don't blame you.
Oh, incidentally, what happened to the box that came in?
Oh, I threw it away.
You're kidding.
Why, it wasn't worth anything, was it?
Now, look, I want that box, Waring, and I'm not clouding.
Why make an issue of a little thing like that, Haynes? Unless it isn't a little thing. Suppose we see.
Get away from that door.
You want the box, don't you? I'm darned if I can see why. Looks like any other cardboard box to me. Maybe if I were to rip the cardboard apart...
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, well, what do you know? Pretty cute, huh? Who'd ever think of looking for a letter pasted between 2 sheets of cardboard?
You did.
Yeah, well, you gave me the lead. Yeah, this is a pretty important piece of stationery, Haynes. Look at the name on top, Moscow Federation.
I want that letter, Waring.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand why.
Well, do I get it?
Mister, you certainly do.
Oh, did you have to do that, Larry?
Did I have to do that? You realize he was going to kill you?
Sure, but I might as well be dead. You realize that was my last bottle of Christmas cheer? Now what am I going to do?
Waring, that was a real great job.
Oh, thanks, Larry. Say, hadn't you better be running off to see a girl?
No, not till I get the complete story on what happened from yesterday morning till last night. What was in that letter, anyway?
Something the boys in the Department of Justice have been looking for a long time. You've heard of the international movement known as Moscow Federation?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, that letter contained a complete list of outfits here and in South America that are cooperating with them.
Well, how did it wind up in Haynes' hands?
Renault had it originally. He was an agent for Moscow. He was told to contact these organizations and keep them in line.
Oh, then Haynes was working for Renault.
Yeah, sure. Peddling hot fur was a blind for the mob. He was Renault's boy until he realized what a wonderful source of blackmail that list was. So he got you to hold the list for him while he carried out his plan. He killed Renault and messed up his face so it would pass for his own.
Well, where did Bonnie figure in this?
Poor kid, she didn't even know the score. She thought the coat was the all-important thing.
How did you know it wasn't?
That appraisal gave me the tip-off. And the one thing we'd overlooked in the case was the box that came in.
Well, what made you realize Haynes was the killer?
It was a story he told. He claimed he was beaten up and kept a prisoner in Bonnie's place, and he came to my house right after he escaped and learned where you were. But when I asked him about the corpse in his own apartment, he wasn't even surprised. Right off the bat, he knew it was Renault.
I guess that'll learn me. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll be seeing you.
Say, wait a minute. Where are you rushing off to?
In case you've forgotten, this is the night before Christmas. My girlfriend Georgia must still be wondering what happened to me.
Ah, yes, of course.
But, what about you?
Well, I guess this is my unlucky night. I don't have a date.
On Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that irony for you? Me and Santa Claus are the only 2 guys in town who are left holding the bag.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denise. Thanks for calling, but I can't make it tonight, Angel. $250,000 worth of jewelry is missing. And when that much ice is on the loose, someone is likely to get frozen stiff.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the double nephews. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the double nephews. It's early Sunday morning in New York when Tom Lacey enters his apartment. He clicks on the light, looks around nervously, then walks quickly to the door to the bedroom. Goes in, turns on the bedside lamp between the twin beds, tosses a briefcase on his own bed, then turns to the other bed and shakes the shoulder of his pretty wife.
Julie. Julie, wake up.
What is it?
I've got to talk to you.
In the morning.
Do you love me, Julie?
Huh?
Do you love me?
Well, what kind of a question?
Do you?
Ow. My shoulder.
I've got to know.
You've been drinking.
Now, look, I'm serious.
What time is it anyway? Oh, no. 3 o'clock. Go to bed, will you?
Now, Julie, listen to me. Julie, I've done something. It's hard to explain.
Another woman?
No, nothing like that. Well, it's going to mean that... Well, I'm going to have to go away. I want you to go with me. I want you to stick by me. Will you?
What have you done?
Will you stick by me no matter what?
What have you done?
I robbed the vault when I closed up last night.
Robbed it?
Yeah. More than $250,000 worth of jewelry.
Tom!
I know it was a crazy thing to do, but I blew my top. For 4 years, I've almost been running the firm. You know that. Yesterday, I find out Carraway's retiring. You know I've been counting on them making me manager when he quit.
And they didn't.
A wire came from the Forrest family estate in Oregon. Old man Forrest is sending one of his nephews, Ev Forrest, a kid right out of school, never been in New York, doesn't know a thing about the business. He's going to take over.
Wouldn't you know?
Well, do you blame me, Junie? Do you blame me for getting sore? That's why I looted the safe. I was sore.
What's the good? They'll know you did it.
Well, I didn't stop to think. I just said to myself, they don't want me here, okay? I'll get out. Only I'm taking my share with me. I'm entitled to it.
What now?
But now? Well, I don't know. South America is something. You can go a long ways on what I took, Junie.
Where's the jewelry?
Right here in my briefcase.
Let's see it.
Why?
Just want to see what $250,000 looks like.
Oh, okay. There you are.
Tom, they're beautiful. How are you going to sell them?
Oh, there's always a market. We'll find someone in South America who won't get what they're worth, but we ought to clear somewhere around 100,000.
100,000? You shouldn't have done it, Tom.
Well, it's too late to think of that now. I can't put it back. There's a time lock on the vault.
You're a thief.
Well, what do you want me to do?
You know, I think I'm going to like South America.
Are you sure there's nothing? No. No. That'll be too late. I see. All right, never mind. Goodbye. Junie, I've tried all the lines. No planes until Tuesday was sunk.
We can't be sunk.
But it's 10 o'clock already. We're not out of the country. By the time Caraway opens the vault tomorrow, there'll be an alarm out for us, and then we'll never get away.
I know that.
We could only get to Miami. And we could cross to Cuba, and once we're there, we can make arrangements. But the way things
You
are...
stop babbling and let me think.
Well, there's nothing to think. No plane.
I know. Let's get ready. We'll go to the airport anyway.
Well, what good
There
is
may be a last-minute cancellation. If not, we'll charter a private plane.
Yeah, that's right.
Only pull yourself together. You started this. Now help me see it through.
Yeah, sure, Julie. Now what?
Well, answer it and find out.
Yeah. Yes?
Hello. Are you Thomas Lacey?
That's right.
I'm pleased to know you. I'm Ev Forrest.
Ev Forrest?
Yeah. I see you're surprised.
Well, we didn't expect you so soon.
Yeah, I know. But my uncle had a special reason for having me get here today. May I come in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
This is my wife. Dear, I'd like you to meet Mr. Forrest. Ev Forrest. You know, I was just telling you he's going to be the new manager.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Forrest?
How do you do? Now, I'd like a word with Mr. Lacey.
Well, go right ahead. You don't have to worry about Junie.
This is very confidential.
Well, whatever you say to me, you can say in front of her.
Very well. It's about Mr. Caraway.
Oh?
How do you get along with him?
So, why?
Well, my uncle's a little concerned about the last few reports he's received from Caraway.
Concerned? How?
Well, the figures don't look right. And now Caraway's resignation. Uncle wants me to look into it. That's why I came right to you. I came up directly from the station. Caraway doesn't know I'm in town.
Well, what can I do?
Well, we'll go down to the firm. I want to look over the books. Today, before Caraway can find out.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Forrest, but... Junie and I were just leaving. We have a date.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to cancel it. This can't wait.
Well, gee, I don't know what to say if you'd only given us some notice.
I couldn't. Now, I'll be frank, Lacey. We suspect Caraway, not you. But we don't know how close you are to him. We didn't want you to warn him.
I see.
That's why I'm going to have to ask both of you and your wife, to come along with me. I'm awfully sorry to have to do this, but, well, you see how it is.
Uh-huh. And, I'm awfully sorry to have to do this.
Tom!
All right, Julie, come on, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, Tom. For once, use your head instead of jumping into things.
Well, he was going to delay us.
I know. And how far do you think we're going to get when Mr. Forrest wakes up?
What?
Call the police the first thing.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't think. I've got the jitters. I've got to have a drink.
Take a good stiff one. You'll need it.
Why did he have to show up today?
Well, maybe it's a good thing he did. Now, we don't have to rush to get away. We can take our time.
Well, what do you mean when Forrest wakes
Who
up?
says he's going to wake up?
What?
Take your drink.
Oh, yeah. Now, what are you talking about?
Mr. Forrest would look good in one of my scarves, don't you think?
Huh?
Of course, he's going to have to wear it a little too tight for comfort.
Oh, no, Julie.
You can't quit now, Tom. You're going to do what I tell you.
No, I can't.
You've got to.
Oh.
No time to argue. He's coming too. Take another drink. I'll get the scarf.
We shouldn't have killed him. All we had to do was tie him up.
You still don't get it.
Now we have a body to dispose of. It all takes time.
Now we have time.
How? We still have to get away.
No, we don't. That's what you can't seem to get through your thick head.
But, Junie, tomorrow the robbery will be discovered and maybe the body.
Who's to say you committed the robbery?
Well, it couldn't have been an outside job. There's a burglar alarm and a time-locked vault. Besides, I locked up. I'm the only one who could have done...
Who knows you locked up?
Caraway.
That's right. Only suppose you say he locked up. It's your word against his. Now that we know old man Forrest already suspects Caraway of being a crook, Caraway hasn't a chance.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, sure it is.
Oh, well, still, there'll be an investigation. Our place may be searched.
That's why we had to get rid of Ev Forrest. We have to have time to hide the stuff and plant a little of it where it'll do Caraway the least good.
Oh.
The robbery's sure to be pinned on him, and if Ev Forrest's body is ever found, he'll take credit for that, too. Ev Forrest found out about the robbery, so Caraway killed him.
Yeah, it might work.
It will. If you just sit tight and keep your mouth shut.
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Waring? This is James Carraway. Something dreadful's happened. Frightful. I don't know how to... can you come over here right away?
Over where?
Forrest Jewelers. It's fantastic, but I'm suspected of robbery. Fantastic.
Well, nothing like a little fantasy now and then. All right, Carraway, I'll be over.
And you will, of course, bring references.
Will I?
Well, I've heard you're a competent detective, but this is a highly important matter. Great deal at stake, and I must be sure I'm dealing with a completely trustworthy and capable person.
You have my word for it. No need for references.
Nevertheless, I prefer to see the references.
You doubt my word? Fantastic.
Well, there it is, Mr. Waring. The whole story. Only two possible suspects. My assistant, Thomas Lacey, and myself. And since I know it's not myself, it must be Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's hard to believe. Been with us for years. Quiet chap, respectable. Whole thing's fantastic.
Yeah, but where do I fit? The police and insurance detectives are on the case.
I want my name cleared. And a little peace. I've been grilled for hours. So's Lacey. Now they're waiting, hoping one of us will crack.
What makes you think I can speed up the cracking?
There are ways.
Oh, you don't say.
I think you know what I mean.
I think so, too.
Good. I think I can trust you to see that Lacey is properly uncomfortable. Of course, you understand, Mr. Waring. I deplore such tactics, but, well, under the circumstances, what can one do?
One can go to blazes, and you're just the one to do it.
What's that?
You hired yourself the wrong boy, Carraway. Third degree is out of my line.
Oh, now, did I say anything?
Yes, you certainly did say.
Oh, well, you misunderstood me.
I don't think so.
Well, you're not going to mention this.
I'm making no promises.
Look, let's be reasonable. Nothing hasty, eh? I'm prepared to pay.
Well, I'm not prepared to accept.
Well, suppose we forget what I just said. Use your own methods, whatever you prefer. Only continue to work for me. See if you can't get something on Lacey.
No rough stuff?
No. I had no idea you private detectives were so concerned with propriety, as it were.
Well, maybe I'm an exception. Now, suppose you send for Lacey. I'd like to talk to him.
Here?
Here.
Very well.
Yes, Mr. Carraway.
Send Mr. Lacey in.
Yes, sir.
And now, our little conversation, I trust it'll go no further.
All right, Carraway. It's not that important.
I'm glad you see it that way.
Unless something happens to Lacey.
Oh.
What do you want, Carraway?
Come in, Lacey. Come in. And my name is Mr. Carraway. I thank you to remember I'm still in charge until Mr. Forrest arrives.
Now, why don't you fire me if you think I'm a crook?
When I can prove it, I shall. Now, I'd like you to meet Mr. Waring. Mr. Michael Waring, the Falcon.
How do you do, see?
Hello, Lacey. You crazy?
What's that?
Well, one of you is, to pull a job like this.
Well,
yes?
Mr. Forrest is here, Mr. Carraway.
Good. Send him in.
Yes,
Mr. Forrest. The old man, has he come?
Certainly not, Lacey. The nephew, Everett Forrest. You know we're expecting him.
Well, yes, but I...
What's the matter with you?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, hello, Mr. Forrest. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, it's not the old man.
Of course it isn't. What makes you think...
Well, nothing. Never mind, hello, Mr. Forrest. I'm delighted to meet you.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
Get Kraft salad oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half a day has passed since Tom Lacey was startled by the appearance of a second Everett Forrest. The first, so far as Lacey knows, is still in the East River, which makes the second a serious problem. Now, in his apartment, Lacey paces the floor while his wife watches him.
I didn't know what to do, Julie. I just didn't know what to do.
What'd you say to him?
Nothing. I was too startled. I couldn't say this man's a fake. I know he's not Ed Forrest because I've killed the real Ed Forrest.
All right, as long as you didn't say anything.
Well, now what do we do?
Just sit tight.
Well, we've got to expose him.
We can't. You just
Well, then
said-
make him expose himself. We could only get the old man here face to face with this fake.
We don't have to expose him. The important thing is to wait until word comes from the old Mr. Forrest. Not about the nephew, he doesn't matter, but about Carraway. Now that there's been a robbery, Forrest is sure to wire the police his suspicions about Carraway.
Well, the old man's away from his home. He's on a hunting trip. They haven't been able to contact him.
So we wait.
But it's getting me, Junie. What's this faker up to? What does he want? What does he hope to gain by impersonating young Forrest?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I know. He must know about the murder. Sure, otherwise how could he be sure the real nephew won't show up? Yeah, that's it, he knows. And this is a subtle form of blackmail. His way of telling me he knows. Soon he'll be coming to me direct. Junie, what am I going to do now?
You're going to do nothing. Just sit tight and wait.
But he knows.
Now, you listen to me. There's nothing anyone can prove.
How do you know?
Because if there were, the police would be holding you. Now, pull yourself together, you hear?
Yes, Junie. I hear.
Which one do you think did it, Waring?
Lacey.
Why?
That's easy, Forrest. I'm working for Carraway.
Yes, but you have no proof against Lacey.
No, not yet. I'm still looking for the angle.
Why, what angle?
Well, only an idiot would pull a job where he was sure of being one of only two possible suspects. So he must have some angle. Some scheme to clinch it against the other suspect.
Yes, but you don't have any idea what it is.
No? You?
Well, how can I? I just got here. I hardly know either of the men.
Neither do I. What has your uncle told you about them?
Oh, nothing much.
Sent you here without instructions?
Oh, instructions, yes, but not on personalities. Except he did say I might expect a little jealousy from Lacey.
Jealousy, huh?
Well, Lacey counted on getting Carraway's job when Carraway retired. He probably resents me for taking it.
Yeah, he probably does. I wonder just how much.
Well, does it matter?
Might be an answer.
Oh, you mean the angle?
Well, not the sort of angle I was looking for, but I was trying to follow the script. And it's just possible Lacey has been ad-libbing. Hello?
Mr. Waring,
Yes?
this is Carraway. I'm in jail. Imagine, in jail.
Fantastic.
You took the word right out of my mouth.
Oh, fancy that. How come they jugged you?
Because they're idiots, that's why. They should know it's a plant.
What's a plant?
The diamond.
What diamond?
In my car.
Oh, there were diamonds in your car.
Yes, Lacey must have put them there.
Most likely. So that's his angle. Well, I guess he is ad-libbing.
What's that?
That sort of plant is pretty feeble. He's working off the cuff. Well, I'll be seeing you, Carraway.
Are you coming down here?
No, I'm going to visit Lacey. I may do some ad-libbing of my own.
Yes?
Hello, are you Mrs. Lacey?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see your husband, please.
He isn't in.
You mind if I come in and wait?
I don't know when he'll be back.
Well, I'm in no hurry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring.
About what?
I can't ask you in.
Can you keep me out?
Well, that depends on how determined you are. What do you want?
I told you, Lacey.
I told you he's not here.
You alone?
Yes, but I have a gun. Do you want to see it?
No, I'll take your word for it. But I'm not so sure I'll take your word for being alone. Unless you smoke cigars.
But Tom went out just a few minutes ago. The smoke hasn't cleared yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I won't press the point, Angel. If Lacey doesn't want to see me...
I don't know if he wants to see you or not. Does he know you?
We met today at Forrest's Jewelry.
Oh, you're working on the robbery.
Yeah.
Well, when Tom comes in, I'll tell him you were here, but he's told all he knows.
Mm-hmm. But I haven't.
What do you mean?
Just tell him I know how the stones got in Carraway's car.
What stones?
The ones in Carraway's car.
Were there stones?
There were. Hadn't you heard?
No.
Well, you just ask your husband. I'm sure he knows all about it, and so do I.
Are you accusing Tom?
Just give Tom my message. See what he says. Good night, Mrs. Lacey.
Good night.
Julie, what was all that? Who was it?
That was Michael Waring.
The Falcon. What did he want?
You.
Well, why? What?
He's on to you.
Oh, no.
He's on to you, I say.
Oh, no.
I stalled him because I didn't want anybody to see you till you'd pulled yourself together. But with what he knows, I'm afraid the jig's up anyway.
What does he know?
Everything.
About Forrest?
I think so.
I might have known. It's no use. I'm no good at this sort of thing. There's only one thing to do. I'm going to give myself up.
Don't be absurd. Put down the phone. Put it down, I say.
But, Julie...
I said put down the phone. We're caught. It's the electric chair. Don't you realize that?
But what can we do?
I got out your little revolver. Here it is. Be careful. It's loaded.
Well, what good's this going to do?
We're going to get away.
But, Julie, there isn't a
There's
chance.
An excellent chance if you'll do what I tell you. Now, go on. Start packing while I go out for a few minutes.
Where to?
Never mind where to. But while I'm out, pour yourself a long glass of courage. You'll need it. Mr. Waring?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Lacey.
Oh, not little Miss Sunshine.
Maybe I wasn't friendly. I'm usually not when strange men try to force their way into the apartment. My husband's home now. He wants to see you.
You gave him my message?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, I told you he wants to see you.
Is that all?
Well, he claims he doesn't know anything about the diamonds in Mr. Carraway's car.
Diamonds? Did I say they were diamonds?
What? Well, Tom seemed to think that that's what you meant.
He did, huh? May I speak to him?
Well, why not come over? He wants to talk to you in person.
All right, Mrs. Lacey. I'm on my way.
All right, Tom, that's enough.
Julie, what are we going to do?
It's all set. I've got a taxi waiting downstairs.
Oh. And then we're going?
Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
In a minute.
Well, what are we waiting for? You said taxi.
He'll wait. I just want to...
Who's that?
I don't know. Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Waring? What's he want?
This spoils everything unless... Where's the gun?
Right here.
Good. There's only one thing to do. We've got to shoot our way out of here.
Oh, no, Julie, I can't.
You've got to.
I can't.
Do you want the electric chair?
What?
This is our only chance. I'll throw the door open and you shoot.
No, I can't.
If you shoot fast enough, Waring will never have time to get his gun out.
Hey, remember me? I'm waiting.
All right, I'm coming. Now, you do what I tell you. As soon as I open the door, don't give him a chance. Then we can make a run for it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only a few seconds have passed since June Lacey and her husband set themselves for Mike Waring's entrance with a gun.
You ready, Tom?
Yes, Julie, I'll try.
Remember, as soon as I open the door. What the devil?
Close the door, Julie, close it. We're caught. He jumped back. Now I'll send for the police.
Wait a minute. There's still one thing.
Oh, what's that?
Give me the gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Let me have it.
Here. Oh, but now what?
Now you're going to commit suicide.
Huh?
You saw you were trapped, so you turned the gun on yourself.
No, Junie, wait.
Don't try to kill your husband, Mrs. Lacey. Anything happens to him, we'll know you did it.
He hurt you.
He couldn't have.
Come on, open the door again. And this time, come out slowly, both of you, with your hands up.
And if we don't?
You will when the police get here, or they'll drive you out. Now, hurry up, come on.
What are you going to do now, Junie? What are you going to do now?
Stop it.
You're such a good one at figuring things out. Well, go ahead, Junie. Start figuring.
Fantastic, Waring. Absolutely fantastic. To think he'd go to such lengths. Fantastic.
Well, once they got rolling, there was no stopping. Especially when they were given what looked like a sure chance to frame you.
Yes. Has the body been recovered?
Yeah. Forrest identified it as his chauffeur.
His chauffeur?
That's right. You see, the fellow knew Forrest was expected, so he beat him to New York and tried to trick Lacey into letting him into the building.
Oh.
That would get him past the burglar alarm. Then he could knock out Lacey and either blow the lock on the vault or wait until the next day when the time lock went off.
But by then, I'd be back at the place.
Mm-hmm. And he'd meet you with a gun. Anyway, once inside, his job was much simpler. That's why he tried it.
And got killed for it.
Yes, because the story about old Forrest suspecting you of monkey shines fit in too well with the Lacey's plans.
Yes.
But you see, then Lacey lost his nerve, so his wife tried to get rid of him so he couldn't implicate her. She wanted him to take the whole blame.
Oh,
she tried to get him in a gunfight with me, and she had his gun loaded with blanks.
Oh, so he'd be killed trying to make a getaway.
That's it. She hoped to have me do her dirty work for him. And when I tumbled to it, I knew she'd try to frame a suicide, so I called her on that.
But what made you tumble, as you put it?
Oh, well, the whole thing added up wrong. Her not letting me see Lacey when he was obviously in, then her calling me right back saying Lacey wanted to see me, but not letting me speak to him on the phone.
I see. So you anticipated a trap.
Uh-huh. And I didn't figure that, even with my bluffing, I could represent enough of a threat to make them go gunning for me, so it looked like the trap was set for Lacey. That's why I was ready to duck instead of shoot.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out. Nice bit of deduction. Very nice. In fact, I might almost say...
Fantastic?
Exactly. How did you know?
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alice. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some friend of mine just signed the temperance pledge. But with the people he knows, even without alcohol, he still may wind up half shot.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the carved ham. And now, the case of the carved ham. It is early Sunday afternoon in New York, and a lovely redhead named Doris Webster gets off the Fifth Avenue bus at 76th Street. As she does, she notices a tall, thin man behind her. He's still behind her at 78th. At 81st, Doris gets a little frightened at the game and stops dead in her tracks, whereupon her shadow almost topples over her.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, lady. I should have looked where I was going.
That's the trouble. You did.
How's that?
You've been following me for the last hour.
Me?
Listen, mister. I don't know what your game is.
I'm sightseeing.
Well, do it elsewhere. Or I'll call the police.
You don't really mean that, baby?
Officer!
Oh, I guess you do.
You want me, lady?
Yeah, please.
I guess that's my cue to beat it. Been nice knowing you, honey. We must do this more often.
41171.
Hello?
Is that you, Stuart?
Yeah?
It's Doris. I gotta see you.
Why? What's the trouble?
Well, I just had a funny experience. I thought a man was following me.
Was he?
Well, he might have been only trying to pick me up. At least that's what he claimed.
Don't worry about it, Doris. You come on over.
All right, honey. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
You through with the phone, lady?
You.
Oh, hiya, beautiful. Imagine bumping into you here. Certainly is a small world.
Tell me it was a coincidence, Stuart, because it wasn't. I tell you he was following me.
That's ridiculous, Doris. Why should he?
Well, maybe he's working for Santos.
Never in a million years. If your boyfriend, Mr. Santos, knew about me, we would have heard from him long before this.
Listen, Stuart. If anything should happen...
Now you're talking like a child, Doris.
I know, but, well, if anything should... Look, there's a red leather vanity bench in my bedroom.
Vanity bench?
Yeah, you can't miss it. It's 24 inches high and about 18 inches wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you turn it upside down, you'll see the padding comes out. Inside, you'll find some newspaper clippings. I want you to send those clips to the police.
Forget it, darling. Nothing's going to happen.
Want to bet?
What? Who the devil are you?
He's the man I've been telling you about.
The name is Brian King, honey.
What do you want?
You.
What?
Yeah. The fellow I work for would like to see you.
Who?
Joe Santos.
Do it!
You can tell Mr. Santos I'm not interested.
Maybe you better tell him yourself. Let's go, chum.
Take your hands off him!
Come on, handsome. I told him you were practically on your way over. Now, you don't want to make a liar out of me, do you?
Look out, Stuart!
Oh!
You were a little late, honey.
Stuart.
Now, don't give him a second thought, baby. He'll be all right.
How about a drink, Brian?
Don't mind if I do, Santos. Now, that boy Stewart's no lightweight. Bet I lost 5 pounds lugging him over here. Thanks.
Still out cold. What do you do for a living?
He's an actor. Goes under the name of Stuart Van Dyne.
I wonder what Doris sees in him.
He's a pretty good-looking guy.
Yeah, he'll make much better appearance than Santos, huh?
Well, you can't have everything, Santos. After all, you've got the money and the muscles.
And don't forget the brain, Brian.
Well, you can't prove that by me.
What do you mean?
I came up here from Kansas City because I heard that you were going to be the biggest operator of gambling joints in New York.
So?
So, ever since I got here, all you seem to be interested in is that girl Doris Webster and the schmo she's been seeing on the side. By me, that ain't tending to business.
Just let me take care of Mr. Stuart Van Dyne first.
There's your chance. He's coming to now.
Hello, Palsy. How you feel?
Who are you?
Joe Santos?
Oh.
You hear me, huh? You never should play around with my girl, Stuart.
What are you going to do to me?
Well, Brian here thinks Doris likes you because you're a good-looking fellow. Well, we fix it so you ain't so good-looking no more.
Huh?
Mess up that face, Brian, but good.
No.
Shut up. Oh. Go on, Brian.
You're crazy.
What's the matter? Don't they tell you in Kansas City that anybody who works for Santos follows orders?
Not that kind, I don't.
Vince! Vince!
What's the matter, boss?
I don't think Mr. King wants to play on our team.
Oh, is that so?
Wait a minute, Santos.
Well?
Come here, Stuart.
Okay. Oh, no!
Just a second.
Yum.
I'm looking for a Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Come in.
My name is Webster, Doris Webster.
Sit down, Miss Webster.
Thanks.
Now, what's the problem?
Well,
A very dear friend of mine has been kidnapped.
What's this dear friend's name?
Stuart Van Dyne.
Did you report it to the police?
No,
Why not?
because I don't want them involved.
You don't want him involved. A man is kidnapped?
I didn't say he was kidnapped. I said he disappeared.
You said nothing of the sort.
I can see I made a big mistake in coming here.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I do. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Waring. Believe me, it won't happen again.
All right, all right.
Hello, Doris.
What do you want?
Mr. Santos sent me around to find out whether Beauty was only skin deep.
Where's Stuart? Where is he?
All right, Vince.
Here we are, right on cue. Come on, pretty boy.
Doris,
I can't look at him! Take him away! Take him away!
Who is it?
It's Emily, Brian. Open up.
Just a second, Emily. All right, get in here.
What's the matter, Brian?
Who says anything's the matter?
Oh, well, you're packing.
That's right. We're taking the 1035 back to Kansas City.
Why?
Because that guy Santos I came here to work for is nuts.
What happened?
Never mind, Emily. Just take my word for it. He's out of his mind. Who would that be?
Oh, it's the bellboy, honey. I asked him to bring up a package for me.
Oh.
I'll let him in.
No, you get started packing. I'll take care of it. Just a second. All right, son, let's have it.
Hiya, Sergeant.
Well, it's about time, Mr. Waring. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you.
As a matter of fact, you have. What's on your mind, Corbett?
Sit down, have a cup of coffee. Did you read about a guy named Brian King being gunned yesterday in his hotel?
Yeah, I understand they're holding his wife.
She didn't do it, Mike. You've got to look out for her interests.
Has she asked me?
No, she don't know a soul in New York.
And whose idea is this?
Mine.
Yours? Now, I've heard everything. What's your interest in this? What's her name?
Emily King.
Well, how come you're so concerned about
I
it?
just feel sorry for the dame.
You sure that's all?
Look, can't a guy do a decent thing in his life without everyone being suspicious?
All depends on who the guy is. Who does Mrs. King say killed her husband?
She don't know. She was in the bedroom packing when Brian got it.
What were they doing in New York?
Her husband came here to work for Joe Santos. Maybe it didn't pan out because he was in an awful hurry to leave.
Did you speak to Santos?
Yeah, he denies the whole thing. Claims King was doing fine.
And I suppose he has an alibi for the time of the murder.
What do you think?
Well, I think if I'm going to prove my unknown client didn't kill her husband, I better get started finding the party who did. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring, acting at the behest of Sergeant Corbett, undertook to do some private detecting for Emily King. And now, as we find the Falcon, he is making like a private eye.
Oh, no, don't tell me.
Yes, it's me, Santos. Or should I say I?
Anything you say, Mikey's okay with me. Sit down.
Thanks.
You like something to drink, maybe?
Maybe.
Scotch?
Fine.
You, think you're going to be able to do something for that little girl?
What little girl?
Brian's wife.
How did you know I was working for her?
I got ways. Look, Mikey, if she needs money, let me know.
Where's your white beard, Santos?
Don't get me wrong, Mike. I give nothing away. You ever stop to think that the party who killed Brian maybe was trying to kill me?
You kidding?
Didn't the cops tell you the hotel suite Brian was using was registered in my name?
No.
Well, it was. I turned it over to Mr. and Mrs. King because they have no place to live in New York.
What kind of work did Brian do for you?
Oh, little this, little that.
Yeah, well, that tells me...
What's the matter?
That picture on the piano.
What about it?
I think I recognize the lady. Isn't her name Doris Webster?
Yeah.
Certainly is a small world.
Where do you know Doris from?
Oh, she was up to see me yesterday.
About what?
Oh, now, Santos, don't tell me you're jealous.
I asked you a question, Mike.
I suppose you answer one of mine first. Was Doris running around with Brian King?
No.
Well, I've only got your word.
Who's in the next room?
Nobody.
Don't give me that. I heard something in there.
You're crazy. I show you. See? It's
Look out, Santa!
All the rotten luck.
What's the trouble, Angel?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Waring.
Well, darned if it isn't. It's like I just mentioned to a friend. It certainly is a small world.
Yeah. Too small.
Say, that must be a dihedral.
Huh?
That's the molten joint that's attached to the Finnegan pin. Here, let me show you.
Hey, wait a minute.
All right, if you don't want your car started.
You think you can?
Angel, I'm the greatest little Mr. Fix-It in the business. Move over.
Well,
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a loose wire under the dash. What did I tell you?
it's been cut.
Exactly. But if we wind the ends together like so, then...
Who cut those wires?
Me.
What was the idea?
Well, it was the only way I could think of to arrange this interview. How about a drive around Central Park?
Get out.
Oh, you're not going to make me do that, beautiful, after all the trouble I went to?
Do you want me to call a cop?
Well, that's entirely up to you, Doris. But I don't think Joe Santos would approve.
Well, if Sanders ever finds you talking to me...
No, I don't think there's any danger of that, at least for a couple of hours. Or haven't you heard? He was shot at 2:30 this afternoon.
You're lying.
Well, there's no reason to be upset, Angel. The bullet just tore a chunk out of his side.
Listen, Waring, what do you want?
The murderer of Brian King.
I don't know anything about it.
I suppose you let me be the judge of that. Now, when was the last time you saw Brian King alive?
Yesterday when he brought Stewart...
Now we're getting to it. Stewart's the boy you told me was kidnapped.
I didn't say he was kidnapped.
Oh, please, let's not start that again. I gather Mr. Van Dyne has finally turned up, huh?
Yeah,
And Brian King was the one who located him.
that's one way to put it.
What's the connection between you and Stewart?
We used to be kind of friendly.
What stopped you?
Sanders found out about us through Brian King.
Oh, so that's the connection. And what did the messages King and Santos do to Stewart?
I have no idea.
Well, suppose you give me Stewart's address and let me find out for myself.
You sure this is the right place, Mike?
Well, Doris told me Stewart Van Dyne was living in apartment 4E, Sergeant.
Guess he's out.
Are you surprised?
I don't follow you.
Mr. Santos is inclined to be a little on the possessive side. What do you think would happen to anyone who he caught playing around with Doris?
Well...
Where are your keys?
I don't like to do this.
Whose idea was it for me to get messed up in this business? Who asked me to try and help Emily King?
Okay. This one ought to do it. Yeah. Awful dark in here.
Light switch ought to be somewhere
Keep
near...
your hands off that switch.
What?
I've got enough light from the hallway.
Oh, no, that's not fair, chum. You can see us and we can't see you.
That's tough, but just to make things easier for you, I'll tell you I've got a gun in my hand.
You Stewart Van Dyne?
What's it to you?
Well, a thought just occurred to me, Stewart, that you'd be no better off than we are if I were to... Shut the door!
Why, you...
Hit the light, Sergeant.
I'm warning you. Put him out.
It's too late, friend.
No wonder he was sitting alone in the dark.
Yeah. Who did that to your face?
None of your business.
It was Brian King, wasn't it?
Whatever it was.
That might explain a lot of things, such as finding you alive and him dead. What did Doris say when she saw you?
I'll take care of her, too.
Well, you took care of Brian King?
Suppose you start answering some of my questions for a change. How did you guys get in here?
Simple. Sergeant has a set of skeleton keys.
Let's have them.
Let
me have them, Sergeant. Or would you sooner I took them off your body?
I think he means that, Corbett.
Okay.
Nope. Just drop them on that bureau. I'll pick them up from there. Now, let's see how fast you boys can get to the other side of the room. Come on, hurry up.
You're making a mistake, Stewart.
Let me worry about that.
Where are you going?
Out.
You're not going to lock us in here.
You know, Sergeant, you ought to make a great detective. That's as good a piece of deduction as I've heard in years.
Are you coming on that door, Sergeant?
Ain't made a dent in it yet.
Well, save your knuckles. The squad car will be here in a minute.
Were you able to get Doris Webster on the phone?
No, her line has been busy.
I'll try her again.
Okay.
You don't think Van Dyne could have gotten to her yet?
No, not a chance.
When I get my hands on that guy...
Hello, that you, Doris?
Who's this?
Mike Waring. Say, Stewart's looking for you. Hope you got a good, strong lock on your door.
You're not frightening me.
I didn't intend to. That's Joe Sandus's department.
And Mr. Sandus doesn't worry me either. Little Doris can look after herself.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doris, but the last time I heard someone say that, the undertaker was around in short order. I hope you have better luck.
Who's there?
It's me, Doris.
Santos?
Yeah.
Okay, honey. Just a second.
Come on in, honey.
Thanks.
Oh, I thought you'd be in bed.
You mean that bullet? Oh, nothing.
Oh, I'll bet it hurt something awful. Here, come on, sit down, honey.
I tell you, it's nothing, Doris.
You're angry with me, aren't you?
Why, I got the reason.
Oh, I give you my word, honey. That Stewart character didn't mean a thing. You know there's only one man in the world for me.
Sure.
Oh, come on, honey. Say you forgive me.
And if I do?
I promise I'll never look at another man again.
Until the next time, huh?
What do you want me to do? Crawl on my knees?
It might be a good idea.
Listen, you creep. Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
What's the matter, Doris? You fed up?
You're darn right I am. Did you ever get a good look at yourself in a mirror?
Oh, I know Santos is not so good looking.
That's putting it mildly. Sure, I went with Stewart, and there were other guys, too. And there will be again.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Yeah? Well, I would.
You're not afraid of what this actor fellow's story is going to have to say?
No. The police will take care of him.
Why should they?
Because he killed Brian King.
Why should he?
Because of what King did to his face.
You're forgetting something, Doris. I tell King to do this thing.
Well, he took a shot at you, too, didn't he?
No. That was one of my boys.
What?
Yeah, Vince. You remember him. Nice, tall fellow.
I don't understand.
Sure you do, Doris. You're a very smart girl.
You killed Brian?
That's right.
You're crazy.
I can't be if the cops think Stewart did it. Of course, you could tell them now.
Listen, Sandy, I swear I wouldn't give you away.
Wouldn't you?
No. If I wanted to squeal, there are plenty of other things I know.
Come here, baby.
Oh, darling, you gotta believe me. Honey, I'll never open my mouth.
This I believe.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. I think that's the apartment.
Is there a nameplate?
Yeah. Doris Webster.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I got a hunch she ain't going to answer.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right.
Well, shall we?
By all means. Take a look at what's hanging from the chandelier. Well, that's one way to get up in the world.
Good 3 feet, I'd say.
Might as well have been a mile.
All right, let's get it down.
Well, that's life for you. But I wonder why she did it.
Did what, Sergeant?
Commit suicide.
Who says it's suicide?
I do.
You see any sign of a note around?
What makes you think there has to be a note every time? The girl was scared.
Yeah, so she put a rope around her neck and hung herself.
Won't be the first time it happened.
No, it doesn't make sense, Sergeant. Take a look at that red leather vanity bench.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, can't you see it's been torn apart? Look at the condition of the living room.
What does that prove?
Well, if Doris committed suicide, who took the joint apart?
She might have herself.
Why?
How should I know?
Well, maybe I can guess. Doris seemed awfully sure that she could keep Joe Santos in line. Now, how could she do that?
I don't know.
Well, the obvious answer is that she must have been holding something over his head. I suppose it was hidden in that vanity bench.
Why would it have to be in there?
It didn't. The point is, wherever it was, Santos must have found it and destroyed it.
Well, assuming for the sake of argument he did, I don't see how that makes us any better off.
Well, frankly, I don't either, Sergeant. But I'm grasping at straws. Let's hope one of them is enough to break Santos's neck.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike and Sergeant Corbett discovered the body of Doris Webster hanging in her apartment. And now, as we find the aforementioned gentlemen, they're breaking the news to Joe Santos, who, surprisingly enough, doesn't seem in the least bit disturbed.
Well, what are you going to do? That's life.
You seem to be taking it pretty much in your stride, Santos.
You expect me to cut my throat?
You may want to at that.
Because I've got a theory you killed Doris.
You got a theory. You're out of your mind, Mike. I haven't been out of this bed since I was shot.
How do you account for those scratches on your face? When I saw you earlier today, there wasn't a mark on you.
And don't tell us you cut yourself shaving.
Say, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Has the report come through on the substance under Doris's fingernails?
Huh?
You know, the stuff you had analyzed.
Oh, sure.
It was human flesh, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. The doc said probably came from a man.
You know, Santos, they can tell in 5 minutes who that man was.
Who are you kidding?
Okay, don't believe me. Sergeant?
Wait a minute.
Well?
Suppose I was in Doris' apartment.
But were you or weren't you?
Yeah.
And you did fight with her?
Yeah, I tried to keep her from committing suicide.
Well, you couldn't have tried very hard.
Well, I do the best I can. Remember, she shot me this afternoon. I'm still weak.
Sure. Well, it may be news to you, Santos, but when people hang themselves, they customarily step off a height. And there was nothing resembling a chair in that bedroom.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
You don't see a red leather vanity bench?
You mean?
Yeah.
Looks like he's got you there, Mike. Remember, you were the one who commented on it?
Yeah, so I did. What did you take out of that bench, Santos?
Don't you wish you knew?
Maybe I can guess. Probably some evidence linking you with a couple of unsolved murders.
Guesses are no good, Mike. You got to be able to prove it.
Not if we can prove you killed Doris Webster. And take it from me, Santos, we can. All right, Sergeant, make like a cop.
I hope you're not bluffing this time, Mike.
No, I'm not, Sergeant. Santos killed both Doris and Brian King.
But that's what doesn't make sense. Why should he kill King? The guy was working for him.
Oh, yeah, but Santos didn't believe he was working out right. King didn't approve of what Santos forced him to do to Stuart Van Dyne, and he was all for taking a powder. Well, you know Santos. The only time you quit his outfit is the way King did.
Well, why did he kill Doris?
He was tired of her horsing around. And he couldn't have been exactly crazy about whatever it was she was holding over his head.
So he strung her up?
That's right. And you're probably curious about how I figured that one out.
No. We found Doris hanging 3 feet off the floor.
Well, listen.
And that vanity bench Santos claims she used was only 24 inches high. Now, you tell me how you can step off something 2 feet high and wind up 3 feet in the air.
All right, if you saw it, why didn't you say something before?
What, spoil your fun? Don't forget, Mike, I'm a typical dumb cop who can't add 2 and 2 together without using his fingers. If I claimed I solved a crime, who'd ever believe me?
Well, certainly no one who ever listened to a show called The Adventures of the Falcon. Good night, Sergeant.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denny. Now, thanks for calling, but it can't be tonight, Angel. I'm on the case of a guy who jilted a girl. You'd think it would break her heart, but instead of being sad about it, it looks like she's trigger happy.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Worried Wife. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good, really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know the Kraft name on cheese and cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft and only Kraft makes Velveeta. And now, the case of the worried wife. It's Sunday night in New York when pretty dark-haired Penny Layton pushes the button of an apartment overlooking the East River. While she's waiting for someone to answer, Penny opens her handbag and takes out a small pistol. She closes the bag and thrusts her right hand in with the pistol into the pocket of her fur coat and gnaws nervously on her lip as she hears someone approach the door.
Yes? Are you Mrs. Sheffield? Yes. I want to see your husband.
Well, what's it about?
Just tell him Penny wants to see him. He'll know what it's about.
All right.
Wait here.
I'll see what he says.
I'll wait inside.
But I don't know.
I said I'll wait inside. All right, now you can close the door. I'll wait right here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Who are you, anyway?
I told you. Penny. Penny who? Ask Arnold. He'll tell you. And you can tell him I'm not leaving until I see him. Alone.
All right. I'll tell him. Maybe he can explain what this is all about. Arnold.
Oh, yes, Liza. Who was it?
Penny.
Penny.
Well, that's what she said. Who is she?
Oh, a girl I knew in Florida. I don't want to see her.
Well, she says she won't go until you do see her. She's in the living room.
Yeah, all right. Might as well get it over with. You wait here. I'll get rid of her. Penny, what are you doing here?
Why, Arnold, is that any way to greet me? After I followed you all the way from Miami?
I wrote you. It's all over.
I figured as much when I saw in the paper you got married. That's why I came up.
What do you hope to gain?
For one thing, I wanted to see her. She's pretty.
Oh, thank you.
I'd never have forgiven you if you turned me down for a horse face.
Yes, she's pretty, and I'm in love with her. There's nothing more for you and me, so why don't you be a good girl and just run along? Be sensible.
You call it sensible to give up the man I love to somebody else?
You don't love me.
That's right, Arnold, I don't. But I did, so I'm not giving you up so easy.
There's nothing you can do.
Isn't there?
You little fool, be careful.
She's not going to have you, Arnold. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill myself.
Don't be ridiculous. Now give me that gun.
Stay back, Arnold. Don't try to get it.
Said, give it to me.
Let go.
When you drop the gun,
Arnold! Arnold! What happened?
I'm just trying to teach Penny not to play with guns. The bullet went into that chair. No great damage done. Now, Penny, you'd better get out of here.
You'll be sorry about this.
I am sorry. I thought you had better sense. Now, good night. More coffee, darling?
No, thanks. Arnold. I couldn't get that girl out of my mind all night.
No, stop worrying about her.
But suppose she comes back.
She won't come back.
Well, you can't be sure. Maybe we better call the police.
Why, I don't want to make trouble for her.
Oh? You don't still... I mean, it's all over. You're sure there's nothing...
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling, don't be ridiculous.
She must have cared an awful lot to follow you all the way here.
Yes, I suppose she did.
You must have done something to make her care.
Will you stop worrying about it? It's all over.
I hope you're right.
Now, look, if there was any question about it, last night certainly settled it. You don't think I could be interested in her after that, do you?
I hope not. You sure she won't come back?
Yes, I'm sure. She worked herself up to a pitch. When nothing came of it, she was bound to cool off.
Maybe. But I'd feel happier if you'd tell the police.
Darling, will you answer one question?
What?
Are you afraid that if she comes back, she'll try to kill me again? Or are you afraid that this time she won't? Hello, Mara. Drinking alone?
Oh, hello, Sheffield.
I'll join you.
Okay. Hey, you're looking good. Guess marriage agrees with you.
Yes, great institution. I'm all for it. But it has got its little problems. That's why I'm looking for you.
Oh, looking for me? I thought this was a coincidence.
No, I need my money.
You need money? Millionaire playboy needs money?
Well, you see, most of my cash is tied up, and I really went overboard on the wedding and the honeymoon.
Huh? I always heard two could live as cheap as one.
Try it sometime.
I have enough trouble.
Well, I hate to add to it, Mara, but I'm going to have to insist on my money.
Well, I don't know what I can do. Things haven't been going so hot.
I don't like to put the heat on you, but, well, your note's been overdue for a long time. I don't think it's too much to ask.
That's right. You gotta have your champagne, your private stateroom.
What kind of an attitude is that?
Well, it's my attitude,
You've been drinking too much.
That's right. I'm just a no-good drunk.
Now, look, I lent you that money in good faith. You had big ideas. It's not my fault they didn't pan out.
That's right, Papa. Give me a lecture.
Don't worry, pal, I will. When you're sober enough to know what I'm talking about.
It'll be a long wait.
It better not be. We're going to get this settled.
Of course, Sheffield. We'll get it settled. For keeps.
Hello?
Are you Michael Waring, the detective called the Falcon?
That's right.
Well, thank heavens. I had the awfulest time finding you. Don't you have an office?
No.
Why not?
Well, if I had an office, I'd have to have a beautiful blonde secretary. If I had a beautiful blonde secretary, I'd have trouble keeping my mind on my work. And if I didn't keep my mind on my work, I'd lose business. Then I wouldn't be able to pay the rent, so I'd lose the office. So I just saved myself the trouble. Come in.
Thank you.
Your name?
Liza Sheffield.
What can I do for you?
My husband Arnold spent December in Florida.
You didn't go with him?
But we weren't married then. In fact, we didn't even know we were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But while he was there, he started going with a girl, and I guess it was pretty serious. Last night she showed up in New York, and she tried to kill Arnold.
Tried to?
Well, Arnold got the gun away from her, and then he threw her out of the apartment.
Well?
I'm afraid she may come back. I asked my husband to notify the police, but he refused. He says he doesn't want to make any trouble for the girl. That's why I came to you.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I thought if you could find the girl and talk to her.
What do you want me to say to her?
I don't know. Find out what she's planning to do.
Where's she staying?
I don't know.
What's her name?
Penny. Something. I don't know her last name.
You don't know her name. You don't know where she's staying. You don't know exactly what you want me to say to her. This is the sort of case I love.
Well, if it was easy, I wouldn't need the Falcon.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd better have a talk with your husband.
No.
He can fill in some of the details for me.
But he may be angry about my hiring you. I don't want him to know.
Well, if you can't give me anything more to go on...
I thought you were supposed to be such a good detective.
Well, I won't argue that point. But even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't guarantee quick results with what you've given me.
Well, do the best you can.
What happens if Penny catches up with your husband while I'm still looking for him? She'd kill him, wouldn't she?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, Angel, do I go see your husband or don't I?
You win, Mr. Waring. Come on.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. Well, now, Mike won his way all right. And you know, I'll bet you mothers would certainly like to win your way, too, when it comes to getting your family to eat those green vegetables that are so good for them. And you can. Just glamorize those vegetables a little by melting delicious Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, for a smooth golden cheese sauce to pour over them. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. There's no need to cut it in little pieces because Velveeta melts easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a perfectly wonderful cheese sauce that'll add Velveeta's fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor to cauliflower or spinach or broccoli. Velveeta makes them taste better than ever, and you'll be giving your family extra nourishment this way, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. Even the smallest youngsters can enjoy their vegetables a la Velveeta, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So, Mother, make it your handy helper. Get Velveeta in the economical 2-pound loaf so you'll have plenty for cold snacks and sandwiches, too. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality made only by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike and Liza Sheffield started for the Sheffield apartment to see whether Liza's husband, Arnold, would object to his wife's efforts to keep him alive. Now, as they approach the apartment, they see a sharp-faced little man standing at the door.
Oh, dear. It's Mr. Ballard.
Unwelcome guest?
Very.
Hello, Liza. No wonder you didn't answer the door.
Have you been ringing?
Yeah.
Funny. I thought Arnold was home. Well, he ought to be here pretty soon. You can come in and wait, Mr. Waring.
Right.
As for you, Mr. Ballard, I can't see you now. I'm going to be busy.
Oh, I'll wait.
Call me tomorrow if you want to talk to me.
Now, is that any way to treat an old friend?
Please. I haven't time.
It'll only take a minute.
But I don't have anything for you now. Call me in the morning.
Now, look, I want to get things settled.
All right. Tomorrow.
Now.
You heard what the lady said. Tomorrow, scram.
Now, listen, mister.
I said scram.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I'm going.
What's with him?
Oh, he's just somebody I used to know. Not important. Now, come on, let's go in.
not exactly the sort of character that I would...
Oh!
What's the matter?
Look!
Uh-oh. Is this your husband? Well, Mr. Sheffield, I'm afraid we're too late. He's dead.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Bright Eyes.
Uh-oh, it sounds like Mike Waring.
What do you know? He's a detective.
What do you want, Waring?
Got a corpse for you.
I'm busy. Why did you have to dig one up today?
I didn't dig him up. He hasn't been buried yet.
The boy's sharp.
Anything to brighten your day, Corbett. How soon can you get here?
As soon as I finish my report. You're not the only one who finds bodies.
Oh, you got another?
Yeah, and I bet she's cuter than yours.
Could be.
Of course, she may not be as dead, but she made a good try.
A suicide attempt?
Yeah, I jumped out of the fourth-story window. All because some guy gave her the brush. Love, it's wonderful.
Did you leave a note?
No, I talked to her. She bounced off an awning. Doc says she'll live.
What's her name?
Penny Layton. Why?
Penny.
Yeah.
Hey, could be a package deal. Let's get together. Maybe we can wrap it up.
Right in here.
Okay.
Well, there she is, Mrs. Sheffield.
Yes. No question about it. That's the girl.
Hello, Mrs. Sheffield. What's this all about, Sergeant?
You threatened to kill her husband last night.
You don't have to worry. I won't try again. Just want to die.
We know you won't try again. What we want to know is, did you?
What?
Did you go back to Sheffield's today?
Of course not. Why do you ask that?
Never mind. Come on, Mrs. Sheffield. Waring.
She killed him. I know she did.
Well, that meant she got another gun. Why didn't she shoot herself instead of jumping?
Maybe she counted on the awning saving her.
A four-story jump? I don't think so.
But she must have killed him. Who else would have done it?
How about your slimy little pal?
Who?
Ballard.
Why, he had nothing to do with Arnold.
What did he want?
I tell you, it had nothing to do with this.
Who is this we're talking about, Waring?
Oh, a character who was very determined to see Mrs. Sheffield today.
Oh. Want to tell us what he wanted, Mrs. Sheffield?
It has nothing to do with the murder.
Suppose you let us decide that.
Was it blackmail?
What makes you think that?
No, it certainly wasn't a friendly visit. And you said you didn't have anything for him. What would he be expecting from you?
Well, it doesn't matter. I wish you'd believe that.
Okay, if you won't tell me, I know somebody else who may.
Who?
Ballard.
Oh, it's Liza's friend.
Yeah, hello, Ballard.
What do you want with me?
What you wanted with Liza.
Didn't she tell you?
Think I came here because your company is so charming?
I don't know why you came here. Who are you, anyway?
Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon?
That's right.
Did Liza hire you?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
To find out a few things.
Not about me. She knows about me.
She doesn't know if you were coming or going when we met you at the door today.
What difference does it make?
Well, if you really don't know, it doesn't make any.
Now, look, Werner, you're going to tell me what you want or you're going to get out of here.
All right, Ballard. What did you want to see Sheffield about?
I didn't want to see Sheffield. I didn't see him.
Well, somebody did with a gun.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
Well, it wasn't me. You got to believe that.
Maybe I do. But you strike me as the sort of character who sticks his nose into things. So if you really want to clear yourself, here's a chance to put the knot on somebody else for the honor.
Yeah. Have you tried Mara?
Who's Mara?
Joe Mara. He borrowed a mittful from Sheffield to open a pool hall. It folded. I was thinking, what if Sheffield wanted his money and Mara couldn't pay?
It's a thought. Where do I find Mara?
Well, you might find him at Freddy's Bar on 43rd Street. Only please don't tell him I tipped you.
No, I won't breathe a word.
I hope not, because if you do, I could stop breathing for keeps.
There it is in the next block.
Yeah, I see it. We made pretty good time, huh?
Hadn't made any better time, you'd be doing time.
No, I'm fast, but I'm careful.
Uh-huh. Well, don't put down your flag. If my man isn't in there, I'll be right out.
Okay. But what if he is in there?
Wait anyway. It may not take too long.
Right. Hey, mister, look out! Mister, you all right?
Yeah. When you shot it, I dropped.
Yeah, those shots came from that alley.
Yeah, I know. You get back. There may be more. I'll go see.
You see anyone?
No, the alley's empty. Did you get a look at who fired those shots?
No, whoever it was standing close to the building in the alley. All I saw was the hand with the gun, and it come around the edge of the building, and I hollered.
Or could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
I wouldn't know. Like I say, all I saw
I
was...
know, a hand with a gun. I hope whoever it was thinks he got me. I'm not anxious to have him try again. Hello, are you Joe Mara?
Huh? Oh, Waring.
Yeah, you seem surprised to see me. What's the matter? Do you think I was lying in a gutter with a couple of slugs in me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I have your description. Maybe you get mine.
I don't.
Well, I hope not, for your sake. How come you know my name?
Everybody knows the Falcon.
Well, I'm naturally a very modest guy, but even I can't help thinking there are a couple of people who don't know me.
Well, I'm not one of them.
All right. But how did you know I was looking for you?
I didn't.
I asked for you at Freddy's bar. They told me you left there 10 minutes before I got there.
So I wanted to get cleaned up, so I wanted to have dinner. That's a crime?
Did someone tip you I was coming?
What makes you think you'd start me rolling?
I know about you in Sheffield.
Huh? What about me in Sheffield?
You're in hock to him.
You got your tenses wrong, Waring. I was in hock to him.
Oh, you paid him off?
That's right.
When?
Today.
Would it have been this afternoon around 3:30?
It would have been this morning, around 10.
And you can prove you paid him?
Yeah, here. Here's the receipted note. Now, just what are you trying to prove?
I don't know what I'm trying to prove, but it looks like I have proved that a certain character named Ballard is going to have to improve his singing. Looks like he's way off key.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, now, maybe Mike isn't quite sure what he's trying to prove. But I'm sure of what I'm trying to prove, and what's more, I can do it with your help. All you have to do is this. Make yourself a big, hearty sandwich of your favorite kind of bread, spread with a little Kraft mayonnaise, and filled with a good, thick slice of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Now, take a bite and see for yourself if what I'm trying to prove isn't true, that Velveeta is especially good tasting, with a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Mm-hmm. And Velveeta is good for you, too, because it's so rich in important food values from milk. These good Velveeta sandwiches are perfect for everyone, even the youngest children, any time of day, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So make Velveeta your handy helper. For delicious snacks and sandwiches and for fine hot dishes, too, get genuine Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Ballard's lead led Mike no place. Now the Falcon has dropped in on Sergeant Corbett to swap information, and Corbett seems to be enjoying Mike's report of his interview with Mara.
So you went off half-cocked, Waring, huh?
All right. Before you break a rib laughing, I still think it's Mara.
Where's his motive if he paid off Sheffield?
I don't know. But it must have been the murderer who shot at me, and that couldn't have been either of the girls.
Why not?
Well, you were questioning Mrs. Sheffield.
What time were you shot at, Waring?
About 5:45.
I left the Sheffield woman a little after 5.
Well, at least it couldn't have been Magnolia Blossom. She's in the hospital.
I have news for you, Waring.
Well, don't tell me Penny's been released.
At 5.
Isn't that just peachy?
And then there's Ballard himself.
Yeah, tell me something about Ballard. Did you learn any more about him from Mrs. Sheffield?
Yeah, when you said you were going to see him, she cracked. Admitted he's been blackmailing her.
I thought so. Glad I was right about something. What did he have on her?
Scandal in her past. She didn't want Sheffield to know about it.
So the little guy likes sweat money, huh? Hey.
What's the matter?
The tip-off could have been to protect his pickings.
What?
No, we better go see Ballard. I have an idea he can give us the answers we're looking for.
Yeah?
Yeah. But we better hurry because we want Ballard to talk, and they say dead men don't.
Well, here we are.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Don't get out of the car.
Why not?
Look, Ballard's just coming out.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't notice us, maybe we can follow him.
He didn't see us. I'll let him get a little lead, and then I'll follow.
Right. You better start your motor. He's hailing a taxi.
Yeah.
Wonder where he's going.
Well, there's one way to find out. Don't want to follow too close. Hey! Of all the dumb drivers, did you see that guy cut out right in front of me?
To a police car yet. Well, never mind him. The taxi just turned the next corner. We better get going.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy who cut in front of you is turning at the corner, too.
Is he following Ballard, too? Could be.
Makes a nice parade, huh?
Look behind us, Waring.
Well, what for?
I just wonder if anybody's following us.
They're already in the elevator. Hope we haven't lost them.
Well, they came into this building. Where would they be going? Except up to see Mrs. Sheffield.
But that was Mara following Ballard. I recognized him when he got out of the car.
So what?
Look at the elevator indicator.
Basement.
Yeah. That's not Sheffield's unless she's moved since this afternoon.
Push the button.
Right.
Wonder what they're doing down there.
Well, it's not a maypole dance. You can bet on that.
All right, they're slugging it out. Why?
Mara wants to find out what Ballard knows. Here we are. Get in.
Okay. But I still don't see how you figure it, Waring. Ballard knows about Mrs. Sheffield's past, but what's that got to do with Mara?
Nothing.
Gets clearer all the time.
But we haven't time to discuss it now. Here we are.
There they are. Yeah, come on. All right, Mara, that's enough. Let him go. Where did you... Drop that gun, then we'll talk. Go on, drop it. Do you want to see if I'm only kidding with this one?
Okay.
There you are. Pick it up, Waring. Now, what's going on here?
He was trying to kill me. Guy's lying. I was trying to make him talk.
About what?
Well, the papers say Sheffield was murdered. Waring was asking me about it. Ballard must have figured me, and I wanted to know why.
He put a gun on my back. He made me come down here in the basement.
We know that, Ballard. And there are a couple of other things we know. That you were blackmailing Mrs. Sheffield, for instance.
You can't prove that.
And you forget that now that Sheffield's dead, she's willing to talk. And we can certainly prove you were at the apartment today around the time of the murder, because I saw you.
I was there after the murder.
Maybe. Anyway, you better go along with Sergeant Corbett.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't kill Sheffield.
I didn't say you did. But you know who did, and when you talk... come on, Mara, come back here.
I said come back here.
You're not going anywhere except with Corbett, too. Because, Mara, you're the murderer. I'm sorry to spoil a little joke, Corbett. It was Mara after all.
Doesn't your arm ever get tired, Waring?
From what?
Patting yourself on the back.
Well, I'd just like to give credit where credit is due.
You weren't so sure it was Mara yourself when you saw that receipt?
Well, I admit it threw me for a while, but I bounced back.
It's cute of Mara. Sheffield wants his money, so Mara scrapes it up and gives it to him. Gets a receipt for it, then plugs Sheffield, and takes back the money.
Uh-huh. He figured it was safe enough because he'd read in the paper about the Leighton girl threatening Sheffield. And he counted on her taking the rap. He might have gotten away with it, too, if Ballard hadn't queered the deal.
Yeah, in fact, I still don't think you solved this one, Waring. You were simply lucky that by following Ballard, we happened to stumble on Mara.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Yeah?
Yeah, sweetheart. See, I knew that Ballard had tipped off the person who shot at me.
How did you know that?
Because the person was waiting for me at Freddy's bar. That meant he had to know where I'd be going. And Ballard was the only one who knew.
Couldn't it have been Ballard himself who was waiting?
No, because I went straight to Freddy's from Ballard's. And my driver drove fast. Ballard could never have beaten me there.
All right, it wasn't Ballard.
No, but it was somebody who had been tipped off by Ballard. At first, I thought it was somebody working with him, but when you confirmed my suspicions about him being a blackmailer, I changed my idea.
You figured Ballard was following a pattern and blackmailing again.
Yeah, that's right. He was on the scene at the time of the murder. It was perfectly possible for him to have seen the murderer leave the apartment. So I figured it was blackmail, and he tipped the murderer that I knew too much so the murderer could get rid of me. He didn't want me nabbing the killer and spoiling his chance for blackmail.
But Ballard's the one who put you on to Mara in the first place.
I know. He could rattle when I was accusing him and try to get out from under. But after I left, he couldn't see that nice opportunity for blackmail going out the window.
I see.
Well, that's all there is to it. Once I realized Ballard was up to the old game of blackmail, I knew all we had to do was follow him. And sooner or later, we'd cross paths with the murderer.
Yeah, Waring, it all adds up. Except couldn't Mara have been telling the truth when he said all he was trying to do was find out why Ballard sicked you on him?
How did he know Ballard was the one who steered me to him? No, Corbett. When Mara named Ballard, he put his head in the noose.
You've got the wrong metaphor, Waring. In this state, it's not the noose, it's the electric chair.
Well, in that case, what are you around for? Good night, Corbett. This is Mike Waring, friends. Our Falcon programs bring you stories of the detection and prevention of crime. And right now, I'd like to say another word or two about preventing crime. You can help, you know. You needn't give money. Just give your sincere support to the Boys Clubs of America. These clubs build good citizens with strong, healthy bodies and minds. Boys who are completely honest, who respect property and individual rights, and who realize that America is a land of opportunity if you're willing to learn and work and try hard. These non-sectarian, non-profit boys' clubs are operated by groups of public-spirited adults so that boys from 8 to 20 can enjoy the right kind of recreation and companionship in their own clubhouses. If you and your neighbors would like to establish a boys' club in your community, get in touch with the Boys Clubs of America for help. Think about it, won't you? Thanks a lot.
The Case of the Carved Ham. The Case of the Carved Ham. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns sometimes a gun can change a great comedian into a bad actor. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening, over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Tonight, Theater Guild presents the exciting Fallen Idol on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. I'm glad you called. You'll have to give me a rain check tonight, Angel. Some girl just dropped down with an interesting proposition, and I can't afford to pass it by. Yet I'll be hanged if I touch it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Dutch doll. Before we join the Falcon in a new and exciting adventure, here's something else that's new and exciting. Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil just put on the market for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft products. Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil, a lighter-bodied oil designed to mix smoothly and perfectly with all the other ingredients you use in your homemade salad dressings, your delicious chiffon cakes, in fact, in every recipe you have that calls for liquid shortening. The reason Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil is that it's made by a special process created by Kraft called superfining. The first time you try this wonderful new lighter-bodied superfine salad oil, you'll know you've discovered something really new, really wonderful. So don't wait. Get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. And now, the case of the Dutch doll. It is late Sunday evening in New York. The kind of night where only Noah would feel at home. But Harry Roberts, the stocky gentleman in a wet overcoat, is no biblical character. Harry is Dutch Stevens' chief lieutenant, and right now he's on a mission for his boss. He tries the door of a nearby telegraph office. Finding it locked, begins banging on the glass.
Hey, you. Open up. Come on, open up. What's the matter, you deaf?
Just a second.
Well, about time. I could float away out there. Boy. I want to send a couple of wires.
Oh, sorry, mister. We're closed for the night.
Well, open up again. Now, one telegram...
you don't
goes-
understand. It's the company rule.
Well, change it.
Hey, who do you think you are?
Just a guy with a gun.
Oh,
Now, do we send those telegrams?
sure. Sure.
That's a good boy. Now, the same wire goes to 3 guys. Write down their names. George Hendricks, Hotel Fortunata, Chicago. Bill Rhinebeck, Daffodil Club, Reno, Nevada. And Christopher Londos, that's Londos. Hemsley Building, Los Angeles. Got that?
Yeah.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
Must see you June 29th at my place,
New York.
New York. Anything else?
No, that's all. Just sign it, Dutch Stevens.
Dutch Stevens.
Now, can you add a P.S. to the one going to Londos?
You mean you want to continue the message to him?
Yeah, bright. Make it read, "This is it," and sign it Harry.
Just those 3 words.
Don't worry, Buster. Mr. Londos is a smart boy. He'll catch on. Now, start pounding that out.
Mr. Christopher Londos. Hemsley Building.
Well, now, if you gentlemen will give me your attention for a moment, I'd like to explain the purpose of this meeting. You're probably wondering why I called it.
Now that you mention it, we are.
Well, I've been doing a little thinking lately, Londos. And I've come to the conclusion it's pretty ridiculous for you, Hendricks, Rhinebeck, and myself to be constantly at each other's throats.
Well,
So what I propose is a combine.
what's wrong with the agreement we've got now, Dutch?
Nothing, except nobody's abided by it. You, Londos, have been running joints in my territory.
Now, look here, Stevens.
Don't bother denying it, Chris. I caught 4 of your hoods in New York last week. And don't tell me they came to see the Empire State Building.
What's the matter? Didn't you try to open a club in Los Angeles?
Sure I did. And what did it cost you to close it?
Enough.
That's exactly my point. Why spend time and money fighting each other? With one organization, we could cut down on overhead. I'm willing to bet now you'll increase your take at least 50%.
And who is going to be head of this organization?
I am.
That's what I figure. And what's going to prevent you from, say, someday deciding you don't need Londos and freeze him out?
Now, don't talk like a kid, Londos.
No, I think I've got a very important point there.
You don't know what you're saying. No, I think the rest of these boys are willing to go along. Am I right, gentlemen? Well, make up your mind, Londos.
I think maybe I'd try it alone for a while.
You're making a serious mistake.
Could be. But you've got to prove it to me first.
All right, Londos. And I don't imagine that'll be quite as difficult as you think.
There he comes now, Jerry. Open the door. Hello, Harry.
Hi, Alanis. Get away from here fast.
All right, Jerry. Suppose you drive around the park.
No. Tell him to head out toward Brooklyn.
Relax, Harry. Everything's going to be okay.
Not too sure, Landis. Dutch is plenty sore.
My. He make any plans for me?
Yeah. Sending 8 men out to the coast tomorrow.
You know their names?
Yeah, I got them all written down. Here.
Steve Donahue, Albert Saber. Now, this is fine stuff, Harry. How they go?
They fly. Taking the 5 o'clock plane.
I see they get nice reception.
Tell him to watch out for Donahue. He's one of Dutch's best.
Jerry, when we get back to the hotel, remind me to make a couple of calls.
Listen, Landis, before you start the rough stuff, I still think you can make a deal with Dutch.
No use, Harry. We already tried.
Well, let me try once more. If I can work on him the right way...
Okay, Harry. You work on him. But just the same, I think I'm gonna make those calls.
Is that you, Harry?
Yeah, you busy, Dutch?
No, come on in. What's on your mind?
Well, look, Dutch, I don't know how to say this.
You don't know how to say what?
Well, I've been with you for a long time.
15 years, isn't it?
Yeah. Never once did I open my yap and give advice when it wasn't asked for.
But obviously now you'd like to break a precedent, huh?
I think you're making a big mistake in the way you're handling Landis.
Well, what would you suggest I do?
Give him a separate deal.
Well, why is he entitled to more than the others?
Because he's a lot smarter. You're going to have trouble with him, Dutch.
I doubt it.
Look, boss, I happen to know he'd take
10% extra.
Well, how do you happen to know that?
Well, one of his boys approached me.
I thought I told you to stay away from them.
I couldn't help myself, Dutch. They dropped in at the Hawk Club last night.
Well, make sure it doesn't happen again. Yes. See who that is.
Okay. All right, hold your horses. I'm coming.
Hello, Harry.
Kinsella.
Yeah, it's me, pal.
Well, when did you get out?
This morning. Where's Dutch?
Who is it, Harry?
It's only me, Dutch.
Well, what are you doing here, Kinsella?
I want to thank you.
For what?
Didn't you spring me?
No.
Oh, quit kidding, Dutch. Who else would go to bat for me with the parole board?
I wish I knew.
That's funny. I thought for sure you... Well, what difference does it make? It's good to see you, Dutch. It's been a long time.
Not long enough. I don't know what ideas you had.
Well, when I went to stir, you were supposed to look after things.
And I did, Kinsella. Very capably, too, if I say so myself. And if you think you're coming back to get on my gravy train, you got another guess coming.
So that's the way the wind blows.
That's the way it blows.
You got anything to say, Harry?
He's the boss, Kinsella.
I can see that. Mr. Big Shot in person. And I think we two are probably the only ones left to remember how he got his nickname.
Never mind the reminiscing.
Yeah, I guess it's a sign of old age. Okay, Dutch, take care of yourself. So long, Harry.
So long.
What's the matter, Harry? You look worried.
I am. You don't think it's an accident that Kinsella showed up at this time?
Don't you?
No. I tell you, Dutch, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
What you like, Harry, isn't too important.
You could avoid all the trouble if you only made a deal with Landis.
I told you I didn't want to discuss it further.
Now, for Pete's sake, don't be so pig-headed. You know it's possible for you to be wrong once you don't... Okay.
Sorry I lost my temper, Harry.
That's all right, boss. Forget it. After all, a big man like you is entitled to lose his head once in a while.
Hello?
Western Union calling. Is this the home of Mr. Dutch Stevens?
Yes.
I have a cable for Mr. Stevens. Is he there?
This is Mr. Stevens speaking.
Oh, it's from London, Mr. Stevens. The message reads, Dear Father, can't wait to see you. Taking Clipper tomorrow morning. Arriving New York Friday. Love, Beatrice.
Did you say Friday?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Harry. Harry.
Yeah? You want me?
Yes. Beatrice is coming home.
What?
She'll be here day after tomorrow.
You can't let her do that.
What's the matter with you, Harry? You don't seem to realize I haven't seen my daughter in 10 years.
Well, then it won't hurt to wait another one. All we need now is a dame around here to complicate things. If you ask me...
Well, go on.
Wait a minute. You see what I did?
Where?
Window.
Well, you're imagining things, Harry.
No. Get down, boy! Dutch. Dutch.
Yes?
They told me I could find Michael Waring here.
I don't know who the they are, but they told you right.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. What's your name?
Beatrice Stevens.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
If you don't mind, I'd rather stand.
All right, suit yourself. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Stevens?
Well, I don't know if you can do anything.
Well, I certainly can't if I don't know the problem.
Well, to begin with, Dutch Stevens was my father. And what is that supposed to mean?
Just?
So you believe those stories, too?
What do you mean by those stories?
That he was a common gangster.
Well, wasn't he?
No, it's a lie.
You mean there was nothing common about him?
My father was a great man, Mr. Waring. Those stories were spread by his enemies. But Daddy never harmed a soul in his life.
Oh, it's too bad Capone isn't around to hear that. He would have enjoyed it.
I won't have you talk that way about my father.
Look, Miss Stevens, I know the Bible says honor thy parents, but believe me, they never had a guy like Dutch Stevens in mind.
You're lying.
Well, why do you think he was killed?
I don't know. But it must be part of some gigantic conspiracy.
Hey, wait a minute. You actually believe that, don't you?
Of course.
You never read about Dutch Stevens' exploits?
No.
Where have you been all these years?
In England, at Bedford School.
Oh, pretty fancy.
You know it?
Only by reputation. When was the last time you saw your father?
10 years ago.
You know anybody in town?
No.
Then how did you get my name?
I asked a police officer to recommend a good private detective.
Oh. And just what do you expect this detective to do for you?
Find my father's murderer.
Well, that's a job for the police.
You've got to help me, Mr. Waring. I don't know how I'm going to reimburse you, but I'll manage somehow.
Are you kidding?
I'll get a job.
The daughter of Dutch Stevens working? What happened to all his money?
What money?
Look, your old man was loaded, Beatrice. Rumor has it that in the last 2 years alone he managed to put away a couple of million. Now, where is it?
I have no idea.
Well, as his only child, you're entitled to it. Aren't you interested?
No.
Well, it interests me.
Then you'll find out who killed my father.
Let's put it this way, Angel. I'll try and find out what happened to his money. And if, incidentally, I can turn up his murderer, that's so much velvet.
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. The first time you use Kraft Salad Oil in one of your own homemade salad dressings, or in one of those big, beautiful chiffon cakes you make, or in any recipe that calls for liquid shortening, you'll know you've found a treasure. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil. A lighter-bodied salad oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients. That's because Kraft Salad Oil is superfined salad oil. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Because it's superfined, it's lighter-bodied. Because it's lighter-bodied, it blends new magic into your salad dressing, baking, and cooking masterpieces. So don't wait to try this new Kraft Salad Oil. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 24 hours have passed since Mike Waring was hired by Dutch Stevens' daughter, Beatrice, to discover her father's killer. And now we find the Falcon making the grand tour. And his first port of call is a small bar on 86th Street.
Well, well, if it isn't Jack Kinsella.
Waring.
When did you get out?
A couple of days ago. You know, by rights, I ought to talk to you, Waring. Why did you refuse to help me when they framed me on that smuggling racket?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't asked.
Didn't Dutch Stevens try to hire you?
Was he supposed to?
Why, that dirty, rotten liar. That no good...
Now, don't stop on my account, Kinsella. I'm over 21. So friend Dutch gave you a double cross, huh?
What do you think?
I think if he did, he paid for it.
Meaning you believe I gunned him, huh?
The cops will decide that.
You're barking up the wrong tree, man.
Well, look, Kinsella, you don't have to explain to me. I'm just interested in one thing. Would you know where I could locate Harry Roberts?
Why?
Because I'm working for Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Beatrice?
Yeah, you know her?
I heard Dutch mention her once or twice.
Well, she's a young lady of property, Kinsella, only we can't seem to locate the property.
What's that got to do with Harry?
Oh, I thought that being Dutch's closest friend, he might be the custodian.
I wouldn't know. Any more questions?
Yeah, just one. How did you get out?
What do you mean?
Well, as I recall it, your sentence was 10 to 20. You didn't serve anywhere near that.
I got friends.
Well, lucky you. Who was it, Harry Roberts?
What makes you think it was Harry?
Just a hunch. Suppose Harry planned on having Dutch knocked off for his dough. He might want you on the scene to take the rap.
They're crazy as they come, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Well, who got you parole?
I told you. I got friends.
Okay, Kinsella. A boy like you couldn't possibly have more than one, so it shouldn't be any great problem to run him down.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Hi, Mike. Understand you're on the Stevens case.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Corbett, I'm trying to find out if it was Harry Roberts who put up the bail for Jack Kinsella.
Well, why don't you ask me?
Okay, I'm asking.
Kinsella apparently didn't know anything about it. From what I understand, it was put up by a fellow who's here from the coast. A guy named Christopher Londas.
Yeah?
Mr. Londos?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring.
Waring?
I'm a private detective.
Oh, the Falcon. Come in.
I've appointed myself a committee of one to welcome you to New York and to thank you for all you've done for us here by giving us back Jack Kinsella.
You're a very funny boy, Waring.
Well, I don't think Bob Hope is anything to worry about.
What's on your mind?
There's had a little trouble with Dutch Stevens.
Who didn't?
Well, after I learned you secured the parole for Kinsella, I got to wondering what your motive might be.
And you decided?
That you knew Dutch Stevens double-crossed him, and you hoped he'd make Dutch regret it.
You talk very interesting, Mr. Waring. Let me hear more. Now, you said I figure Kinsella is going to take care of Dutch Stevens for me.
Did I say that?
Yeah. And he's only one trouble. How do I know that Dutch double-crossed Kinsella?
Well, that's the simplest thing in the world. Harry Roberts told you.
What did you say?
Oh, careful, friend. It's a new suit.
Listen, Waring. What are you looking for?
Harry Roberts.
Why?
I think you may know what happened to Dutch Stevens' money. I'm working for Dutch's daughter.
That's not a good enough reason, Waring. Take my advice. Stop looking.
You've made absolutely no progress at all, Mr. Waring.
What do you call progress, Beatrice?
And you haven't discovered who killed my father.
Well, I told you, Angel, I wasn't looking for his murderer. That's a job for the police.
But what have they accomplished?
I'll give them time. They do all right. All I want to do is look after your interests. And that means getting you a bundle of cash.
I told you I wasn't interested in money.
Well, you'll find it's a mighty comforting thing to have around in your old age. Now, as I see it, your old man was the kind who always tied up his dough in cash. And he must have socked it away someplace.
That should be comparatively simple to check, shouldn't it?
No, just the opposite. The only party who probably knows the complete details is Harry Roberts.
Uncle Harry.
Oh, you remember him?
Oh, very well. As a matter of fact, I heard from him about an hour ago.
What?
Yes.
Well, in heaven's name, why didn't you mention that before?
You didn't ask me.
Oh, well, I guess that's a good enough reason. Where did he say he was?
Is there such a place as the Kendrake?
There's a Mandrake Hotel on Madison Avenue.
Yes, that's the one.
All right, what are we waiting for? Come on, I'll call a cab.
Don't bother, Waring. I got a car.
Mr. Waring.
All right. Nothing to be frightened of, Beatrice. This is Jack Kinsella. He's a former fraternity brother of your father's.
You're a very comical fella.
Didn't your new boss warn you?
My new boss?
Yeah, Chris Londos.
What makes you think I'm working for him?
Well, aren't you?
No, and oh, sister, where do you think you're going?
Well, I thought I'd...
Sure, but wait till Mr. Waring and I leave.
Oh, I'm not leaving, Kinsella. I like it here.
I don't blame you, but just the same, you and I are going to catch a little air.
I guess you want me to catch it right through the middle, huh?
That's the general idea.
Well, in that case...
Why, you know...
Look out, Mr. Waring!
No! So you want to play rough, huh? Oh.
Take it easy, Mike.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, naturally. What am I doing in a hospital? Never mind. I remember now.
You're a lucky boy.
Well, if your head felt like mine does, you wouldn't think so.
At that, you shouldn't complain. If it hadn't been for Miss Stevens screaming, Kinsella might have killed you.
Did you pick him up?
Yeah, it was no trouble at all.
Look, you want to hold on to him, Sergeant. I think you've got Dutch Stevens' killer there.
Why?
But what other reason would he have for coming after me?
He claims he thought you were trying to pin it on him.
I'm not trying to pin it on anybody. All I want is to find Harry Roberts.
Oh, I can tell you that.
You can? Well, where is Harry?
In the morgue.
What?
In the morgue, Mike. And with 3 slugs in his brain, I don't think he's in the mood to do much talking.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, I'm back again, Londos. Only this time I brought along my gang. This is Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you, Corbett.
How fat?
You've been listening to Waring. You can't believe everything he tells you.
I don't know. He's a pretty convincing talker.
Yeah, he would make a good salesman.
Wait till you hear the idea I've sold him.
I'm waiting.
Mike thinks you killed Harry Roberts.
Why should I?
To cover up the murder of Dutch Stevens.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. You were working with Harry all along. And when you felt we were getting warm, you decided to get rid of him.
I'm afraid you're going to have to start all over again, because I got A1 alibi.
What do you call A1?
At 1:45, I was having a little interview with the district attorney.
How did you know when Harry died?
Been on the radio. Right, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Corbett, there's some sort of a swindle going on here. I'll bet if you check with the DA...
That won't take a minute.
Your call, please.
Get me the district attorney's office.
Suppose you make
That call downstairs.
What are you worried about, Landis? I'll give you time.
Listen, Sergeant.
How can I if you keep talking?
DA's office, Clayton speaking.
Hello, Clayton. Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, what's on your mind, Sergeant?
Did the DA have Chris Landis on the carpet today at 1:45?
No, the DA hasn't been in all day.
You're sure about that, Clayton?
Positive. So if Landis claims he spoke to him at 1:45, he's lying. He was here talking to me.
Tomorrow at your grocer's, remember to pick up a pint or quart bottle of wonderful new Kraft salad oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. Try this new salad oil in your homemade salad dressings, your baking, your cooking. It's lighter bodied because it's super fine. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Get Kraft salad oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike discovered that Chris Londos had a perfect alibi for the time of Harry Roberts' murder. And now, as we find Mike, he is about to break the unhappy news to his client.
Just a second.
Hello, Beatrice.
Mr. Waring. I thought you were in the hospital.
Well, I didn't like the service. Did you hear about Harry Roberts?
Yes. Who did it?
I voted for Londos.
Well?
Well, they tossed out my ballot. He's got what the pulp writers call an ironclad alibi.
Couldn't one of his men have done it?
Well, I never thought of that. Still, I didn't see anyone in their suite in the hotel.
They might be staying somewhere else.
Yes, you're right, Angel. But there's a more immediate problem.
What?
Oh, I think that's for me. Hello? Yes, this is Waring. What? Okay, thanks.
What were you saying, Mr. Waring?
Oh, I was wondering what I was going to do about you. I've let you down pretty badly.
Not at all.
Yes, I have. First of all, with Harry dead, we're never going to find out what happened to Dutch's bankroll.
That's not your fault.
Well, I should have known Harry was living on borrowed time.
How could you possibly?
Because the same party who killed Dutch had to kill Harry, too.
You mean for his own protection?
No, I mean for her own protection.
I think that calls for an explanation, don't you?
I don't see why, Beatrice. I was under the impression the statement was perfectly clear. Since there's only one woman in this case, naturally, it could only mean you.
Where do you want me to drop you, Mike?
Oh, anywhere along here will be all right.
I don't have to tell you how surprised I was when I got your call to pick up Dutch's daughter.
Well, I got another surprise for you. She wasn't his real daughter.
What?
Sure. That's what put me on the right track.
I don't get it.
Well, I had two prime suspects in this case. One, Harry Roberts. And when Harry was murdered, obviously that ruled him out.
Oh, that must have made him feel good.
Number two was Chris Londos.
And he had a perfect alibi.
That's right, so I had to start looking again. And all of a sudden it occurred to me there was one wrong note in this opera.
Beatrice?
Yes, she came to me with a story that she didn't know how she was going to pay me for my services because she thought her father was broke. Didn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, according to her own story, she spent the last 10 years in a fancy boarding school in England. The money for her tuition had to come from somewhere. She overplayed her hand. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy. So, I checked Scotland Yard.
Uh-huh. And there you learned the real Beatrice Stevens was still in London.
Yeah, this gal was just trying to pick up a fast million by posing as Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Hey, how about that?
How about what?
All that filthy lucre being buried somewhere. Think it'll ever turn up?
I doubt it.
You know, a man could do a lot with that kind of money. Why don't you try to find it, Mike?
Oh, I'm the practical type, Corbett. If I'm going to spend my time looking, I'd sooner hunt for something more interesting.
What's more interesting than money?
Women. So let me off at the next block, and I'll start my search there.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Curious Cop. The Case of the Curious Cop. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that for some special problems, a policeman has a Colt special answer. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas both star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nina. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I just landed a new client. Of course, I wanted to turn down his business, but no matter how I talked, this boy insisted on giving it to me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Big Talker. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure. An adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Big Talker. It's Sunday evening in New York, and a trio huddles in the rear booth of the Pelican Club. Reading from left to right, they are Joe Greco, Danny Bell, and William Palmer. And from the deference accorded Mr. Palmer, it's obvious who leads this band, which is no more than Mr. Palmer deserves. All you have to do is listen, and you'll hear some of the slickest arrangements.
Well, of course, the big thing in our favor is the element of surprise. Weber's had everything his own way so long, he won't be expecting any opposition.
Yeah, that's smart operating, Palmer. We pulled the same deal in St. Louis.
Oh, did you, Danny?
Oh, sure. I just walked into this guy's place and gave him 24 hours to leave town.
Uh-huh, and what happened?
Well, he was gone in 4.
They play awfully rough in St. Louis, don't they?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Maybe this league won't be fast enough for him, boss, huh?
There's always that possibility, Greco.
Why, I remember one time...
much as I'd love to hear you reminisce, Danny, I'm afraid it's getting late.
Oh, well, that's okay. Just remind me to tell you sometime about Lefty Wilson.
I'll make a note of it. But getting back to Weber.
You don't have to draw me a diagram, Palmer. I got the picture already. This Weber gets the big gambling play from the society crowd, and you want it.
Very much so.
Okay, I'll have a little talk with the man.
Oh, I don't doubt that you're a brilliant conversationalist, Danny, but Mr. Weber is also gifted. And let's assume that nothing you say moves him. What's your next step?
Well, we take over.
You see, Greco, nothing baffles him. We take over.
Sure, it's as simple as...
As falling off a log?
Yeah.
Wonderful. When can we expect this eviction to take place?
Hey, now, wait a minute, Palmer.
Don't tell me that you haven't an answer for that.
Well, don't forget, I'm a newcomer in town.
Oh, I've got news for you, Danny. The people in New York are exactly like those in St. Louis. They eat, they sleep, they breathe. And a little .38 caliber slug can stop all those vital functions.
You mean you expect me?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're crazy.
You hear that, Greco? I'm crazy. Here I voiced a simple suggestion.
Look, if you want someone to kill Weber, you better get yourself another boy.
Well, what's wrong with the one I just hired?
Well, first of all...
Look, Palmer, never mind his phony. I'll do it.
Greco, this is not the Army. If I wanted to volunteer...
I only thought that
I don't. No. Danny's going to come through for us, aren't you, Danny?
Well...
You see, Greco, you misjudged him. Why, the minute I spied Danny, I bet he was a man of action. And you know me. I only put my money on sure things.
You and your big mouth. No matter how many times I warn you, Danny.
Oh, cut it out, Martha.
I'll cut it out when you learn to keep your trap shut. We had to leave St. Louis because someone called your bluff. But Mr. Loudmouth doesn't remember that.
Now, look, honey, that's water under the bridge. What are we going to do now?
What are we going to do?
Well, you're my wife.
You don't have to remind me. The only thing that keeps me going is the hope that someday I may be your widow.
Now, look, Martha, suppose I talk to Palmer.
Did you say talk? That's how you got into this mess.
Oh, Martha.
Now, about this man Weber.
Yeah, well, he's nobody to mess with. Maybe we just better pack and go, huh?
Oh, no. I'm not doing any more running. You can go if you want to, but I'm sticking right here. I like New York fine.
Oh, but baby...
Will you stop wagging your tongue and let me think?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, baby.
Yeah. This Weber guy is loaded, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, suppose he was informed what Mr. Palmer was planning for him. Don't you think he'd be grateful?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be worth all kinds of money to him to get the drop on Palmer. I bet he'd go 10,000, easy.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You mean?
Yeah.
But what'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? You ask me that?
Oh, now listen,
What
Martha.
for? Weber is the man who should listen. And if you can't talk him out of 10 grand, don't bother coming back.
Yes?
Mr. Weber?
That's right, sir.
My name is Danny Bell. That's a nice gambling layout you got out there.
Oh, you're very kind.
Well, of course, it's not as big as a couple of places I've got back home.
Home?
Yeah, St. Louis. Greatest little town in the world.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I hated to leave, but I got a proposition I couldn't turn down.
If you'll excuse me, Mr...
Bell. Danny Bell.
Well, I'm very busy.
Take it easy, Weber. You see, this proposition concerns you.
I can't imagine how.
Oh, you think I'm running off at the mouth, huh?
That's rather an inelegant but accurate way to describe it.
Well, suppose I was to tell you that someone was planning to knock you off.
Now you have aroused my curiosity.
Well, is it worth 10 grand for the complete details?
Definitely.
Well, the name of your party is William Palmer.
Oh, Mr. Palmer, eh?
Yeah, he figures on taking over this place.
It just occurred to me, Mr...
Bell.
How do I know this isn't a hoax?
You don't know who you're talking to.
No.
Well, Palmer and me are just like this, see? He wanted me to knock you off. It's a lucky thing for you got friends.
Oh, have I?
Oh, sure. They told me you were a swell guy.
They were exaggerating.
Yeah, that's the only reason I came here.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr...
Bell.
Forgive me, I have a horrible memory for details.
What about that 10 grand? I'm running a big risk, you know.
Then you'd better start running.
Look, Weber.
But perhaps you need something to send you on your way. Well?
All right, I'm going.
Thank you.
But don't you worry, Weber. I'll be seeing you.
I doubt that, sir. I don't ever expect to hear from you again. Is that understood?
Come on.
Hello?
That you, Martha?
No, Mrs. Bell ain't in.
Well, who's this?
Blanche West.
Oh, well, this is Danny Blanche. Where's my wife?
I don't know, Danny. She went out about an hour ago. She asked me to mind the house.
Anybody call?
Only a Joe Greco.
Joe Greco?
Yeah, he said you should ring Mr. Palmer when you got in. You want the number?
No, I'll call when I get home. When Martha comes in, you just...
What was that, Danny? There it goes again. It sounded like... Danny!
Second, Louise. Right with you. Hiya, Ain't.
Why, Mr. Waring.
I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else.
Little girl named Louise Mason?
How do you know?
Oh, I'm a guy who knows everything. Greco's the name. Joe Greco.
What do you know about Louise?
I know she had a date with you and she ain't gonna make it.
Why not?
Let's just say she was indisposed. If you're gonna call her, Waring, you'll be wasting your time. I don't think she'll answer. Believe me, friend, I know wherever I speak.
All right, Greco, where is she?
What are you getting so excited about?
What happened to her?
This is New York in broad daylight. What could happen?
Look, Greco.
Hey, holding on to my coat ain't gonna bring her back. If you really want her, all you gotta do is say the word.
What's the word?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, you work for Bill Palmer.
What are you talking about?
Did you read about this jerk Danny Bell getting himself knocked off last night?
Well?
Well, the cops think the boss did it.
Why?
Did you ever try to reason with a cop?
Yes.
You've been pretty successful. That's why Palmer wants you to work for him.
Was it his idea to grab Louise?
Who says anybody grabbed her? You jump to conclusions.
All right. When will she be released?
The minute I get your word, you go to work.
How do you know I won't break it?
That's where guys like us got the advantage over guys like you. We trust you.
I suppose I turn up evidence to prove that your boss did kill Danny Bell.
And he deserves to fry.
Okay, let's go see Palmer.
That's just what I was going to suggest. Lucky I got a cab waiting.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfined for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Joe Greco dropped Mike Waring off at police headquarters. And surprisingly enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem too pleased to see our hero.
Well, if it isn't that high-flying bird, the Falcon. What brings you to this nest?
Where's Bill Palmer?
You know, for a second there, I thought you said Bill Palmer.
I did. Isn't he boarding here?
What do you want with him?
I'm working for him.
You're kidding.
Now, look, Sergeant.
You wouldn't actually take that bum for a client.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Why, I've known you for almost 10 years.
Well, I guess it only proves you don't know the real me.
Maybe I don't. They say everybody's got his price.
Now, who's the they that's always doing all the saying?
Elliot, tell Palmer Mike Waring's here.
Look, Sarge, suppose I
Why
told...
bother, Mike? You don't owe me any explanation.
Oh, all right, as long as you're going to be pig-headed.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, come in, Palmer.
Well, I see Joe Greco got to you.
He certainly did.
Now, listen to me,
I wouldn't want to waste your valuable time.
Well, what's he sore about?
Oh, he feels I let him down.
I hope I never know that feeling.
Listen to me, Palmer. If anything happens to that girl...
Now, wait, don't go hammy on me, Waring. Nothing's going to happen to her. She's probably back home now.
Now, if I find out you killed Danny Bell...
I know. You're going to let me fry.
I'll pull the switch personally.
Well, I hope you got a union card. How long will it be before they let me go?
Well, that depends on how much help I get from you.
You'll get everything you need.
All right. If you didn't kill Bell, who did?
Mike, I'm going to surprise you.
You have no idea.
No, I've got a wonderful one. What do you think of Weber?
Who?
Hans Weber. I understand Danny had some trouble with him.
Over what?
I couldn't say, but I know Danny threatened to kill him.
Well, maybe I ought to have a few words with Weber.
I don't care how many words you have. Just make sure they're the right ones.
You know what makes me feel badly, Waring?
No, what, Weber?
It's only on occasions like this you come up to the club.
Well, I can't afford it.
Even with Bill Palmer for your client?
Now we're right back where we started. He thinks you should be in his place.
Such ugly suspicions, Mike. Believe me, I hardly even knew this,
Danny Bell.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, by any chance, would you happen to recall if you killed him?
Well, I might remember that if I had a motive.
You did. Danny threatened you.
Then I could plead self-defense.
You could.
Well, thanks for the advice, Mike. If I decide to take it, I'll mail you a check.
Come.
Hello, Sergeant.
What are you doing here?
I brought a lady around to see you.
I'm not interested in any of your friends.
No, you will be in this one.
Now, look, Waring.
Mrs. Bell.
You want me?
Yeah. This is Sergeant Corbett.
We've met.
What's going on here?
Well, if you'll listen for a minute, you'll find out. Mrs. Bell, tell him the story you told me earlier today.
Where do you want me to begin?
Right at the top of the page. Remember the time of your husband's murder?
Yeah. It was 9:45.
And where were you at that time?
She doesn't need an alibi.
Well, why don't you give that mouth a rest? Do you happen to recall where you were, Mrs. Bell?
Yeah. I was at the Pelican Club.
Did anyone see you there?
Bill Palmer.
What?
That's right. I was with him from 9 to 10:30.
And if Palmer was with you, he couldn't possibly have killed your husband.
No.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
You didn't ask, honey.
You satisfied now, Sergeant?
No.
Well, maybe I can find someone who won't be so difficult. Come along, Mrs. Bell. We'll go see the DA.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Corbett, this is Wilson of the DA's office. A friend of yours was just around to see my boss.
Oh.
Mike Waring.
He's no friend of mine.
Well, he must be a good friend of the chief's. The DA wants Bill Palmer released.
Sergeant! Hey, Corbett!
Huh?
It's me. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm discriminating about the kind of people I'm seen with.
Meaning I'm not.
Uh-huh.
Oh, listen, you
You
idiot.
ought to feel pretty proud of yourself.
All right, as long as you ask, I do.
Sure. I don't know many private detectives who could do what you did for Palmer.
You're darn right.
But then the detectives I know don't go in for perjury.
Hey, listen, who are you...
On your way, Waring. You're blocking traffic.
Hello, Mr. Palmer.
Well, as I live and breathe.
And you can thank me for both.
All right, Martha, thanks. Satisfied now?
Not quite. I like people to show their gratitude in a more tangible way.
I don't think I understand you, Martha.
I was supposed to get $5,000 for lying to the cops.
Oh, well, I've come to the conclusion I made a mistake. I could have had Joe Greco do it for nothing.
And you know where you would have wound up. I saved your life, Palmer, and don't ever forget it.
If I do, I'm sure you'll remind me.
Yes, indeed.
Suppose I told you I didn't kill your husband.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, they let me go.
And we both know why. So you better dig up that money, otherwise...
You'll... What?
Don't ever try that again.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Martha. I'm a gambler, and that's the kind of challenge that I can't resist.
Get it out.
There's no pleasing you. First you complain because I don't give you anything, then when I do, you yell twice as loud. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Yes?
Is Mr. Palmer in?
Oh, who wants to know?
Hans Weber.
Oh. What's on your mind, Weber?
Oh, Palmer, I just thought I'd offer my congratulations on your release.
Thank you.
Frankly, I never thought you'd make it.
Well, I had a good man working for me, Mike Waring.
But he needed help.
Oh, you mean Danny Bell's widow?
Yes. And then to repay her kindness the way you did.
What do you mean?
Oh, she told me the whole sordid story. She probably thought I would be a little more appreciative.
Hmm. And were you?
Well, I'm ashamed to say this, Palmer.
You weren't.
Well, offhand, I couldn't see how that information was going to help me. So now I'm afraid Martha thinks as badly of me as she does of you.
And I didn't believe we had anything in common.
Oh, we have, Palmer. A great deal. Let's get together real soon and compare notes.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfined to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since the extremely friendly conversation between Palmer and Weber. And now at the Falcon's apartment.
Hello, Mike.
What are you doing here, Sergeant?
I just dropped by to apologize.
You what?
Yeah, Louise Mason called me at home and told me why you agreed to work for Palmer.
Oh.
Why didn't you say something? I would have understood.
I tried to.
I know you did. Am I forgiven?
Yeah, sure, Corbett. Come on in.
Thanks.
Care to join me in a drink?
Yeah, I'm off duty. Start pouring, boy. You know, I never thought you were going to get Palmer out.
Well, strictly between us, Sergeant, I was a little surprised myself.
Of course, Danny's wife's perjury didn't hurt any.
What are you talking about?
Oh, didn't you know, Mike? She was reached.
You're crazy.
She admits it herself.
When was this?
About a half hour ago.
She's out of her mind. I don't know why she came to you with that story.
She saw her. She claims you wouldn't pay her off.
I wouldn't pay her off?
Uh-huh. She says you made the deal for Palmer.
She's lying. If she was bribed, Palmer did it himself.
Without your knowledge or consent, like they say.
Yes.
Still, it's kind of embarrassing for you.
Is it?
You get Palmer released, and according to the law, we can't pick him up again.
I know that. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
A couple of the boys downtown think you already did.
Now, what are you babbling about?
Somebody put a slug through his brain. You'll die when you hear who that somebody is. Want to get a coat, Mike? Will you go like that?
Now, look. I don't know anything about Palmer's murder, and I know less about Martha's perjury.
You don't have to yell. I believe you.
Huh?
Of course, the opinions expressed here are my own and in no way reflect the opinions of my sponsor, the New York Police Department.
Now, listen, Corbett. You got to give me a break.
What do you want?
A chance at Martha Bell.
That can be arranged.
And I want to see Joe Greco.
You don't think...
Why not?
He worked for Palmer.
Yeah, so did Danny Bell, remember? And while you're at it, pick up Hans Weber.
Hey, you don't want much, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe you're right. There are 7 million people in New York, and you could have involved them all. All right, I'll get a call out to pick them up.
I beg your pardon. Is Sergeant Corbett...
Right here, Mr. Weber.
I was told you wanted to see me.
You were told right. This is Martha Bell. Or have you two already met?
No.
Well, have you, Weber?
I never contradict a lady.
Well, this is Joe Greco.
Yeah. Likewise, I'm sure.
Listen, Sergeant, what's the big idea?
Yeah, what are we waiting for anyway?
The star of our show.
Thank you, Sergeant Corbett.
You just made it, Mike. They were ready to walk out.
I don't know what they would have missed.
Yeah, you're funnier than Groucho Marx.
And I don't even wear glasses. You tired, Weber?
No, just bored.
Oh. Well, we'll see if we can make it interesting for you. Gentlemen, and Mrs. Bell, we are gathered here together to determine the murderer of one William Palmer.
Here.
Now, would anyone care to hazard a guess?
Oh, is this an audience participation program?
Yes. So suppose I pass among our contestants. First, I have a question for you, Martha.
How nice.
Why did you tell Sergeant Corbett I was the one who got you to lie for Palmer?
You did.
And where did all this take place?
At your apartment the day before we went up to see him.
Now, that's a nice try, Angel. But it isn't the right answer, because I spent that entire day in Jersey on another case.
Listen, Waring.
Sorry, we're a little pressed for time, but don't feel badly. You win at least a 5 to 10 year stretch for perjury. Now, Greco, you're next.
Am I?
Yes, what were you doing at the time of Palmer's murder?
I was down at the Pelican Club.
And how long were you there?
From 6 to 11:30.
And Mr. Palmer died...
At 8:15.
Who told you that?
I did.
Okay, Sergeant. Now, let's get on to Mr. Weber.
Must you?
Well, I'll start you off with something easy. Do you remember Danny Bell?
This lady's husband?
Yes. May I ask if you have an alibi for the time of his murder?
So far back. Can you give me a little hint?
Yes, it happened at 9:45 on...
Oh, yes. Well, if memory serves me right, at that time I was at my club, greeting my guests.
And their names?
Perhaps Senator Burns might remember that evening.
Why should he?
Well, there was a little unpleasantness at 9:40 about one of his checks. It was made of rubber.
Well, that completes the first round. And we have a winner.
Have we?
Yes, Mrs. Martha Bell. Will the lady please stand?
Listen, you comic, what are you babbling about?
By killing your husband and Bill Palmer, you have hit the jackpot.
No.
Yes, you win that famous trip up the Hudson to Sing Sing with all expenses on the house. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention, Angel. That trip is only one way.
Say, Mike.
Oh, look, Sergeant, I'm tired. I need a rest.
Don't be ridiculous. We couldn't get along without you. Why did Martha kill Danny?
Well, simple. She was fed up with him. He never did anything right in his life. And when he tried to shake down Weber and didn't get a dime, that was the final straw.
What kind of a motive is that?
Well, the newspapers are full of stories about wives who have murdered their husbands for less.
And what about Palmer?
Well, she killed him because he wouldn't pay off after she bailed him out with her alibi.
Did she dream up that alibi deal?
Well, sure.
That was a smart piece of work.
Smarter than you think. Because Palmer didn't need the alibi. He was with Joe Greco at the time.
Why didn't he say so?
Who would have believed it? No, she was shrewd. You see, she sold Palmer the idea that she could help him. And at the same time, she helped herself.
I don't see how.
Well, if Palmer was with her, naturally it follows that she must have been with him. And if he didn't kill her husband, neither did she.
Well, the thing that gets me is why you took this case in the first place.
Well, I told you, Sergeant. One of Palmer's boys abducted my girlfriend.
I know, but that's no reason.
What?
If you ask me, she's a lucky girl.
Oh, are you out of your mind?
Well, the way I look at it, being kidnapped is bad enough. But she'd have been in a lot more trouble if she'd kept that date with you. Good night, Mike.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help.
You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Flaming Club. The Case of the Flaming Club. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a man tries to make things hot for someone who has a knife, he's likely to get stuck. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening, over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante and Ethel Merman visit the Big Show later on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cora. Thanks for calling, Angel, but I'll have to take a rain check. Tonight I'm tied up with a guy who fell so hard for a girl, he never got up again.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Invisible Thug. And now, the case of the Invisible Thug. It's early Sunday in New York, when terrified Vera Castro fumbles with the key to her apartment with shaking fingers. Finally, she locates the keyhole, unlocks the door, and enters.
Hello, dear.
Vera, what's the matter with you?
It's Pete.
Pete? Pete Lloyd?
Yes, I just saw him.
What's he doing in New York?
I don't know, but he's here.
Did he see you?
Well, I'm not sure. Ernie, he did see me. There he is. What'll we do?
Who is it? Ask Vera, she knows.
It's him.
Aren't you going to open the door for an old friend?
Ernie, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, it's 2 floors to the street.
Looks like I'm going to have to invite myself in then.
He's trying to break in. Ernie, do something. He'll kill us. I know he will. Pete, please leave us alone.
Stop shaking, baby. I'm not going to touch you. It wouldn't dirty my hands. It's your husband I come to see.
Put away the gun, Lloyd.
Hey, funny boy.
What do you want?
Yeah, Castro, what do I want? You run off with my girl. Yes, what do I want?
Well, you don't want me. You just said so.
Yeah, I don't want you. Not now. All I want is payment. And I'm taking it.
We don't have much.
You're living. That's much.
No, Pete.
Shut up, Vera.
Please.
Shut up. All right, Castro.
Lloyd, listen, give me a chance. Don't.
Yeah?
Hello, my name's Pete Lloyd. I'm looking for Mike Waring, the detective.
Well, you found him.
Oh, good. I want to hire you to do a job for me.
In that case, come in.
Right.
I want to be sure I have the right boy, though. You are the one they call the Falcon, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Try to find your office. Don't you have one?
Don't even have a trench coat.
Hope I'm not making a mistake hiring you.
You already made a mistake, or you wouldn't be needing a detective. I suppose you tell me about it.
Well, Waring, I pick up the paper this morning, and what do you think I see?
I don't know, fair and warmer?
It says I'm wanted for murder. For murder!
Well, nothing like starting the day off on a cheery note.
I used to go with a girl in Pittsburgh. We break up, and she marries a guy named Castro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night somebody shoots Castro. Vera, that's the girl, tells the cops it was me. How do you like that?
I like it fine.
Huh?
Well, it brought me a client. You have an alibi, no doubt.
Well, I wasn't even in town. That's how come the law hasn't picked me up yet.
Well, it's going to pick you up.
What?
I'm not shielding you.
Oh, no, sure not, Waring. I'll give myself up. They can't hang this on me. Only, I wanted to hire you first.
Mm-hmm.
You got to prove I didn't do it.
Suppose I prove you did.
I'll take my chances.
Oh, fair enough. I'll work on it. At $50 a day in expenses.
Yeah, sure. But I can't figure. Why'd Vera do a thing like this to me? Why?
Well, maybe she killed Castro. Thought you'd make a good patsy.
Hey,
let go.
Take that back, Waring. Vera wouldn't kill nobody. Not Vera. You're not going to say...
All right, chum, but let's call off the dance. I said let go.
She didn't do it, Waring. I know Vera.
All right. You didn't do it. Vera didn't do it. Nobody did it, but the guy's dead.
I'm sorry, Waring. It's kind of edgy.
You don't say.
The paper says it happened fast. Maybe Vera didn't get a good look. Maybe she really thinks it was me. I don't know.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll ask Vera.
Of course I'm sure, Mr. Waring. It was Pete Lloyd. I know it. There can't be any mistake about it. I saw the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Pete. I begged him to listen to reason, but he wouldn't.
He tells me you used to carry a gun.
Well, yes, I had a night job. A girl out late, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. You still have the gun?
No, I sold it when I got married.
Lloyd told me you used to hide the gun in a blue urn you had on the living room table. Is this the urn?
I told you that I sold the gun, so
yeah, sure
why
you did, but you kept the urn after you married, and... Well, what's this?
Wait a minute. I never saw that before. That's not the gun I used to have.
How can you be so sure? You've hardly even looked at it.
But I don't have the gun
you
anymore.
have this. It was in the urn.
Pete must have put it there.
Right under your nose?
I fainted when he shot Ernie. He must have put it there while I was unconscious.
Did you tell the police about fainting?
No.
Well, something new has been added.
Well, it didn't seem important. I told them what I saw. That's what mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm being framed. Don't you know that? Pete hired you just to find that gun. He was furious when I quit him and married Ernie Castro. He never got over it. So he killed Ernie, and he's trying to put the blame on me.
Well, I hate to be unflattering, Vera, but I'm not sold on Pete Lloyd's mad passion for you.
But it's true.
Well, it's convenient for hooking Lloyd. But I happen to know that instead of crying in his beer because he was jilted, he's been booking a chick who has what it takes to make a man forget even you, Angel.
And I know that Pete killed Ernie. I saw him do it, and he said that it was on account of me.
All right, Vera.
You don't believe me, do you?
I don't believe anybody. In my business, betting on dishonesty is the best policy.
And you think I killed Ernie?
Did I say that?
Well, what reason would I have?
How about Georgie Richards?
What?
Pete Lloyd says you were sort of interested in Richards.
Pete says. It seems that he's been making quite a study of me. I thought he just found me.
Well, people knew Pete used to go with you. They've told him things.
Oh, Mr. Waring, can't you see that he's just crazy jealous? Any man I ever spoke to he's going to make something of. Yes, I know Georgie Richards, but I'm not interested in him. He was interested in me, but I didn't want to have anything to do with him.
Oh?
Now, look. I loved Ernie, and that is the truth. Georgie Richards is just like Pete. Anything to make a buck. Gambling, stealing, whatnot. Well, I'm through with that sort. All they mean is trouble.
Well, some people like trouble.
I've had my fill. And now, if that is all, Mr. Waring...
Yes, for now. Goodbye, Vera.
Goodbye. I'll show him. Hello. Georgie Richards, please.
Action
end soon in the Triangle murder case. Pete Lloyd, sweetheart of Vera Castro and accused by her of the murder of her husband, surrendered to the police early today. He was grilled for hours, but the police were unable to shake his story, and he was released. It is believed, however, that he gave some important information, which, if confirmed, may lead to an arrest. The nature of...
It'll be confirmed. The Falcon will see to that.
Tell me something, Pete.
Yeah, sure, Kay. What do you want to know?
Did you kill Ernie Castro?
Well, you heard what the man said, didn't you? Police couldn't shake my story. He couldn't shake it.
You didn't answer my question.
Now, stop worrying. They can't pin this on me.
I'm not worried about that.
Just want to know, is there blood on my hands? All right, Kay, look at him. Look at him.
I just want to know, do you still have a case on Vera?
That's all over. I told you.
I wonder.
Baby. Come here.
I don't care what you do, Pete. I don't care how many men you kill, but not for another
Will you
woman.
cut that out? I told you I'm through with Vera. All I want from her is for her to get what's coming to her.
You hate her.
I hate her.
Well, that means you're still interested.
Oh, I don't know. Hello.
Hello, Pete.
Vera.
Yes, your address was in the newspaper.
What does she want?
Pete, I've got to see you. Can you come over here right away?
Why?
I'll explain when I see you. It's important.
All right, Vera, I'll be over.
You're not going to see her.
The heat's on. She's squirming. I want to see her squirm.
No, Pete. Forget her.
Will you shut up?
Pete, listen to me.
I said shut up.
My lip's bleeding.
Here's a handkerchief. Now get out of my way, will you?
Come on in, Pete.
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. And now, Vera?
Why don't you come on over here? Sit down beside me.
Sure, why not? That's it, Vera. Turn on the glamour. See how far it gets you.
All right, Pete. Isn't it enough that you killed Ernie? Can't you leave me alone?
Leave you alone? You asked me over. It was your idea.
I mean the gun. And hiring Mike Waring. Telling him there's something between me and Georgie Richards. You're trying to put the blame on me for Ernie's murder.
Like you tried to put it on me.
Well, could we make a deal? If I change my story?
Couldn't we make a deal?
All right, laugh. Just laugh. But you had your chance. Remember that.
I'll remember.
I'll prove you killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax,
You
baby.
killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else, what are you grinning about?
I'm not grinning.
You were. What is it? Why did you make me... The other room. You got somebody in the other room, haven't you?
Ow, you're hurting me.
Answer me. The other room. Maybe the law, huh? Will you answer me?
Please, stop me.
Well, I'll find out. Hey, you come back here. Well, what do you know? Georgie Richards, huh?
Let go.
So this is your witness, Vera. Some witness.
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything. Vera thinks your word's going to help her. Cheap punk like you. And for a minute she had me worried.
Leave him alone, Pete.
Sure, baby, sure. I wouldn't think of messing up pretty boy. All I'm trying to figure... Just what were you trying to pull here anyway?
Nothing.
Well, that's all it's going to amount to. You can bet on that. Just a great big zero.
And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Pete Lloyd was tricked by Vera Castro into revealing his guilt in front of a third party. Now in Mike Waring's combination apartment office.
Hello?
Is this the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Vera Castro.
Oh, yes, Angel. I'm glad you called. Just got a report on the gun. It's the murder weapon, all right.
Oh, so now you're sure I killed Ernie?
I didn't say that.
Not in so many words.
Well, it's not important. What do you want?
An apology.
When I see proof.
I have proof, positive proof. that Pete Lloyd killed Ernie. That's why I phoned.
Oh?
If you will meet me at police headquarters in half an hour, I'll show it to you. You will see that... Ow!
Vera. Hello. Hello.
Who is it?
Me, Mike Waring.
All right. Just a second. Hello, Mr. Waring. Come on in.
What happened to you, Angel?
I got knocked out.
And that proof you were talking about?
Gone.
Surprise.
You don't believe me, do you? You think I just faked the whole thing?
Well, it does look phony. As phony as the gun in the urn.
Oh, then you realize that was a plant.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it looked like it. But you never can tell. Just what was the proof you were supposed to have had?
A tape recording of a conversation between me and Pete Lloyd.
How'd you get it?
Well, I remembered that Georgie Richards had a tape recorder, so I called him.
I thought Richards was nothing but trouble. You weren't going to have anything to do with him.
I needed his machine.
Uh-huh.
You don't believe me, do you? You think there's something more to it?
Look, why are you so concerned about what I believe?
I don't know.
All right, anyway, you made a recording.
Yes, I did. Georgie hid the microphone under the pillows on the sofa. I got Pete to admit that he killed Ernie, and we got it on the tape. And then when he left, I called you.
Mm-hmm.
But Pete must have figured out that something was wrong, because he came back, heard me talking to you, and knocked me out.
How about Richards?
What about him?
Was he here when you phoned me?
No, he'd gone too.
Oh, too bad. He might have seen.
But he was here when we made the recording. He'll tell you.
Yes, I'm sure he will. But I'd rather hear what Pete Lloyd has to say about it, so let's go, shall we?
What are you going to say to Pete, Mr. Waring?
Oh, just check his story against yours, Vera. And look, don't you think it's about time you started calling me Mike?
Could be.
Well, here's his floor.
Except that you're still working for him. What's that?
I think that came from Lloyd's apartment.
The door locked?
Yeah, I'm going to break it in.
Wait a minute. I think someone's coming.
Yeah. Well, hello, Angel. What happened?
It's Pete.
Where is he?
Right there. On the floor. Oh, Mike!
I see him, Angel. Oh, no wonder she screamed.
Is he dead?
Yes, Vera. Somebody knifed him. He's very dead.
Mike, don't you think we should have stayed back there with Kay until the police came?
No, I didn't want to waste time. I'll check back. All right, get in.
What's the hurry? Where are we going?
To see Georgie Richards.
You said you wouldn't take his word.
I won't.
Well, then why?
Now, you'll see.
Mike,
Yeah?
I didn't kill Pete.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me. I wish you'd believe me.
Where does Richards live?
Clyburn apartment. But I still don't understand.
Look, you borrowed his recording machine. Now it's my turn, that's all.
Well, what do you want it for?
You didn't notice me pick this up at Lloyd's, did you?
What's that? The tape!
A tape. Whether it's the tape remains to be seen. It was lying on the floor.
Well, that must be it.
Well, we'll see.
And if it is, will you help me?
If it is, will you need help?
Well, it'll prove that I didn't kill Ernie, but I may be accused of Pete's murder. So will you prove that I didn't kill him?
You want to hire me, Angel?
Yes.
Well, I just lost one client, so I'm available. But considering what happened to that client, maybe you'd better think it over.
Here's Richard's apartment, 205.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Well, it sounded like something fell over.
Yeah, there goes some more. Must be a free-for-all. Come on, open up.
What do we do?
Well, I just guess I'll have to... Wait a minute, stopped. I was just about to break it in.
Yeah. Anybody coming?
No, I don't think so. Maybe they couldn't hear me during the fight. I'll try again.
Wonder what that was all about.
I wouldn't know. Seems we're always butting into something. Hello,
Mike, catch him!
I got him. Where'll I get him into this chair? Close the door, Vera.
All right. Well, I don't see anybody else in the apartment, Mike. But look, everything's all upside down.
He's gone, the window.
Who was it, Richard?
I don't know. Big guy. I never saw him before.
What was he doing here?
When he was searching the apartment, he had all the drawers out. I came in, caught him, and right away started swinging.
Say, Vera, go in the kitchen, see if there's some ice in the refrigerator.
Hey, what's that for?
You should see your face, chum. It's all out of shape.
Huh?
And that shiner's a honey. Well, we'll patch you up, and then I want to try your recording machine, okay?
Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax, baby.
You killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else,
Well, Mike,
what are you grinning about?
Well, I guess that does it.
now you see that I've been telling the truth.
All right, Vera. Lloyd killed your husband. But who killed Lloyd?
Well, that's what you're supposed to find out.
Maybe it's the character who beat up on me.
Yeah, maybe so, Richards. What did he look like?
Well, he's a big guy.
Yeah, so you said.
Blonde, straight hair. He had a pushed-in nose.
Go on.
A rugged jaw. He looked sort of like an ex-bug.
How was he dressed?
He had a gray pinstripe suit, a blue shirt, a dirty yellow tie, a two-tone shoes. Oh, and yeah, his belt buckle.
What about it?
It was initialed J.H.
J.H., huh? Well, now we're getting somewhere.
Think you know who it is, Mike?
Think I know where I can find out?
Where?
Phone book.
The phone book?
Yes, I'm not the only private detective in town. I'll try all the J.H.'s till I land our boy.
You think he's a detective?
Think it's worth a try. This case is tightly knit. You, Vera, Kay. I don't see an outsider fitting in, unless he was working for one of you. So a detective looks like a good bet.
You could be right, Mike.
No, sure, Angel. Why so surprised? Come on, I'll take you home, then I'll go to work on it.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed, and the Falcon is fulfilling his promise to drop Vera at her house on his way to solving the case.
Oh, so long, Vera. I'll let you know how I make out.
All right, Mike. Good night.
I've been waiting for you, sister.
Hey, stop it!
Tear your eyes out.
You'll have to tear out mine first, Kay.
That's a good idea.
Come on, break it up. Break it up.
She killed Pete. She killed him, and now I'm gonna kill her.
You're not going to do anything.
Ow, you're breaking my arm.
Let go of her. Let go of her.
Ow. All right.
You all right, Vera?
Yeah.
Good. Now you, Kay. No use making like a maniac. That won't help anything.
You don't understand. I loved him.
Yeah, sure. Well, everyone to his taste.
Why, you... Ow!
I don't like to hurt you, Kay, but I can't let you go till you calm down. Now, come on, Kay. You better go with me. So long, Vera.
Goodbye.
Sorry if I hurt you, Kay. I don't like to rough a lady, but you haven't exactly been a lady, Angel. Now, come on. How do you feel now, Angel?
Rotten, thanks.
And belligerent?
No. Tired.
Well, that's an improvement.
Where do we go from here?
You go home, I go to work.
Let's see.
Yes, and you stay home.
If I don't?
You'd just be wasting your time. I'm phoning Vera to keep her door locked until I get back.
Oh, you're going back?
As soon as I nail J.H.
Who's J.H.?
He's the key to this case.
And you know where to find him?
I know where not to find him, and under the circumstances, that'll be just as good.
Oh. Hello, Waring. Did you find J.H.?
I have a lead on him, Richards.
Oh, good. Come in and tell me, huh?
Yeah. If you saw him again, Richards, could you identify him?
Sure.
Well, maybe I can arrange it. But I want to be sure I'm not making a mistake. Now, you said he's a big guy.
Well, at least 6'2".
Now, how'd you say he was dressed?
Pinstripe suit, gray.
Gray? Thought you said it was brown.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure you did. Viral remembered.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. It was brown. Brown pinstripe, I forgot.
You should have kept notes, Richards.
Well, so I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. Because you did say gray before.
Well, okay, then. I told you.
Yeah, sure. And you switched when I bluffed. Because you weren't sure. Because you weren't describing J.H. from memory. You were describing him off the cuff. Because there isn't any J.H.
Are you nuts?
Well, that's been so rumored, but verification is lacking.
You think I busted my face out of shape like this myself?
No.
Well,
I think Pete Lloyd busted it for you.
Lloyd?
Yeah, when you tried to blackmail him.
What are you talking about?
After you and Vera made the tape, you returned to Vera's. You conked her, you swiped the tape, and tried to blackmail Lloyd with it.
He offered to pay, but when you produced the tape, he made a grab for it. There was a fight, and you knifed him.
I suppose you can prove that.
Now, come on down to police headquarters, and I'll show you.
Well, I have a better idea.
I'm glad you decided to put up a fight. It gives me a chance to black your other eye.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I thought so. The knife.
Come on, let go. Let go.
Sure, when you drop that knife,
No.
go ahead, drop it.
All right, all right.
Yeah. Thought if we got in a fight, you'd pull that knife again. I have an idea the police lab will find specks of dried blood on it, Lloyd's blood. That's the trouble with playing with knives, Richards. You're likely to get stuck.
For a detective who operates out of his hat, you do all right, Mike.
Oh,
What's the matter?
Well, it's bad enough my setup isn't according to Hoyle, but on top of that, do you realize the awful faux pas I pulled on this particular case?
No, what?
I went all through this case without once getting knocked out.
That's right. I took the lumps for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, don't you worry. I won't breathe it to a soul.
That's my girl.
Hey, but I know one way we can keep from being too unorthodox.
What's that, Angel?
Well, right now I can ask you, how did you know that Georgie Richards was the murderer?
Oh, well, that business with J.H. The only time Richard saw that stranger was when they were struggling. Yet he gave me a perfect description.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of creating the mythical J.H. anyway?
To explain Richard's shiner. Richards killed Lloyd in a fight. The fight left marks on him. He had to explain them away, so when we arrived at his place, he staged the sound effects of battle and invented J.H. to account for the condition of his face.
I see.
And I pretended to go along with the gag to give him time to forget some details. Well, he did, and that's it.
And now you see that I didn't have anything to do with either of the murders. You didn't want to believe that at first.
Oh, what gave you that idea?
I could tell by the look in your eyes.
You mean you can tell what I'm thinking by just looking in my eyes?
That's right.
Well, can you tell what I'm thinking now, Angel?
I certainly can. Good night, Mike.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Dolores. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight. I'm going to the fights. Now, I know some of them are dull, Angel, but this one ought to be a killer.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the bellicose boxer. And now, the case of the bellicose boxer. It is early afternoon in New York, and at Stamford's Gymnasium, the young man whom experts hail as the slickest thing to hit the ring since Benny Leonard dances around in the shower. His name is Freddie Lane. He looks as commanding as a Greek god, and Freddie has a manner to match.
How about a towel, Steve?
What? What'd you say, Freddie?
What's the matter, you deaf? Let me have a towel.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here.
What'd you do with my robe? Come on, Steve. Get with it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. I guess I was thinking of something.
Oh, that's a novelty. Handing my robe, huh?
Yeah, sure, Tim. Yeah?
All right, what's eating you?
Well, I don't like to annoy you with details.
Go ahead. You know a manager isn't supposed to keep any secrets from his fighters.
Yes, that's just it, Freddie. As at 12 o'clock tonight, I am no longer your manager.
That's right. Your contract expires then, don't it?
Yeah, you forgot to sign the new one.
No, I didn't forget, Steve.
Oh, what'd you do with my copy?
I tore it up.
I don't get you, Freddie.
I guess that proves you're not as smart as you're supposed to be.
Now, let me get this straight.
I don't know why you're having so much trouble, Steve. It's simple. I'm packing you in.
You don't know what you're saying. Why, when I found
All right,
you,
don't give me that tired routine about all you did for me. You got paid for that and paid plenty. From here on, little Freddie don't split with anybody.
Now, listen, Freddie.
Sorry, pal. I haven't time. I got no... Come in.
Hello, boys.
What are you doing here, Vincent?
Keep your shirt on, Steve. I just want to talk to you, boy.
You're making a mistake, Mr. Vincent.
Am I?
Yeah. I'm not his boy.
Oh, really?
Oh, really. As of 12 o'clock tonight.
Then if I want to discuss business, who do I talk to?
Me?
All right, Steve. Would you mind giving us a little privacy?
I'm staying here.
Buzz.
You want me, Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, would you take this gentleman for a little stroll? I think some fresh air would do him good.
Okay, Steve, you heard him.
Let go of me.
Come on, friend. Unless you want that fresh air to go right through you.
All right, Freddie. I'll be seeing you.
Don't bother, Steve. It won't do you any good. Okay, Mr. Vincent. What's on your mind?
You are, Freddie. Night and day.
Well, that's very flattering. What do I owe it to?
Your coming fight with the champ.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that. How do you think you'll do against him?
What's your guess?
Oh, I think if you wanted to, you could take Kenny.
You're not kidding.
I said if you wanted to.
Well, why shouldn't I? I think the crown would look real good on me.
I think $100,000 would look even better.
Oh, meaning you want me to take a dive?
Meaning just that.
You know, Mr. Vincent, I like a guy who don't beat around the bush. When do I get the dough?
Right after the fight.
Oh, no. I don't do business that way.
When would you want it?
Tonight.
Okay, Freddie, you got yourself a deal. I'll have Buzz bring it over to your apartment.
Fair enough.
I guess that does it. Take care of yourself, kid.
Mm-hmm. Keep punching.
You too, Freddie. Just be careful where and when.
Hello? Let me talk to Ace Richards, please.
Speaking.
Oh, hello, Ace. This is Freddie Lane.
Oh, hi, Freddie. What's up?
This is strictly QT, Ace.
Ever know me to talk?
Well, I'd like to place a little bet on my fight next Friday night with the champ.
How much?
$100,000.
Is that what you call a little bet?
Look, if you don't want it, Ace, I'll get somebody else.
No. I'll cover it, Freddie.
All right. Lay the whole bunch on me to beat Kenny by a knockout.
I don't like this business, Freddie. I don't like it one bit.
All right. Now, what's the matter, Ruth?
Steve Douglas did a lot for you. You can't toss him over like that. You need him.
I need Steve like I need a hole in my head. He should have seen his face when I told him we were through. I thought the guy was going to drop dead.
That's not funny.
Can't expect you to see the joke, Ruth. After all, you're both in the same boat.
What's that supposed to mean?
Here's where you get off, baby.
What? Oh, I didn't realize this was my house.
No, you had it right the first time, Ruthie. We're through.
Oh, please, Freddie. I'm in no mood for any more of your clowning tonight.
Now, what's the matter with all you people anyway? A fella tells you something right away, you think he's kidding.
But you can't be serious.
Go on, get.
Now, darling, listen to me.
Are you going to walk or do I have to toss you out? Now, beat it.
All right, Freddie.
And don't get so familiar. Next time we meet, remember, it's Mr. Lane.
Is that clock right, Buzz?
No, it's about 5 minutes slow, Mr. Vincent.
Oh, then you better turn on the radio.
If you don't mind my asking, how much dough is your syndicate laying on this match?
Enough. Is that the right station?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is now.
And in just a moment, we will bring you this blow-by-blow account of the first championship fight held in New York in 2 years. It's a 15-round match between Dan Kenny and the challenger, Freddie Lane. They're in the center of the ring now, getting their final instructions from the referee. Both boys look in great shape. Now, they've just gone back to their corners, and there's the bell for the first round. Both fighters come out of their corners swinging. The champ feints with the left and then tries another left, which catches Freddie going away.
Why don't they cut out
Now
the acting and get down to
flicks out a right,
business?
but Freddie dances back. Lane must feel that there's plenty of time to show it. What am I saying? Freddie just brought up a roundhouse that caught Kenny right on the jaw.
Boss, shut up.
And now Lane throws a right and a left and still another left. Oh, that one hurt. The champ staggers and Freddie moves in for the kill.
Hold on, you jerk.
Kenny is trying to clinch now, but Lane won't let him. Freddie brings up a right from the basement. And Kenny is down. He's badly hurt. The referee is bending over him. Just listen to that crowd.
Get up, Kenny. Come on, you bum.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's all over, folks. There's a new champion in New York tonight.
Turn it off.
And his name is...
Well, what do you think, Buzz?
Gee, Mr. Vincent, what can I say?
You're sure you gave that $100,000 to Freddie Lane?
May I drop dead if I didn't.
Okay, Buzz, that's all I wanted to know. I can take it from here.
Who's there? All right, Mike, open up. Who is it? Open up and find out.
Oh, Steve Douglas.
Surprised you, didn't I?
In no small way.
Yeah, considering you're the one and only Falcon, that's no easy trick. Am I disturbing you?
No. Nothing I like better than entertaining company at 3 in the morning.
It won't take much of your time. Can you get me a gun?
Can I what?
Get me a gun, you know, a bang-bang. One that can't be traced.
Why?
I got a little exterminating job I want to do.
You're drunk.
Sure I am. Don't worry, I won't miss. I figure to get real close to him before I let him have it.
Who are you talking about?
Freddie Lane, the new champ, that's who.
You out of your mind?
I don't think so. The way I see it, so many guys hate Freddie, the cops will never pin it on me. Especially if you can get me a gun that can't be traced.
You're crazy.
You think I'm kidding, don't you?
No, that's what scares me. Now, look, Steve. Why don't you bunk here on the sofa and we'll talk this over tomorrow morning?
Nah. I'm going to get him tonight.
Look, I think you better sober up.
You mean you won't get me a gun?
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, a swell pal you turned out to be. Okay, if that's the way you feel, I got other friends.
Now, hold it. You're staying here.
Who's going to make me?
You know, Steve, you're leaving yourself wide open for a crack there. There's no reason why you shouldn't get it. No. Good night, sweetheart. I'll see you in the morning.
Come on, baby. Drink up. Plenty more where this came from. You realize you're talking to the new champ?
Oh, I think you're wonderful, Mr. Lane.
Call me Freddie, baby.
All right, Freddie. But hadn't we better get back to the party?
Ah, what's our rush? Told him I had to go up to my room to get my bags packed. Well, there they are.
Oh, sugar, you ain't gonna wait.
Yeah, I'm grabbing a 12 o'clock plane for Seattle. How'd you like to go with me, huh?
Well, I don't know.
You better make up your mind fast, baby. We got 15 minutes to make the airport. That must be the boy I've been waiting for. All right, just a second. I'm coming. Well, if it is...
Sergeant Corbett around here?
I think so.
Listen, you lame brain. What's the idea of getting me down here at this hour?
Well, I had a little news for you. I didn't want to trust to the telephone. Freddie Lane's been murdered.
Is that supposed to be a scoop? It's in all the papers.
Yeah, but the papers didn't say anything about you entertaining Freddie's ex-manager early this morning.
What, you mean Steve Douglas?
Uh-huh. According to our information, he went up to sea at 3 a.m.
So?
So, where's he now?
You tell me.
Okay. Your elevator boy brought him down about 5.
Well?
Well, the jury might think, inasmuch as Freddie was killed at 6, there might be a connection.
Where's Steve now?
Winslow. Ken Douglas in here.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, Mike. Don't look so good for the home team, does it?
Now, don't you worry. We'll have you out of here in no time.
Who are you kidding?
Look, Corbett, you mind if I talk to him alone?
I certainly do. You don't think I'm letting you alone with a murderer?
You're talking through your hat. Steve didn't kill Freddie.
Funny he can't supply an alibi.
All right, Steve. Tell him what you did after you left my place.
I walked around.
Where?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
Has he been identified by the girl?
What girl?
According to the papers, there was a cutie in Lane's apartment when he was gunned.
We haven't found her yet.
Well, let me congratulate you.
You think you can do better?
Well, I certainly couldn't do any worse.
Wait a minute, Mike. You got any idea who this girl is?
Maybe. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Sure. Why don't we make a date now? Suppose we meet at Sing Sing on the day Steve goes to the chair. That makes it nice and definite.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
A half hour has passed since Mike had his little talk with Sergeant Corbett. And now, as we find Mike, he is making the rounds.
Just a second. Yes.
Hello, Ruthie.
I beg your pardon.
You don't remember me, do you?
No.
Well, I'm Mike Waring. Steve Douglas introduced me one night after one of Freddie's fights.
You certainly pick a strange time to renew old acquaintances.
Well, I might have been around sooner, but I kept thinking of Freddie's left jab.
All right, Mr. Waring, what do you want?
Well, may I come in, Angel?
I have a feeling you can say all you have to right there.
Okay. Who killed Lane?
How would I know?
You were up in his room last night when he was murdered.
Now, who told you that?
Well, it's just a matter of simple arithmetic. You were Freddie's girl, and that naturally followed you'd be doing some celebrating after his victory.
You better go back to school. You don't know your addition. The last time I saw Freddie was 2 days ago when we agreed to disagree.
Oh, so you're another member of the club, huh?
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, Freddie used to change girls as often as he did his shirts.
So?
So maybe that agreement to disagree was all on one side. And if he gave you the old heave-ho...
Yeah?
that would make you a very logical suspect.
That's very amusing.
Well, you've got an overdeveloped sense of humor.
Maybe I have, but the joke's on you. You wouldn't happen to know what time Freddie was shot.
I would. Approximately 6:05. I suppose you have an alibi for the time.
Mm-hmm. And it's supported by half the police force of New York.
Meaning?
Meaning at 6:05, I was in jail for reckless driving.
There's Ace now, Mr. Vincent. Where, Buzz? Getting out of that cab. All right. When'll it pulls away? Now, give him a chance to open his door. Okay, let's go. Hello, Ace.
What the...
It's all right. It's only your best customer. Mind if we come in?
Well, it's awful late, Vincent.
And the longer you argue, the later it gets. Shut the door, Buzzer.
What's this all about?
I just want a little information. Mike Waring been around to see you yet?
Waring? No, why should he?
He's working for Steve Douglas. He'll probably ask you the names of some of the big losers on the fight last night.
So?
So, when he does, Ace, I'd like you to forget all about the bundle I dropped.
Okay, Vincent. Mom's the word.
Not that I don't trust you, Ace, but, where do you keep your records?
I tell you, I won't say a word.
Sure, but Waring's awfully persuasive, and you might spill without meaning it. But, of course, if your records were destroyed, no matter what you told him, there wouldn't be any evidence. Where are they?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Sure. That's why I asked.
Hey, keep your hands off me.
I asked you a question, Ace.
And the only way you'll get the answer's over my dead body.
Well, that's the way you want it. That's the way you'll get it, because I aim to please.
Take it easy, Ace. You want some more water?
Please.
Here you are. You better let me call a doctor.
No. I'll be all right, Mike.
You feel up to telling me the rest of it?
That's all I know. After Vincent got tired of bouncing me around, he turned me over to Buzz. Cute kid, that Buzz.
So you told them where your books were?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
That's all I remember. They must have passed out. When I came to, they were gone. I called you.
Wish you were able to do it sooner. How much did Vincent lose on the fight?
20 grand.
Is that all?
I heard he spread it around. Bet around $250,000 in Las Vegas.
Well, that still doesn't give Vincent a motive to kill Freddie.
Don't it?
No, if a gambler ever tried to knock off all the people he lost dough on, the cemeteries would be loaded. The thing I don't understand is Vincent's bad judgment.
What do you mean?
Well, Freddie figured to take Kenny just the way he did. Doesn't add up for the smart money to be bet the other way. Unless Vincent thought Freddie was going to take a dive.
Why should Freddie do that? He had a big bet with me that he'd take Kenny.
How big?
100 grand.
Oh, then that proves it. Where would Freddie get that kind of dough? He didn't hit the big time until 4 months ago.
And you think...
I think Sergeant Corbett might very profitably have a little talk with Georgie Vincent.
What floor do we get off on, Mike?
The 4th.
I don't know why I'm humoring you in this.
Because you know I'm right, Sergeant. Vincent paid Freddie to take a dive, and when Freddie crossed him, he knocked him off.
And suppose Vincent has an alibi.
Well, he probably has. Everybody has an alibi except my client. No, this is our floor.
Now, where do we go?
Department over there.
What do you mean everybody has an alibi except your client?
I'll tell you about that later. You better keep your gun handy, because if I know Vincent,
Yeah?
we'd like to... Well, hello, Ruthie.
Who's she?
Well, that's right, you haven't met. Sergeant Ruthie Kent. She and Freddie used to be closer than 2 minutes, so you can understand my surprise. What are you doing here, Angel?
None of your business.
Is Vincent in?
No.
Mind if we look?
Yes, I certainly do.
You know that's not going to stop us.
Well, how about this?
You better put away the gun, Ruthie. Corbett doesn't approve of women carrying firearms.
Stop it! You're breaking my wrist.
Come on, baby, drop it. All right, Mike, I got the gun. You can stop wrestling now.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm just beginning to enjoy it.
Well, the loot.
Never mind. Did you do that?
No.
Did she do what?
Why do you think she didn't want us to come in here? Look behind that sofa.
Dead?
Yeah.
I didn't kill Mr. Vincent. I swear I didn't.
Who says you did?
You nuts?
Because I believe she didn't kill Vincent? Well, she didn't. I can prove it.
How?
By the body, Sergeant. You see, that's not Vincent. That's his boy, Buzz.
All right, Miss Kent, what have you got to say for yourself?
I came here to see Mr. Vincent, and when I walked in, I found that man.
What'd you want with Vincent, anyway?
Thought maybe he could give me some advice. I got frightened when you came around to see me before.
What made you pick him as a father confessor?
Well, I don't know many people in New York. I heard Freddie mention Vincent once as being a smart operator. He was the only one I could think of.
You certainly couldn't have made a worse choice.
What do you think, Mike?
For one thing, this clears my client.
I don't see how. Steve Douglas still could have killed Freddie, and she knocked off Buzz.
That's not true.
I'm inclined to agree with her, Sergeant. I tell you, both these murders are tied up.
How?
Well, I never thought to ask, but did you come across anything in Freddie's effects that might give us a lead?
Not a thing. I went all through his stuff myself.
What did you find?
12 suits, 36 shirts.
Well, never mind the haberdashery. Were there any letters?
No, the only thing he had in his wallet was a check for $28,000 for the fight and about $1,700 in cash. Got any more ideas?
Yes, I have. I think I can explain the whole thing now.
Well?
Suppose Buzz double-crossed Vincent.
Quit ad-libbing.
I tell you, it makes sense. Ace Richards told me that Vincent only bet 20 grand with him on the fight.
So what?
So that's peanuts to a guy like Vincent. I suppose he gave Buzz a lot more money to bet, and Buzz stuck it in his pocket and promptly forgot about it.
How would Vincent find out?
Well, that's easy. When he got hold of Ace's records, he'd see immediately that Buzz hadn't bet all the dough he was supposed to. Wouldn't that give Vincent a motive to kill him?
Sure it would. There's only one trouble with your theory.
What's that?
I'll bet a year's salary it never happened that way.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Mike Waring advanced his theory on the murder of Freddie Lane. And now at Ace Richards' apartment, Mike and Ace are receiving the results of Mike's effort to confirm it.
All right, pal.
Thanks a lot.
Well, it was a bad guess, Mike. My first estimate was right. Buzz placed close to $250,000 for Vincent.
Well, there goes a perfectly good hunch down the sewer.
You don't seem too upset about it.
Well, to tell you the truth, Ace, I half expected it. If the possibility of checking up on Buzz occurred to me, it must have occurred to Vincent, too.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Take stock again.
Isn't it possible that you've overlooked the best prospect of all?
I don't know who.
Steve Douglas. Just because he's your client doesn't mean he couldn't be guilty.
Oh, I realize that, but even granting that Steve killed Freddie for revenge, he couldn't possibly have killed Buzz. He was in jail at the time. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that both murders were committed by the same party.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I'm convinced that some member of our little group benefited financially from Freddie's murder.
I can't see who.
Well, that's because your approach is wrong. Now, if you apply the test of who stood the most to gain, one person sticks out like the proverbial sore thumb.
Who?
You.
Cut the clowning, Mike.
What makes you think I'm clowning? You better get a bet down on yourself, Ace. You're a sure thing to finish in the chair.
I can't tell you how grateful I am, Mike.
Oh, forget it, Ruth.
I don't forget things like that. I want you to send me a bill.
Look, you don't owe me a dime. Steve Douglas is my client. The fact that you were cleared is incidental.
Then Ace Richards also killed Buzz,
Yes, but that was just window dressing. The all-important thing was the murder of Freddie Lane.
Well, what made you pick on Ace?
He had the most practical motive.
I can understand that now, but what put you on the right track?
Remember what Sergeant Corbett said they found in Freddie's effects?
There was a big check from the boxing promoter and about $1,700 in cash.
Exactly.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, it should have been a lot more. If Freddie bet $100,000 on himself with Ace, what happened to all the money he won? Well, common sense will tell you that a boy like Freddie could never blow town until he had every penny coming to him.
Yeah, but isn't it possible somebody might have robbed the body afterward?
Well, then why did he leave the $1,700 the cops found? It was in cash, and I haven't met a burglar yet who would turn up his nose at that. So that rules out your theory of the anonymous thief.
Then the answer must be Ace never paid him off.
Only in lead, Angel. The same way he gave it to Buzz.
Well, this has been very charming, Mike.
Am I going to see you again?
That raises quite a problem. On one hand, you did put up a big battle for me. You managed to lick almost the entire New York police force single-handed. Yeah, you're quite a guy to have in your corner when the going gets rough.
Then where's your problem, Angel?
Well, I've just finished tangling with one fighter, and one such experience is enough for a lifetime. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to pass me by tonight, Angel. I'm all tied up with some practical joker. This boy thinks the only way to get a bang out of life is by using a gun.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unsilent butler. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's Golden Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk, and it's digestible. Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy half-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, Velveeta, is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the unsilent butler. It's early afternoon in New York, and in the swank offices of the Conrad Oil Company, the president of the outfit thumbs through a stack of correspondence. It's quite obvious that Mr. Conrad is a big operator, and if you're wondering how he got there, just watch him in action. What is it, Miss Rogers?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Conrad, but there's a Daniel Lyons here to see you.
Daniel Lyons?
He used to be with the Cooper Detective Agency. He says he has a 3:30 appointment.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Mr. Conrad will see you now, Mr. Lyons.
Miss Rogers.
Yes, sir.
See that we're not disturbed.
Mr. Conrad?
That's right.
I'm Danny Lyons.
This is indeed a pleasure, sir. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You're probably wondering why I sent for you.
Now that you mention it, I am. Your company has its own staff of troubleshooters.
Well, the assignment I had in mind calls for peculiar talents, and I don't think our boys are equipped to handle it.
What makes you think I am?
Weren't you the detective whose license was revoked for your part in the Norden affair?
Yeah, but I was framed.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
What do you mean?
The man with an imagination capable of figuring out a method of swindling Mr. Norden should go far.
Could you use someone like that?
I could.
Then I'm your boy. What's the pitch?
Mr. Lyons,
I don't know how much you know about the oil business.
Very little.
Have you any idea how we locate a well?
I always assumed you just kept digging and hoped for the best.
Oh, it's a little more scientific than that. However, there's still a great deal of guesswork involved. So much so that last year alone, my company lost $6 million sinking new wells.
Oh, that's tough, but that's one of the gambles of your racket, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. However, 3 months ago, an engineer named Robert Butler invented a device that takes practically 80% of the guesswork out of locating oil wells. He called it the Butler Petroleum Detector.
Gimmick like that ought to be worth a fortune.
It is.
Then it seems to me I'd get hold of this Butler character.
You should give me credit for that much intelligence, sir. But you see, Robert Butler died in an accident 2 weeks ago.
What happened to the invention?
He left it to his brother, Arthur, who unfortunately contracted to sell it to an independent prospector named Just Stevens before he heard from us.
What if he did sell it to Stevens? Couldn't you arrange with Arthur Butler to give you a set of plans?
There are no plans. They were all destroyed in the accident that killed the inventor. The only thing that exists is a 12-inch working model. Need I add, Mr. Lyons, as such, it's extremely valuable.
What do you call valuable?
If we got it instead of Stevens, it would be worth $100,000.
And no questions asked, Mr. Conrad?
And no questions asked, Mr. Lyons.
Taxi! Taxi! All right, driver. Let's go to the... Oh, excuse me a moment. Say, mister.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. My name's Arthur Butler. I like to make things easy for people.
Huh?
I got a date with a fella named Jess Stevens.
What?
I'm supposed to meet him at Mike Warren's apartment at the Belmore.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, it should mean something. You've been trailing me ever since Friday, and seeing as how I'm only going to be in town another few hours, I wouldn't want to lose you now. So long. All right, driver, let's go.
Is that the right time, Mike?
More or less, Stevens.
What's keeping our friend, Mr. Butler?
Now, relax, Jess. He's only 5 minutes late. He'll probably be here. What did I tell you?
Come in. Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hi, Butler. We were just talking about you.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to miss my plane to San Francisco. I've got to leave in half an hour. Can we get going?
No, I don't see why not.
All right, Mike. Suppose you take over.
Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. Did you bring the model of the petroleum detector with you, Butler?
Yes, sir. I got it right in this grip, chained to my wrist.
All right, get your key ready. According to the contract, you were to get $25,000. Stevens gave you $1,000 when the contract was signed, and right here I have his check for the balance.
Mm-hmm. Is it certified?
No, but I can assure you it's good.
How do I know that?
Hmm?
Well, this is on a San Francisco check. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it won't do.
Now, look here, Butler. We made a deal.
Take it easy, Jess. I'll handle this. Listen, Butler. That contract is legal and binding. You try to renege on it.
Oh, I have no intention of reneging, Mr. Warren. But until I see that $24,000 balance in cash, I'm not turning over this model.
And where can we cash a check this size on Saturday afternoon?
Well, that's your problem.
Mm-hmm. All I can say, Butler, is that you picked an awfully queer time to turn suspicious.
Maybe I did, but you can't blame me. I don't know you people too well. And, well, meaning no offense, sir, but what guarantee have I that Mr. Stevens isn't trying to flim-flam me?
Why, you...
Now, Jess, easy. What do you mean, Butler?
Just what I said. If everything's on the up and up about this deal, why is Mr. Stevens in such a hurry to leave New York? And why has he had me followed?
Followed?
Have you had a tail on him, Jess?
Does it help me, Mike? The guy's crazy.
You must be imagining things, Butler.
Don't tell me that. I've seen the same gentleman too often. Yesterday, he posed as a bill collector. This morning, he was a telephone repairman.
What did he look like?
Oh, he's a heavy-set lad. Must weigh about 210 pounds. Brown curly hair. Oh, and across the bridge of his nose was a small scar.
Sounds like Danny Lyons.
Lyons? Who's he?
The private detective who recently lost his license for being mixed up in some swindle.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me I'm imagining things.
And now look, Butler, Stevens didn't hire Lyons.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
Maybe I can guess.
Who?
Carl Conrad.
Carl Conrad? Who's he?
Oh, one of my competitors. Listen, Mike, is this man Lyons dangerous?
Enough.
Then I want you to leave that model here, Butler.
You're crazy. I'm not letting this out of my sight till I collect that $24,000 I got coming.
You'll have it Monday morning, just as soon as my bank opens in San Francisco.
Fair enough. You'll get the detective then. Well, the least you can do in the meantime is to hire a bodyguard. Don't you worry about me, Mr. Warren. I'd look after myself.
Oh, sure. Last man I heard say that was guest of honor at an autopsy last week. All right, Butler, we'll supply the bodyguard.
Yes?
Is John Webster in?
Do you have an appointment?
Well, I think he'll see me. Where is he, in there?
Just a second.
That's all right. I'm an old friend of the family.
Come back here. You can't walk in like that.
Hey, what goes on here?
Hello, Johnny.
Mike Waring.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Webster, but he
That's
wouldn't...
okay, Pat. This is the Falcon. We used to play hooky together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
How could you?
Sit down, Mike.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in months.
How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Right, Pat?
Oh, yes. Everybody seems to want to hire Mr. Webster.
Well, what about the...
Oh, the furniture?
Well, I was referring to the lack of it.
Oh, we took it out. We ordered a new batch. You know, that modern chrome stuff. Pat thinks it's kind of flashy for a private dick's office, but I didn't. What do you say, Mike?
Well, I say I'm awfully glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah. I'm working on a case now that's a humdinger. $5,000 fee.
Well, I guess I'll have to find myself another boy.
What do you mean?
Oh, I had a little routine bodyguarding job, but I could see you wouldn't be interested.
Whoa. Sit down, huh?
No, I really got to go, Johnny.
Not until I get that job.
But this would only last 48 hours and pay $20 a day.
That's 40 more than Pat and I saw all week.
Oh?
I was bluffing, Mike. I haven't had a case in months. Do I get yours?
Sure, Johnny.
Thanks. What's the story?
Well, there's a man named Arthur Butler staying at the Belvedere. He'll give you all the dope.
He the boy you want me to keep an eye on?
Mm-hmm. You're not to let him out of your sight for a minute. He's got an oil detector gadget on him that's worth a fortune.
You expecting me?
Yeah, but I better call him and tell him you're on your way over.
Oh, Mike.
Huh?
It don't work. The phone company and me are feuding.
You mean they're sore because you don't pay your bills?
Ain't that ridiculous?
Oh. Okay, Johnny, I'll phone him from outside.
There's a booth in the lobby.
Yeah, I'll see you. So long, Pat. Been nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Well, baby, what do you think?
I don't like it, Johnny.
Why?
Don't ask me. I just don't like it.
Don't be silly, Pat. I got a hunch this is where our luck starts to change.
On a $40 case?
Guys have made fortunes in this racket, starting with less. I wonder how much that gadget this Butler character owns is worth.
Oh, go away. Look, will you please go away? There's nobody home.
That's you, Warren?
So sorry, Mr. Waring, not to go to Saskatchewan.
Now, don't be funny.
Huh? Who is this?
Arthur Butler.
Oh, do you realize what time it is, Butler?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to congratulate you and your buddy, Mr. Stevens, for that cute stunt you pulled.
Stunt?
Yeah, sending around that Johnny Webster.
What's the matter with Johnny?
Well, that all depends on your point of view. From yours, he couldn't have done much better.
Look, Butler, you're not making sense. Let me talk to Webster. Put him on.
Oh, that's a nice act, fella, but it won't sustain.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Johnny skipped.
Johnny skipped. What about the model?
Oh, don't feel badly. He didn't overlook it. He's got it all right, but I want it back, Warren. And if I don't hear from you within 1 hour, you'll be hearing plenty from me.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it seems that if Mr. Butler doesn't hear from Mike, there'll be trouble. And if you ladies don't hear this idea I have for you this afternoon, you might have more trouble than necessary in planning your Lenten menus. So let me tell you how you can melt Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, for a golden, smooth cheese sauce that's perfect with vegetable plates or seafood or rice or just over toast for a grand Lenten main dish. And this sauce is so easy to make. You just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't need to cut it up because Velveeta melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there it is, a cheese sauce that's simply delicious with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And you know this wonderful Velveeta sauce will add extra nourishment to your meal because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. so it's perfect for all the family, the youngsters and Grandma, too. Make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Melt it for fine hot dishes. Slice it thick for hearty sandwiches and between-meal snacks. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Arthur Butler informed Mike that Johnny Webster removed not only himself, but the Butler petroleum detector as well. Now, in his hotel room, Mr. Butler seems strangely annoyed.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself, Warren? You told me this Johnny Webster was trustworthy. You said with him on the job, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you learn that he skipped, Butler?
I woke up at 3 in the morning and discovered this.
That's the chain you had on the grip, isn't it?
Yeah.
You always sleep with a chain to your wrist?
Only since I got to New York. But as you can see, somebody took a pair of wire clippers to it.
Where did you leave Johnny before you went to bed?
On the sofa. He said he was going to read for a while, or so he claimed.
Now, listen, Butler. You've got to believe me. I recommended Johnny Webster in good faith. I'll get back that model for you.
When?
As soon as I can find him.
Yeah, well, that may be years, and I can't afford to wait. I'm going to the police, Warren.
Now, you don't want to do that.
Don't I? You just watch.
Look, you're wrong, Butler. Publicity is the last thing you want in this case.
No use talking. I made up my mind. Did you ask your cab to wait?
Nope.
No, there's usually one down at the corner.
Well, seems like you're out of luck.
Taxi? Hey, taxi!
Wait a minute, Butler.
I said you're not going to talk me out of this.
No. Look over there.
Look over where?
That Chevy parked across the street.
Well, what about it?
That's Johnny Webster's heap.
What?
I'm sure of it. If I remember correctly, the rear right fender was off.
If this is some kind of a gag, Warren...
Well, what would be the point? Hey, what did I tell you? This is Johnny's car, all right. Now, why do you suppose he left it here?
Maybe he ran out of gas.
No. What Johnny ran out of was luck. Look behind the front seat.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's right. He's dead. And judging by that knife on his back, it wasn't due to an overdose of sleeping pills.
Yes?
I'm looking for a party named Danny Lyons.
Lyons?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Waring, Mike Waring.
You have the wrong apartment. There's no such person here.
Are you Carl Conrad?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I was given to understand that Lyons is working for you.
Where did you hear that?
From the usual reliable source.
Well, you know how trustworthy they generally are.
Yes, well, this came from a friend of mine, a man named Jess Stevens. Ever hear of him?
Stevens? I don't believe I have.
He's in the oil business, too, though not on the scale you people are.
Oh, of course. He prospects for oil on his own. What we call a wildcatter.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Stevens led you to believe that this Lyons chap was in my employ?
That's right.
Doing what?
Trying to get hold of the Butler petroleum detective.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, I've been in this business 35 years, and I never heard of that. Just what is that contraption supposed to do?
Take a lot of the guesswork out of locating new oil fields.
It must be extremely valuable.
Yes, must be. Someone knifed a private detective named Johnny Webster to get it last night.
Surely, Mr. Waring, you don't think...
Yes, I do.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, sir, but you're being very insulting.
If I am, it's entirely intentional.
Then you can understand, under the circumstances, I must ask you to leave.
Oh, sure. But I'll be back.
You needn't bother, Mr. Waring. First of all, I don't believe any such object as the Butler petroleum detector exists.
Well, that's your privilege.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Yeah?
I wouldn't want you to go off feeling I'm one of those diehards who doesn't believe there's anything new under the sun.
No, of course not.
As I said, I don't believe any such invention exists. However, I'd be willing to pay $100,000 to the man who can furnish the necessary proof that I'm wrong. I hope I'll be seeing you, Mr. Waring.
Where do we go from here, Mr. Waring, or don't you know?
Well, I'm convinced that Conrad was lying to me, Pat. But I'm sure he doesn't have the Butler detector yet. He practically offered me $100,000 to turn it over. On the other hand, I'd swear it came as no surprise to him that your boss was murdered.
Well, it came as no surprise to me either. I told Johnny I didn't want him to get mixed up in this.
Why?
Isn't that obvious?
No, who could foresee that Johnny would be hurt? This was a routine job. As a secretary, you ought to know that.
I only know he's dead.
Kind of went for the guy, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think if I never accomplish another thing, I'm going to find his killer. Now, who knew that Johnny got the job to nurse Butler along?
No one.
You sure there wasn't a leak?
I'm positive. Johnny left this office a couple of minutes after you did.
Did you tell anyone?
Did I tell anyone?
Inadvertently or otherwise.
You got your nerve?
Well, I'm sorry, Pat, but I can't afford to overlook any possibilities. How long had you worked for him?
That's none of your business.
And he couldn't have been paying you very much. If my memory serves me right, he said this was the first case he'd had in months.
You think you can browbeat me because I'm a woman. I notice you haven't tried it with Danny Lyons.
I haven't been able to locate Mr. Lyons yet.
Well, what about your friend Jess Stevens?
What about him?
Well, it seems to me if you're going to ask personal questions, he ought to take his turn in answering them. How well do you know him?
Well enough. I was in the Army with him.
So what does that prove? Just because a man wears a uniform, does that make him a solid citizen? Suppose Butler was right.
About what?
That check Stevens tried to give him for $24,000. Suppose it was rubber, and since Butler wouldn't accept it, Stevens knew that the only way he could get the model was to steal it. And Johnny caught him in the act.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Well, it makes as much sense as any theory I've heard you advance.
Yes, it does. Even I'll have to admit it's worth looking into. I'll let you know how I make out.
Hey, bartender. Let me have a bourbon and water.
There you are, Jess.
No.
They told me at the desk I'd find you in the bar.
Anything new, Mike?
Well, yes, no. What do you say we squat, huh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of legwork this morning.
Okay. You want a drink?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Say, bartender, serve that drink over here, will you? Well, what's the story, Mike? How long do you think it'll be before we can locate that model?
You seem more concerned over finding that than nabbing Webster's murderer.
Okay, if you want an honest answer, yes. I want to get my hands on that detector. To me, that's all that counts.
Well, let me tell you something, Jess. I don't care if I never see that miracle machine again. I'm only interested in one thing.
I'll bet you are. You've been in touch with Conrad, haven't you?
And what's that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounded like. What'd they offer you?
You accusing me of selling you out?
All I know is you seem to have forgotten suddenly that you're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, friendship works two ways, Jess. We have a mutual agreement. I can drop you just as you can cancel me out.
Thanks for reminding me, Mike. I may have to do just that.
Just a second.
Hello, Lyons.
Mr. Conrad, what are you doing here?
Well, if that mountain wouldn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must necessarily go to the mountain.
Well, I was keeping out of sight.
You might have at least phoned me, Lyon.
I had nothing to tell you.
Mike Waring had. He told me that a chap named Johnny Webster lost his life last night trying to prevent a theft from Butler's hotel room.
So?
So, I'm merely putting two and two together.
Sometimes you wind up with 22 that way. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Conrad. Suppose I told you I haven't got Butler's whatchamacallit.
I wouldn't believe you.
I thought you'd say that. How high will you go for it?
We made a bargain last week, Lyon.
Yeah, but the whole thing was strictly spec then. If I guaranteed to bring it over to your place in an hour, what would it be worth to you?
I still think the stipulated price of $100,000 was more than ample.
Will you go 50 more?
25, and that's my limit.
Okay. What time have you got now?
9 o'clock.
Go to your office, start counting it out. I'll see you at 10.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Lyons and Conrad have made a bargain. And if you ladies would like to make a good bargain, get a 2-pound package of Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, from your grocer tomorrow. Because when you buy Velveeta, you're getting the finest quality cheese food your money can buy. Velveeta not only tastes good, but it's mighty good for you because it's rich in important food values from milk. And Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. So it's a wonderfully handy helper anytime you need snacks or sandwiches or a hearty main dish. Get a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta tomorrow. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality. Made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Danny Lyons promised to deliver the Butler petroleum detector to Mr. Conrad. Now, at Mike Waring's apartment, the Falcon is just returning home.
Come on in, Waring. The water's fine.
What are you doing in my apartment, Lyons?
Don't ask so many questions. Just shut the door like a good boy.
You mind pointing that gun elsewhere?
Now, don't tell me it makes you nervous.
Yes, very. You have no idea how easily those things go off.
What makes you think I don't?
Well, I assumed you preferred knives.
What kind of a crack is that?
I was thinking of Johnny Webster.
Now, listen, Waring. Don't get me any more annoyed than I am now. I made an appointment for 10 o'clock, and it's 5 after already.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I phoned my party a couple of minutes ago, and he's getting real impatient.
Well, don't let me keep you, fella.
You won't. Where's the thingamajig?
You mean the Butler Petroleum detective?
Yeah.
I don't know, and what's more, I don't care.
Well, I care plenty. So open up, Waring.
Oh, careful, friend. I just had the suit pressed.
Now, listen, I never liked you, and I wouldn't need much excuse to part your hair with this cannon, so let's not have any smart answers. You understand?
Well, I just can't help it. I used to be a quiz kid.
Let go.
Come on, Lyons, drop it.
I'll drop it, Waring, right where it does the most good.
Waring? Waring. Oh, cut it out, Butler.
You all right?
How can I tell with you slapping me silly?
I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a spare head on you.
I'm afraid not. What happened?
Well, it'll take too long to tell you. How'd you find me?
I came up to see if you had any more information.
What about the police?
There's nothing new there.
You know if they've spoken to Pat Dryden yet?
Pat Dryden? Who's he?
It's a she. She was Johnny Webster's secretary.
Well, what's she got to do with this?
Well, she's a gal with plenty of ideas.
Hey, is she hooked up with Stevens? Because I'm convinced he's the boy I'm after. I'll bet you anything you want he killed Webster and stole my model.
Now, look, Butler.
Don't misunderstand me, Waring. I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Oh, thanks. What time have you got?
10:30. Why?
Because I've got a hunch. And with a little luck, I may be able to wrap this whole thing up in a couple of minutes.
Who you calling?
Carl Conread.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
I've been riding a merry-go-round for the past 24 hours. It's time I got lucky and caught the gold ring.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Conread?
Yes?
Mike Waring.
I have nothing to say
Now,
to you.
don't hang up, Conread. You'll be sorry. Remember that proposition you made me this afternoon?
No.
All right, I'll refresh your memory. You offered me $100,000 for the working model of the Butler Petroleum detector.
I'm no longer interested, Mr. Waring.
What?
I don't care to buy.
I'll sell it for $75.
I guess there's only one way to convince you I'm not interested.
Hello, Conread. Conread! Well, he hung up.
I'll get the number back.
No, there's no need to do that. I proved my point.
Oh? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Butler. I thought you knew. I was just proving that you killed Johnny Webster.
The one thing I can't decide, Mike, is just who owes whom an apology.
I suppose we call the honors even, Jess. We both made mistakes.
You sure you didn't make one in turning Arthur Butler over to the police?
Oh, no, there's no question about that. Butler killed Johnny, all right.
Why?
Well, to convince us that the detector had been stolen from him when it never had been.
But why should a man steal from himself?
No reason, except he could make a very handsome profit thereby.
I don't get it.
You know that contract you had with Butler?
Yes.
Well, after Butler signed it, Conrad offered him more for the model. But by then it was too late. Butler knew he couldn't break the contract with you because you've sued and collected every penny he had. You follow me?
I think so. Is that why Butler refused to accept my check?
Sure, he knew it was good. He just wanted to stall. That's when he decided on this brilliant scheme of robbing himself.
That was the only way he could weasel out of the contract.
Now you've got it. The Butler Petroleum detector was unique. If it was stolen, there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't ask him to turn over the plans because none existed.
I still don't see why he killed Johnny.
Well, he had to. With Webster on the scene every minute of the time, Butler's story of the theft would never stand up. But this way, with Johnny dead, it looked even better.
Yeah. But how did you learn the truth?
At 10 o'clock tonight, Conrad was ready to buy the model from Lyons. Now, Lyons didn't have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my place. And he couldn't have gotten it from me because I never had it to begin with.
So?
So when I phoned Conrad just half an hour later, he was no longer interested in the model, not at any price. Well, that convinced me that Conrad already had it. A man doesn't cool off like that. So the only one he could have bought it from was Butler. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy.
I see.
Yes, it's simple enough now. But we all should have realized it right at the beginning.
Why?
You don't know your detective stories. In practically all of them, it's always the butler who did it. Good night, Jet.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast. And that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through, just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So, tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Witty Widow. The Case of the Witty Widow. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some women use guns on their menfolk only because they have scruples about divorce. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Elspeth Eric as Pat. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking, for the Kraft Foods Company.
Enjoy Phil Regan's camp show today, and remember Tallulah's big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Ginny. I'm glad you called, but we'll have to try another time, Angel. Tonight I'm involved with a case in which a gun has one bullet too many in it, and the man has the same trouble.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the superfluous murder. Friends, in just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, let me tell you about 9 ways you can save time in the kitchen. Just discover the 9 handy Kraft cheese spreads and enjoy snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers that are really easy and quick to fix. There are sharp-tasting Kraft cheese spreads and mild-tasting ones, too. You can depend on them all to be delicious. And, of course, you can depend on them to be the finest quality because they're made by Kraft. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Now, the case of the superfluous murder. It's Sunday night in New York when Pudgy Wesley Endicott opens the door to his apartment and reaches for the light switch, but stops when he hears a noise in the darkened living room. For a second, Endicott pauses, then clicks the switch to see Dennis Fulton jumping back from the sofa on which Endicott's startled wife, Gail, is sitting.
Wesley, I didn't expect you so early.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
I know how it looks, Endicott, but don't get the wrong idea.
No, Dennis. What idea do you expect me to get?
We were just talking.
In the dark?
What can I say?
You don't have to say anything. I should have known the way Gail's been acting lately. Gail, how could you do this to me?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Then look in the mirror. Take a good look.
You're not going to get away with this, either of
No.
you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to kill that cheap double-crossing...
No, Wesley, don't.
Get out of my way. And now, Dennis, here's yours. Oh.
If you're going to fight for the honor of your home, Endicott, you'd better start taking boxing lessons.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want to see Endicott.
Who shall I say is calling?
You don't need to say anybody's calling. I'll announce myself.
But you can't...
I said I can. Out of the way, Junior.
Just a moment now. Mr. Endicott won't like that.
Hello, Endicott.
Oh, Mr.
I
Mayo.
tried to stop him, Mr. Endicott, and he wouldn't tell me what he wanted.
Well,
He just
it's
pushed
all
his
right,
way.
Shepard. It's all right. I know him.
Oh, well, you said you didn't want to be disturbed, and I didn't know. He wouldn't give his name. He
All
wouldn't
right,
tell-
Shepard. Get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
And shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And now, Mr. Mayo, what's the idea of upsetting Shepard like that? You could have let him announce you.
You mean I could have let him tell me you weren't in? I didn't feel like a runaround.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. I see somebody close one of your eyes for you. Would you like me to make it unanimous?
As a matter of fact, I don't much care. I learned last night that my wife... There's another man. Nothing much matters anymore.
Well, your personal life is one thing. This is business, and it matters. Especially this check of yours.
What? What about it?
You tell me, Endicott.
Well, is something wrong with it?
Wrong with it? Of course not. It's perfect. Absolutely finest quality, genuine A1 rubber.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
Well, you argue with the First National Bank.
Well, there must be some mistake.
The mistake is you thinking I'm going to sit still for this. It's a stall, Endicott. You didn't have cash to cover, and you knew it. You figure to put me off till you can swing a deal.
No, Mr. Mayo, you're wrong. Believe me.
Believe you. That's rich. Oh, no, Endicott. You're scaring up the cash, and you're scaring it up fast. You've got until tomorrow noon.
But if you'd only...
Tomorrow noon. If you don't come across with payment by then, I turn this check over to the DA for collection.
Well, I'll do what I can, but it's all a mistake.
Well, you better correct it before it turns out to be a fatal one. I'll be seeing you, Endicott.
I know. Tomorrow noon.
Hello?
Hello. Michael Waring?
Yeah?
Aren't you the detective known as the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Wesley Endicott. I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Waring, but I couldn't find your office listed.
Or maybe that's because I don't have one.
Oh, you work out of your home?
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that rather inconvenient?
Is it causing you any trouble?
Well, no.
Well, then.
Well, I didn't call to talk about you, Mr. Waring.
All right, change the subject.
Can you come over here right away?
Where's here?
My apartment, Sheldon Hall.
What's it about?
I'll tell you when I see you.
Well, there'll be a charge for the visit.
It doesn't matter. How soon can you get here?
Yes?
Mrs. Endicott?
Yes.
I'm Michael Waring.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
If you listen to the radio.
I must hear the wrong programs. What do you want?
Well, didn't your husband tell you?
Oh, he and I aren't speaking.
Oh, well, he and I are. That's what he asked me over for. Where is he?
He's in the study. Last door on the right end of the hall.
Thank you, Angel.
You might tell him for me to quit sulking. I'm leaving as soon as I finish packing.
I'll give him your message.
Just walk in. He won't answer. He thinks it's me.
Thanks. Hello, Endicott. Hey. Mrs. Endicott,
What is it?
you don't need to leave him. Looks like he's left you. Permanently.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's not sulking. He's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. And if this is his handwriting, it looks like he did it himself.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett. Well, this is indeed a coincidence. Sit down and join me in a knockwurst.
Coincidence. I've been looking for you, Waring, as if you didn't know.
As if I didn't.
You reported the Endicott body.
So I did.
Why didn't you hang around till I got there?
Well, Corbett, I didn't know you cared.
I've got questions.
Well, it's all in the note. He says he was betrayed, so he killed himself.
But who betrayed him?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
The note says he hired you to get proof for him.
It also says he changed his mind after calling me. He had all the proof he needed for his own satisfaction. That's why he decided to kill himself.
I still want to know who betrayed him.
Now, don't tell me you're the inquisitive type, Corbett.
It's my job.
Homicide's your job. This is suicide.
Is it?
Unless that note wasn't in Endicott's handwriting.
I showed it to 3 experts.
What did they say?
All agreed it's definitely Endicott's pen pushing.
Well, then what more do you want? He's found with a gun in his hand.
That's right, Waring.
And a suicide note in his own handwriting.
That's right, Waring.
So, Corbett, how come you're still asking questions?
Because I don't happen to have the answer to this one. Who killed him?
Well, Corbett, you just...
I said he wrote the note. I said he had a gun in his hand. But Waring, the gun in his hand was never fired.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. All of you in favor of having good, hot biscuits for dinner, say aye. That's what I thought. Just about everyone likes them. So here's a trick you should know. For extra delicious hot biscuits, spread them with delicious Old English brand cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, just before they're ready to come out of the oven. Then slip the biscuits back in the oven and let the wonderful flavor of this tempting cheese spread melt right into them. You'll have some of the best tasting biscuits you ever enjoyed, because Old English brand cheese spread is so good. It's made of fine, sharp, aged American cheddar cheese for really wonderful eating. And it's smooth, creamy smooth for easy spreading. And, of course, like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Old English brand is a wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Try it for grand snacks and sandwiches, too. And try Smokelle and Roca and all the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful, gay, tulip-patterned drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you enjoy the delicious Kraft cheese spreads. You know, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring learned that Endicott's suicide was not a suicide. Or was it? That's what the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are wondering as they drive in a police car back to Endicott's.
So his wife was planning to leave him, Waring.
So she said.
Why didn't you tell me about it before I mentioned the gun?
Well, I didn't think it mattered before, Corbett.
Sometimes you don't think too much for your own good.
So I'll begin thinking. Tell me, does Mrs. E know her husband didn't kill himself?
Not unless she did it. I left her thinking it was suicide.
Good boy. That puts us a step up on her.
Yeah, and we may need it. The note says he was betrayed. Her leaving him could be the betrayal. Except if he didn't kill himself, does the note mean what it says?
What else would it mean?
I don't know, but it says he was going to kill himself, and if he didn't...
No, he should be ashamed of himself. After all, it's a sin to tell a lie.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett and Mr. Waring. What is it now?
There are a few more questions I want to ask you.
I thought that was all finished.
I've just been talking to Waring. He opened a new can of peas. Do we come in?
Well, Oh, all right, I guess so.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
It's just that Waring tells me you were going to leave your husband.
Oh, no, that's not so.
Oh, wait a minute. You told me...
Well, I was just talking. We had a little spat. It didn't mean anything.
You said you were packing.
I often threatened to leave. I didn't mean it. Wesley knew it. This had happened often before. It had nothing to do with his death.
You don't think constant fights with you
But
could...
we always made up. Believe me, it didn't mean anything.
What was the little spat about?
Money. I wanted a new coat. Wesley said he couldn't afford it. He said business had been bad. I didn't see how it could have been that bad, or he'd have said something about it before.
Oh, he said his business was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Endicott, when I was here before, I asked you if you knew any reason why your husband would want to kill himself. You said you couldn't think of any.
I couldn't.
Don't you call bad business a possible reason?
But I just told you I didn't believe he was telling the truth.
Oh, Corbett, there's one way to find out if he was. Let's look into Endicott's business, shall we? Maybe we'll find it's dead, too. Here it is, Corbett, 705.
Yeah.
Nobody in here. Mrs. Endicott said Endicott's assistant would be here.
Maybe he's in the back office.
Yeah, maybe. Hello?
Hello? What's that?
Sounds like somebody moaning. Come on. Oh, there he is on the floor. Hey, what happened to you?
Huh? It was Mr. Mayo.
Mayo?
Yeah. He came back and he started going through the files, and I tried to stop him, but... he knocked me out. Looted the office.
I'll say he did. Look at the inner office, Waring. Looks like a whirlwind and the paperwork's.
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Waring?
Yes. Do you know what Endicott wanted to see me about?
Well, didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he didn't get around to it.
Well, I suppose it has something to do with Mr. Mayo.
Who's Mayo?
Reginald Mayo. He's in building supplies. He was here earlier today, had a fight with Mr. Endicott, and then Mr. Endicott went home, and then a little later, Mr. Mayo came back.
Mm-hmm. What was the trouble between Endicott and Mayo?
Well, I don't know. Why not ask Mr. Endicott?
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't do much good. So we'll have to try Mayo instead.
Mr. Mayo, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Mayo isn't in. He left word he can be reached tomorrow morning at the Hillard Hotel in Boston.
Boston? What's he doing in Boston?
I'm sure I don't know.
When did he leave?
About 20 minutes ago. I understand he's taking the 6 o'clock from LaGuardia Airport. You may still have time.
Yeah, if we hurry. Thanks. Waring, come on. Well, this does it, Waring. Mayo's trying to get away, clinches it.
It does?
Sure.
How about the Boston address? Why would he leave that if this is a runout?
Well...
And the plane he's taking, would he point arrows for us?
Well, maybe it's a bluff. Maybe that's not his plane.
Well, then what are we hurrying for?
Because we can't take chances. And stop smirking.
Who's smirking?
All right, Waring, you don't like the way I do things. You got any bright ideas?
No, Corbett, I haven't.
He admits it yet.
Not a single idea. Not even any wrong ones.
Sergeant, I've got important business
They're
in
holding
Boston.
the plane, Mayo. Talk fast and make sense. Maybe I'll let you go.
Maybe. I'm
What's
telling
this
you...
important business, anyway?
Conference, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
What's with you and Endicott?
Why?
I'll ask the questions.
Well, at least you can
want to
jump-
miss the plane?
All right. I did business with Endicott. Got him some materials that are hard to get hold of. Had plenty of bids for it, but took his. Then his check bounces. You wonder why I'm sore?
Oh, the check bounced.
That's right.
So you push him around.
I didn't push him around. I just warned him he'd better make good on that check by tomorrow noon or there'd be trouble.
Except tomorrow noon you plan to be in Boston.
I didn't know that this morning. This Boston business came up sudden.
Yeah, didn't it, though? The murder wouldn't have anything to do with it, I suppose.
Murder? What murder?
Endicott's.
What?
He actually looks surprised, Waring.
Maybe he is.
Well, I don't know anything about the murder.
Why did you go back?
I'm not answering anything more without a lawyer.
You went back to Endicott's. Why?
I didn't.
His assistant
I'm
says...
not answering anything without a lawyer.
What were you looking for?
I'm not
You're
answering...
not going to do so good in that Boston conference from a cell in New York.
You can't hold me. Just because I had an argument with
I can
Endicott...
hold you for beating up Endicott's assistant.
Well, you're crazy. I didn't...
He says you did.
Look, Sergeant, I've got to get to Boston. I don't know anything about the murder. If you want answers, ask Mrs. Endicott. She can tell you more than I can.
What gives you that idea?
She was seeing another man.
Yeah? Who says so?
Endicott.
All right, we'll check on that. But now, Mayo, you're
I
going
have nothing more to say.
And you can sit in the cell until you think of something.
Look, I gave you a lead,
so
now...
thanks. Now get moving.
Dennis, who can that be?
Well, don't ask me.
I shouldn't have had you come up here, but I was so upset.
Well, pull yourself together.
But if anyone sees you
Just
here...
don't lose your head. I can handle this.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, what are we going to do?
Answer the door. Leave the rest to me.
But you and
Stop making so much of it. Couldn't I have come to see Wesley?
I guess so.
All right, then. I didn't come up here because of you. I'm a friend of Wesley's. Just remember that. Now answer the door.
Yes, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Oh, it's you two again. How often are you coming back?
Until you tell us all you know.
I did.
That's not the way we heard it. Come in, Waring.
Yeah, Corbett.
But...
Well, she has company.
So I see.
Sergeant Corbett, Mr. Waring, this is Dennis Fulton. He's a friend of my husband's.
I see. Hello, Fulton.
How do you do, Sergeant? I dropped in to see Endicott. Gale, Mrs. Endicott, just told me the awful news. I can't imagine why he did it.
Do you think it could have been because his wife was seeing another man?
What?
Sergeant, how dare
We
you?
have it on good authority. And you admitted threatening to leave him.
I explained all that.
You say you dropped in to see Endicott, Fulton?
That's right, Mr. Waring.
And Mrs. Endicott had nothing to do with your visit?
What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest that she and I...
Now, that's ridiculous. I hardly know Dennis.
You call him Dennis.
That doesn't mean anything.
How about your lipstick on his face?
What?
Does that mean anything?
Well,
Looks like you jumped the gun by locking up Mayo Corbett. His lead is paying off.
Yeah. Well, you two, you gonna come clean?
I don't know what this is all about. Even if there is something between us, Sergeant, I don't see that it's any of your business. I didn't know you keep prying like this when a man kills himself.
We don't, when we're sure he did kill himself.
What do you mean? Is there any doubt?
Yeah, plenty. We don't think your husband killed himself. We think he was murdered.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Dennis. Which makes your concealing your friendship with Mrs. Endicott very interesting, to say the least.
Look, you don't understand.
I'm willing to.
It's just that, well, the scandal, we didn't want people saying we'd driven him to suicide.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. But they may say you killed him.
But the note, he said he was going to shoot himself.
Yes, only somebody beat him to it.
Well, it wasn't us.
You were here in the apartment.
Well, I only got in a few minutes before you arrived. He must have been killed while I was out.
You mean you hadn't seen him from the time you arrived until I found him?
That's right.
Still, you told me he was in the study. How did you know it if you hadn't seen him? The door was closed.
No, I mean, I hadn't seen him to speak to. I opened the door and called him, but he didn't answer. I didn't know he was dead. I thought he was just sulking. Don't you believe me?
I think you'd better come with me to headquarters, both of you.
Oh, no, please. Dennis, call a lawyer. Do something.
Sergeant, this is a terrible shock to me. I didn't know, honestly. If Gale killed him, it was without my knowledge.
Dennis, what are you saying?
She told me it was suicide. That's the first I'd heard of it.
Snake, I tear your filthy eyes out.
Go get her.
All right, that's enough. Cut it out. I said cut it out.
Let me go. Let me get out of here.
You calm down. I'll stop you here.
All right. All right, but he's not crawling out of this. We killed Wesley together.
No, Gale.
Oh, yes, together. And it was Dennis's idea. He made me help. He called Wesley at the office and asked him to come home early. He waited in the study.
She's out of her mind.
You want a confession, Sergeant? I'll give you one.
No. Robert, get him. He's going for the window.
Hey, you wait.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. Right now, I'd like to tell you about 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right. I said 9 because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish, and Kraft olive pimento. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca, and Kraft Limburger. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few hours have passed since Dennis Fulton beat a hasty retreat from Gale Endicott's accusations. Gale has signed her confession and is being held. Mayo has been released. There's an alarm out for Fulton. There's nothing much more for Mike to do on the case, or so he thinks, so he's returned home. He's settling down with the pipe and slippers when he goes to the door, opens it, and finds himself looking at Dennis Fulton and a gun.
Get back inside, Waring.
I am inside.
Away from the door, and no quick moves.
All right.
That's better. Just keep your hands where I can see them, and we'll get along fine.
I don't know that I want to get along. You're not exactly my type.
I didn't come for chit-chat, Waring. I have a proposition.
Yeah?
I didn't kill Endicott. I didn't know anything about it. Gale's lying.
So you said.
I want you to prove it.
All right, give yourself up, and I'll work on it.
I'm not giving myself up until it's proved. That's why the gun. I want to hire you to prove that Gale did it alone.
Why should I work for you?
Well, they say money talks. Here's a mouthful.
500.
I'll double it if you clear me. Well, Waring?
Well, I don't like you, Dennis, but I can't say the same for your money, so let's hear your story.
You heard it all. There's nothing else. I didn't know anything about the murder until the sergeant told me.
You didn't call Endicott and ask him to go home early?
No, that's just another of Gale's lies.
All right, we'll start with that one. It can probably be checked.
How?
Endicott's assistant, Shepard, probably takes all calls and announces them to Endicott. So I'll check with Shepard and see if he got a call from you.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Well, I can't get him now. The office will be closed. But I'll look him up in the morning.
All right, Waring.
In the meantime, if you want to stay here...
Oh, no, thanks, Waring. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, so I'd have to keep my finger on the trigger. Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be comfortable for either of us.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I'll call you tomorrow. So long, Waring.
Oh, Mr. Waring.
Hello, Shepard.
What are you doing here?
Maybe saving your life.
What?
Well, let me in. I'll explain.
All right, come in. I don't understand.
Shepard, since I saw you this afternoon, you've probably seen in the paper that Endicott was murdered today.
Yes, it's awful.
Mm-hmm. Well, you may be able to clear one of the suspects or clinch the case against him.
I?
Yes, I told him you probably have the information. Now, if he's innocent, he won't do anything. If he's guilty, he may come gunning for you.
Good heavens.
Now, take it easy. He won't be coming yet. I told him I'd check with you in the morning so he doesn't think he needs to hurry. And I came right over.
Yes, but if he does come...
Now, before
you
you get in this stew, let's see if you really have anything to worry about. Now, tell me.
Yeah?
Didn't all calls to Endicott go through your desk?
Yes.
So you'd know about any call he received, huh?
That's right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, did he receive a call today, a short time before he went home, from a man?
Oh, he didn't receive a call from anybody.
Oh, you're sure?
Positive. After his fight with Mr. Mayo, he called you, and then he said he was leaving the office.
I see. Well, then Fulton is telling the truth.
Fulton?
Mm-hmm, Dennis Fulton. So you don't have anything to worry about from him after all.
I'm glad to hear that.
But you may have to worry about Sergeant Corbett.
What? Why?
Well, he'll probably want to lock you up when I tell him you killed Endicott.
What are you talking about?
About you, Shepard, because you're the murderer. Well, we've wrapped up another one, Corbett.
Have we?
Shepard admitted the shooting, didn't he?
So what? Endicott wrote a suicide note, but he didn't kill himself. Mrs. Endicott said she killed him, but she didn't kill him. Shepard said Mayo attacked him. Now he says Mayo didn't attack him. He was lying to throw suspicion on Mayo. What's one more confession worth?
Well, I think Shepard's will stand up. Mrs. Endicott only confessed because Fulton started crawling and left her holding the bag, so she wanted to get him no matter what it cost her.
The woman scorned, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as for Endicott, he really intended to kill himself. But Shepard saved him the trouble.
If we can believe Shepard.
No, it all ties up. He'd drawn out the company's money for his private use, so when Endicott's check bounced, Shepard knew Endicott would get him for embezzlement.
Mm-hmm. So Shepard follows him home and shoots him, not knowing he's just about to shoot himself.
That's it, Corbett. He overheard Endicott phoning me to get information, so as soon as Endicott hung up, Shepard stepped into the room and shot him as Endicott turned, and then beat it without noticing the gun in Endicott's hand.
If we can believe Shepard.
Still not convinced, Corbett?
On this case, no.
All right, how about the clue that tipped me to Shepard?
What clue, Waring?
Shepard overheard Endicott's phone call to me. Now, he said Endicott made it from the office. But when Endicott talked to me, he said, "Can you come over here?" and gave me his home address. That meant he was calling from home, not from the office.
Uh-huh.
Well, does that convince you, Corbett?
If we can believe you.
Oh, please, how cynical can you get? You know I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, Waring, I know it. But who's going to believe me?
It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, next time you shop, pick up a pound of this good-tasting, fresh-tasting margarine. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet, already colored in quarters and ready to serve in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package, or handy Color Quick bag. It's the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. Parkay. Parkay margarine, made by Kraft. The Case of the Practical Joker. The Case of the Practical Joker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when some gag men go to work, their clients can choke to death. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Fred Allen, Edwin, and B. Lilly join the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Norma. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. There's a party around who's been shown how to parlay a 2-bit pocket knife into a killing. So naturally, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Curious Cop. In just a moment, another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about an adventure you can have any day in the week, right in your own kitchen. For several weeks now, we've been telling you on this program about Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil created by Kraft that's lighter-bodied because it's super fine. Now, here's a suggestion. Tomorrow, go to your grocer's and get a pint or quart bottle of Kraft Salad Oil. Look up your favorite recipe for homemade salad dressing, chiffon cake, or anything else that requires liquid shortening. Then, that night, tomorrow night at dinner, surprise your family with an old favorite made this lighter-bodied, superfine salad oil way. You'll know the difference, and so will the family. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the curious cop. It's late Sunday evening in New York, and Hunter's famed gambling club on East 84th is closed for the night. But that doesn't seem to deter plainclothesman Jack Craven or his partner Frank Walsh from their decision to look in on Mr. Hunter.
You ask me, Craven, we're wasting our time.
You think so, Frank?
Sure. Hunter's probably gone.
What about that light we saw from the outside?
Must have forgotten to turn it off.
No, not Mr. Hunter. He watches his pennies. 5 will get you 10. He's still here counting the take. Where was the light coming from?
This room here, I think. Yeah.
Then this must be the office.
Want me to go in with you?
No. You wait out here. If you hear any commotion, get back to the car. Understand?
Right.
Come on in, Brock. Did you get to... Just a second, you're not Brock.
No, my name is Craven, Mr. Hunter.
What are you doing here?
Ever see one of these before?
It's a badge, isn't it?
Also known as a buzzer or a potsy.
So?
So I don't like people running gambling houses on my beat.
I see.
Especially without consulting me.
And suppose I did consult you?
Well, that might be different. Now, if you were to consult me, say, once a week with $500...
You'd have no objections at all?
No. Live and let live is my motto.
$500 is a lot of money, Mr. Craven.
Well, I can be a lot of trouble, Mr. Hunter.
Suppose I had you reported to the commissioner.
You'd be wasting your time. They've been trying to get rid of me for years, but they never could get anybody to testify against me.
Maybe I'd be willing to.
Are you kidding? You don't like publicity any more in your racket than I do in mine. You better give in, Hunter. I can make an awful nuisance of myself.
I can see that. All right, Craven, don't move.
Now, what do you think you're going to do with that gun?
Something the police commissioner couldn't do. I'm going to get rid of you, Craven.
Now, listen, Hunter. If you don't put away that rod, I'll break you in two.
Stay where you are, Craven. I mean that.
You super...
Give me another bottle, Hazel. This one's gone.
But Frank,
oh, for Pete's sake. Can a man get anything in his own home without a million arguments? Now get it.
All right.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Answer that first. If it's Sergeant Corbett, tell him I'm still sick and the doctor says I can't see anybody.
Hello?
Mrs. Walsh,
That's right.
this is Sergeant Corbett again.
Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
Can't complain. How's Frank?
Just the same.
Can I talk to him?
I'm afraid not. He's asleep.
Okay. Tell him I called, will you?
I certainly will, Sergeant.
Well?
I think he's suspicious.
So what? He can't prove anything.
What's all this about, Frank?
What's what all about?
Why are you avoiding Corbett? Ever since the night Craven disappeared...
I told you I didn't want to talk about that.
But you were with him.
I was not. Craven got out of a car to see somebody. He left me on Lexington and 84th. I never saw him after that.
Then why did they suspend you from the force?
Because they're a bunch of thick-headed jerks.
Frank, you're not telling the truth.
What are you calling me, a liar? All right, Hazel, so you want to know what happened to Craven, do you? Well, I'll tell you. He was murdered.
No.
Yes, now do you feel better?
Who did it?
I have no idea.
Then how do you know he was murdered?
I'm psychic.
Frank, you've got to tell Sergeant Corbett.
You're nuts.
If you don't, they'll drop you from the force.
Who cares?
I do. What'll we live on?
Don't you worry about that, Hazel. From now on, it's easy street.
Then you do know who killed Craven.
Yeah, that's right. I bet this party will appreciate me keeping my mouth shut.
You're not thinking of blackmail.
Well, what am I thinking of, baby? Where's my coat?
No, I won't let you go.
Get your hands off me, Hazel.
No, Frank.
I said get your hands off.
Stop it, Frank. You're choking me. Frank.
Yes. I hate to break in on you like this, Mr. Hunter, but there's a party outside waiting to see you.
I'm busy, Brock.
Yes, I know, but I suggest you clear a little time for this boy. I would if I were in your position.
But then you're not in my position, Brock.
Oh, it's true. Just the same, you ought to see him. His name is Frank Walsh. He's a cop.
So?
So he was Jack Craven's sidekick.
Craven?
The dick who disappeared so mysteriously.
Oh, of course.
Will you see him?
What have I got to lose?
Hey, Walsh.
Yeah.
Come in here.
Sit down, Mr. Walsh. My name is Hunter.
Never mind the introduction, Hunter. I know all about you.
Not all, I trust.
All. When can I talk to you?
What do you call what you're doing now?
I mean, alone.
Would you be a good fellow, Brown?
Why not? Nice knowing you, Walsh.
Yeah, likewise.
Now, what was it you had on your mind, Mr. Walsh?
Last Saturday after you closed, you had a visitor up here.
Did I?
Yeah, a dick named Jack Craven.
And you think I know something about his disappearance?
I think you know everything about it. You see, I was outside when Craven went in to shake you down. A few minutes afterward, I heard a shot, so I beat it to the car. But 20 minutes later, I saw you coming out of here alone.
So you put two and two together.
And got 4. You killed him, Hunter. I don't know what you did with his body.
Then you might as well stop there, Mr. Walsh. Didn't you ever learn that to substantiate a charge of murder, there must be what the pulp writers call a corpus delicti?
Now, look, Hunter, you're not brushing me off like this. We can settle this easily enough. I'm no pig like some guys. Give me 20 grand, and you'll never hear from me again.
I think it would be only fair to warn you, Mr. Walsh, that I have a distinct aversion to being blackmailed.
Well, you better kick through, because if it's the last thing I do, I'll find Craven's body.
I wish you luck. And if you experience too much difficulty, perhaps I can arrange to have you join him. Good day.
What's the matter, Sergeant? You look worried.
I am, Mike.
Still thinking about that Craven mess?
Yeah, a cheap, rotten grafter.
Well, if you ask me, you've heard the last of that cookie.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
You think he's dead?
I don't know. Maybe he skipped. Who knows?
It's funny about Frank Walsh having a nervous breakdown so soon afterwards.
Very funny. Turn right at the next corner.
Where do you want to go?
Over to see Frank Walsh. He lives a couple of blocks down.
Didn't his wife tell you he's sick?
Well, doctor's orders or not, I'm going to have a talk with that guy. Hey, hold it, Mike. Stop the car.
What's the matter?
Thought I saw something in the gutter. Back up. No, I guess I was...
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, turn on your spotlight.
Oh, it's a drunk.
Wouldn't you know it? Okay, let's get him. Can't leave him laying there. All right, mister, what do you think you're doing? Come on your feet, Buster. Give me a hand with him, Mike.
Yeah, right. Let me go. Drunk, look at your hand.
Holy...
Yeah, he's been shot. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Well, you made it.
What?
But I bet it was pretty difficult.
What do you mean?
And you couldn't do much looking through that veil. Come on in.
Thanks.
Just make yourself...
What's the trouble?
Well, I was going to ask you to make yourself comfortable, but somehow I've got a feeling you don't quite trust me.
I don't trust you?
Why else would you carry a gun in your purse?
What are you talking about?
Well, don't tell me it's a compact, Angel, because nothing Elizabeth Arden ever turned out was shaped like that. Is that the gun that killed Frank Walsh?
Killed Walsh?
Yeah, your husband.
You're crazy.
Aren't you Hazel Walsh?
No.
Well, lift your veil. Well?
Who told you who I was?
Well, it doesn't take an Einstein to figure that out. The police are looking for Hazel Walsh in connection with her husband's murder. So when a heavily veiled woman carrying a heater walks in on a private detective 12 hours later, the chances are she didn't come to consult him for pleasure.
I didn't kill Frank, Mr. Waring.
I was with Sergeant Corbett when we found him. He named you as his killer.
I didn't do it.
You had a motive.
If you mean his insurance policy,
No,
I
I'm not
wouldn't...
talking about money. According to Corbett, Frank's favorite indoor sport was bouncing you around.
That's not true.
Well, it'll be easy enough to prove.
Look, Mr. Waring, I swear I didn't kill Frank.
Well, you've got nothing to hide.
Who are you calling?
Sergeant Corbett. We're going over and have a talk with him.
Put down that phone.
Now, look, Mrs. Walsh.
Put it down.
If you want me to work for you...
No, thanks. I've just changed my mind.
Now, look, you're acting like a 6-year-old. Now, I'm going to call the police.
And I say you're going to do nothing of the kind. Oh. See what I mean? Pleasant dreams, Mr. Waring.
It's lighter body. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. When the Kraft Foods Company puts a new product on the market, you can be sure that it's not just another product of its kind, but that there's something really new and different about it. And that's exactly what you'll discover in Kraft Salad Oil. Not just a new salad oil, but a new kind of salad oil. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, lighter-bodied to blend smoothly and perfectly with the other ingredients. And the reason Kraft Salad Oil is lighter-bodied is that it's superfined. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Don't wait to try this wonderful new salad oil in those distinctive homemade salad dressings you make. those wonderful chiffon cakes you bake, in every recipe you have that requires liquid shortening. Remember,
It's lighter body. It's super fine.
and it's at your grocer's now. Get Kraft Salad Oil in either the pint or quart size tomorrow. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 3 hours have passed since Mike was lulled to sleep by Hale Walsh. And now, as we find Mike, he's recuperating in Ed's luncheonette under the tender administrations of Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, how about some service here?
What'll it be, Sergeant?
A cup of Java for me and a couple of aspirin for my friend here.
What's the matter, Mike? Got a headache?
Yes. Temper.
I get my hands on that Hazel Walsh.
And you're not going to work for her?
Of course I am. Just want to teach her you don't go around slugging people who are trying to help.
You're making a mistake.
Oh, now, look, Sergeant, I tell you, she didn't kill her husband.
Then why did she bop you when you were going to call me?
No, because she was panicky.
That still doesn't explain why Frank named her as his killer.
But he didn't, really. He said something about 20 grand. Maybe he wanted to leave a message for her.
About 20 grand?
Well, why not? Suppose he was trying to tell her something.
You're crazy.
Now, look, Sergeant, Walsh was a grafter.
I don't like that kind of talk.
I don't blame you, but you've got to face the facts. There are always a couple of rotten apples in every barrel. How many times have you had Frank Walsh and Jack Craven on the carpet? You just couldn't make it stick, that's all.
Go on.
Well, now, my guess is that Walsh tried to shake down Hunter and
Pay off from Hunter just to let him keep running his joint.
He wouldn't, Quiet.
What are you talking about?
Walsh must have known who murdered Jack Craven. Well, he went there last night for a payoff. Got it.
Well, assuming you're right, now all we have to do is find the one party in New York he tried it on.
Well, that shouldn't be so hard, Corbett. Where was Walsh's and Craven's beat?
The east side from 76th to 85th.
9 blocks. All right, who's operating a new joint in that district?
What makes you think this is a new operator?
Human nature. Once a man allows himself to be shaken down, the odds are he'll go on that way without squawking. So my guess would be that Craven got his when he tried his graft on a new customer.
Yeah, you know, Mike, sometimes I think you've got the makings of a pretty good detective.
Well, thank you. And when did Craven disappear?
4 days ago.
Okay, then we can narrow it down even finer. Craven would probably give this boy a chance to operate a week or two, so he'd have some idea what to charge. Now, who do you know that opened a joint around the middle of March?
Well, I heard rumors the guy named Hunter opened a club around the 14th. But every time a raiding party gets near the place, they fold up their tables and run.
Okay, let's see.
Come on, Mike. Get away from that wheel.
Ever tell you about my system, Sergeant?
Some other time. See any sign of... Where is it?
I think your store. Yeah, that room down the hall.
Want me to flash my badge?
No, let's keep this unofficial for the moment. We can close up the joint tomorrow. We've got a murder to worry about.
Come in.
Hello, Brock.
Well, the Falcon, isn't it?
Are we interrupting anything?
Nothing that can't wait. Oh, who's your friend, Mike?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Brock, Mr. Corbett.
Hi.
Glad to know you.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Hunter.
What for?
Well, I just want to congratulate him on the establishment he's got here.
I'll tell him when I see him.
Could you arrange for us to do that?
I'm afraid not. Hunter's out of town.
Any idea where?
No, I think he said he might take a little run down to Mexico.
When was this?
About a week ago.
Funny, I would have sworn I saw him on the street Friday night.
Well, you're imagining things.
It must be. Of course, if he's been gone a week, he wouldn't know anything about Walsh and Craven, huh?
Walsh and Craven?
Those 2 cops who ran into bad luck.
Oh, seems to me I read something about that.
Of course, that's all you'd know about it, huh?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Brock. I'll be seeing you.
Yes, do that.
Coming, Corbett?
Huh? Oh, sure.
So long, Brock.
Boy, you really handle that brilliantly.
Shut up.
Listen, Mike.
Shut up and cover me in case anyone comes.
You know, it's not polite to peek at keyholes.
I know, but it can be awfully informative.
What's he doing?
Making a phone call.
Who's he calling?
Well, if you keep quiet, I'll find out.
Hello, is that you, Mr. Hunter? This is Brock. No, business is all right, but some of the customers could be better. You know who was just asking for you? Waring. Yes, that's right. Mike Waring, the Falcon, and there was a cop with him. Oh, of course I'm not making a mistake. You asked me. Right. Wait a minute. Someone just walked in.
Oh, it's all right, Brock. It's only us. Told you we'd be back. Oh, now you went and hung up on Mr. Hunter. That's not nice, Brock. He's going to be awfully hurt.
What do you want, Waring?
Well, I think you owe Mr. Hunter an apology. And what would be nicer than if we all went over together while you paid it? All right, Brock. What floor does Hunter live on?
4. But you won't find him there.
That's right, Mike. We forgot. Hunter's down in Mexico.
Okay, be smart. But I tell you, I wasn't speaking to him.
Cut it out, Brock. We heard you as plain as could be.
You're wrong. I was talking to a girlfriend of mine.
And whose name, by an odd coincidence, was Mr. Hunter. Okay, where do we go now?
It's apartment 4C.
Oh, that should be it. Sure enough. Walter Hunter. All right, Sergeant, where are your keys?
Suppose he's inside?
No, not a chance. Must have skipped after Brock here warned him. But I don't think he could get too far in those 10 minutes.
He got far enough, Mike.
Hey, what's the matter with him?
Well, if you don't know Brock, take a good look at his face. That bullet hole ought to be a dead giveaway.
Holy smoke.
All right, Mike, out of the way.
What's the matter?
I want to see where Hunter was standing when he got it. Judging by the course of the bullet, he must... Well, what do you know?
Hey, there's a gun under the chair.
Where?
The one you're sitting on, Brock.
What?
Leave it alone. There may be prints.
Okay.
Isn't that a police special?
Yeah, and I'll take even money that it's Frank Walsh's service revolver. His wife was awfully careless, Mike.
Oh, now, don't tell me you think...
Well, what do you think?
I don't know, but at least I'm not going around making wild guesses. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Are you kidding?
Well, it could be.
Don't talk like a chump. We had nothing on Hunter. Why should he blow his brains out?
Well, why should Hazel Walsh do it for him?
Maybe she figured that he knocked off her husband.
Oh, then you admit she wasn't guilty of that.
I admit nothing of the...
Excuse me, gentlemen, but can I get a word in?
What do you want, Brock?
There's a hunk of paper under Hunter's leg.
Oh? Never mind, Mike. I'll take care of that.
Well, what is it?
Give me a chance, will you? To whom it may concern, I killed Jack Craven and Frank Walsh.
Huh?
I should like my remains to be cremated. Walter Hunter.
What do you say now, Sergeant?
I say, don't me.
There's someone at the door.
Turn off the lights. Stay where you are, Brock. Okay, pal, what do you want?
Let go.
Behave.
Let go.
I said behave. Turn on the lights, Mike.
Fine. Crummy-looking bum.
Hey.
You know him?
Yeah, and I wish I didn't. This is Detective Jack Craven.
Jack Craven?
Yeah, my long-lost buddy.
Tomorrow when you shop, don't forget about that wonderful new Kraft salad oil that's waiting for you at your grocer's right now. It's Kraft Salad Oil. The salad oil that's lighter-bodied to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Lighter-bodied because it's super-fine. Try this wonderful new aid to kitchen artistry in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. Remember, it's lighter-bodied because it's super-fine. Get Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 5 minutes have passed since Jack Craven made his dramatic entrance, and strangely enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem any too pleased by his reappearance.
Come on, Craven, start spilling. I want to hear you make like Niagara.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
Why, you cheap little...
Watch it, Corbett.
You keep out of this, Mike. This is strictly departmental. How do you think all the other boys on the force feel? We work like dogs to make the public trust us. And along comes a rotten grafter like Craven and gives every honest cop a black eye.
All right, but there are strangers present.
Oh, don't mind me, folks. I'm broad-minded.
You'll keep your mouth shut, Brock, if you know what's good for you.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
All right, Craven, I asked you a question.
Let go.
Answer me. Why did you kill Hunter?
I didn't.
No? Then why did you come back to his apartment?
I didn't come back. That was the first time I was there.
Don't give me that.
Can I put my 2 cents in, Sergeant?
Go ahead.
You've been gone for almost a week, Craven. Where you been?
Los Angeles.
Why'd you go there?
None of your business.
Listen, Craven, you answer Waring's questions just as if I was asking them. Why did you go there?
I wanted to see my relatives.
And you certainly didn't travel in the Super Chief. From the look of it, I'd say you did most of your riding in a cattle car. What's the matter? Couldn't Hunter afford any better transportation?
Hunter had nothing to do with it.
Your pal Frank Walsh doesn't support your story.
Walsh. Did he stool on me?
What do you think? You had a fight with Hunter, didn't you?
Yeah, he plugged me.
Over what?
That doesn't matter. He dumped me in a cattle car. When I came to, I was in L.A.
Why didn't you wire us?
I had no dough.
You could have done it collect.
I didn't want to involve the department.
Well, that's understandable. Especially if you wanted to come back to kill Hunter.
I tell you, I didn't kill him. I just got into town tonight.
That doesn't prove a thing. Where were you at 10:15?
Why?
Because according to the coroner's report I just got, that's when Hunter was killed.
Now, listen, Sergeant.
Don't start that suicide routine again, Mike. If Hunter wrote that note, he would have known darn well he hadn't killed Craven here. Where were you at 10:15, Craven?
Being chased all over the freight yards by some railroad dicks.
What?
If you don't believe me, you can call the yards and check.
And don't think I won't.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Does this mean you're writing off Hazel Walsh as a suspect?
No.
Well, then I'd like you to double the force looking for her.
Let me understand you, Mike. You think Craven here is telling the truth?
I do.
Then Mrs. Walsh is our party.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I ask you, Brock, ain't it enough to drive a guy bats?
Oh, don't ask him, Sergeant. If this thing is driving you crazy, who do you think is responsible?
Just what is that supposed to mean, Waring?
Just what it sounded like, Brock. You killed Walsh and Hunter.
I don't know how I can ever repay you, Mike.
Oh, forget it, Hazel. I'm only glad it ended the way it did.
So it was Brock who killed my husband.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to frame you. He thought it would take care of Hunter. But when Frank blurted your name to Sergeant Corbett and myself, that upset his plans.
But why did Brock want to frame his boss?
Well, Hunter had a very nice thing in the club. And Brock figured he was capable enough to handle it with Hunter out of the way.
I still don't see why he murdered Frank. According to that note, Brock thought that Hunter had killed Craven.
Yes, but that didn't do him any good because there was no trace of Craven's body. And a corpus delicti is essential in any frame. That is why it was necessary for him to supply a body that would lead directly to Hunter.
But Frank never even mentioned the man's name to me.
Well, Brock had no way of knowing that. Then when it looked like all his plans were going for naught, he wrote that suicide note and killed Hunter, thinking that would tie up all the loose ends.
Well, where did Brock give himself away?
When Sergeant Corbett and I were at the club. Before we went into the office to see Brock, I asked Corbett the time. He said it was 11:15. A few minutes after that, we eavesdropped on Brock talking to Hunter on the phone.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it was a conversation that never could have taken place. According to the autopsy report, Hunter was killed at 10:15, a half hour earlier.
And that business on the phone
was staged by Brock to give himself an alibi. He felt pretty sure that Corbett and I were listening in. So, does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
I'll suppose you answer one of mine. Where did you bury yourself so that the entire New York police force couldn't find you?
I stayed with my sister, Lenore.
Your sister Lenore, huh?
Yes.
She looked like you?
She's much prettier.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned from this case, never to believe any testimony based on hearsay evidence.
Well, I don't know what I can do to convince you.
Oh, that's very easy, Angel. Just give me her address and let me see for myself.
Folks, let's talk about enjoyment. That's a pleasant subject, isn't it? Specifically, I'd like to say a few words about candy enjoyment. The kind you find in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. Kraft caramels are tops and delicious good eating. Here's the reason why. The Kraft folks spent years developing fine caramels, making them chewy soft and flavorful, making them good so you'd enjoy them. And Kraft caramels have plenty of nourishing milk and other pure ingredients in them, so they're good for you, too. Next time you're at the grocery store, pick up a big pound bag of Kraft caramels. And at your candy counter, get the 6-piece bar for a nickel. Kraft caramels come in regular caramel flavor and in chocolate flavor. Both flavors are delightful. The important thing to remember is this. Whenever you want real candy enjoyment, be sure you get Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a girl pretends to be married to an already married man, the results can be murder. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Barbara. Now, thanks for calling, but tonight is out, Angel. I have to teach some gangsters that you can't get away with murder. Especially since the murder they want to get away with is mine.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the substitute target. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. The name Kraft on cheese or cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the substitute target.
Oh, bless you.
It's Sunday night in the expensive New York apartment of Ed Rizzo. Rizzo is a fat, bald mobster who is at the moment taking a bad pushing around from a tall young man who seems definitely to mean business.
All right, Rizzo, who is it?
Leo!
When you talk, no, you don't.
Oh, my finger.
You shouldn't have reached for that drawer. What are you looking for, a gun? Well, here's one, only I'll hold it. There's no use looking around for protection, Rizzo. I'm your protection, you know that. Only right now, I'm not protecting.
Travers, if you'd only listen to me.
I want the boss, the top boss. Now, who is he? Where can I find him?
I told you I'm the boss. You work for me. You
don't seem to understand, Rizzo. I don't work for you, not anymore. I want the boss, not a cheap stooge.
Do you, Travers?
Who are you? I didn't know anybody
You
was...
weren't supposed to know anybody was here. Now stop waving that gun. You better do as I say, unless you want to find out if I'd really put a bullet in your stomach. Hurry up, drop it.
All right, don't. I'll drop it.
That's better. Pick it up, Rizzo.
Yeah.
All right. Now, just what's been going on here?
You're the boss, aren't you?
What gives you that idea?
Looking at Rizzo.
All right, I'm the boss. So what?
So from now on, I'm working for you. I'm tired of taking orders from Rizzo.
Ah? And what happens when you get tired of taking orders from me?
Well, I won't. I know I couldn't run the mob myself. At least not yet.
Listen to the punk. All right, kid. Now here's where you get yours for getting smart.
Cut it out.
Hold it, Rizzo. Let go of him.
We gotta teach these punks to stay in line.
Then start by staying in line yourself. Take your hands off him.
But, Mr.
Do as
Dunlap.
I tell you. Okay. Boy has initiative. I like that. Tell me, Travers, how did you find out Rizzo wasn't head man?
He could never make up his mind. He always had to think it over.
Ah.
Only he wasn't thinking, he was asking.
He's got a head on his shoulders, Rizzo. I think I can use him.
But, Mr. Dunlap...
By the way, Travers, I hope you haven't mentioned your deductions to anyone. I wouldn't care to have word get around.
What, are you kidding? I look out for Artie Travers. Anybody else wants to get to the top, let him do his own figuring.
Good boy. That's the spirit I like. You've got yourself a job. I have a suite at the Hotel Grayson. Be there tomorrow at 10.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's all. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. I'll be seeing.
Right. Tomorrow at 10.
Mr. Dunlap, how are we going to keep guys in line if you let punks get away with that
He's
kind
not
of...
getting away with anything, Rizzo.
But you told him...
And now I'm telling you, he's not getting away with anything. Not even his life.
Baby, did I pull a deal tonight. Little Lottie is going places.
I'm glad to hear it.
You bet you're glad. It's Sable's for you, baby. And for... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Maybe I made a mistake.
What do you mean, what sort of mistake?
Just a minute, I want to turn this corner. See if they do, too.
They? Who?
Yeah. There they are. We're being followed.
Followed? Why? What does it mean?
If that's who I think it is, it could mean plenty. I gotta shake them.
What do you think they want?
Me.
They're speeding up, too.
Yeah, hang on, baby. We're gonna take another turn.
What's it all about?
Never mind. Just watching back. See if they make it.
All right. Yes, here they come. Oh, they're gaining. Can't you go any faster?
No, give it a roach a take.
They're still gaining.
We'll never make it. Get down on the floor, baby.
Well, what are you gonna...
Do like I tell you, quick.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon. I was told I could find him here.
You were told right. Come in.
Thank you. Thought you'd have an office. Isn't it rather unusual for a detective to work out of his apartment?
I'm a rather unusual detective.
So I've heard. That's why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lorna, what can I do for you?
You know my name?
Sure. Lorna March.
You are unusual.
Don't give me too much credit, Angel. You were all over the front pages.
Oh, that's when I was in the hospital. I didn't see.
Yes, but I did. You're not the type to ignore. I'm not that unusual.
Thank you. Then you know the police grill me about Art's connections. They think I know something that I'm holding back.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so. I only knew Art a short while. I didn't know he was a gangster. If I had, I wouldn't have had anything to do with him, believe me.
You don't have to sell me.
But it's true. He told me that he was in some sort of manufacturing business.
All right, Lorna. You don't know anything about Art Travers. You don't know who killed him or why he was killed.
That's right. Only the police won't believe me. They think I'm holding back. And now what worries me, suppose the people who killed Art get the same idea.
You think they might go gunning for you to shut you up?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do. That's why I came to you. I'll pay your fee gladly.
Well, first of all, let's put you where they can't get at you. I'll take you to a hotel, make sure we're not followed. You stay in your room and don't open the door to anyone.
But I can't stay locked in a hotel room indefinitely.
No, just till we get things rolling.
What things?
Or maybe the killers will lose interest in you if we give them something else to shoot at.
What, for instance?
Me.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
It's your lucky day, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Goodbye, Waring.
Hold it. I want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you. I've already got a headache.
The Art Travers killing by any chance?
You've been listening at keyholes.
Naturally, in my profession.
All right, Waring, what do you want? I got no time for idle chit-chat.
I want you to do me a favor.
I told you I got no time.
Oh, for this you have. You'll love it.
What makes you think so?
It might get me killed.
All of a sudden, I find myself strangely interested. Tell me more.
In the Art Travers shooting. Police reveal that letters to Travers' apartment indicate that shortly before his murders, Travers employed private detective Mike Waring, known as the Falcon. Waring is wanted for questioning as to the nature of his work for Travers. It is believed that this may have a direct bearing on the killing, especially since Waring has disappeared since the killing. It is not known whether Waring is in hiding.
Hello, Joey.
Mike Waring. Hey, didn't you hear? Well, don't you know the law's looking for you?
That's why I'm looking for you.
Huh?
Have one of me, Joey. What are you drinking?
You name it, I'll drink it.
Okay. Bartender, double scotch for my pal.
Gee, that's pretty swell, Mike. What's cooking? What can I do you for?
I just thought you might let me hole up in your place until things cool off.
Oh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Mike. Sure, anytime.
Thanks, Joey. Well, I'd better get right up there. The sooner I'm out of circulation, the better. Here, this will take care of your drink.
Thanks. Hey, just a second. Here's the keys.
Oh, right.
I'll be up a little later.
All right, Joey. So long.
So long, Mike. Hey, all the rest of the drink, Red. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Rizzo?
Yes?
Joey Jonas. I was just calling. I might happen to know where you could find Mike Waring.
Oh?
What's it worth?
Come on up. We'll talk about it.
Okay. I'll be right over.
Come in, Joey.
Yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
Now, what's this about you knowing where to find Waring?
Well, you see, he comes to me, asks me to help hide him out.
Oh, he comes to you?
Yeah, he says, well, Hey, come on, let go.
What does Waring come to you for?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. Hey, don't hit me.
You a pal of Waring's?
I know him, sort of.
You know him, sort of, but he goes to you when he's in a jam.
Well, I guess he figured that, well, nobody'd think about him going to me. If he went to one of his real pals, a friend, well, you know.
Maybe.
Hey, look, I'm telling you where to find him, ain't I?
You better.
Well, doesn't that prove I'm leveling with you?
All right, Joey.
But you said, well, you know, I'm going to get paid, ain't I?
We'll talk about that after I find Waring. Where is he?
Well, the dough first. God, my arm.
Where's Waring?
But Ow! At my place. My place.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, but don't forget you promised if I told you you'd give me the dough.
All right, Joey, turn it off. If Waring's there, you'll be taken care of. After we take care of Waring.
Hello.
Hello, Larkin. This is Rizzo.
Yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
Just thought you'd like to know it pays to keep your customers happy.
What do you mean?
Just that I've got another job for you.
Oh? It wouldn't be Waring, would it?
How did you know?
According to the papers, he was tied in with Travis.
Yeah. Well, will you take care of it? I know where you can find him.
You want him to get what Travis got?
Yeah. But first I want to talk to him, find out how much he knows. I want you to bring him here.
That's not going to be so easy. A guy like the Falcon.
You don't think you can handle it?
I didn't say that.
Then cut the alibis.
Okay, Mr. Rizzo. I'll bring you Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I guess Larkin plans to bring Mike to Mr. Rizzo, all right. Meanwhile, I'd like to bring you an idea. An idea for keeping the whole family pleased whenever they want a delicious snack. Just keep your refrigerator stocked with a glass or two of Kraft cheese and bacon spread. One of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft. Kraft cheese and bacon spread is perfect for snacks because it tastes so wonderful and because it's velvety smooth for easy spreading on crackers or bread. Just wait till you taste this fine blend of mellow, sharp American cheddar cheese and hickory smoked bacon with that tantalizing sweet smoked flavor all through it. Mm-hmm. You'll keep coming back for more. And snacks you make with Kraft cheese and bacon spread are snacks you can enjoy often. Because like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft cheese and bacon spread is wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest ingredients. And for variety, try some of the 9 other tempting Kraft cheese spreads. There's sharp Old English brand, Roca brand, and full-flavored Smoke Hill, too. Look for them in the tulip-designed drinking glasses in your choice of 4 gay colors. And remember, these are America's favorite cheese spreads. America's favorites because they're so delicious. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Rizzo ordered Larkin to deliver Mike Waring. Now, at the door of Joey Jonas's room, Larkin is ready to carry out his mission.
Who is it? Joey sent me up. He thought you might be hungry. Got a couple of sandwiches for you.
That's what I call a service. Just a second.
All right.
Hey! I expected the gun, pal. That's why I was ready to jump you. Double-cross you, Joey. He didn't double-cross you. He double-crossed me, but I counted on it.
Yeah, well, I'll...
You won't do anything, pal. Not for a while. All right, Larkin, who gave you your orders?
I want a lawyer.
He wants a lawyer. Well, get him a lawyer, Corbett. Waring, he's just a professional trigger. I want the higher-ups. He's got to talk.
With your charm, I don't see how he can resist you, but I have a hunch he will. You're wasting your time.
Well, you got any suggestions, Waring?
Yes, I told you. Get him a lawyer like he asked.
Believe me, he doesn't want a lawyer.
He says he does.
Yeah, what'll a lawyer do?
Spring him?
Yeah, then the mob will rub him out to shut him up in case we want to pick him up again. We're doing him a favor keeping him here, believe me.
Well, Corbett, every man to his taste.
You're such a help.
Now, that's gratitude for you. I bring you the trigger.
I want the higher-ups.
No satisfying some people.
Like the chief, for instance. He's going to be screaming.
What, in your pretty shell-like ear? The thought shudders. Well, so long, Corbett.
Where are you going, Waring?
Your every wish is my command. I'm going looking for higher-ups. Hello, Joey.
Huh? Falcon. Hey, stay away from me, Mike. Stay away.
Come here, Joey.
I'm warning you. Now stay away or I'll let you have it with this beer bottle.
Well, Joey, if you're so anxious to give me that bottle, I'll just take it up.
Now cut it out, Mike.
Yeah, sure. As soon as I get this away from you. That's it.
All right, Joey. Now we talk.
Please, Mike. Don't be sore.
You sicked a gunman on me. And what are you so startled to see me walking around?
I can explain.
All right, explain.
Well, he wanted it, and it's... I guess I can't.
As a matter of fact, you don't have to. I expected just what happened.
Huh? Well, why?
Because I know what a cheap rat you are.
I suppose you wouldn't believe it.
You're right, I wouldn't. There's no use crying over spilled gunmen, Joey. So I'm willing to make a deal.
Hey, what kind of a deal?
I'm willing to forget the gunman, provided you tell me who hired him.
Well, what if I don't know?
You do know. You know plenty about what's cooking in mob circles. That's why I latched onto you in the first place.
I can't say anything else, Mike. Hey, don't hit me.
I'm not going to hit you. I'm just going to explain something to you.
Explain?
Yeah. You can deny it if you want to, but this is the way I see it. You tipped off a mob that I was at your place. They sent around Larkin to get rid of me.
Oh, Mike,
but that's
look,
just what I counted on. I was waiting for him. Now he's in the jug.
Oh, it's not the
And what
way
do you think the mob thinks about that? They think you double-crossed them.
Huh?
Sure, can't you see it? Larkin walked into a trap. You laid the trap.
No, I didn't do...
That's the way it looks to them. And they won't sit still for that kind of an act. No, Joey, I'm not going to hit you. I'll just leave you for the mob.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Well, you could help me round up the mob, put the finger on the boss. If they're behind bars, they can't touch you.
Yeah, but if something goes wrong...
So what? You couldn't be any worse off than you are. Think it over, Joey.
All right, Mike. Mike, I'll tell you all I know.
Stop pacing the floor, Rizzo. You make me dizzy.
Should have heard from Larkin long ago. Something must have gone wrong.
Something probably did. I understand Mike Waring is pretty sharp.
Joey double-crossed me. That's what happened, Mr. Dunlap.
Maybe.
He sold me out to Waring. Now Waring has Larkin to clinch it. He'll get him to talk.
What can Larkin say?
He can tie me to the Travers job. We've got to get to Waring before he gets to the law.
How?
I don't know. But if we don't, Mr. Dunlap, we're sunk.
Let's not underestimate the advantages of our method of operation, Rizzo.
Huh?
You're afraid Larkin will talk. But how much does he actually know?
He knows me.
Oh, true, but he doesn't know me.
That's a big help.
Perhaps not to you. It is to me.
Oh. And I don't count, I suppose.
Oh, certainly you do, as long as you're an asset. Now perhaps you see why I insisted upon the breakdown in the organization. Larkin knows no one except you. You can name me, but you don't know any of my other lieutenants.
Who cares about the other lieutenants? I'm thinking about me.
Of course. But you see how the setup works. A chain, as it were. All that's necessary is to eliminate one link in the chain, and investigation comes to a dead end.
So how are we going to eliminate Larkin? Waring's got him.
True, Rizzo. Therefore, we're forced to move on to the next link.
Huh? Hey, now, wait a minute.
Sorry, Rizzo.
Please, Mr. Dunlap,
As
don't...
long as we take care of the weakest link.
I wouldn't talk. You don't have to worry about me.
Too bad I have to do this myself, but there's no time, and I don't want to risk anything going wrong.
Boss, look, I won't talk.
Hey, Mike, tell me, what good'll I do here?
I told you, Joey, it's not what good you'll do being with me. It's what harm you might do if I let you out of my sight again.
Yeah, but Rizzo's going to be sore.
Let me handle Rizzo.
Let me get down. I'll wait downstairs.
You'll wait right here.
Let's go. There's nobody here.
You hope. I hear somebody in there.
Well, it was just maybe somebody upstairs.
I don't think so. I heard somebody moving around inside.
Well, it's funny they don't come then.
Yeah, very funny. Well, Joey, I guess he's not here. Let's go.
What's the...
Shh, come on.
Hey, you gone nuts?
Yeah, sure. All right, Joey. This is far enough.
Oh, what are we doing?
Obviously, visitors aren't welcome. But maybe if we pretend to go...
Or maybe if we really do go.
Will you stop that?
Well, what do we do? Just stand here in the hall?
Yeah, for a minute. If nobody opens the door now, we'll have to try something else. Now, just be quiet.
Okay. Here he comes.
Oh, fine. You scared him. Back.
What's the matter, Waring? Nobody home?
Huh? Corbett, where'd you come from?
Larkin finally cracked. Said Rizzo hired him, so here I am.
Oh, good. There's something going on inside, but... Hey, where's Joey?
Joey? That must be the guy who just ducked down the stairs.
I should have known he'd fade the second I turned my back. Well, maybe he doesn't matter for now. Look, we've got to get into Rizzo's. But that's not the kind of door you can break into.
What's going on?
That's what I'm trying to find out. I knocked at Rizzo's door. Nobody answered. But I could hear someone inside. So I hid and waited. Then somebody opened the door, but before I could see who it was, Joey chirped and the door slammed.
Well, a door slammed in your face should be no new experience to you, Waring.
All right, I'll waltz with you later, Corbett. Right now, this calls for a search warrant and an acetylene torch. Now, get on it, huh?
Well, Waring, from the look of them, we're not going to get much out of Rizzo.
Oh, except a collection of lead.
Yeah.
I wonder whoever was here didn't want to let me in. He probably just finished this job. Then while I was talking to you, he cleared out through the window.
So we're right back where we started.
Well, not exactly. You've got Rizzo.
What's left of him. Now we've got to get the boy who plugged him.
That's right, Corbett. Well, let's go see Ludovici Caffarello.
Eh? Who is Ludovici Caffarello?
A taxi driver.
Yeah, what's he got to do with this case?
Nothing, maybe.
This is the kind of help he gives me.
Okay, so I'll go see Ludovici Caffarello.
Hold it, Waring. I don't know what gives, but I'm in no mood to take you patting yourself on the back in front of my face if this pays off and I'm out of it. Where does this Caffarello live?
I don't know.
Gets better and better.
But I know where he works. So if you're coming, let's get moving. We've got work to do.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and while Mike and Sergeant Corbett go about finding Mr. Caffarello, I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads I ever tasted. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones, such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento Cheese Spread, and Kraft Relish Cheese Spread. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca Cheese Spread, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger cheese spread. All of them are mighty good to eat, and they're all good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's an hour and a half since Mike threw the name Ludovici Caffarello into the case. Corbett is still wondering if it was a straight, fast one or a curve. Now, the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are waiting in an elaborately furnished living room for the answer, while the butler goes to announce them to the master of the house. A moment later, their host appears.
Good evening, gentlemen. Which of you is Sergeant Corbett?
I am, Dunlap. That's the guy, Corbett.
What guy am I?
The guy who slammed the door in my face at Rizzo's.
Well, when was this?
A couple of hours ago.
Tonight? I haven't been out tonight.
We can prove you have.
Your word against mine?
Mine and Caffarello's.
Who's Caffarello?
The taxi driver who drove you here from Rizzo's.
Oh. When I heard the police wanted to see me, I wondered what they wanted.
You know. You better come along to headquarters.
What charge?
Suspicion of murder.
I hate to disappoint you, gentlemen, but I have other plans.
No, you don't. No gunplay.
Hold him, Waring.
I don't think he will.
Stop, Dunlap. Stop.
Boy, he's great for going through windows. Didn't even stop to open it.
See him, Waring?
Yeah, he's on the fire escape.
All right, Dunlap. That's as far as you go. There's his answer.
Now, that's a two-way answer.
Get him?
No, he's too close to the building. But I've got him cornered. He can't get out to the stairs.
Keep him pinned there. I'll go down for him.
Yeah, right. He's 2 floors down. Corbett, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
He's taking a gamble. He's going over the rail. He's going to drop to the ground. It's 3 floors to solid concrete.
If he makes
Here,
it.
just a second. I can cover him from out here in the fire escape, even if he... There he goes.
Watch him, Waring.
It's all right, Corbett. I don't think he's going anywhere. He's not getting up. But you better get down there. I'll keep him covered just in case.
All right, Mike, so you and the sergeant found Rizzo's body, but then what?
Well, I knew the murderer left the building right after Joey and I got there.
Huh?
He went out the window while I was in the hall.
Uh-huh.
And I knew he'd be in a hurry to get out of the neighborhood. He might have taken a taxi, and since the taxi we arrived in was probably still out front...
Oh, I see.
Well, you know, they have the driver's identification in the cab. I remember the name because it intrigued me. Ludovici Caffarello.
So you called the taxi company and asked where you could find Caffarello.
That's right. And he told us he picked up a fare near Rizzo's and gave us the description. We went to where he took the fare, gave the desk clerk the description, and he said it sounded like Dunlap. And that, with a little bluffing, was the end of the line.
Do you think Dunlap's the head man of the mob?
Seems to be. He's got a busted leg, but he'll be able to talk. Yep, looks like the mob's washed up.
And Joey?
He's probably on his bicycle heading for Texas.
Oh, poor Joey.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about him.
Well, the main thing is I don't have to worry about myself anymore. No. It's no fun having to hide out from gangsters.
Well, still, just to play safe, you better keep a bodyguard with you for a while.
You think there's still danger? I thought you said the mob was finished.
Well, probably is, but why take chances?
Well, do you know a bodyguard?
Mm-hmm. Me.
Oh.
I'd stick real close, Lorna.
I'm sure you would.
You'd be well protected.
I don't doubt it. There's only one thing that concerns me.
What's that, Angel?
Who'd protect me from my protector? Huh?
In many parts of the country, winter means ice and snow, dangerous road conditions, and dangerous road conditions may mean a bad accident to you, so drive extra carefully. For safer driving, do these things. Adjust your car speed to the road and weather, keep your windshield clear of snow and ice, fog and frost, use tire chains on snow and ice, brake slowly to avoid dangerous skidding, keep well back of the car ahead. Whether you walk or drive, be careful. Remember, an accident doesn't always happen to someone else. The case of the bellicose boxer. The case of the bellicose boxer. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. And Mike Waring learns that when some fighters are knocked out, they may also be knocked off. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Thaman was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Mr. and Mrs. Blandings later today, then the big show on NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Oh, Lila. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I have to see a client who's going to make my fortune. Mm-hmm. This boy's a big shot, and he's going to show me how to make a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the harried husband.
Miracle Whip. Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the harried husband. It is early Sunday evening in New York, and a handsome boy named Jeff Rogers nonchalantly walks down the fourth-floor corridor of the Hotel Maynard. It's obvious from Mr. Rogers' attitude he thinks he doesn't have a care in the world. But when he opens the door to his room, he learns differently.
Hello, Jeff.
What?
Don't be frightened, darling. It's only me.
How did you get in here, Rita?
I gave the desk clerk one of my prettiest smiles and $10.
Well, you had no business.
Of course not, Jeff. But you're a hard man to see these days.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You were just about to call me.
Word of honor.
Don't lie, honey. You do it very badly.
Oh, now look, Rita.
Oh, don't take on so, Jeff. On the other hand, there are things you do exceptionally well. Which reminds me, how's Mrs. Davis?
You mean Pat Davis?
Who else would I mean?
Oh, you know what that is.
I know what it better be.
Now, Rita, there's no reason for you to act like this.
Oh, sure, but then there's no reason for me to be nuts about you either. You're not the brightest guy in the world.
No.
And when it comes to looks, I've known prettier boys, too.
Still, you're crazy about me.
Heaven help me. And heaven help you if you got any ideas about this Pat Davis.
I tell you, sweetheart, it's strictly business.
When does it pay off?
Well, you know how it is. These things take time.
That's what you told me last week.
Well, you just be patient, baby.
When are you going to see her again?
Tonight at 9.
Is this the night?
Could be. How do I look?
Come here, you dog. You know, I'll cut your heart out if you ever get any other ideas about another woman.
Hey, is that clock right?
You've still got time for one more.
But...
Now get to work.
Good evening, Mr. Rogers.
Hello, Charles. Is there a lady?
Uh-huh.
Where is she?
Follow me, please.
She been waiting long?
Oh, ever since 8:30.
It'll do her good.
Jeff,
Well, Pat.
I couldn't imagine what happened.
I'm sorry, baby. I was detained.
Voilà. Would you care to order now, Monsieur Rogers?
What do you say, Pat?
Well, I'm not hungry at the moment.
Okay, Charles. We'll call you when we're ready.
Certainement. Very good, monsieur.
Well, how have you been, honey?
A lot you care. You haven't called me in a week.
Well, that's because I've been working on a big deal.
A big deal?
Listen, sweetheart, if this thing goes through, we can kiss this town goodbye.
You mean that, Jeff?
Would I lie to you?
Well, what is it?
I just got word from the boys at Hollywood Park that they're ready to roll.
I don't understand.
Well, a friend of mine has got a race fixed for Monday. This nag will pay 50 to 1.
You sure, Jeff? You know how
I tell you, it can't miss.
But when it comes to horses...
Well, if you think I don't know what I'm talking
about...
about...
Of course not, darling.
Okay, then. How much money can you raise?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I could manage 1,000.
Ah, chicken feed.
But, Jeff, that's all I have in the bank.
What about your husband?
My husband?
Yeah. In a racket like his, he must keep a lot of cash on hand.
Well,
doesn't he?
I suppose so.
What do you mean you suppose so? If someone plays a number that hits, Barney has to pay him off right away.
Well, I don't know much about Barney's business.
Well, take it from me. It's strictly cash and carry, and policy in this town is heavy cash.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Find out where Barney keeps it.
But, Jeff...
Don't worry, we're not going to take it with us. As soon as our horse comes in, you'll put it back. Then it's you and me for foreign shores.
But supposing...
Come on, sweetheart, make up your mind. They're not going to hold the boat for us.
All right, Jeff. You can make the reservations.
Come.
Hello, Jeff.
You back again, Rita?
Evidently. I was wondering how you made out with Pat Davis.
Not so hot.
What happened?
I guess it just wasn't my night.
I can't believe it.
It does seem incredible, doesn't it?
It does to me, honey. 'Cause you know I think you're irresistible.
You want my autograph?
Well, if it's on a picture, it might help. It would be a wonderful way to remember you.
Come again?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to have much more.
What are you raving about?
I picked up this envelope at the desk.
What? Give me that.
I've already opened it. And can you imagine my surprise? I didn't know you were going to Canada.
Who says I am?
Oh, did you buy the ticket for a friend?
Oh, now, Rita, baby, you don't think I'd run out on you.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. You know how I feel about you, Jeff. I would never stand in your way. But I wonder how Mrs. Davis will take it. And, what about Barney Davis?
What about Barney Davis?
I was just wondering if he'll be able to bear up under his loss. Have a nice ride, Jeff. I've had mine.
$41 left, 28 right, 14 left, 37 right. What the devil?
Yeah, what is it, Barney?
You busy, Doc?
Well, I was just going to take my vitamins.
Well, take a double dose later. Come in here. I want to show you something.
What's cooking, Barney?
Me. Take a look in that safe.
Huh? Hey, someone's been in there.
Yeah, hey.
Well, don't look at me, Barney. I don't know nothing about it.
You sure, Doc?
I swear.
There was over 50 grand in that till.
Well, I ain't the only one who's got the combination. What about Tony Farrow? He left the place after I did last night.
Get him.
Oh, he ain't here. He phoned this morning to say he wasn't coming in.
No?
No, he said he ate some Chinese food or something yesterday. He didn't feel so hot. If I told him once, I told him a million times. With his ulcers, he oughtn't to mess around with stuff like that.
And what do you recommend in my case?
Huh?
I'm suffering from a loss of 50 grand.
Oh. Well, maybe we ought to go up and see Tony.
Say no more, Doc. That's one prescription I'm going to follow.
understand you.
What's the matter, Tony? I thought I was speaking English.
Yeah, but I can't believe it. Who could have walked off with that dough?
Oddly enough, that's just the question I was going to ask you.
Well, what about Doc here?
I left the office before you did.
Well, I guess you're elected, Tony.
Oh, am I?
That's the way it looks to me.
What about your missus?
Pat?
She knows a combination.
Are you insinuating?
Yeah, I am.
You take that back.
Let me go.
Are you going to take that back?
You think you're smart. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Davis. You're a sucker. If I told you what I know about Pat...
What do you know about Pat?
Never mind.
But I do mind. And if you're trying to keep a secret from me, I know just the thing to bring it out in the open.
Who's there?
Oh, it's only me, Pat.
What's the matter, Barney? You look upset.
I just got some distressing news.
You want a drink?
That might help.
What happened?
Well, you know I don't like to bother you with my problems.
You always treat me as though I were a child.
I didn't mean it that way, honey. Well, here's to us.
No. I won't drink with you unless you tell me what happened.
Well, you know Tony Farrow who works for me?
The one who's always walking around with all those pills?
No, that's Doc Julian. Tony's the tall, good-looking one. Of course, he isn't so handsome right now.
What do you mean?
He said a couple of things about you.
What?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What did he say?
That you were carrying on behind my back.
How can you have the nerve to say a thing like that?
Well, you asked me, I
You listened
can't...
to that horrible man.
Now, Pat,
you stood there while he attacked my character.
I didn't stand there.
You took his word against mine.
Where are you going?
What do you care? You don't love me?
Pat, come back. Pat!
Order, please.
This is Mr. Rogers in 412.
Yes, sir?
What do I have to do to get a little service around here? This is the fourth time I've called for a bellboy.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll check.
Never mind. He's here now. Just a second. Take it easy, will you? You got your... Hey, what's it? Idea.
Yes?
You, Rita Sherman?
That's right.
I was wondering whether you'd like to go out with me.
What?
Actually, I'm just trying to be polite because you don't have much choice in the matter.
What are you babbling about?
My name is Sergeant Corbett. I'm with the Homicide Division.
So?
So, a boyfriend of yours got himself knocked off last night.
A boyfriend of mine?
Didn't you used to run around with Jeff Rogers?
You mean Jeff?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Why would I lie to a pretty girl like you? Better pack a bag, honey. I think you're going to be away for a long, long time.
Just a second. Yeah? You Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you.
You think you're in any condition? What happened to your face?
I had an accident.
You must have been a big boy.
It wasn't that kind.
Well, anything you say.
You don't believe me?
What difference does it make? It's your face and your story, Mr.
Scolari. Vincent Scolari.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Oh, what's on your mind?
You read about that killing last night?
Which one? This is New York, you know.
I'm in at the Maynard Hotel. They got a fellow named Jeff Rogers.
Well?
They're holding my wife for the murder.
Your wife?
Rita Sherman.
And your name is Scolari? Well, that figures.
That's Rita's maiden name. We're separated.
Was this Jeff Rogers the cause?
Nah, it was my fault. Rita picked up with Jeff after I started horsing around. But she never killed him.
And who did?
That's what I'm paying you to find out.
Did you say paying?
Will $500 hold you for a spell?
And a little while longer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, thanks.
Now, I don't want you to bother Rita with this any more than you have to.
Well, I'll need certain information.
I can fill you in.
Okay. What kind of a boy was this Jeff Rogers?
A real Casanova type. Dames all went nuts about him.
Who was the last one?
A dame named Pat Davis.
Now, who's she?
I don't know. But for those $500, maybe you can find out. I'll be seeing you, Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft's smooth melting, pasteurized, processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
An hour has passed since Mike was retained by a Mr. Vincent Scolari to solve the murder of Jeff Rogers. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his retainer.
Who is it?
Telegram from Mrs. Pat Davis.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello.
Well, you're not with Western Union.
Well, I tried to enlist, but they wouldn't have me.
What do you want?
Awfully drafty out here.
Well?
Now, I can assure you, Mrs. Davis, I'm perfectly respectable. I'm a second-class scout in Troop 87.
Come in.
Thanks.
You don't look like a Boy Scout to me.
Well, I'm kind of tall for my age.
What's your name, mister?
Waring.
Just Waring?
Well, there's a mic that goes in front of it, but no one seems... What's the matter, Mrs. Davis? Something burning?
Why?
Well, the way you wrinkled your nose when I mentioned my name, I thought maybe you smelled something offensive.
Maybe I did.
Huh?
Falcon.
Oh.
What do you want?
Well, as I started to explain, in order to be a first-class scout, I have to pass map making. And my assignment is to locate all the Pat Davises in New York.
How are you doing?
Well, not bad. Would you mind telling me a little about yourself? What kind of men do you prefer?
Those who know where they're not wanted.
Oh, they're hard to find. Was Jeff Rogers like that?
Who?
Jeff Rogers? Boy who was murdered last night?
I never had the pleasure.
You sure?
If that's the only reason you came here...
I know, I can get.
You've been reading my mind.
Well, I've had enough practice. But I don't know what I'm going to tell my scoutmaster. He's going to be awfully disappointed.
Who's there?
Only me, Pat.
You're home early.
Yes, I had a purpose. I wanted to apologize for last night. You stormed out of here before I had a chance to say I'm sorry.
Well?
Well, now I'm no longer sorry.
What?
What was the Falcon doing here?
Who?
A private detective.
There was no one here all afternoon.
Don't lie to me, Pat. Doc Julian saw him.
Are you going to take his word?
Yes. Did you wire Waring to get you evidence for a divorce?
Did I? That's the funniest thing I've heard in years.
I'm glad it tickled you. We'll see if Mr. Waring finds it so amusing.
Bonnie, you're not going up to see him.
You mind?
Darling, you've got to believe me. There's absolutely nothing to it. Why would I want a divorce?
That's what I intend to find out. And I don't think anyone can be as helpful in that as Mr. Waring. Come in. You must be Mike Waring.
Must be. And you?
My name is Barney Davis.
What's on your mind, Davis?
Oh, call me Barney. Everyone else does.
Oh, I wouldn't presume.
No, I want us to be real friendly. You were around to see my wife this afternoon.
You asking or telling me?
I'm telling you. How long have you known her?
We just met this afternoon.
You're lying.
Okay, have it your way. We were childhood sweethearts.
Who put her up to getting the divorce?
Look, Davis, you're out of your mind. I'm working for a girl named Rita Sherman.
The woman they're holding for that Jeff, what's-his-name's murder?
That's right.
What does Pat have to do with her?
Well, you're providing part of the answer right now.
I don't get it.
Your wife was running around with Jeff Rogers.
You're a liar. She didn't even know the guy.
No? Well, I'll bet she tried to stop you from coming up here and learning the truth.
What?
Am I right?
Now listen to me, Waring. I love my wife.
Well, bully for you.
And if you think you're kidding me with this routine, you're not. Doc?
Want me?
Yeah. Come in here for a second, will you?
Sure thing.
This is Mr. Waring.
Hiya.
Hi.
What do you think of the specimen?
You mean you want a diagnosis?
No, I've diagnosed his trouble myself. What I want you to do is give him a treatment.
Oh, sure.
Now, look, little man, put away the lead pipe.
You got it wrong, Waring. It's a very delicate instrument. You heard of them taking a spinal tap, didn't you?
Huh?
Well, I work the other end. I'm just going to tap your skull. Oh.
How do you feel, Mike?
Huh?
I don't know why I should try to revive you. This is the first time I can remember you being quiet in months.
When did you get here, Sergeant?
The superintendent phoned me after the brawl was over. Now, what went on here?
Well, you know that Rita Sherman you're holding?
The girl who murdered her boyfriend?
She didn't.
What makes you so sure?
She's my client.
It was silly of me to even ask. But it's funny Rita didn't tell me about it.
It was her husband who hired me.
What's his name?
Vincent Scolari. He told me it was his fault. He and Rita broke up. Rogers had nothing to do with it.
But you know Rita didn't kill him.
Yes, Corbett. This boy Jeff was quite a man with the ladies.
That I discovered for myself.
Well, did you discover anything about a girl named Pat Davis?
Pat Davis? No.
Well, Jeff kissed her off.
How do you know that?
I'll leave it to Rita.
You don't think I'd take her word for it?
Well, she may know something.
She might, but I doubt it. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have hired you. Well, let's find out. All right, Lyons, open them up.
Hi, Al.
Hi, Hey, what happened to you?
He got that for using his head.
Huh?
Come on, open them up. Hello, Rita.
You're wasting your time, Sergeant. I am not answering any more questions.
No, you'll have to, Angel.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Yes, your husband hired me to act for you.
My husband?
Vincent Scolari.
All right. I give up. What's the answer?
Well, it's very simple, Rita.
I doubt it. I've done a lot of silly things in my life, but I never got married.
What?
But you can stick around, Mr. Waring. Maybe we can do business.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil.
And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just a few seconds have passed since Mike Waring learned that Rita Sherman was never a bride. From which our hero draws one conclusion. Obviously, if Rita was never married, her husband couldn't have hired Mike. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
You boys aren't fooling me, so you might just as well run along.
I tell you, this Scolari claimed he was your husband.
How could he have been?
Well, he gave me $500 to represent you. Here, look.
Well, so what does that prove?
Well, what have I got to gain by a story like this?
I don't know. Maybe you're a cop.
I'm a private detective.
Are you any good?
The Falcon, good. Why, Sing Sing is loaded with people who'll be glad to vouch for him.
All right, Sergeant, knock off. Listen, Rita. You have no idea who this Scolari is?
Well, what did he look like?
Good-looking boy. At least he was before someone played Potsy on his face. About 5'11", dark hair.
Nope.
Spoke with a very slight accent.
I can't place him.
But he must be a friend of yours.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, this was hardly the act of an enemy. Unless he was so confident I would foul this up and land you in the chair.
You could do that, too, you know.
No.
Listen, Mike, you sure you haven't imagined all this? How does Barney Davis fit into this?
Remember that Pat Davis I told you about?
Yeah?
Well, that's his wife.
Why didn't you say so before?
You didn't give me a chance. You know anything about this, Rita?
Well, only that Jeff used to see her occasionally.
Was he in love with her?
I wouldn't think so. He only bought one ticket for Canada.
Then you knew he was running out on you?
He was running out on Mrs. Davis. I was supposed to meet him there later.
Now, why would he run out on her?
Well, I wouldn't know for sure, but I think she gave him some money to invest.
Oh, how much money?
I have no idea.
Well, I have.
Huh?
An idea. I just got a hunch who this Vincent Scolari might be.
Who?
A fella named Tony Farrow. He works for Barney Davis.
He does?
He did the last I heard.
Well, what are we waiting for, Sergeant? Let's see if he's still gainfully employed. Hello, Barney. Well, if it isn't my good friend, the Falcon. Yeah, though a little the worse for wear. Nah, how did that happen? You don't really care. You know Sergeant Corbett? Oh, sure. How are you, Sergeant?
Fine.
I brought him along to vouch for me. You wouldn't believe me when I told you I wasn't working for your wife. Well, I believe you now.
Oh, that's very big of you. What convinced you?
Pat told me the truth.
Ah. Is your wife around?
No.
Where is she?
Out.
You mean you trust her alone?
What kind of a crack is that?
Oh, come on, Barney. Wake up.
You know the last guy who sounded off like that?
Was Tony Farrow.
How did you know about him?
He was up to see me. You made a bad enemy there.
I'm not worried.
Well, you should be. You know what he went and did?
No, but you're going to tell me anyway.
He hired me to work for Rita Sherman.
Well?
But don't you see his motive? He hoped that I could pin the Jeff Rogers murder on you.
Why me?
Because he hated you and you were a hot suspect. Your wife was seeing Rogers.
Listen, Waring, I told you before.
Come on, you've got to face it, Barney. You've been a patsy.
Take that back.
Watch it, Davis.
Now, believe me, that little girl never deserved anything you did for her, including murder.
What did you say?
Oh, why pretend, Barney? You heard me the first time. All right, Sergeant, make like a policeman.
I know I shouldn't ask questions, Mike.
No, don't be silly, Rita. I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
Well, all right then. What was this all about?
Oh, it was the oldest story in the world, Angel. Barney thought Jeff Rogers was going to steal his wife, so he took steps.
Said steps, being to Jeff's room where he killed him, huh?
Exactly.
Well, how did you know that Barney was the guilty critter?
When I learned that Vincent Scolari was Tony Farrow.
Well, if your purpose was to confuse me, Mr. Waring, you succeeded.
Well, you know why Tony was beaten up?
Yeah? Because he made a crack about Barney's wife.
Which came out when Barney was questioning him about 50 grand that was missing from the safe.
So?
So, if Tony had swiped the dough in addition to insulting Pat Davis, what do you think would have happened to him?
Barney would have killed him.
And the mere fact that Tony was alive, therefore meant that Barney had checked up on his story and found it to be true. And once I realized that Barney knew about Rogers and his wife, I knew he'd killed him.
I get it.
Ah, good for you. Any further questions, Angel?
Mm-mm.
Well, then it's my turn now. How is for you and me?